Again,
Hey,
y'all
bro.
have a great day.
We just pulled up, so we gotta do that. All right.
All right, man.
But no, I appreciate it. I'll keep on them. This, and if I can just say one thing,
Yeah, come back anytime, Cole. We'll come back.
one of the best guys I know. But the way he is, not only with the glow, but it's like, dude will not take more than 2 Tylenols every 4 to 6 hours, whatever it says. So it's just, this is a good one. We'll be back.
Yeah.
Y'all have a good day.
See ya.
Gotcha, bitch.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear.
Anyone in here?
That's fine. But that's not a citation. A reference is not a citation. Okay, so if you want to use these words, go find a reference for what they mean, and then bring us back the citation of what they mean. Thank you.
So, can you tell me why relativity says that it would be equal if the sky was moving or the Earth was moving? Sure. So, the definition of citation, a quotation from a reference to a book, paper, or author. And the definition of reference, number 2, is the use of a source of information in order to ascertain something. So I'd say those are synonyms. You disagree?
No, not even close.
Awesome.
Dude, have you taken any collegiate or university level courses?
Yeah, I have, but why does that matter? Are we in college?
Have you done references and citations? Well, have you done references and citations?
I'm sorry, I didn't know that I was currently doing a college course on flat Earth in this Discord server. So, can I not use synonyms? Is this like whoever said, what was it before? Someone said the...
A reference isn't a synonym for a citation, dude.
What was the the colloquial term for space. Someone used the colloquial term for space instead of using the actual physics term of space, right? So am I not...
Why should they use the physics terms?
Well, we're at a collegiate level to debate right now, aren't we?
There's no debate. You just flailing.
So we're not. So I can just sort of like give the references a wiki article that has a list of the actual copies of the scientific paper. I can do that, can't I?
Right. That's not a citation, though, friend. That's the difference.
Oh,
you're offering references while asking for citations.
To reference something is to point at some source of information, like a...
Right, that's not the same as citing it. That's not the same as citing it.
I can cite a reference and I can reference a citation. Are those two sentences equal?
No, they're not.
So if I cite a reference, if I say, my reference for this is my friend Jason X, who this is his phone number. And if I reference a citation, I say, my citation is the one written by Jason something, here's his phone number. Is that not equal? This is just...
No, because now you're mixing categories.
Do you guys have any reason why Michelson-Pierce scale didn't show the Earth was in motion?
Oh, yeah, because they had to apply a mathematical transform to fit their bias in order to get the conclusion that they wanted.
My boy just realized he goofed up and tried to run away from his own little example.
No, I'm just tired of the semantics. It's pathetic.
It's not about semantics, dude. It's about earlier you were asked to cite something that you offered as a reference, and you just told people to just read it. And I was just pointing that out, that you're a hypocrite.
How? I read out the result.
Okay, look, fair enough. Okay, maybe you're not a hypocrite. Maybe you just are ignorantly think that references and citations are the same thing. We'll forgive you.
You haven't given an argument why they're different. You've just said, are you doing a course? And I said no. Do you want me to read out dictionary definitions again?
Dude. Okay, for example, if he asks you for a specific piece of information about something, right? And you say, I'll give you the wiki in total.
Yes.
You're referencing the wiki. Now, if he says, I want this specific piece of information, you go to the wiki, pull out the citation, give him the citation from the reference that has a specific piece of information. Those are entirely two different things. They're not synonyms.
You think that citation has some different meaning?
Dude, I just explained it to you. Very simply.
From or reference to a book, paper, or author. That's for citation. For reference, the use of a source or information in order to ascertain something. Provide a book or article with citations of source.
Oh my goodness, dude. Dude, you're wrong.
You're stupid.
You forgot the word specific.
To specific. No, it says or a specific reference.
Oh, a specific reference.
Yeah.
Not a general reference.
Citation definition.
Holy fuck, bro.
Quotation from or reference to a book. So that's the noun definition for citation.
Yes, and where's that in?
It's used in the definition of citation. You understand that, right?
Dude,
Quotation from.
if you're asked for a citation, yeah, you need a citation is a specific.
Have argument for flat Earth.
Yeah, you already conceded down is down, and water's flat and level. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Welcome.
Tower bridges show that Earth is not flat and level.
How?
Quarry tanks show Earth is not flat and level.
No, wrong. You failed to provide the citation that you were asked for about the tow tanks, how they specifically measured curvature.
No, string line.
You failed to provide the citation, friend.
No, you just didn't like the citation.
No, you didn't have a citation. You just generally said the term string line, just as you did again now.
And?
Watch. Ask me how, just ask me in the reverse. I want to play role play so you can see how stupid it is.
Yeah, sure.
Ask me how to prove, or what proof I have that the Earth is flat. Ask me that.
What proof do you have the Earth is flat?
Lasers.
Cool. Do you have a reference for someone claiming that lasers show the Earth is flat?
I do.
Awesome.
I have an 120-page PDF and an accompanying documentary of the methodologies and the practical tests that they did. And I also have a citation from their document that says the WGS-84 model is not found in the field.
Great. Link that and I will read it. See how that works?
Okay, perfect. Now, actually, my friends are going to link it because I'm going to speak. So, links, FE core, for my friends who are using the bot, and then exclamation point videos laser short, exclamation point videos laser long. The short version is a condensed version that you can watch, and then the long version is the long version, obviously, that you can watch when you have more time. Now, I'm going to give you the practical methodology because I'm capable of... Hold on, friend.
I wanted to... Oh, no, it's a PDF. Okay, we're all good.
Oh, my fuck, dude. Did I not tell you what was coming down the pike? I said a PDF.
But then you spoke about long and short videos, and I wanted the PDF.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was being linked as well. But someone linked the PDF.
Yeah, fair.
I do.
No, all right, good.
Where?
Oh, yeah, it's my turn to calm down, bro. Were you not on calm when you began? The answer is yes, so fair is fair.
Yeah,
anyway, let's move on. When you were asked for a citation of the methodology that they used with the string to prove curvature over the distance, you weren't able to provide it. You didn't cite from the text, and you didn't articulate the methodology. You didn't cite it from the text, nor did you articulate the methodology. But I'll tell you the methodology from this laser test, right? If you want to listen, I'll tell it to you. But you can also validate it from the document. So this is actually multiple tests, culminating in the final biggest test of 25-mile sample size over water, right? So there's 14 or 17, I can't remember correctly. But the longest one they shot was 25 miles. So what they did is they set up what's generally known as a laser transit, right, methodology, which is you have a laser, you level the laser, you shoot the laser across, and then you use what's called a storyboard or a receiver that's at the same relative height. And then when it hits, you see where the laser hits, and then you can tell how off it is. We use this in construction all the time to level foundations, excavate, all kinds of stuff. Very practical methodology, very simple. So if you have the laser set up on one side, right, about 2 meters, 6 feet off the ground, and on the other side you have the story or the target about the same, 2 meters, 6 feet, right? The globe Earth predicts a differential between the off angle that the laser should continue into the sky if it's perfectly level and the target at that distance to be 90 meters, right? So in other words, the big hump of Earth curve water and the level laser, right, can't shoot through the hump of Earth curve water, so it shouldn't hit the target. It should go over the target by 90 meters. Now, when they set this up, right? They took into account the ambient conditions. They took into account the millirad divergence of their laser. They created, which is in the documentary, a very accurate aiming device and leveling system. And if you watch it, you'll see how precise it was. Very precise.
Type of laser was it?
Well, you'll have to look into there. It's a big old laser. A laser sufficient to shoot 25 miles with a very limited millirad divergence.
Yep, I read that.
So sufficient to the task. And they might talk about the type of laser, because they actually had two. I think the first one failed or they destroyed it. But anyway, they talk about that in the thing. And they give the specs for it. So they did the test.
It doesn't matter. Refraction wasn't accounted for.
Says who?
Them. As light travels in a straight line through a homogeneous medium, light angles due to different refraction indexes in a non-homogeneous atmosphere. We calculate direction and amount of refraction to show how much laser beam deviation affects the measurement outcome. In a non-homogeneous atmosphere where the index of refraction increases with height, rays of sufficient small initial elevation angle of refraction.
Holy crap, dude.
Is proportional to the rate of increase of the bidirectional index of refraction.
Yeah, you just said they didn't account for refraction, and then they went on to say we accounted for refraction in the very text you just quoted from.
Yeah, but they accounted for it wrong. And, well, actually, they didn't. So they're saying that it's a homogeneous, through a homogeneous medium. We calculate direction, amount of refraction in a non-homogeneous atmosphere with the index of refraction, blah, blah, blah. This curvature is proportional to the rate of increase of the bidirectional index of refraction.
Yeah, anyway, so they set it up. They set it up and the laser hit the target. Okay? Now, you may claim they didn't account for this, they didn't account for that. That's fine. But at least they have a practical example of their methodology.
Yeah, here we go. This is because I've read through this before, actually. Here's the problem. So the lake is frozen, therefore walking along the beam on the ice or using a boat was not possible. There's no data on the ambient conditions along the laser beam were available. We measured the conditions at the measuring.
Yeah, which site? Which shot is this? Which shot are they talking about?
I don't know. I'm just reading out of the text document for refraction conditions, the PDF.
Which test? Which test was it? What location?
Point of laser beam.
I told you there was about 14 or 17 different ones, dude. You can't just pick one at random.
Well, this is their heading for refraction conditions.
Oh my goodness, dude.
So they said when they measured refraction between the
which location? Which location?
Why does that matter?
Maybe because, listen, friend, maybe because over time and at each location they learned things and improved their methodology.
Then why wouldn't they add that in under the refraction category or subheading?
Dude, how many different shots were there? How many different conclusions?
Right now.
I don't know, dude. How about you read the whole entire thing? How about that?
Yeah, I thought so. You'd run away from this discussion because you don't actually...
I'm not running away from it. I'm asking you specifics about the thing, and you're not giving them.
Bruh.
Now, by the way, in the final 25-mile shot...
Temperature was 2 degrees, the air at night was 3 degrees. Humidity is always high the closer you are to the lake surface, which indicates a lower refractive index. They just assumed a low refractive index. They didn't actually measure one. The ambient conditions showed that the refractive index...
Yeah, which location?
...the two sides of the lake. So it didn't measure the difference across the lake. They just measured one side of the lake, the other side of the lake, and said, yeah, good enough. Am I wrong?
Yeah, maybe at that site that's what they did. But which site are you talking about?
The refractive, measurement number 1.
Measurement number 1.
Find the actual spots where like,
oh my god, dude.
Balance on Vallegos observation points.
Is it observation
laser position?
Yeah, is location number 1 the one where they state that the WGS84 model hasn't been sort of upheld?
No, that's just their first one they did, dude.
Well, that
anyway. He won't even make it onto the rest, dude. He's just going to look at number one, say they didn't account for refraction. Refraction curves light.
Was still at 0 degrees, and the air of the night was down to -11 above the air. Air temperature at the time of the measurement was -6. The ambient conditions showed refractive index were about the same at the two sides of the lake. So they're just on the same thing, two sides of the lake.
Yeah, so the point I was trying to make is that if it's the first measurement that doesn't state that the WGS84 model is invalid, then what they did there isn't relevant to this argument.
My argument was their methodology was incorrect because they didn't measure the refraction across the lake. They measured it from 2 points, the start and the finish. And if the beam was to curve, it would curve between the start and the finish, not starting at the start and ending.
Fantastic. So is that location 1?
Yeah, and location 2 they use the exact same methodology.
Is location 1 the let's just call it experiment?
Stop for a second and listen to what I'm saying.
No, I'm not going to stop.
Location 2 and they use the exact same methodology.
I'm not going to stop talking, right? So the issue is that if they are not using location 1 as the quote-unquote evidence for the WGS84 model being invalid, then it's a waste of time to analyse the methodology there.
The second one did the same thing. All of their measurements, they just measured the temperature at the start and at the finish. They didn't measure the refraction between them. Do you understand that, Crypto? Do you understand what I just said to you?
Location 2 being used to invalidate the WGS84 model.
It doesn't matter because they use the same.
Fantastic.
They use the same way of calculating refraction in all of their experiments.
The conversation. You're just wasting everyone's time.
What did I just say to you, mate?
AI, I heard what you said, bro. It's irrelevant. AI, can you tell me which location was actually used in this argument in terms of the WGS84 model, and then maybe we can read that.
Oh man, the only one I was talking about was IDSIL, the biggest one.
Fantastic.
Calculation of third measure.
So we're going to look at the methodology there, or we're just going to ignore that?
The condition shows the refractive indexes were about the same at the two sides of the lake. The same methodology. It's a failure because of that methodology.
Which location was that?
No, I mean not really, dude. You can interpolate the lake, bro.
Lake Isle or whatever that.
I mean, unless you think that there's going to be a dramatic change in the middle.
Yeah, of course there will.
Okay, let's say that's true.
The middle is over water. Do you understand that? The start and the finish are both land, and the middle is water.
No, they're not just like in the middle of land, dude. They're on the coast.
You idiot. They're both on land, and the beam goes across water. Those are two completely different, sets of air they're going to be going through. One's going to have
a frozen
constant...
lake?
Sorry?
Isn't it a frozen lake?
Partially frozen lake, but you understand that
right, frozen water,
exothermic and endothermic effects.
Dude, do you really think that you're just going to use 4-syllable words and that's going to frighten anyone here?
You know what exothermic and endothermic means?
The frozen nature. So the frozen nature of the lake obviously changes the refractive properties of the air above the lake, doesn't it?
It does, and they should have measured that, but they didn't.
Wonderful. Yeah, but obviously you're saying it's water, which is being dishonest because it's partially frozen.
I'm sorry.
Also, we don't have the burden of proof.
I was wrong. I'm sorry.
Also, we don't really have the burden of proof there because your side has never proven that the light is bending around the globe to make it appear flat.
That's true, brother.
That would happen.
What the? Yeah, you do.
We say refraction would change it so that any observation we can have a certain deviation. If you take refraction into account, it will always fit the globe.
Yes, dude. Did you not just hear the words that were coming out of your mouth? Hold on, friends. What did he just say? He said, no matter what observation you make, it will always fit the globe. Wow, very scientific. You just ceded that any observation that supersedes the globe geometry, you just add the word refraction and it magically cures it.
Yeah, sure. It's like when will water boil? If you add pressure, suddenly it'll change, won't it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. We have an unfalsifiable tautology that begs the question and inputs values up into 60 billion mile radius to account for refraction.
What question am I begging? What question am I begging?
Listen instead of talk. Maybe you would know.
What question am I begging?
The globe in the first instance, brother.
No, we've measured it.
How?
I just told you there's tow tanks, there's tower bridges.
No, stop right there, friend. Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. The tow tanks, you didn't give us the methodology of measurement. The towers, you didn't give us the methodology of measurement. You just claimed them as a positive assertion. And then when I asked you what's the methodology, you simply said the word line. Fishing line, I think, was the actual word.
You're choosing to ignore all the times I read it out and just focus on the one time where I said string line.
No, I listened to you read it out, and that wasn't a sufficient methodology to see that the entire bar was curved, dude. It was segmented. You didn't even explain to the person who asked you. You didn't even explain to the person who asked you how they did it.
As you guys like to make globers do, you're willing to concede that I didn't just say line in all instances. Can you concede that?
No, I'm saying when I asked you.
So you're not going to concede something that you just admitted to?
Dude, when I asked you, it was correct. You just said line. Previously, you read something out about a line. Listen. Previously, which I already had just said, you read out something about a line. You were asked to clarify how it was done over the entire thing. You were asked to point to it, and you didn't.
I didn't what? What was I meant to point to?
How they applied the fishing line to prove that the entire structure was curved.
I read it out a couple of times. They put it at 2 points with a microscope pointing at the fishing line.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And what did they do then?
A reference to what? Then move the beam so that it had the correct amount of curvature according to that reference.
Okay, hold on, friend. Pay attention now. If you pull a line taut without the catenary curve in existence, you'd have a straight line.
Yes.
Right? So unless you have a benchmark, all you have is a straight line. So if you then...
You can have a calculation of the amount of curvature that you want in that thing according to the reference.
Bingo. I want everyone to stop right there and notice how if you take a straight line and just calculate how much curve should be there, you can then make the claim that curve exists and that you've measured it. Slow clap. Slow clap, friend.
They did what? Correctly.
No, friend, stop. You're assuming the water's curved, bro. You have flat water.
And then you
hold on.
The thing that you're making.
Right, so my friend, hold on. The previous guy who you asked 30 minutes ago, he critiqued you that you just assumed the water's curved, put the line parallel to the water, and then put the beam parallel to the line that's parallel to the water and assume that all three are curved and then call that a measurement. That's what you did, brother.
No, I never said the line was curved. Remember Catenary effect? I said specifically it wasn't curved. I read that out to you multiple times.
Okay, so let's be clear. If the line isn't curved and you parallel the metal to it and it's parallel to the water, then that means the water's not curved, and that means that the rail is not curved.
A reference didn't parallel it. You ever used a straight line before?
I build things, brother.
Great. So I built a fence not long ago, okay? And my fence, it was a picket fence, and that picket fence went up and down, up and down.
Correct.
Fences do. Right.
Absolutely.
Line, and then I referenced the amount that the middle picket would be up off this straight line. And from there, I could reference out the curve.
Perfect. So where did they do that in your example?
I just read it to you. They had a microscope that pointed at the string line and at the beam thing, and then they calculated how much they'd have to have of curve on that beam to match the water on an earth of a given radius. And they referenced the distance between the string line and the beam on the road.
What was the length of the string line? I don't know. Well, that done fucks it up, doesn't it, brother?
No, a gap in knowledge doesn't mean that the whole thing can be thrown out.
No, I'm saying if the string line isn't known, right?
God, what's the name?
And it's not sufficient to the task, and then you give us the answer that's not sufficient, that's going to screw up your argument. So how about you go get us that information?
Well, he also just justified all of the laser measurement he just got shown because like a gap in knowledge didn't disqualify the argument. So apparently he just justified all of the laser measurement. Thank you very much.
What did I justify?
You said there was if you have a gap in your knowledge that doesn't disqualify it, and you said that we don't know the exact temperature over the water in between the measurements of the lasers, and so according to your logic, that still stands.
That is almost a smart argument. It's close, but not quite there. So the problem is that I have a gap in my knowledge. That doesn't mean that they have a gap in their knowledge. So the people that actually built the tow tank didn't have a gap in knowledge. I just have a gap in my knowledge.
So you haven't provided the methodology.
The experiment had a gap in their knowledge. The people doing the experiment, the laser test, had a gap in their knowledge, which does invalidate their experiment because they didn't account.
Not really. It doesn't really. You're assuming that if there's a massive temperature differential, then the light's going to be able to travel around the ball and hit the target.
Yeah, it is. When we account refraction in...
Yeah, no, we don't have the conditions required when you measure the temperature on both ends.
Sorry, so...
Dude, I don't know why it's so hard to get, like...
We can get the conditions in the middle? Is that what you think?
I think you should get us the knowledge that you're gapping on, because that would be the thing that would validate your entire claim.
Yeah, like the length.
I don't need to be 100% fundamental.
No, it's not, dude. Right now, it's an assertion.
A reference to a piece of evidence.
Look, listen, friend. Guys calculating the curve they should expect and then forcing that expected calculation into a piece of metal doesn't prove the Earth is curved.
Of course it does. The tow tank works. So
holy frick, dude. No, let's be clear. Let's be clear, dude.
That's a logical fallacy, dude.
No, it's not. What logical fallacy is
it? It's called appeal to pragmatism. It works, therefore it's true.
I haven't heard that. Appeal to pragmatism.
Right. It also assumes...
You haven't even heard what your own argument is.
Correct. It also assumes that the variable in difference that they needed to account for would have made the object in question unusable had they not accounted for it. But when you look at the tolerances necessary in those machines, and you look at what the alleged curvature is over that distance, it's negligible, inconsequential, irrelevant.
So it doesn't seem to be that it's a pragmatic fallacy.
It is. You said it works. Therefore, the reasoning is correct. That was your claim that you just said to try to rebut me.
Well, no, it works because it physically exists. So a pragmatic fallacy would be something...
My truck... Oh, well, dude, my truck works. My truck works. Right? My truck works.
I believe X is true. Believing in X results in practical benefit... results in practical...
No, dude.
Therefore, X is true.
Dude, no, that's not how it works. Here, let's put it properly. Hold on.
Consult my horoscope, things always go wrong. So it seems like when there's actually like a physical thing, then the appeal to pragmatism is...
Dude, you're trying to say the tow tank works, therefore the Earth is curved. You're not trying to say the tow tank works.
Let me give an appropriate analogy. Epicycles work, therefore they're true.
Sorry,
Epicycles work, therefore they're true. That's the actual physical situation. Epicycles, yeah.
What are they?
It's a Ptolemaic model of orbits.
Do they work?
Yeah, they work. Yeah, they work great. They work better than frickin' Newton's model or Kepler's model. Yeah.
Can you reference that?
Oh, sure can.
Spell M.
Never heard of epicycles? Jesus Christ, man.
No, I haven't.
Some elementary shit.
Do you speak any English?
Epicycle model.
Yeah, they use them in a planetarium when you go there. When you go to a planetarium, and they project the planets and the stars on the ceiling, on the dome ceiling. They use epicycles. They don't use the heliocentric model to model. Just because you have a model that works doesn't make the model physically real or have some ultimate reality there. This shit is well known. It's not even an issue.
What do you mean by works? Do you mean as if we model something out, we get a result? Or do you mean as
and you got a result. Yeah.
Build things based on it or measure things based on it?
Yeah. That's called engineering. Yeah. It's awesome.
Yeah. What it's called is predictive evidence.
Okay. So
what they did is they predicted that the water would curve. They predicted in order to get their rail to match the water, they would have to make their rail curve. They then predicted that a string line would have to deviate at certain points by X amount in order to fit that curve prediction. And then it was all true. That's called science, buddy.
No. First of all, that's not called science.
I'm not seeing anywhere
that all would be like postdictions. Those are all like postdictions because they had to alter the string. I'm reading it right now.
No.
They had to adjust the string until it so-called aligned.
What part? Where's that?
I'm going to read it. A 0.33 millimeter dynamine fishing line was attached to one bespoke winch at each tail end. The line has a breaking point of about, that sounds precise, about 25 kilograms and very little stretching. Oh, that's scientific too, man. Very little stretching. It's not even like they have two things here that they didn't even quantify.
Sorry, you haven't validated your claim, mate. Go back to your claim.
Listen, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. Don't worry, man. There's more here. So, but I'm just saying, this does not sound like precision. Okay. Anyway, which allowed us to be pulled very tight and reduce the catenary effectively. A microscope was mounted on the rail to look down at the line and perform the adjustment with high precision. Right, so they adjusted the string until they got it to match where they wanted.
That's really sad.
So this is your repeated thing I've been listening to over and over again. When you get cornered in this box, you start talking about us and how our argument is and how sad our argument is, and you start talking about us. The way we're talking, the way we're arguing with you. Shut the fuck up. You're here for round 3 to get knocked out, dude. This is like, Hearns versus Haggard. There was never fight 2 and 3.
Where'd they move the string?
I think presumptions would be a better word than predictions.
Anyway, this is not a precision measurement. This is garbage, dude. Garbage.
Yeah, I'm referencing some experts that built something according to the curvature of the Earth and it worked. What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Are they lying? Do you think they're lying?
I think it's confirmation bias. That's what I think.
Okay, so they specifically machined and came up with a system to make the rail curve to fit what they thought the water would do, and it was correct. And you think that's confirmation bias? How does that work?
Yes, I do.
So if I was to think something like, no, like, if you just use like a base iron to make a camshaft, that'll be fine. Like, it's great. I believe that. Someone told me it had worked before because I used it in an old steam engine once. And then you do it and it fails because it's not the correct, metal to use.
Yeah, and how's that analogous to this?
So confirmation bias failed in the practical, didn't it?
Yeah, because that's why engineering, you do things by trial and error.
No, you
right. So things are manufactured all the time that fail, break.
Engineering is doing things by trial.
It is.
That's the dumbest thing I've heard. Honestly.
Well, then you've never actually made anything. Have you ever made anything in a manufacturing process? Have you ever worked in any manufacturing environment?
Yeah, I've worked in a couple of factories. They're shitty jobs, but yeah.
No, an actual manufacturing environment where they actually engineer, design, and make the product, and then have samples, and then the samples are gone through tests, and then you have the production line, and you start making it in production, and then you have to have quality control because not even that is a perfect process. It's called trial and error.
Yeah.
So you start with an idea, right? You maybe apply some models. And then you engineer some prototypes. Some of those prototypes will work. Some of them won't. Right? So if they could just do it by equations, then they should just be able to fill out the equations, do the math, start pumping out the products without ever testing them.
The one I worked in made fire-resistant suits for firemen. Right? But it was for firemen working with the army, so it was like armed personnel, fire-resistant suits. And what they did is they got the known tolerances for the fire-retarding capabilities of certain fabrics, and then they got their heat sink capabilities of other fabrics, okay?
Yeah.
They added all that in with the dimensions of a human being, and then they modelled that out so that any stitching would be covered. And then everything was cut, everything was manufactured, and they tested at the end to make sure that everything they'd done was correct. But everything they'd done was correct. They then updated it depending on user needs, but that fabric had known properties, and they
how did they know the properties?
That they
did they use equations, or did they test the fabric? So they got the fabric secondhand from somebody.
Someone else did.
Exactly. So they got it from somewhere in that place that manufactured the fabric.
Steel, do you? The manufacturer tests the steel to make sure the grade is correct and then sends it to you.
Yeah, they have test samples. They test samples, right? So they manufacture fabric samples.
Engineers buy things of known properties. They don't test everything.
Yeah, it's known because they tested it to trial and error and figured that stuff out.
Yeah, a long time ago, and now they're known properties, so engineers can make things using those known properties, like the engineers.
Yeah, so they're just using trial and error.
They knew the known properties of that fishing line before they started.
Not within any certainty, obviously.
Yep.
About 25 kilograms with quote unquote very little stretching. Not the stretching was not quantified. The break point wasn't actually quantified.
And
it could listen.
And
the catenary curve that they calculated existed might not have existed.
How do you know that? You're just coming up with that if they've had some monumental failure.
Because you think this is a precision, some sort of precision. Listen, because you think this is a precision measurement of curvature.
Precision in that document. How do you know they didn't have the precise properties of that string line and just vaguely referenced it because they couldn't be bothered going and looking it up again?
How do you know these people weren't fucking aliens from Mars and didn't just fucking throw a bunch of random words on the pick of paper? I mean, come on, dude.
We've never seen aliens in existence, but we've seen people in existence. We've seen engineers in existence. We've seen the properties of certain string lines in existence.
We don't see curved bodies of water in existence.
We've seen that when engineers calculate as much stuff as possible and it all works, then it's reasonable to assume these engineers are competent, aren't they?
We don't see curved bodies of water in existence. Fuck. No, that's stupid.
Where, heretic, where? Is that all you got?
You're just assuming shit, right? You're just assuming shit, which is par for the course.
Yeah,
it doesn't shock me.
Induction. I know it's scary to you guys.
Yeah. Inference and induction. Yeah, great. Affirming the consequence.
Oh, God. Can you say it again? Inference and induction?
Yeah, inference and induction, yeah.
What's inference?
Inductive logic is hinged on making inferences from observations. Is that not true? Is that not a true statement? Is that not a true statement? Yes or no?
Did you say inferences?
Yeah, dude, how come every time, see, the problem, one of your problems is you talk too much.
What you said properly.
You talk too much. Do you know how many times you have to say, I didn't hear you? Because you're fucking flapping your gums?
People. We're on Discord, mate.
Yeah, because you can't listen and talk at the same time. That's why you can't hear people.
Induction also doesn't lead to concrete conclusions. It only leads to strong or weak potentials.
Well, he didn't even do that. He just assumed his conclusion in the first place.
Well, no, I didn't. I gave.
Yeah, you did.
So what I have
no, you didn't.
And
you already admitted
my hypothesis is either
you assumed a curved water level, you matched some railings to the curved water level that you assumed, and then went, good, it's all curved. That's all you fucking did.
No, I didn't. What they did was they made the railing.
You're right. I misspoke. You didn't do that. That's what you think someone else did.
So we're at the point now of just muting me all the time? We're finally done? Do you want me to just go now? Are we done?
You can do whatever you want.
I can leave if you want. If you're just going to mute me anytime I'm halfway through a sentence.
Well, you can sit here and cry or you can leave. I don't care.
We just told you that, basically that you're over talking. I tried to tell you what the problem was, why it's not a good thing. Because it means you're not listening, right? And we're just wasting our fucking time, which I'd rather not do. Right. So
no, I was listening. I just think you're wrong. The reason I couldn't hear some people is because some people are low. So I'm trying to figure out who's talking, whose sound is low, so that I can turn them up so I can hear them better next time. Make sense?
Anyways, Linda, feel free to be a beta and leave if you want, but that wasn't what we were trying to do here.
Why would I be a beta if I left?
And you still haven't proven curvature or anything else. All the stuff you said is crap.
Why do you use the word prove?
I can't even read
evidence, which can never prove anything. It's called the problem of induction.
Trying to figure out why they need to compensate for curvature for this design.
Why
the rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth. Vertically?
Vertically?
Yeah, the rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth. Horizontally and in roll in Southampton, Saginaw, oriented tank of 138 meters.
Yes, that's talking about
is about 0.6 millimeters.
That's talking about the rail, in this case, has little like jacks under it to move it up and down before they set it. So they have to be aligned vertically. Those jacks have to be aligned vertically so that the horizontal lines up with the horizontal curve of the water. What's wrong with that?
Doesn't seem necessary for what they're doing.
Why? They're trying to do
I'm reading it,
measurements of different hull shapes.
Well, do you know what uncertainty and precision is?
Yes.
Okay.
Uncertainty is an unknown, and precision is to the highest degree of measured known. So for this tow tank, they need to know if there's a deviation in the railing, because that deviation in the railing would cause the hull of whatever thing they're testing to push further down onto the water, causing more drag and changing the results, or to go higher up over the water, which would reduce drag and ruin results.
Okay, and if they didn't do it right, what would happen? Let's say they did all this process and they did something wrong and they didn't know about it and it's not in this document. What would happen?
What would happen would be that the boat, when they move it along the railing, would experience more drag in some spots than other spots, which would mean they would.
You mean so they're trying to model drag? So this is a tank that's trying to model drag,
amongst other things. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what the even purpose is. It just seems like just some nonsense.
I can answer the question.
You get a boat and you get a hull design of that boat.
You're saying
some hull designs go faster than others.
Brother, you're saying the same thing, so we're going to break it down to simplicity. All you're saying is that the rails must be parallel to the water surface. So this entire procedure is to make the rail parallel to the water.
Yep.
Yeah. That's
only the center of Earth curvature is in calculations. Thank you. That's my case.
Again, because you were too upset and you cut out.
Well,
or they measured the curvature of the water level that they assumed.
All right, I'll say it
talking again while he was talking. So let me translate in normal speak.
Oh, I wasn't
normal speak
talking, but I'm talking while you were talking because it's kind of sad to start off like that. So, Arden, do you want to just say what you said again? Because I couldn't hear you because you got too upset.
Yes.
See, once again, talking about how we're talking. You're being exposed. You're a chump, dude. You're just a chump. If you're going to talk about us, I'm going to talk about you. You're a chump.
Anyway, I'll validate my position, which is this. I'm driving a truck, which has axles, which make noise. And I have auditory feedback in my ears to my voice, where I increase the amplitude of my voice based on how much roid noise. Right? It's not that I'm upset. So again, you failed. But anyway, I'll say it very calmly. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so here we go, friend. The entire methodology of the rails, the only thing that must be accomplished for the principle in question is the rails must be parallel to the water. It's all that has to be done.
I agree.
And all you need is a methodology that makes the rails parallel to the water. And all that is a distance from the top of the rail to the water surface. And that's all they have to do. All that other methodology and including calculations for earth curvature is superfluous.
Sure, if you look at the document, they didn't actually measure it off the water surface. If you were to look at figure 4, you can see that tank isn't full. They're not measuring off it. And figure 7 shows that they're using the microscope and the string line and the rail to check the deviation.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about this particular setup, but the other setup, which we already critiqued the last time a guy came in here with tow tanks, is they have a water channel next to the rail, and they use that water channel as the leveling channel. It's not the water in the channel.
Well, I'd love to hear about that. So which tow tank was that?
They're assuming the equipotential would be equivalent in both instances. So what they're doing is, really, truly, they're just making the rail parallel with the water. That's it.
Yes.
You said so yourself. That's the ultimate goal, is that the rail is intended to keep the same drag line on the boat, continuous over its entire journey on the rail. Now, in order for that to be true, it must be what? Parallel with the water's surface. Which that's all they're attempting to do. No, which is assumed to be curved in your worldview.
No. Well, yeah, they assumed it to be curved. We gave them the prediction that if they set the rail at a certain curve, it would match the water, which came true. And predictive evidence is the only good evidence.
How? Listen, how are they making the curve on the rail, friend?
They get the string line and they
listen. They curve the entire rail
based on their model.
What's the length of the line?
Adjust the rail, though. They adjusted the line.
Wait, no, they adjusted the rail. They didn't adjust the line. You were wrong about that. Remember, you read
so what I read was wrong.
They adjusted.
So what I read was wrong. That wasn't me That wasn't me freestyling. I was reading.
What you read didn't say they adjusted the line. If you look at figure 7, you can see that on the rail where they have 2 pins and they have a microscope pointing at the string. Okay. So that means at any given point, they can look at their model and they can see how far should the pins be from the string at this point.
So they didn't measure it in between the 2 points, right? Just like the laser test?
Say again?
So they didn't measure between the 2 pins, right? Just like the laser test?
They did, yeah. They measured between 2 things.
Right, but I still haven't gotten the answer to 2 questions.
In between the 2 points, because so if you have a curve, then you need that like the hump in the middle of the curve. So you're supposed to have
That's
this
what the string's for.
The strings to measure the hump.
Yeah. The string is a reference. It's completely horizontal reference, right? So from 2 points, it will be.
Yeah, he also claimed
2 points.
Yeah, before you continue. We got a caveat before you continue. That the allegation is that they...
Excuse me, Indio. I'm trying to listen to Arden right now.
Yeah, well, no. So they presuppose the...
I yielded the floor, brother.
Wait, Indio. Arden.
Yeah, great. Stop moderating our fucking chat, douche. Okay?
Yes, if you were paying attention...
They took the rail.
I yielded the floor to Indio.
I know. I don't know why you have to say it again. Stop humoring this clown, okay?
My apologies.
So, listen, I'm not falling for the distractions, man. So they have this beam, right? This rail, and they can adjust the rail, and they pull the string. And so, what are they adjusting both at the same time until they're within the?
Why do you think they're adjusting the string?
Because they think the string has to be within a certain distance of the rail, right?
No. The string just has to be a reference, a horizontal reference.
But they don't know if the string's horizontal.
Yes, they do. If you get
How do they know that?
You pull it taut between 2 points with very little catenary effect, it is a horizontal. It is a straight line.
How do you know there's very little catenary effect? That's what I'm asking you.
Because that's what they said.
Yeah, but very little is also some. They're only seeing a small deviation, which is very little. So they're seeing the very little catenary curve. What are you talking about?
How do you know? You're assuming that because you're biased.
You just assumed that there's very little catenary curve. Your answer was because I said so.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me ask a question.
What is the value for the catenary curve? And then, like, how did they measure this? Because you're going to have two inverted curves, right? You have the curved rail, and then you have the curved string. And the curves are opposite to each other. So one's curving down and one's curving up.
And it's a very...
Yeah, but I also want to know how long...
It's so hard they can't even measure the amount of catenary curve in the string.
That's not my problem. That's your problem.
Right, but also I just want to quick qualify.
Some catenary effect doesn't mean that catenary effect is enough to screw up their model.
They have to measure it, brother. Otherwise, they wouldn't know. By the way, also, you were asked... Hold on. It doesn't matter, dude. I just said they would have to. I'm trying to get to a different point. The
entire problem is that there's a catenary effect. Isn't that your entire problem at the moment?
Listen, the catenary effect is a constant in physics, bro. It can't be negated.
Yeah, but there are all sorts of problems that anything that you physically do, like there's some form of like tiny 0.000000001 problem in every single thing you do. But if it's not enough to screw up that thing, then who cares? It's like saying...
Right, so friend, for goodness sake, stop talking.
That thing can still work.
We all know that. Okay, what I want is the brass tacks. How long was the string?
Doesn't know.
How was the... Shut the fuck up, kid.
Why?
Thanks.
All you're going to do is you're going to ask...
Because I'm trying to complete it, dude.
When the...
Alright, I'm just... Dude. These things matter. So stop frickin' sidelining. For goodness sakes. You were asked how they know it was horizontal. You just said they affixed it to 2 points. Being randomly affixed to 2 random points in free space doesn't prove that anything's horizontal. You then said they got rid of the catenary. That's how they knew it was horizontal. But you didn't prove how they knew it was horizontal.
Didn't have a great
Dude, I'm speaking. Thank you. You then said that they got rid of the catenary problem somehow for whatever methodology they used, which you didn't quantify. You didn't give us the length of the string, so we can't even calculate any of these problems to even begin to say. So far, all this is a fanciful assertion with no data and no quantification to it.
Yeah, the engineers made it. It worked. They referenced they referenced the methodology they used. You just don't have the actual numbers in front of you, so therefore it's wrong. That makes no sense.
Dude. You haven't presented them. And your appeal, again, is just to the pragmatic at work. Dude, listen, the methodology they used got, let's just say, for lack of a better term, it got the rail parallel with the water. Great.
Right.
What does that prove? Nothing. It just proves that the rail is pretty parallel to the water. That's it.
Pretty parallel?
Yes, because of the sentences that you just talked through, everybody, about error bars and all this other nonsense. You know it's not perfectly parallel. Good grief, dude.
So, Heretic, you said it's a pragmatic appeal again, but it isn't actually a pragmatic appeal.
It is. You said it works.
No, a pragmatic appeal would be for something unknown and unmeasurable.
What?
Where's the measurement?
Our own definitions.
It's for something unknown and unmeasurable, something abstract, like astrology work.
It is unknown. You already told us it was a gap in your knowledge, dude. You already told us the measurements that we needed were a gap in your knowledge, so they are unknown. You don't have the measurements. Yeah, okay, how do you know they don't know what they know?
You also admitted it was a gap in their knowledge because they didn't add it in there and have it nowhere presented, so...
So let's link their engineering specs for this whole thing. Do you not understand that?
Right, but the other one that we did, bro.
Find a flaw that you can exploit in this when you guys don't have a single measurement of straight. Like, I gave a glaring flaw in your laser test. You
didn't. Actually, you just showed your ignorance. You actually just showed your ignorance.
Did I, Indio? Do you want to talk about that? Do you want to? If I get 2 points across a bay and I just measure what point A and point B's temperature are, does that tell me the refractive index across the bay? 1, 2, 3.
No, it does not tell you the refractive index across the bay.
It could,
because
possibility.
Could you explain how it could?
You could apply modeling and you could assume it.
They didn't apply modeling, though.
Yeah, why would you?
So
You need
they
to
didn't
first
calculate a
establish that
value?
there is refraction. You need to establish that those models are correct.
But you can't establish if there's refraction unless you measure a difference across the bay, can you?
They
Yeah, that
did.
would be something
They did have 2 meteorological stations at each end.
Yes,
You
of
know
course
that,
there'd be
right?
something different, Drace, you fucking idiot.
So you
No,
do know
you're
that
the idiot
2
here,
meteorological stations, right?
Yes.
You know?
And they said meteorological station 1 and meteorological station 2 show X, but all that distance in between, they didn't measure any points on that and then map out the refractive index. Refraction doesn't happen between point A and point B. It happens the entire way in between. There's any sort of change.
No, that's not how refraction works. That's not how refraction works.
Of course it does.
No.
Light goes
Show
from
that.
one dense medium to another dense medium. All that has to be is a change in temperature, pressure, or like humidity of that air.
No,
Any
it's
change
not.
at all, any
It's
deviation
called
at all will
optical
cause the beam
density.
of light to
It's
move.
not just the density
Yeah,
of the
we
medium.
covered this with him before. Yeah, we've been over this
Yeah.
optical density. He was
What about it?
furiously Googling or something.
Yes, you guys say it's optical density. Optical density can be changed by factors like temperature, the density.
Yeah, it can, but you also require the correct boundary conditions to those temperature gradients to be able to refract things, and you don't have those conditions all the time. And it also it depends on those angles and the optical gradients.
So
which
you know what,
direction
like
the light goes. The light can go up and down.
So you know what, like ISIL, not only did they horizontally pan it, they vertically panned the laser, and on top of that, they did it twice. They did it twice 3 weeks apart. And they got the same result. So they just have like,
what does that mean?
So they have to have the same magical refraction conditions, the same 2-3 weeks apart.
And in different directions at different ranges. They didn't just horizontally pan the laser. They panned the laser horizontally.
It seems like they had different outcomes.
See, here you go again.
I'm speaking, brother. Okay.
AI, please.
Yes. They panned the laser to targets at different ranges. So, for example, in the 25-mile shot, the 25 miles was the final target, but they panned it through like a 4-mile target, a 14-mile target, etc.
And this was done 3 weeks
it seems
apart.
like they've got different. It seems
The firing line is hot.
It
seems like they have different what?
They have different measurements for every single laser test that they did.
What does that mean?
Well, considering
different measurements of what?
They say refraction exists. Yeah. And they say that the laser is hitting different points, but it's just within the tolerance they set based on the refraction that they think, to fit a flat Earth model, right?
No, they're tested. They tested the WGS-84, and it's outside those values by 2 orders of magnitude.
Because they didn't look at the refractive index between the 2 points. So the 2-week change would cause a small change in refraction in the refractive index, right? It wouldn't be
Okay, so how much refraction does there have to be to get the result they got?
Well, we could look at that if you'd like.
Yeah, let's look at that. Give us the model that can make that prediction.
Let me know when you're done with
the Bislin Advanced Earth Curve Calculator.
That doesn't, first of all, there's no predictions in that. I said a model that makes predictions, not post-diction.
Yeah, so the Walter Bislin Advanced Earth...
Yeah, those are post-dictions. I want predictions.
Observation data, and then you just change the refractive index.
Yeah, that's a post-diction. That's not a prediction.
I just.
Yeah, hold on.
For a second. Let me know when you're done with this point so I can jump in because I wanted to ask him a question, but I won't mute him.
Yeah, but I want to. No, don't unmute him.
Amount of time, Miggy. I'll just yield for you.
Yeah, I will let AI because I don't know. You guys were in the point right now, but I don't know. AI.
Yeah, we can wrap it up very quick. So what he did there is he has an ex post hoc solution. Because he's going to go to this calculator and just change the dial until the dial fits the observation, which he already said he will do, which is no observation can debunk the globe because you can always input refraction to be sufficient ex post hoc. which is not proper reasoning or proper anything. All right,
And, and basically, the calculator doesn't simulate anything. If you look at the Black Swan so-called simulation, okay, if you look at the rays, they invert. So the image that you should be shown should be half inverted. But he doesn't show that, right? So all he's doing is adjusting pixels up or down, but never adjust the orientation. So that calculator doesn't simulate anything.
Well, it does simulate one thing, so let me finish up with this, is that it simulates an increase in the radius of the Earth to lower the Sagittar via the circle segment formula. In other words, it models a lower hump between point A and point B, which means it's effectively flattening out the Earth to account for observations that debunk the globe, conceding that the Earth looks flat. I yield.
Okay. I'm going to unmute him. Dogs, if you can hear me, I just need to ask you a question before you go on. Or maybe you just want to respond real quick so I can ask you?
Yeah, it'll only take me 2 seconds to respond.
Yeah, go ahead.
The problem is what you said about Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator flattening out the Earth is that it flattens out the apparent geometric horizon, not the actual one. You get that? And there's no problem with a post hoc falsification of an experiment. The problem is if you have a positive claim and you want evidence for that positive claim, you then need to make it predictive. So I'm not saying the Earth is a curve because I can post hoc use refraction to account for a flat Earth like experiment.
Man, I want to respond, but go ahead, Miggy. I'll bite my tongue till later.
Yeah, we'll just, I guess you can respond. I just wanted to ask you maybe 2 questions. Can we know 100% sure that the Earth is a globe in any way?
No.
Okay. Second question. Has anyone directly measured surface curvature?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me who?
Transcontinental arc, the parallel.
Who? No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying who directly measured it? Was there, what persons were there, or people? Was there a group of people?
I could find the people that did it, but
no, I know that, but I'm saying, do you know?
That's called a genetic fallacy, so it doesn't really matter.
No, I'm asking you a question though. Either you know or you don't, right?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so you don't know. Yes, it's a problem. It's definitely a problem because the whole topic and the debate surrounds the information of a baseline of knowledge that you do not have, which right now currently seems to be stemming
How
from
does the knowledge of who made the...
Okay, so I'm trying to tell you, unless you want to interrupt me and then form your own conclusion. It's up to you. So the knowledge base of what you have right now...
You lagged there, so I interrupted while you were lagging.
Oh, all right. So can you hear me now? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so basically...
Go ahead.
Okay, so the knowledge base that you have right now is built on derivative topics that's surrounding like a giant puzzle piece that you're trying to put together. They're like all these little clues are going to equal to like curvature. That's what I've been listening to for the past, I don't know, hour and a half that you've been in here. That's what it sounds like to me. You have a lot of evidences that are going to equal to your answer. Is that correct?
That is correct. What's wrong with that?
Because it's not one single direct measurement of the thing in question. So let's put it this way. I'm just going to give you an analogy, right? Like the ones you've been using. So basically, if I have a basketball and I tell you it's a cube, you would be telling me that it's incorrect. And I would be saying, how? You said, because we can directly measure this thing, which it turns out it's going to be a sphere with a radius, diameter, and circumference. And you can show me how in math, also in principle, how this actually operates in reality. So if I was to tell you to do the same with the geometric shape that you're actually standing on, it would not be the same, and I would ask you why. Because it's the same thing in reality, something tangible, something you can actually look at, and you can actually apply maths and then directly measure the thing that you're in question, right? So in this instance, it feels like it's a bit more obscure, and all these little clues that you're talking about don't seem to add to the single direct understanding that we know that the Earth is curving with the set rate that they're telling us, with the diameter and radius. So what we're doing right now is we're going round and round and arguing about derivative topics, never getting to the underlying premise that the Earth is indeed measured curvature, because we have all the metrics, as you may or may not know. They're made public to everybody, so we can pull those up and we know what they are. So what I'm saying is that it's a fruitless endeavor that you're on right now, this quest to actually try to prove the thing that you're actually trying to prove, but without proving it directly, but indirectly. And so maybe to you that makes sense, but to everybody here, knowledge works. I know, but I'm saying, but to everybody here, it makes more sense to directly measure the thing in question, and that hasn't been done.
Can you directly measure something that is as large as the Earth?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. With the variable. Listen, because I'm going to tell you.
Can you do it the same as a basketball in your hand?
Yes, absolutely.
No, you can't. You can't, because you're big, and you can have bigger things to use as measuring tools for that Earth, right? For that basketball, sorry. But for the Earth, you can only measure a small patch of the Earth at a time.
So that's the thing, though. How did we do it in the first place? Because we have these metrics.
Transcontinental arc, the parallel.
Okay, so is that how we derive the metrics of the Earth? Yes or no?
Well, no. What we did is we have tested it many different ways. Some haven't been exclusive to globe Earth. Some could be experienced on a flat Earth, but we have then done some that are conclusively for a globe Earth. Did you hear what I just said, or did you start talking after you'd rambled for like 4 minutes?
We have the metrics. You don't want to look at the metrics.
Do you hear what I just said? Do you hear what I just said, buddy?
No, because it's not the actual direct measurement of the Earth's curvature by which we have.
So do you have a direct measurement of flat Earth? Yes or no?
I don't need to directly measure something.
Exactly. You're a fucking hypocrite.
Okay, so now you're resulting to insults because you're losing. You don't know how to provide evidence for the direct measurement of the Earth's curvature, so you want to spiral.
Transcontinental arc of the parallel. What's wrong with that?
Is this your out? Because it's not directly measuring the surface curvature. That's why. And I asked you, is it? You said no. You conceded. That's great.
No, it is. Transcontinental arc of the parallel directly measures the curvature of the Earth.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Does it do we derive the metrics of the Earth's size from that?
Yes.
Show me where.
Great. I will link you the document.
It's a document that you didn't read.
Yeah, the one I did read that you didn't understand. You thought that,
dude, you can listen.
That they listed as direct measurements. You thought they'd already applied some form of transformation.
They did.
Read page 47 this time.
They did.
No, they didn't, Indio. Remember, you linked it to me and you read it, and it said that they had put the data in and then they put the calculation.
Sorry,
it's called a horizontal reduction.
So, listen, I asked him for direct measurement. He said no. Now he's saying yes. He's going back and contradicting himself. But what he's going to post, because we've all seen this document, right? This PDF. I think is it page 19? Is it on the 4th paragraph? He's going to be astounded to know that it's not. They didn't directly measure anything. They actually pulled it off the Clark spheroid model. That's what they're using. So they didn't measure the curvature of the Earth.
He's denying that that's what they did.
Right, but that's what it directly says on the PDF that he's probably going to post if he hasn't posted it already.
He's denying it means that.
This dude is infamous, though.
In his own meaning.
He's infamous for denying his own references. That's all he does here.
So the thing that I asked him were 2 questions. Can we know if the Earth is measured to have curvature? He's 100%. Like, can we know that? He said no. Second one was that has it ever been directly measured? And the answer was still no. It was because he's trying to use all these derivative topics to ruffle feathers and try to make it seem like he has a point when he does not. And he starts to get angry and starts to put out insults because he doesn't have an answer. But that's all I wanted to say, just to expose him that he doesn't have an answer, and he wants to dance around and that's all he knows. And that's all I have to say. I yield the floor.
I did notice he had a lot of direct, pointed personal insults. Now, I did swear at him to say shut up because he was constantly over-talking and through-talking.
Okay, can I talk about Mickey for a second? And how he started off with a genetic fallacy?
We'll talk about him? Or do you want to talk about the arguments?
No, his argument. His argument was a genetic fallacy. His argument was, I didn't know who did the measurement, so therefore the measurement is wrong.
That's not a genetic fallacy.
No, he was talking about you. He wasn't talking about the argument.
I don't know who measured the transcontinental.
No, he's pointing out that you have a belief. That's what he's pointing out.
Yeah, you just have a belief.
That's exactly how he started his argument. Is that how you started your argument? Because I wrote it down.
Yeah, that's okay. If you think about his first question,
I said no because we can't be sure of anything. It's epistemology. If you knew anything about knowledge, you'd know that.
Oh my goodness, dude!
You said that because I don't know who did it, I'm lacking some knowledge that makes that an actual like a good argument. When that's
that was your interpretation, but he never said any of those words.
He specifically said I was lacking some fundamental.
Yeah, that's right. But he didn't
sources that would make my sources incorrect.
No, you're adding that yourself. The incorrect part, you're adding that. He never said that part.
Okay, so for everything I've argued so far, what have I done that have made my arguments incorrect?
Okay. He wasn't arguing against your arguments. He was illustrating the fact that you have a belief.
He was using a genetic fallacy, yeah.
No. Dude, what don't you understand? He was just illustrating the fact that your claims about whatever measurements exist out there, the results of which that you don't actually know are just a belief. Oh my God, dude.
Anyway,
it's about you, dude. This isn't about the measurements. It's about you. Are you like some weird narcissist?
Page 19 of the Arc of the Parallel. Isn't that great?
Dude, listen, before you read that, you need to specifically rebut the claim that they pulled that stuff off of that model.
Well, how about this? I can get right to the heart of this. Why do they use a reference ellipsoid? Why do they use a reference ellipsoid in the first place? Why is this even used? They're just measuring curvature. Or what?
We have previous information that tells us the Earth is a sphere. So based on that previous information, people now assume it because it makes sense to do so.
But why is it used anywhere in any calculation ever? Why do they need it? Why is it necessary?
Previous evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, that's awesome. But why do they need it? You're not answering the question. Why do they need it in the equations? Why does it exist?
For the
why not just use the raw measurements, right, and then just come up with it like that? Why use the measurements and reduce them to an ellipsoid? Why are they doing that?
They have the raw measurements and they have the ellipsoid measurements.
Okay, so why are they reducing their raw measurements to the ellipsoid surface, the sea level? Why are they doing that?
Because they want to fit the measurements that they've made onto one larger, grander set of maps or measurements.
Okay, that are based upon old measurements. Were they reduced to another ellipsoid?
No idea what you're talking about.
So you just said the ellipsoid is based upon measurement. Dude, don't overtalk me. Don't overtalk me because you know you're fucked now. You're fucked and you know it, dude. Yep, that's right. You're fucked and you know it. You're fucked and you know it, dude. Sorry. You know you're fucked. That's why you're trying to fucking rabble-rouse right now. Listen, you said the ellipsoid's based upon some previous measurements. So these new measurements, arc of the triangulation, they reduce the measurements to the horizontal directions to the surface of this Clark ellipsoid. Where'd they get the Clark ellipsoid from? And when they took those measurements, did they reduce it to some other ellipsoid? How far back does it go?
Assumption upon assumption upon assumption.
To the first measurement of the radius of the Earth, you fucking moron.
When was that?
Do you understand how stupid you are?
When was that?
I don't know. Maybe I don't.
Oh, you don't know.
That's probably prior to Eratosthenes, but Eratosthenes did the first one, and then we.
Sorry, I missed that. I missed that.
Actually correct, using different styles
of measurement. Is he going to talk about Al-Biruni?
We've done it dozens of different ways. How do you guys not understand?
When was this measurement, dude?
Hey, the radius of the Earth's never been measured and can't even be measured in your paradigm.
His whole argument is based on he doesn't know. That's it. I've been saying I don't know this whole time, dogs.
You blow your father with
That's embarrassing, bro.
Look, you know what the answer is.
Look. Should we just
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself, dogs.
Yeah, you're so emotional, man. What you talking about? AI's emotions?
Go back and learn some more.
Let's have a good cry.
Yeah, I got a shoulder you can cry on. Go on. Go back to McToon and go get some more information from him because you're not up to date, bro. This is weak sauce, bro.
You guys haven't given a single argument for flat Earth.
Bro. You don't know about I don't know. I don't know. Are you 100% sure? No, we can never be. Well, you don't know anything, bro.
Dude, it's not.
Anyone that knows about epistemology knows you can't be 100% sure about anything except.
Well, then you don't know the Earth.
Thank you for admitting that.
Yeah,
And
that's nonsense. It's provisional knowledge. It's knowledge that isn't 100% complete, but it is still knowledge. You have two competing hypotheses, and one has over 50% probability of being correct based on predictive evidence, then you should go with the hypothesis that has a greater predictive evidence. This is epistemology 101. It's fallibilism.
Dude, you just don't know. That's
your lack of fundamental knowledge about knowledge is the problem. That's why you're all fucking flat earthers, because you're too dumb to understand.
You don't know anything, dude. I love it. I love that you don't know. Please.
What he basically said is that if
tell me why fallibilism is incorrect.
If something has a greater than 50% probability and you have no other alternatives, you should accept it as true until something new comes along. Then it becomes false. Hooray.
Great. That's great. So give me something new that comes along that disproves the globe.
You don't know. That's all.
Nothing's come along that proves the globe.
That's all, folks.
I just gave you like 4 different things, didn't I?
Yeah, 4 different things that don't prove.
Yeah, 4 different things that you don't understand.
From towers is one. Yeah.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't, dude. Towers are not evidence of curvature. You're a clown, dude.
Go try to.
We need to find some way to disprove these things instead of just saying.
You haven't proved it in the first instance, you weirdo.
I didn't add in this specific number.
You haven't proved it in the first instance, dogs. So don't even be saying that you got all this evidence. You got shit, bro. You ain't proved nothing.
Can you tell me what's
you're
wrong
over here
with
saying that I don't know. I don't know. That's what you said, bro.
We got to do that again.
If you read that document, there's not enough information in that document to make an evaluation. And
but
you
that
claim
doesn't mean
that
it's wrong, does it? The experts, the people that built it, say
the experts, exactly. Exactly. You just said it all. Your actual true epistemology, the experts.
Oh, by the way,
all highfalutin.
By the way, that's a genetic fallacy. The experts, it comes from the experts, therefore it's true. It's a genetic fallacy.
A genetic fallacy would be because they are the people that did it, it must be correct. But the problem is that they did it correctly using the methodology that they chose.
Are you keep saying I don't know, dogs? We're used to you saying that already in here, so just keep saying I don't know. That'll win an argument anytime.
What's the correct methodology? How do you know the methodology is correct? Give us the methodology then.
I don't have to. The toe tank works.
Okay, so you don't know the methodology, but you know it's the correct methodology. How does that work?
The same fallacy. This is crazy.
It works, dude.
The tank works.
And because the experts worked on it, and it works.
Because the rail and the...
So nothing to do with their methodology, just the experts, exactly like these guys just said. Cool.
No, the thing itself, the toe tank works. That's evidence that the engineering works.
Yes.
Works because the thing works. That's how engineers work, you idiots. Do you not understand this?
Yeah. So I got a PDF from an engineer from Australia that says just because it... Oh, do you want me to... Okay. Now, hold on.
I read your last PDF. Do you remember what happened there?
No, I don't. Well, you read what PDF?
Big failure in them not calculating refraction across a body of water?
Yeah, they don't. They don't need to because it's an unproven quantity. Gee, that's why I asked you. Let's actually go back to that.
Wait, is this a YouTube video?
Let's go back to that
video. This is the calculus I won't teach.
Listen, don't mute him anymore. Let him talk. Right? Don't interrupt me. We're gonna have a real interchange. Fucking interrupt me, I'm just gonna kick you the fuck out of here. Okay? It's gonna be like that. So check this out. I asked you, what model for refraction should we use to make predictions? You are aware that there are probably a dozen to maybe 24 models of refraction going back 150 years. Which model should we use that makes predictions? Which one?
Snell's law.
Snell's law doesn't work.
Why?
Because it doesn't preserve the angles.
It doesn't preserve the angles. That's the whole point of refraction. Refraction is the angles changing.
Okay, so in a gradient index medium, you can't use Snell's law because the angles are not preserved. Okay, so hold on, I'm
The
describing.
angles are not preserved. Can you explain what that means? Because the angles aren't meant to be preserved. The angle is meant to go from A medium to B medium. The angle is to change the inference angle.
Yes,
and then
that's
from
right.
B medium is meant to change again. Then from C to D, it's meant to change again. Then from D to E, it's meant to change again. So at what point?
Sine theta is a conserved quantity in Snell's law.
Say again.
Right.
I didn't hear
Sine
that.
theta. Sine theta. The angle is a conserved quantity. Okay. So the angle of incidence and the angle of refraction have to sum to 180 degrees. Right? Because they have to be normal.
Sine theta has to be 180 degrees.
The sum of the angles. The sum of the angle of incidence to the medium's interface, right?
Yeah.
And the angle of refraction have to sum to 180 degrees.
Okay, and?
Okay, so in a gradient index medium, that's not the case. If you apply Fermat's principle, I just posted a PDF that runs through the mathematics. I don't expect you to go through it now.
Live stream text?
Is yes, right? I even posted the PDF, right? So it says sine theta conserved along the light path. And it goes on. Snell's law states that the quantity sine theta is not changed in the refraction of light passing from one medium to the other. We acquire whether this is true in a general case where the speed of light varies continuously within a medium. That is a gradient index medium. Right? So you have to apply Fermat's principle. Right? The principle of least time. So you understand that. Final result of these exercises is that, contrary to initial expectations, the answer to the question in the title is negative. So there's problems with using Snell's law and a freaking on like some gradient index medium, because you would end up having weird ducting, weird reflections, right? So if you modeled, right, so a medium with n number of indexes of refraction mediums, how many freaking layers are you going to use? Right. So what you could end up happening is the light being trapped within one of these layers and never exiting, especially if the light ever ends up going horizontal. So if it ever ends up going horizontal, it's never going to transition some barrier, right? Some interface. So if you look at Andrew Thomas Young's website, he admits this, that it results in a singularity if you use Snell's law, right? If you use Snell's law and the Earth is flat, right, and you have a medium at that level, so 6 feet, right, and you even have a gradient, right, you can even have a temperature gradient, that light, if it's horizontal, will never transition into any other refractive index medium, because it's horizontal over a flat plane. So if you model out mathematically, yeah, it'll just go on forever. Right? The only reason you all say there's bending light, right, is because you have a curving gradient. I'm not gish galloping. Just because you can't comprehend what's being said, because this is above your pay grade, ain't my problem. That's your problem.
Well, I'm reading through this, and I'm not seeing the part where they conclude. So what page is it where they conclude?
The conclusion? Scroll down.
Yeah.
The conclusion's literally in the abstract. You don't even have to read the conclusion. You can scroll down to it.
So in the introduction.
So you see, you've never read actually any scientific material, so this is just like fucking Chinese to you.
Well, the conclusion is usually...
I've been reading this shit for 20 years.
It's in the abstract.
The conclusion is in the abstract. The answer to the question in the title is negative. Is sine theta conserved along the light path? That means, says, Snell's law states that the quantity and sine theta is unchanged in the refraction of light. Is sine theta conserved along the light path? The answer to the title is negative. The answer is in the abstract. They don't use Snell's law to model in physics, gradient index medium. Abstract, I posted it literally in the chat.
It also provides...
Look.
The final results exercise that, contrary to an initial expectation...
Let me ask you this. Does Walter Bisgund's simulator use Snell's law?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It uses Fermat's principle.
Okay, if he uses Fermat's principle, who cares?
Okay, so does Mick West.
What's the difference? What's the applicable difference between the two?
Is that there's no boundary.
In Fermat's principle?
Yeah, there's no boundary. You integrate over the light path, basically.
No. Yeah.
It's to use the calculus of variations of integrate over the light path. Whereas one is just simply algebraic or trigonometric, if you want.
And?
That they're not mathematically equivalent, dude.
They are.
You understand?
The outcomes are still generally the same.
No, Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle.
They're still.
Where you have a well-defined medium. No, they're not.
Yes.
Snell's law is a special case, right? Snell's law is a special case where you have two well-defined mediums with a well-defined boundary.
Based on Snell's law and Fermat's principle, would they be roughly equivalent?
In one case, where you have a medium where you have two mediums with different refractive index that are homogeneous, isotropic, and have a well-defined boundary. That special case, that's what it models. Which is great for designing lenses. Right? You can use the thin lens equation, no problem. Easy peasy. Then you still get to the engineering.
That's principle, which states the light travels the path which takes the least time. By taking the derivative of the optical path length, the stationary point is found, giving the path taken by the light. And there are situations of light violating Fermat's principle by not taking the least time path, as in reflection or a spherical mirror. In a classic analogy, the area of lower refractive index is replaced by a beach, the area of higher refractive index by the sea. And the fastest way for a rescuer on the beach to get to the drowning person in the sea is to run along the path that follows Snell's law.
Yeah, because you have a well-defined boundary. Sand in the water. You go one speed over the sand and another speed over the water. So you want to find the path which is the most efficient to reach the person. Well, the principle of least time. Which one takes you the least time? Should you run through the sand more? Should you freaking swim more? Which one should you do?
Great, so they both use the principle of least time.
Fermat's principle, or Snell's law, is a special case of Fermat's principle.
Right? Okay, great. So why doesn't Snell's law work?
I told you, because it's a gradient. So now you have the sand, right? So the sand is continuously varying. In the water, your speed through the water is also continuously varying. Actually, there is no sand in no water because there's no well-defined boundary. It's just all sand. And your velocity through any given point in the sand, like at point, there's 0.0, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, but there's a continuum. It's a continuous change. It's a continuous change, right? It's not a discrete change, like at a boundary, which is Snell's law.
Why is that a problem? So think about it like this time. You have X speed on sand, X and Y speed on water, and then you replace that water, and you have the speed across just sand being equivalent to the average speed between X and Y. And all it is just
I don't know how to explain this to you. If you don't understand basic mathematics, I just don't know how to explain it to you.
Well, I just explained to you what Snell and Fermat's law, the difference in the principles. One says you go from X to Y, and the other one says there is a gradual change between X and Y. But if they both end up with very, very similar end results based on, the different optical...
Do they end up with similar results?
Of the mediums. Yeah.
Yeah, where's your evidence for that, dude? Like, seriously.
The paper you cited. They only found very, very small deviations using different calculations. In your paper that you cited.
Well,
every FLIRF paper disagrees with them.
What did you say?
Every FLIRF citation disagrees with them.
Dude, okay, you just said that there's a difference. Previously, you said they were the same. Okay, it doesn't disagree with me. It disagrees with you. That's a crazy projection. Now it's close enough. Before you were saying it was the same.
I'm waiting for evidence that it isn't. Can you tell me why Snell's law wouldn't work across a lake?
Because it's not a well-defined boundary. It's a single medium, so they have to.
You can take all the different mediums, and it's not a single medium because optical density changes depending on the temperature and the amount of air, the amount of water in the air, and the density of the air and the pressure in the air. So you can.
So tell me, in reality, how would you model this out? How would you model this out? This gradient, right? This air gradient. How would you model this out?
I don't know. I don't have enough knowledge in maths for that, but I understand the concept.
Yeah, yeah. So you would have to use an infinite amount of
to B density, or X density to Y density.
How many layers do you need?
Is that there is a gradual change between A density and B density. That's all it is.
How many layers until you approximate thermal?
Anybody here? Hello? What's up, everybody? Good morning to y'all. Hopefully everybody's having a good day.
Good morning. I think that's Miggy.
That is me. I just paused the right now.
Okay, I'm just getting in the car and drive to work today.
Were you guys listening to the debate with Dogs Are Gods and the team?
I just logged in just a few seconds ago, just before you said hello.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, same. Good morning.
What's up, Edward?
Dream, baby.
Have you heard the entire debate with Dogs Are Gods? It's a really good debate, actually.
I have not.
Oh, if you like, I don't mind listening.
Yeah, it's winding down. Actually, we're hitting the final points of that debate.
Is it on the 24/7 YouTube?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it should be.
Nice. I'll do it.
It's great because it highlights. Well, I mean, you might want to call him like a sophist, but he contradicts himself in many ways. Like that, he's having a discussion with us. What you find is that when you try to hold somebody to a point that's the opposing side that believes the Earth's a globe, they can change what they say contrary information on the fly. Whilst in the debate. So if his previous point was no, it changes to a yes later. And if people in the audience don't catch it, you have to point it out.
He's that skilled at it, essentially.
Yep.
Wow.
There's a lot of people that can pull it off, but they have to baffle people with bullshit. So in the middle of them changing the no to a yes, like when they change their mind, they have to support the reason why they changed their mind and then make it seem like they were saying yes all along.
Yeah. Go back and polish it all up like that was the whole argument anyway. It's all one drama.
That's one of my favorite lines. If you can't dazzle people with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit.
Yep. And he was attempting to do that within the argument. There was a couple of arguments that he had. So he was talking about the toe tanks, which some of these anti-flat earthers usually bring up when they're in a conversation with us, trying to provide evidence that they're using methods that are going to provide us with information that the Earth is curving, because they're saying that in their articles, like whatever articles it was that he was presenting, he was like, well, they're using this method of watching this fishing line, and this fishing line is measured to be following the curve of the Earth within the toe tank. And then we're asking him for information as to like how did they derive that. He didn't know like the specifics, so that was pertinent information to his example that he didn't know. And then it was arc of the triangulation, or the arc of the parallel triangulation, that a PDF that is well known by anti-flat earthers to actually support a case that the Earth has been measured to have curvature. Where at first, when I asked him, when I was speaking to him, this was another point that he got on. I asked him specifically, is this information, does it support the case that they've measured the Earth's curvature? So to derive the radius, diameter, circumference. And he said no. Later on down the conversation, he said yes, that it is used to support the case that we've got the metrics from this. So he changed his mind, and people didn't realize that he had done that. Now, I had said that, I was elucidating to the audience that he's done that sleight of hand, and anybody that's listening to him doesn't realize that he's changing his mind. Like, how can you do this if your point that you're standing on should be supported by the information? Now you're changing your mind and saying that it does provide the evidence for the radius, diameter, circumference. And that was another point. And of course, Indio was talking to him like currently right now, and where I paused the bot of Snell's law, because he was saying that we can know that the Earth is curved because the light that's traveling through the air is going through different media, which is would be requirement for that refraction to take place. Which is why people in the like the eye business, they have corrective lenses for the people, because that's the applicable knowledge that they know of, because the light traveling through the density of the air and also refracting through the glass that you're looking through, and just collaborating that information from like the lens, like the focal strength, can change the how somebody can perceive light through the air, because that's how you can see better, right? So refraction does indeed work in Snell's law, and that it's applicable because there's two media that you're using, which is the lenses that you're wearing and the air that you're seeing through, the light traveling through the air, through the lenses. So that's why that works. But he was saying that you can actually have that only in just air by itself. And that doesn't work. So that's his argument for Indio, and I'm trying to summarize, but these are the different points that he was bringing up and why we were discussing with him that it's not applicable. Because the air in and of itself is not different media, it's the same media.
And so you can't actually use it as the different, like I think he asked him about what the gradient was, but you can't use that or he can't use that as what would actually make it refracting.
Exactly, because it's not refraction what he's discussing. So like when we give him the example of the black swan, they always point out, well, look at the bendy cranes, because there's turbulence in the air. And we point out that it's not refraction. That's not refraction. That's air turbulence, and the mirroring effect, and there's other phenomena that is akin to them saying like Fata Morgana or just other types of effects in the air. But it's not the refraction that they're assuming that it is. So they're saying the case of what they're trying to say is that things farther past the vision of someone that can see on the globe Earth is things are being loomed up over the Earth with the light, like it's brought to you over the curve, so you could see it farther past where the predicted geometric horizon should be, whereas the leading edge of the sphere is. That's why you can see past the hump or sagittale of the Earth, because you're seeing past that due to the fact that you have refraction. That's why he was trying to make the strong case for that, but it's not. You can't, because you need two media, which is once again the issue.
They keep conflating that. And one question on that gradient thing and the way they talk about refraction. Wouldn't it only be visible one way if it were to be that, or if it were to be, I don't know, the cause? Because with the refraction, it seems like, okay, it's always going down, 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 down from one direction to the other.
Yeah.
And which would mean it's more dense where I'm at, less dense where the oil rig is at, we'll say. And then, so you wouldn't be able to see it the other way because it would be going from a more dense to a less dense. Does that not?
No, well, at the level we're traveling through, there, yeah, I get what you're saying, but in the fact that, you know, the thing that we're seeing in the distance is due to the fact that the Earth's curvature is bringing us the image. You know, light's traveling over the curve, bringing that image to us. And sometimes refraction is like, how they describe it is when refraction acts less on the you know, on objects or whatever. Some objects may appear closer than they are. It's like when you're reading the rearview mirror of your vehicle. You know, objects may appear closer than they seem, or some shit. Like they're trying to say that in certain days that's happening due to the refraction. You know what I mean? And so if it was applicable, like the way they say, then they're trying to gauge like where the object is due to the fact that like there's this amount of terrestrial refraction bringing it up over the curve on certain days. On certain days, it's not bringing it up over the curve. So it's not the fact that it's you know, less dense where it is and more dense where you are, or vice versa. It's the fact that what they're saying, due to the fact that there's this much refraction in the day, then that's going to. And so Indio was telling him, give me the predictive model of what refraction states so that I can, if I wanted to, I could look at an image, like a picture, and I'd be able to dictate what refraction was that day just by looking at the image. Because I could tell you, like, there was a predictive model I have now, which Dogs Are Gods wasn't able to produce. So he was not able to give him the predictive power of refraction. Nobody can. It's not available anywhere. Because if that was the case, then we would definitely know that that would be applicable. It's not. It doesn't have predictive power. It doesn't. Which Dogs Are Gods was saying it does. And if we did, then like I said, you could take a look at a picture and then be able to tell them what the temperature was outside and like all that, due to the fact that you understand refraction the way he claims it, terrestrial refraction, 7/6R, you know, using the radius would give it the predictive value that it would, but it doesn't. That was the issue.
So that's it. So supposedly you could reverse it and create some sort of formula.
Yes, with predictive values. With predictive values that would then, you could look at something like a still photo and you say, I know the refraction value that photo was depicting because I have a formula that could easily predict that.
So since it's not two different media and Snell's law does not apply, and so that's like he's essentially asking him for whatever this fantasy refractory law would be.
Well, yeah, and the only thing he can cling to is Snell's law, and he was trying to appeal to that being the reason, and he was using the example of differential and gradient. So the air itself has different gradients where it's getting like thicker and thicker and less. So he was saying as light passes through that differing layers. Yeah. And so Indio was specifically telling him, where's the fucking boundary? Where do you see the boundary where you know that there's, you know, those like a layer cake? Where do you see those like, how do you know?
Different media.
Yep. Yeah. Which he was struggling to give him an answer. You know, he didn't actually. Sorry, spoiler alert, he doesn't give him the answer. But
I wonder how this one's going to end. Like every other Marvel movie, we can probably guess.
Yeah, it was like guys like him, they think they're on a higher level when they're speaking to people in here, but it's always going back to like, if this were true, the information you're presenting would have sufficient evidence to be able to falsify it. We'd be able to say, okay, you demonstrated that there's a layer cake of densities that there's air, that light's traveling through, then we'll be able to present the boundaries in between how we know, okay, it's going to this boundary, now it's going to that boundary, but there is no fucking thing. In reality, you can't do that. The only media we know is they're different types of media. Like I was saying before, that's how eye doctors make their money, because it's corrective lenses, which the lens that you're using, through the air, can then see better or not, like depending on the focal strength of that lens. So that's actual refraction in the way that it's being applied, not in how he's saying it through the air only. Like that's fucked up, and we're pointing that out to them. Well, the boys were.
Well, I'm glad I popped in. That was a little bit of a. I told y'all I feel like I don't know anything, so that was just to get a little bit of a grasp on Snell's.
Yeah, but these are Edward. These are the magic tricks they have to employ in order for their magical globe Earth to exist. They gotta bend reality in order for it, pun intended, in order for their magical globe to exist. So this is what we're fighting against. It's cognitive dissonance. It's sophistry. It's fucked up, man. That we have to actually do this in 2023. The information that's out there right now does not support the case for a globe to exist in the way that they're proclaiming it.
Yeah, but the information in their head that is purely imagination does, right?
Yeah, so they can twist reality to a place in their own mind, because when we have a conversation with them, we always end up that we're talking to them because they're living in their own head. It's like, bro, that shit doesn't exist in reality. We're not going to go out into reality and see what the fuck you're saying. That's not where's this layer cake of densities that we're going to see different. Okay, there's a boundary, there's another boundary. Like, you don't see that.
And maybe does the refraction has to do with the object, what you're observing?
Yeah.
Not with the horizon itself.
Well, I mean, yeah. So
you are speaking about, if you want to speak about something refracting, you are speaking about some objects on horizon, not horizon itself.
Yeah, I mean, I was just explaining to Edward, these are the magic tricks that happen in a debate with these guys, because they can't do anything else. There is no way that you're going to put this into an intangible, physical, natural world. You are not going to win. Because at the point that somebody tells you to provide evidence, you're going to point to a fucking model every time. And that's what these guys do. They're like, a model's good enough. That's all we need. Just go to the model. It's like, no, fuck that, dude. When are we gonna go to the field and present this information as we know it? It's not gonna happen. You're not gonna be able to present this, and then we're standing side by side, and you're gonna explain everything to me like you just did, and then point out to reality and say, look, this is how it's happening. Because I'm gonna call bullshit on you when I say, where's the fucking evidence? There isn't any.
With that in mind, I went to I can't remember the name. Someone told me about Debate Flat Earth and More. I went to see what that was like, and one thing they brought up was shooting ham radio at the moon and it bouncing back in 1.5 seconds, and that is evidence that it's X amount of miles away. Have you heard that argument before?
Yeah, they've used this quite.
They bounced a signal off the moon with ham radio.
Yeah, and apparently it's definitely like you or I could go and do this, but I don't know anything about it. So they say I don't know if the moon has to be in a certain spot in the sky, or if it's directly above the horizon, does it work? But
hey, Edward.
Yeah.
Watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
I know a little bit about ham radio.
So
and I know that if you have a transmitter and it's transmitting out, that's what it does. It transmits, and you have a receiver. To have a signal and receive a signal, you have to have a transmitter to go ahead and receive that signal that's being transmitted. And if you transmit and your signal goes off to the moon, you have to have some way to bounce it back. Okay? There's no way you can bounce a signal. I've never heard of anybody bouncing a signal off the moon. Now, they do have what's called skip conditions. And skip conditions supposedly is when the ceiling on the ionosphere changes. And so what you could do is your radio waves would bounce off of the ionosphere and bounce back down at another location in the world. And I've used skips, and I've talked all around the world, all around the country before. That was long before I ever found out about flat Earth, and I believed about the ionosphere. What causes that condition now, I'm not sure. But with a ham radio, you can't bounce a signal. Even if you had a directional antenna and you pointed it towards the moon, it wouldn't bounce off and you'd be able to hear your own voice back.
So apparently there's tons of YouTube videos showing it. I was just wondering, because to them, ham radio travels at the speed of light, which I didn't know that was this and things like that traveled that quickly. So I don't know. It was just one I thought I'd bring up, just if anyone had heard it or had an argument with it.
Well, let me ask you this: you've got a cell phone, don't you?
Yes.
Do you own a cell phone? Okay. So if you're inside the house and you're talking off the cell phone, does that radio wave bounce off your wall? And can you hear yourself talking on the cell phone?
I cannot.
I rest my case.
So, because you're saying that it's at that point it's acting as the transmitter, not the receiver.
Well, what I'm saying is that if you had a light source and you shined it at something, you could see the light reflect off of it. So supposedly the moon was reflecting the light off the sun, and we're seeing that. So now if I'm, instead of using a light wave, if I'm using a radio wave, is that signal going to be able to bounce off of it? Well, if the moon is a sphere, you'd have to hit that directly, right dead in the center, to get a signal to bounce back to you. Now, you might be able to do that with radar, but on your average amateur radio, and it doesn't matter whether you're talking on 2 meters, 20 meters, or 80 meters, that signal, you're not going to bounce back and with a radio and be able to tell how far away the moon is. You just don't have a way to measure that signal.
Well, and I guess that's the real question, and maybe it's more of a question for them, not for us. Like,
I'd ask them.
Is the speed?
I'd ask them how they measured it. I would want to ask them how they measured that.
And what that proves, even what's that information?
So the way they said it, they're bouncing it off the moon. It takes 1.5 seconds. So 1.5 second times they're broken down into the speed of light equals whatever, 280,000 miles or something.
Okay.
And it's just
so Earth is sphere then.
What's that? Sorry.
So Earth is sphere then, if it's that numbers. Correct.
Yeah.
Were they just talking about the Earth being a sphere, or just the distance to the moon? What were they stating on that point? Do you know, Edward?
Let me see. I think we were talking about, someone had brought up the moon being local, and therefore they're much more local than a physical body out in space. And so then, they brought that example up, which I don't know. Have we proven the speed of light? That seems. Is that something that's I know there's a number for it, constant, but is that actual?
Well, I don't know, but getting back onto the subject of amateur radio bouncing a signal off the moon, you know, if you did have a way to go ahead and reflect it and bring it back, that radio wave is going to be different depending on what frequency you're on. So, you know, the higher the frequency you are, the shorter the pulses are in between the waves, the faster it should be able to travel. But it's going to be different for a different frequency. So your lower frequencies like this are going to vibrate slower, and your higher frequencies like this are going to vibrate faster. So how do they know? You know, you've got two different variables there. So then you've got the variable of what frequency you're transmitting on, and then you've also got the variable of what frequency that you have that you're speaking. So, you know, some people's voices are higher, some people's voices are lower. That might be a minuscule difference, but the frequency that you're transmitting on, so if you're talking on a 2-meter ham band and if you're talking on an 80-meter ham band, those frequencies are way, way different. And that should drastically affect your outcome on how that signal is getting bounced back to you. Just like saying, well, I'm driving in my little Volkswagen at 40 miles an hour and I'm driving to New York. How long is it going to take me? Okay, well, I'm in my Porsche driving 180 miles an hour. How long is it going to take me to drive to New York? Different frequency.
But is the difference in the speed the wave travel drastic at all?
If you take a look at it and just look at the numbers, the average human can hear from 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz. And radio frequencies are measured in megahertz, except for when you start getting into the new, 3G, 4G Wi-Fi technology, and that's measured in gigahertz, a different frequency.
Okay. And this will be some stuff I'll have to end up just probably doing in my own time, but exactly how radio waves even travel, or like what that actually, like in my head, it's just essentially shooting out of a dish. And so it's like when I hear the different hertz, to me it's like, oh, those would travel at a different speed, or depending on the strength of the transmitter, it's like, would that affect this at all? I don't have a good concept of how all of that works in general. So
well, there's what you have is called the Doppler effect. And for example, if you hear a car coming at you, the closer it gets, the higher in frequency that pitch gets. And then as it goes away, it gets lower in frequency in the pitch. So it'll go, and you can actually hear the difference in the pitch with it bending from distance, and noticing the difference in how long it takes for the sound waves to get there. That's because it's at a much lower frequency. The audio waves are a much lower frequency than the light waves. So they say that there's the red and blue shift on the stars, and they can tell by the color whether they're coming towards us or going away from us, and that's how they tell how far the stars are. So that makes about as much sense. Okay, go ahead.
They did bring that up. I remember them saying that last night as well. That was the proof that they're a trillion miles away or whatever the fuck.
Well, that's a claim. I don't think that's proof.
Yeah. So they observe that, but they can't actually. It goes back to the experimenting on it, where what variable are you able to kick in and actually observe or experiment with it? Something like that.
Sorry for my silence here. I'm just trying to pay attention to where I'm going.
No.
But anyway, the bottom line, yeah, frequencies, light and sound travel at different speeds. Sound travels at different speeds depending on the frequency that it's at.
Mm-hmm. That's where, yeah, see. So the radio waves in a vacuum travel at the speed of light. It claims. I don't know how they measure all of this type of stuff. Wow.
Well, I was kind of brain foggy this morning when I first got in the car, just waking up, haven't had any caffeine yet. So on my drive to work here, this is exercising in my mind to wake up and tell it it's time to go to work.
Ice it up a little. Which you saying that, I'm actually going to grab a coffee, but I need to talk to Elijah again, or maybe Mid be able to help, because I thought I understood the celestial declination thing in my head for a moment, and then I apparently lost it. When I started talking about it with someone else last night, it didn't make sense, because Elijah had shown essentially something with a meme kind of, or an illustration about how celestial declination in the north proves something, but I'll have to wait for him. Is he usually off and on throughout the days?
Yeah, he's listening on the live stream at times, but he pops in here. Hey, he rides bike in New York and does deliveries. He makes pretty good money off of that, but
nice.
He's usually listening.
Okay. Yeah, maybe I can even just DM him or whatever and get a time. But if he's, I'm sure it's in and out like the rest of us, kind of.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, it just basically boils down to like how they travel over the seas with the sextant using triangulation.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to be able to say that from the star's location in the sky to the GP and to where you are at, you're going to make like a triangle, right? So the triangle is going to be 90 degrees from the GP of the star. You can't have that if the Earth's surface is curved, which is the same argument or discussion I was having with the guy who was constantly saying that you can have triangles on a curved surface. Then I said, well, what is a triangle? And he said, well, it's 3 straight lines. And I said, can you have curved lines on a triangle? He said, no. So then I said, well, how can you apply the triangle to the curved surface? And then he started to talk about how, you can have that being the method. And then spherical axis is basically what he was talking about. But
yeah.
So when you look at the Earth practically, and what Elijah was talking about yesterday is that you can't use the method in which a curved surface is a practical way to demonstrate this. There's no practical way that you can look at the Earth as a curved surface and then apply triangulation. Triangulation doesn't work on a curved surface.
Okay.
So that would mean that when you have a triangle, the adjacent would be the bottom line of that triangle. If that bottom line is curved, you wouldn't be able to get 90 degrees from the where the star is to the ground position of that star, like wherever that star's location is, and somebody that's 90 degrees right underneath that star, that would be the ground position of that star.
That would be the what?
Ground position of the star.
Okay, that's you're saying the GP, which would okay. I've got that now. All right.
So from the ground position to where you're viewing the star, so like now you're going because you're going to create the triangle. The triangle is where you see the star in the sky, right? That's one line. Where the other line is from the star to the ground. That's another line. And then the line from the ground position to where you're at, that completes the triangle. Do you get it?
And so that's the type of geometry that they use, even though the last line there between you and the GP would be curved, essentially. Like
exactly. So they're trying to tell you that you can have a sphere or curved surface, and spherical excess would explain that a triangle could exceed 180 degrees, which if it had straight lines, it could not.
See, and that's some of that magic you were talking about before, where it's when things are at math changes at different scales or something.
Yeah, well, they tried to say that. That's because, but the practical way to use this and that actually works is how I'm describing the method to you. Like, so they in a way that they can navigate, they can actually look at the different stars in the sky. And I think it's described as arc seconds on an almanac. You could actually depict what star is over what sky at whatever particular time, and you'll know where you're at, like always. So it's kind of like the sky is like a roadmap to where the ground position where things are, right?
Yeah.
And so knowing where the star is and what season you're in, you'll start to know exactly where you are. So you'll be able to use like the sky as it's okay. Think about it like this: all the stars are pointing to some position on the ground, depending on where their location is in the night sky.
Yeah.
So if you say, I don't know, for example, I see this particular star in 40 degrees, right? If you think of a protractor, right? And where you're seeing that star is like 40 degrees in the sky. And then so 40 degrees from your location to where you see that star, and then that star has a ground position. From that ground position of that star, where that ground position would be 90 degrees right below that star, to where you're at, completes that triangle, and then you'll be able to know exactly where you are specifically.
You can just do some basic math there to figure it out, and you can't do that math on a curved surface.
Correct, sir. But they're trying to say that you can. They're reverse engineering this method to then with spherical access to say that you can be on a globe.
Yeah, it also applies. Good, like, and it's okay. So now I see that because we're talking like the sine of one angle, and whatever SOHCAHTOA type stuff, right? So, and they're saying whether it's the scale or anything, as if that measurement or that type of calculation would apply to a curve.
That model, yeah, you can call it because it's a mathematical construct. You know,
yeah,
using
and it's basically flat enough across the curve that it works.
Yeah,
it seems
there
like
you go.
As if it's not very particular.
Because the Earth is too big. It's just too big, so it does appear to be flat. So in other words, they're saying it looks flat, but it's not really.
Yeah. Okay. Now I'm starting to see that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Because God, if I had to hear them say, "Fuck," if Earth was a pixel on my 24-inch monitor, like this, I don't even. Alpha Centauri is 700 miles away. Like I'm just.
Yeah, you can say you can baffle people with bullshit all day long, but the practical way to use the information that we're talking about here is with triangles. It's with the information that's presented to us on an Earth that is not curving. So it's said to be easily understood with the practical way to look at the Earth as it's flat and stationary. Well, it's not only that now. We can see that it's only be able to be applied if it's flat and stationary. It can't be anything else, because then we would have curvature would be a problem. Curvature is an issue. Having curvature means that you can't get a direct location because you don't know how to achieve 90 degrees to the star. You can't have 90 degrees if you can't have that that perfect 90 degree from your position to the ground position to the star.
Because if in their eyes, it's already curving even at the most minuscule level.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not a straight line.
Yeah, therefore it would throw off your reading.
And I've heard you all talk a little bit about that before, but I don't think I quite got it. But that makes sense. Yeah, I see where you're at now.
Okay, but
I know the way my head, even just giving them the benefit of the doubt or whatever, I'm like, well, it's like kind of straight. It's like, well, that's not straight then, is it?
It's not straight. Yeah, you can't have if it's not straight. It's not straight. Then you can't use it.
It's like
because you won't be able. Won't be able to know. Here, let me see.
Well, and that is again, that is you're just you're destroying the mathematical construct.
Yep.
Like, none of these laws or whatever, none of this applies then if we're talking about triangles with curved lines.
Let me accentuate this point. If you got just a moment here, watch this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play something on the bot.
Okay.
This is an aerospace engineer, by the way. Hang on.
Let me switch to my phone real quick.
Let me know when you're ready.
Is something playing and I'm just missing it?
No, I was waiting to get back. I didn't know if you were gonna be gone for a while.
Oh, my bad, man. To go into that group, I had to switch my stuff.
Hey, guys! I was just flat smacking some people, and I want to make sure and some points came up. I need you guys to help me with some of the questions that those coworkers that work just now. I was in a big debate, and they brought up some points, and I didn't have the correct terminology exactly. So I wanted you guys to help me out if you got a minute.
Yeah, what do you got, man?
Okay, so first of all, they were talking about flight routes. What's the one that should cut straight across? Is it Sydney, Australia to somewhere in South America, like Chile, right? It's the Chile to Sydney, Australia route that we should be able to fly straight across. Is that correct?
What is it, Joanna's something?
Oh, so it's yeah. Okay, so it's.
You know which one I'm talking about?
That's where I messed up then. Yeah. Okay, because I was saying South America, but no, it's South Africa. So it's Johannesburg, South Africa.
Yeah.
That should be able to cut straight across to Sydney, Australia. Okay, that's one thing I missed. Like I was trying to recall this stuff in my head off the top of my head, and and then the other one that came up was I'm an English teacher in the Arab Gulf. So one of the guys one of my workmates, he's a Muslim, So he was trying to tell me that that his holy book, that the Quran says that the Earth is round, which is not true, by the way, because it's just like people. But the point that I tried to make to him was that anybody in the Prophet Muhammad's time, because that would have been the 7th century, that most of the people were predominantly flat earthers then. So I said by default, Prophet Muhammad and his followers would have had to have been flat earthers in that time, because I said that the spherical Earth, that movement didn't start, and I couldn't think of the guy's name. Is it Copernicus? Who's the guy that really started pushing globe Earth and made it to where it became mainstream in the world? Who is that figure? Was it Copernicus?
Well, there's many figureheads depending on what they would qualify to be the person. Because we got Albert.
But the point that I wanted. What time period was Copernicus though?
I don't know where he lands in the timeline. I just know that there's certain ones that they would like. Most of these guys would then point to a certain guy, which is Eratosthenes. That's the guy they point to. That's in academia who gets pointed to. So depending on who you speak to, they're gonna want to refer back to a specific guy, and then the one they lean to most is Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes, depending on who you ask to pronounce that. But he's the one that they would lean on.
Okay, because these were all average Joes. None of them, even one of them, it was cool. When I got really excited and I really got, because I was trying to just do the Eric debate strategy where you just ask questions and you don't really totally outright reveal yourself that, hey, I'm trying to make you guys all realize that the Earth is flat just by asking them questions, like the Socrates method, where you just ask questions. So I was doing that method, but then I ended up revealing myself because I got really excited because I actually got 2 people. These are average Joes. So they actually told me that, no, man, it's like a watermelon. And so we live on the part in the middle. If you slice a watermelon in the middle, then we're actually on the part in the middle. And I said, see, what you just said to me, man, what you 2 are just saying to me now proves that you guys are flat earthers and you don't even realize it, because science experts are actually telling us that we live on the outside of the watermelon, not that you cut across the middle. And they were like, oh, whoa. Like I was like blowing their mind. So then I started to get really, really excited. And then I pretty much, by the end of the conversation, everybody knew I was a flat earther, and then they got mad at me. But anyway, my point is that what I was trying to tell this guy, so you said Eratosthenes. So what time period was Eratosthenes?
His information of his origin is like tertiary knowledge. So I'm not gonna put a claim to a timeline for that guy, but I'm pretty sure you can look him up. They have.
Well, what century?
Knowledge.
What century was Eratosthenes? I mean, is he? Because this guy was trying to make a claim. We were talking about the 7th century, and I was just trying to make the point to him that the globe Earth model didn't become the predominant worldview until much later than the 7th century, because this guy's like a hardcore Muslim. So if I was able to get him to realize that the Prophet Muhammad and all the people of the Prophet Muhammad's time period in the 7th century were all flat earthers, because most all the world.
Yeah, so the current age, they say when he was born is 276 BC in Syene.
Yeah, that wouldn't work. I couldn't bring up that. Yeah.
Well, but they lean on this guy. This is why I'm telling you, like, he's the one that they actually would say that it proves more that the Earth is a globe because of what he's done. So the method of what he did to the glober, what makes sense to them, not to us.
Yeah, but
we debunked it, early in this.
This guy wouldn't have been smart enough to come up with that. Then to come up with Eratosthenes. So what I tried to tell him, because I couldn't think of anybody, I tried to tell him that the globe Earth didn't even become a thing until the Columbus era. And I know I could have explained that in a better way, but I was trying to make the point to him that most people in the world were flat earthers up until recent times, but I couldn't quite explain that in the best way. So maybe one of you guys has a better way that I could explain to him how it's relatively new that the world became mostly globe Earth believers. So could you give me like a better argument I could have given to him to that point?
I'm gonna butcher his name. George Lemaitre.
Uh-huh.
He's a Catholic priest. Let me just look him up real quick. I think he was more in recent time.
The 1930s.
1930s, right? So George Lemaitre. I think his full name is like Henry Joseph. I'm looking him up right now, but Henry Joseph. Well, he's got a long name. Henry Joseph Edouard Lemaitre was a Belgian Catholic priest, theoretical physicist, mathematician, astronomer, and professor of physics. So he was, I guess, instrumental in bringing the globe Earth understanding to life. Like he really, Big Bang.
So there wasn't any scientist in Columbus time that started to really push for this globe Earth
there's
theory to become common.
There's cosmological ideas, but Lemaitre really solidified the Big Bang and like the cosmology aspect of it all. So then put forth, like, it just started to tie into like the universe, as in like how can we conceptualize it with Lemaitre's work on like how it's gonna look if you're in an ever expanding cosmos and Big Bang and all that kind of stuff. So that was more like, because you're working with these older concepts. Like they weren't cosmological concepts. They were dealing with just like the Earth and like the planets. This guy was dealing with like everything. So this was like cosmology all together, which is kind of like he tied everything in from works of like the older guys to like now he's putting into. So it's kind of like it wasn't saying that the cosmology aspect, because they're going to want to look at like, well, why do we know all these stars and galaxies? And so they're conflating the idea from like what originally was these older guys like Copernicus, which is he's in the 1400s, because I'm looking at these timelines, and then Eratosthenes, who
Copernicus.
Yeah.
That's who I'm thinking of. You just said Copernicus was in the 1400s. So I think what I should have said to him was, look, man, the Prophet Muhammad lived in the 7th century, and in the 7th century, most of the world, including Prophet Muhammad and all of his followers, believed that the earth was flat. So they were flat earthers. It wasn't until the 1400s, in Copernicus time and Columbus time, that they started to really push this theory or this notion on people that the earth is a sphere. That is probably how I could have explained it.
And
I'll be
it's
honest
late 14, early 1500s
Yeah,
too. So it's not. I would even call it the 1400s, really.
Yeah, it's early 15. But, man, like you got to realize it's a conglomerate of different people in the era. But okay, so this might blow their minds, and how you present it, but it was something already embedded in the ancient mystery schools. So in older religions, it's been already propagated. It was rebranded, repasted, renamed to like the current idea that it is today, the heliocentric version of like cosmology and so forth. So that stuff came from the oldest religions. Like it's not born into like scientific inquiry. It was steeped in like religious doctrine. So that has nothing to do with like people looking up at the night sky and contemplating the cosmos. That has nothing to do with it. It has more to do with people waxing themselves intelligent by certain scriptures that they that they believed in. So this is where this comes from. It doesn't come from a place of like scientific, rigorous study. That's not where this comes from. That's bullshit. You can actually trace the lineage back to, the breadcrumbs all the way back to like these other guys, right? That were each one of these individuals whom we're naming now were also in this religious ideology. So they all had their roots tied into the cabal, so there's nobody that these mystery school religions weren't touching. They all had like their ties into that. So they had an investment to kind of propagate this forward. Right? So
okay.
So it's not just like it might seem like these individuals in and of themselves are like these by themselves, kind of like they each one help the other, like standing on the shoulders of giants, but they're not. They're all kind of like one hand washes the other, like, but they're all in the same ideology of like this mystery school religious idea. And it's
Okay.
okay. It gets deep, bro. Like I don't know how deep you want to go with it. You know,
No,
maybe
no,
just
I'm
want to
just,
keep
I'm
it
just,
to like to these guys.
I
You
just,
know, like
I'm just trying to like sharpen my sort of debate skills with these guys because like we were at a staff meeting and they actually had this Kahoot game and I was like winning and then the question came up, what's the shape of the Earth? And I put flat and I actually like lost points for that. And so people were joking with me, how did you not know the answer to that question? But it blew their minds, man. I actually blew their minds twice. So I blew their minds twice when I actually got two of them to say that if you cut a watermelon open, we're on the part on the inside. And I told them, no, scientists say we live on the outside of the watermelon. You know, they were like, whoa. Yeah. The other part that I blew their minds was, it was funny. They said, there's like 10 people. I was debating, like, it was me versus like 10 people. And they said, but what about all the images? Of course, they said, what about all the images from outer space? I go, check this out. I went right on Google in front of all of them. I said, I'm going to type right here in Google. I'm going to type pictures from outer space. And I typed right in front of them. They're all watching me. I put pictures from outer space, and then it came up on the screen. And I said, tell me if any of these pictures look real to you or if they look like computer generated images. And they were like, whoa. The look on their face, they started to get really fucking nervous, man. And so I started to get so excited. And then I think there was one other time that I really got them. That surprised them. And then I said, you guys all remember when we were in second grade, when we were kids, our teachers told us we'd be taking vacations to the moon by the year 2000. I said, where is that? Oh, here's the one I wanted to ask you guys, because I didn't know the exact timeline of this one. I tried to bring up the point. Didn't Elon Musk say, like, back in the year 2010 that he was going to be in Mars by the year 2020? Do you guys remember that one? I tried to use that in the argument as well to point out to them that they've... Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no. I was gonna say I'm not too well known to like keeping up with what all the things he said. So he might have said it, but I can't confirm if he did or not. Trace, I wouldn't be the one. He might.
Well,
You might search. I mean, that might be a point you bring up, but I don't know if he stated that or not.
Yeah,
what was the watermelon that you were saying? Sorry.
Yeah, it was hilarious, man. They told me. I said, well, for the Earth to be a globe, I said water would have to be curved. And these two guys, they fell right into a trap because they said to me, no, water would not have to be curved. You don't understand, man. It's like, yes, the watermelon is round. If you take a round watermelon, but once you cut that watermelon down the middle, that middle part, what shape is it? They asked me. And I said, it's flat. And they said, see? They actually did, because the point, they didn't understand their own model. So then I showed them there happened to be a globe, because I teach at a school, so there happened to be a globe there. And I said, no, we don't live on the middle of a watermelon. If you cut a watermelon in half, I said the science experts are telling us that we live on the outside of the water ball. And I showed them the Earth and I showed them the ocean. So I said the ocean water would have to be curved. And they were like, whoa. These are amateurs, man.
But honestly, I would take that with kind of a good sign. Just the fact that you're able to even have the conversation, they're able to even listen to you or watch something like you're showing your screen or whatever. Well, even though they're disagreeing, whatever, that's great. But I mean, how many people just can't even do it without having that conversation without just melting, right? So I would take that as a positive, honestly.
I did, and it kind of got me in trouble, though, because that's when I got really excited and I started to I started to really come at them and show them, because I was just being cool about it and just asking like some really key questions. And, they were kind of like, oh, wow, well, you're right. That doesn't make much sense. Why, if we fly from Los Angeles to New York and then New York to Los Angeles, shouldn't it be different since the Earth a different time? Shouldn't we go faster in one direction than the other because the Earth is spinning? And they're like, wow, that's interesting. But then the more I got excited, finally one guy said in front of everybody, goes, wait a second, are you saying that you're a flat earther? And then their defenses, once that guy said that, then their defenses went up and their walls went up. But at the beginning, it was exactly like you said. I was like, fuck, this is going really well.
Agent Smith showed up.
Yeah.
Crabs in the bucket.
That guy was the one guy in the room that was a Muslim. The guy that said that out loud in front of everybody, he was the Muslim guy. And the only thing it was for him was just a religious belief. If I would have been able to prove to him through his religion that the earth is flat, then he would have gone with it. So that's why I tried to bring up that argument about the people in the Prophet Muhammad's time period and all of his followers. They lived in a time period where people believed that the earth was flat.
And what have you looked at the actual, I don't know what they call them, but the verse or the passage in the Quran that he's alluding to?
It was, what was interesting was I showed him a verse in the Quran that says that the earth is flat because it says that the earth is a carpet spread out. And he tried to tell me something like, well, it doesn't actually, how they always try to do, well, yeah, I know it. He admitted that it says that. Like, he's like, yeah, well, it does say carpet spread out, but it doesn't mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be flat. He was kind of caught on that one, but he was familiar with that verse when I brought it up. So it made him think a little bit. So, man, it went on for like 30 minutes, man.
It's nice when it happens, the real life personal, right? Just all the stuff we've been doing without the eyes or ears of anyone in our actual lives. It's like, oh, this is real. But with that in mind, I was just wanted to ask real quick, and this kind of for the group in general to hop in. What is your one, if you just have a minute with someone, what's your one that is just, it's such bullshit, right? Like, to me, it's the space or vacuum existing next to a gas without any sort of barrier. Like, if I can just get them to no, I just want you to think about it open mind, like you've never heard of this before. I tell you that a vacuum is there. And I don't know, that's kind of mine, but I was wondering if what other people had for their just most obvious thing that they can point out quickly.
Yeah, so I'm gonna take you to the Finn Bob example, Edward, because I was gonna show you about the refraction conversation we're having earlier, but I'll let them kind of explain what they would say. Tracy,
we live our school where I was working with these guys. We live right next to the sea, to the Arab Gulf Sea. It's the Persian Gulf, but where I live, you're not allowed to call it Persian Gulf. You have to call it the Arabian Gulf. But anyway, we live right next to the sea. So I was able to tell them, I said, stand at this location. Well, let's split right now. You guys take a taxi to this location. I take a taxi to this location. Like, we have these famous towers. And I said, and I will still be able to see you at that location. And how many kilometers is that away? And the guy said, well, that's about 5 or 6 kilometers away. And I said, does anybody here know how far we have to go for it to start to curve? Like, what is it? Is it 100 miles? And only one guy out of the group of 10 knew that, oh, well, it's after about a mile, it curves like a foot, is what one guy said. I said, yes. So 8 inches per squared mile. If you're 6 kilometers away from me, I shouldn't be able to see you at all. But I said, but I would be able to see you. And then the thing that I didn't know was, how far can zoom cameras see? How many kilometers off into the ocean can a zoom camera see?
It depends on the camera, the focal strength of it. So it's not, each camera is not made the same. So you'd have to find out what camera and then figure out the specs on the camera and then apply that to many different variables, like the conditions of the day and, air clarity. There's a lot of things variables that are involved with that on top of you understanding the specs of the camera.
But I can't sit there and tell them that. When you're in the middle of a debate, you can't say to people, Well, it depends on the specifics of the camera and the, like you don't really have time to like get into technicalities like that. You have to tell them something like, "Hey, look, man, I can see a zoom camera can see this far off. We shouldn't be able to see this far off." Like it's got to be quick like that in a live debate.
The important part about all of this is that you know how like it's easy to lie to somebody and it's harder to tell them that they've been lied to. You know the reason why that is? Because they don't know the lie. They don't understand it. The lie seems to them like the truth. So when you're telling them the reason how they've been lied to, it is an untangling process. And if you try to rush it, or if you try to say, "Oh, well, that's not important," you're gonna skip out on the most important aspects of why they've been lied to. I understand. I get it. I know why you want to just go straight to the meat, but it's harder for them to not understand the thing you're saying, because you could say no, let's get some bite-sized information so they can understand. I get the gist, but if you don't show them the reason why, like explaining to them, let's say with the idea that if you're talking about the different cameras, the type of conditions of the day, if you don't make a great way to present your information, it's going to sound like you have another belief to jump into. So if you just make it short and sweet, that's great. But to them, it's going to sound like the way they've been lied to, because that was short and sweet. Hey, you live on the earth and it's a globe. That's all you need to know. So it's short and sweet. If you say you live on the earth, it's flat, stationary, that's all you need to know. It's going to be like, well, why do I need to jump to this thing? Because it sounds like something where I just came from. So I get it. I know why you want to go short and sweet, but it's a labor of love. You have to actually ask the person if they're willing to go through certain exercises with you. And then if they commit, then you can start walking down the path with them and untangling the deception. I mean, if not, if you just want to give them like a 1 minute bite-sized, thing to do, then direct measurement averts curvature is the quickest, fastest thing, but they're still going to be left with other questions. Is why, like, I don't know, Trace. Like I'm more of like, I'd rather labor over points than it be just something because there's so much, right? There's so much indoctrination they have.
So with his question, would the oil rig not be like a quick example?
No, well, you mean the Black Swan?
Black Swan.
Yeah. Black Swan would be some way to go about it, but here's the issue that we find within like talking to these guys, right? There's some people that would just take to that information right away. And then there's those who are zealots religiously for the information that the earth is a globe. And with those, you need to expose their mindset to that they just have a belief, and then walk them from belief to how they were entangled in that belief, and then expose that belief into like, okay, this is why you were entangled in it. So it goes from letting them tell you that it's a belief, right? And that's the only way that you can do this. They have to confess it from their own mouths that they have a belief. So you can't tell them they have a belief, because they're going to be like, shit ain't a belief, man. That's what you think. So you have to hear it from them. If they're not telling you they have a belief, then you're just going to tell them that they have a belief and they're going to reject it. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's not going to sound to them like what you're saying makes any sense, because to them, you're the one who has a belief in flat earth, not them.
Yeah. You're telling them the sky is red.
Yeah. And they're not seeing it. Well, understandably so, because they are looking at you like the crazy guy.
And so this exercise you're talking about in this process, I mean, if we're talking about it, it's almost the same way that a murder investigator, there's like very clear step 1 through 10 for interrogation all the way to getting a confession, like gathering evidence. So you're saying that hey, do you want to participate in an exercise? And I think now I'm kind of seeing what Elijah did yesterday a little bit. Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
So there's a method, and he's not trying to be an asshole, but he comes off that way because people don't understand. They don't understand that they've been deceived, and he's trying to show them how to untangle that. So he's taking them through these steps so they can see how he was presenting how the globe earth is being presented to them. He's like, do you agree with all of this? Because if you do, that's what everybody in the world, looks to as far as like their indoctrination goes. So he was taking them through, okay, this is what they're presenting. This is what they're showing you is happening on a globe, and then here's how the truth is being presented, as per the definition of horizon, so he's untangling the deception. But if people want to skip all the way to the end, just talk about the black swan and see if it sticks or not. Because sometimes the guy's gonna be like, "Oh, black swan, yeah, that's definitely or it's definitely not a globe." Some people get it because they don't need that extra step, but the majority of people, they need for you to tell them how is it possible that I've been lied to, man? Because I would ask the question, why would they lie? You know what that makes more sense to me, coming from a place of like, okay, you say they lied to me, why would they lie? So that would be my question. It's like, and to us, it seems like redundant. You're like, dude, why would you ask about the motive if you can look at the evidence? But to them, because you're telling them outright that it is, look, check out the black swan, and you're just like, it makes sense, doesn't it? You're a doofus if you don't get it. And the person's like, no, dude, you're just pushing more beliefs onto me about flat Earth. They don't get it, so you need to tell them. If they show them in an exercise, like I even told them this way: start with the 3 points. Ask them, what do you know about the Earth's curvature? What do you know about the Earth spinning on its axis? What do you know about the Earth not having a container for gas pressure? What do you know about these things? Have them tell you. And their baseline of knowledge that they're going to give to you will help them understand that they just have a belief. From there, you go into like Elijah's points, where he's going to now unravel the mystery of how they've been indoctrinated. He's going to show you the steps of like how they've been lied to, per the globe examples, and then he's going to take you out of that into reality and show you, look, these are the definitions of horizon. This is what it really means, not what they're saying, and work you through that. It's hard. That's what I'm saying. But a lot of people want the drive-by version. It's like, I don't know, man. Like, indoctrination is pretty deep ingrained in someone's mind. If you think that's it, and I'm not saying it's not going to happen all the time, because you can present the black swan to somebody and they're like, "Oh, I get it right away." That's
So is there anything, video documentation, whatever, sort of outlining these steps or this process, and essentially a tutorial on how to do like what you just said?
Yeah, they're just main categories of like ways to, and I said it in a way that we do it in here, but you have them confess their beliefs by virtue of having them state whatever knowledge they have, and then saying, is this true or not? This is kind of like the part one. Is this information that you know of the globe true or not? Have them tell you. And if they say it is, have them present the evidence of how it is. If they can't do it, then you can state to them, look, you know why you're struggling, right? Because there is no evidence. If there was, you'd be able to present it. And their struggle trying to present it is going to be the reason for you to say that it is a belief. And for them to actually confess, you know what, like, I tried and there isn't any evidence. It maybe just is a belief. And then you're good with that. You're like, okay, that's good. It's just a belief. Now let's go as to what the mainstream rhetoric is telling you, and talk about it, right? So then you discuss whatever the mainstream is putting out there, and then you go into like the truth, which is like, these are the definitions. This is what horizon means. This is what level means. This is why we can view the Earth as practically as flat and stationary, because it is. Triangulation. You can go into examples. Black swan. You know what I mean? That's when you talk about that stuff. That information then becomes pertinent to your evidence for the Earth being flat and stationary.
That first step seems really beneficial, because even if it's what do you actually know? Because that's like what I was struggling with it from the flat Earth side, even, right? In science in general. Sorry, dogs. But getting them to hopefully see that if you can just get a like commonality with them, level ground of, but like, you're telling me you know things, but you don't. You just believe these things. So that, yeah, I like that, and getting to that part first, and because that at least establishes a little bit of doubt or realization, something like that.
Exactly. We got a new person in here called Patrick Bateman Sigma. I'm gonna mute Patrick Bateman Sigma. Patrick Bateman Sigma, you are muted. Or maybe you don't want to talk. Jeez. I know, but go ahead, Edward. I was just gonna announce that guy, but
no, I'm glad. Apparently not quite the Sigma. Did not like getting on the spot there.
Weird, huh? But so this is, I guess you could say at this point in 24/7, it's kind of unspoken. We already know like there's procedures. We just don't. There's not like a method that we have. Like, okay, this is how to do it from the beginning to the end. But we understand that the person, like, okay, sometimes it's, I don't know. I say like we play it by ear, case by case. So depending on the level of the person, because the person can be like diet woke. Let's say they're like, I already don't trust the government. I already know moon landings are fake. You know, they already are at a level where you don't need to hit them with like what they believe about the globe because they're already distrusting certain information, right? So you don't have to go through all the steps every time. You just have to apply what's necessary for the case. And then you can say, well, this guy, I can just go straight to the black swan and it probably makes sense to him. Or this guy really needs for me to go through the 3 questions, you know, that I ask him, that would make more sense to him to go from the beginning to the end. It just depends.
3-point space spin curve. Yeah.
But no, yeah, hell yeah, dude. But knowing that, it then becomes like better for the discussion. Because in the first instance, you're not debating them. You're just like, dude, just tell me what you know. Just like, I want to know your baseline of knowledge of all the things that you say you know right now. And so when they're telling you them, they're really going to be beliefs, to be honest. And then, yeah, you can work with that. You'll be like, well, so you're telling me it's just a belief, right? And then they're going to be like, no. At first, they're going to be resistant, right? And then you're going to be like, okay, so you say you know? Go ahead, just tell me. Because it doesn't sound like you do, you know, and you could accentuate that by further diving into like how they don't know. And then at some point, they're going to say uncle, right? You're like, all right, say uncle, because we're going to keep going until you do. You know, then they'll be like, ah, shit, man, I don't know. Is that what you want to hear? And you'll be like, well, it's definitely being honest, you know, like, you know. It's difficult, man. You know, people don't want to admit that they don't know. That's just the human nature, bro. Want to hold on to things because, you know, want to sound like we know stuff. But anyways, we were on the point of refraction, Edward. Are you still there?
Hey, bud.
All right. So remember, we're talking about triangulation, and we're getting into that now. This person I was telling you that I was speaking to, yeah, he didn't know. Well, he did know, but like he's using spherical access to kind of explain that. It's a 7-minute clip, and I like this is an engineering student, so he's not someone who's unwise. He just his understanding because he's been taught the globe and how to perceive everything. He's like filtering everything through that lens. Is the reason why he's gonna sound like this. Watch. Bob, do you believe the Earth is a globe, or do you know that it is a globe?
I know that it is.
Stop the cap. Okay, so it's 100% true that the Earth is a globe?
Yep.
All right, so if I ask you some specific questions, you'd be able to provide evidence for me?
I could look for some. Again, I don't come into these mindsets knowing all the information for the proof of the globe on top of my head. It's not what I do for a living. So I could look for some.
Yeah, but that's contrary to what you just said. You just said, I know that the Earth is 100% true, that it's a globe. Now you're not saying
because of evidence that I've seen, but I haven't chosen to remember that specific evidence for years in the future where I might encounter people.
So something in your mind that you know is to be true, you don't know it to be true 100% because now you don't know what or recollect what that information was about. So essentially, that important information got lost somewhere in your mind.
Well, it's not that important.
Information that supposedly supports the claim that the Earth is a globe is lost somewhere, right?
Well,
like you're losing like your license or your wallet or something, your keys. You lost that, like
because the vast majority of the people in the world, you know, kind of accept what science say through rigorous method. People don't really have to think about all the proofs of Earth being a globe because people don't really have to think about it like ever.
Well, right now you're thinking about it. Right now you're thinking about it, and you're saying that thinking about it, you can't think about it. You know it's 100% true that it's a globe, but you just don't know how.
I've seen.
You see how that sounds very contradictory?
I've done experiments years before testing other things. I can't recite those experiments word for word now, but I remember doing them.
What's the scientific experiment or evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Well, I wasn't on about specifically testing the Earth being a globe, but you can. There's photos that you can do geodesic surveying. You can find spherical excess.
Spherical excess. You can do all these things. These are buzzwords. These are buzzwords that you're saying. I bet you don't know what they are. I just bet
they are. I know what spherical excess is.
How do you measure it? Please explain what spherical excess is.
So spherical excess is when triangles are plotted on a non-Euclidean surface, like a sphere, and the internal angles of that triangle are greater than 180 degrees.
All right. How do you get a triangle on a curved surface?
By plotting 3 straight lines on a curved surface.
3 straight lines on a curved surface?
Yes.
Do you hear yourself?
Yes.
How do you get a straight line on a curved surface?
A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points, and you can plot that on any surface.
I know that. I know that. No, but how can you do that on a curved surface?
You plot the shortest distance between 2 points.
He's just repeating himself.
It is a straight line.
A straight line is curved? Right. Are you hearing yourself?
On spheres.
On spheres,
a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points.
There you go. Repeats it for the third time.
How
do you get
of the object.
Okay, so I'm not really sure if you understand what a triangle is. Does a triangle have curved lines on it, or are these straight lines?
I mean, you can get triangles with curved lines. There's 3 sides.
You can have a triangle with a curved line. Is that a triangle then?
Well, it depends if you're talking about Euclidean or non-Euclidean geometry.
No. I'm just talking about what a triangle is. Because we're going to basic shapes now. Because it seems like you don't know what a triangle is. Does a triangle have curved lines? Yes or no?
They have 3.
Yes.
If you want to get nitpicky, they're straight.
Yes.
Yeah, but
I want to define what a triangle is. I don't want to get nitpicky. What is a triangle?
A triangle is a shape that has 3 points that are connected by straight lines.
Correct.
Yep.
Now, straight lines. Are any of these lines curved?
No, that's straight. They're the shortest distance between 2 points.
Excellent. Now, how do we apply that to the curved surface of a globe?
You plot the shortest path between 3 vertices that form a closed loop, and they are 3 straight lines that form a triangle.
What? Excellent. So the Earth isn't curving; it's flat, right, and straight.
How come when you plot 3 straight lines of view on the Earth, the internal angles of that triangle it creates on
the Earth? Are you sure that's what you're plotting those lines on?
Are you sure about that?
Or are you plotting those lines on the Earth or on a model?
On the Earth, geodesic surveyors do it a lot.
So the curved surface of the Earth has straight lines.
Yes, they're called geodesics.
Okay, so do you know what a sphere is?
Yes, I do.
Is there any straight lines on a sphere?
Yes, they're called geodesics.
There is straight lines on a sphere. Can you actually show us how we can have straight lines on a sphere?
Get 2 points. Shortest path between the 2 points. Straight line.
Now.
Are you should be 180. Do you know what a sphere is? First of all,
yes.
You know what a sphere is.
Specify. Wait. Let's make sure you understand. So we're talking about the surface of a sphere. You understand? We're talking about the surface of a sphere, right?
Yes.
So you're trying to say we can have straight lines on the surface of a sphere.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
So if you're on the surface of a basketball, let's imagine, and you walk in one direction heading north, you're going to end up going back to where you started. Did you walk in a straight line?
No.
No.
So you did. So you turned left or right? You went off your thing?
Elevation change.
Oof.
It's not a straight line.
You can walk in a straight line over a mountain range. Your elevation changes, but it's still a straight line.
What in the hell are you talking about, man?
This freaking guy, dude.
Do you know what a straight line is?
Yes, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
So that's
Is there any curvature on a straight line?
No, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, you just finished saying that there's no curvature on a straight line at all. So a mountain wouldn't be a straight line because you're walking up and down the mountain. Is that a straight line?
Yes.
Stop the cap.
Okay, there's really something wrong with you, man. There's really something wrong with you. You honestly are the weirdest.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over. Hold on, not yet. Clear?
Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to the Wig Snatcher Club.
Beautiful.
Oh god.
Oh, dude.
Wait a minute. Was somebody doing Donald Trump at the end there, or did I mishear that?
No, that was really him, dude. That was actually him.
Donald, man. He rung up and yeah.
That was pretty good.
That was brilliant. How does he really think going in a? Well, isn't it called? Well, I forget what the term is. Damn.
What he was describing?
Yeah, when you're going, what he's describing as a straight line. There's a term for that when you're navigating. Isn't it called? It's not a beeline. It's like. Yeah, I've completely blanked on the term.
I don't think it's
because he's saying go left or go right. That's not. You don't need to go left or go right to go around.
Reckoning.
Dead reckoning. There you go. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, but he was using the straight line example, which he failed miserably, and his contrary point to it was like back. He was flip flopping back and forth. Yes, no, no. It's a straight line. No, it's not a straight line. No, it's a straight line. That's not. It's like he repeated the claim 7 times.
Yeah, I know, that was funny.
Anyway, that's Edward. Do you see the problem that these guys have trying to use triangles on a curved surface?
Yeah. So I guess, and this is what they're saying, like with this surveying, right? Is it? I don't know how, like, if we're on a flat surface and we're using math, does it actually end up being over 180 degrees?
No, because they're triangles. Triangles don't exceed 180. The spherical axis, it will.
Oh,
but that's not. Yeah.
I see now. So you're just creating a triangle.
Essentially, yeah.
All right. Let's see.
But with spherical axis, you're not. Yeah, you type in the word, and it'll. Some of the people, like, they're buzzwords. They throw them around like they're, spherical axis. Yeah, okay, buddy. What is it? He did know a little bit about it, but he didn't like expound on it, because when he did, it sounded like he was fumbling through whether he was trying to put a straight line on the curved surface, and that's not it.
Of a spherical triangle.
Spherical axis.
Oh yeah, I was reading it. So.
Oh yeah.
Difference between the sums of the angle A, B, and C but they call it like of a spherical triangle.
Yeah.
And radian and pi radians. So then, therefore, they're applying this equation to. They're using this equation, which this actually it uses the radius value that is assumed anyway, right? I see the triangle argument, but even just for the sake of looking at this formula that they use, they're having to make that assumption of even how to begin to fill in the R value. Like, this is not a pool ball that we're measuring here.
So yeah, and I give you an example in live stream voice text, Edward. Look at the two images that I have there.
Okay.
One is of a straight line, the other one's of a circle. Can you have a straight line on the circle?
Hell no.
No, I mean, I need you to. What would you? How would you answer that? Yeah, no, right? Why?
No.
What is the reason behind you not having a straight line on the circle?
Because it's curved.
Exactly.
It's like
it's funny, right? Because now you can see like how ridiculous their argument is, and so it's that easy. It's like, my God, like there's no straight line on the circle, hence or a sphere, 3D shape.
But in their heads, or them, so that's like those guys were saying, well, you can't comprehend scale, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, I don't fucking have to.
Exactly, because it does
circle.
not.
There is no point. There is no segment on a circle, or is that an arc? I guess. Either way,
Yeah, it doesn't.
there's no part of a circle that is straight.
Thank you.
Keep zooming in. You're not going to find it. Keep zooming out.
That's a mic drop. That's a mic drop all day. And thank you guys. I'll be here all week. Kind of shit, because it's like, how can you recover from this, man? There isn't any. And so the thing that the guy was struggling with is he was trying to reconcile how you can have a triangle which has straight lines on a sphere. How can you do triangulation, which is what we were talking about earlier, right? With the sextant and such, navigating across the earth as practically flat and stationary with the idea that you're on a curved surface. You wouldn't be able to get those angles that you do because you need straight lines.
Yeah.
From the observer to the GP, from the GP to the star, from the star to the observer, making this triangle.
Yeah, it's kind of like I don't know if there's a word for this, but they're trying to combine that geometry, like a normal triangle, with a spherical one, or a Euler triangle. Not sure if I'm just kind of skimming through it. So it's we're going to use two straight lines and one curved. Like they think I don't.
Does that help their case?
How did they say they measure the radius? Like how did they figure out?
Hey, ask them, because when you find that answer to how they done it, let me know. Because they don't even know.
Hell no, they don't know.
That's that appeal thing, right? Oh, we know the radius of the Earth, obviously.
Before he escapes, RNOX, I just unmuted you. Welcome to the forum.
Hello.
How's it going, man?
It's all right.
Yeah, man, we're just having a conversation about the topic of the shape of the Earth. How did you find us, and what do you think the shape of the Earth is? If you have any ideas.
I actually don't know, but I don't believe NASA.
Ah, okay. Well, welcome to the forum. We're just in the middle of a discussion, but if you want to hang loose or whatever, you have any questions, just let us know.
Yeah,
All right, so what were you saying, Edward? Go ahead. And a shout out to D to the V. What's up, bro? It's been a while.
Yeah, that not believing NASA is a very good start. I agree with Scarecrow there. But no, and I guess for me it is really figuring all of this out and not just taking it for just face value. And for this one, like spherical triangle shit, it's how can we, which even that though is, that's a weird concept in my head, but trying to I'm gonna look into seeing how they figure out the radius, right? That'll be another tab that I feel like I end up with just 50 tabs, and I have to go back after my daughter goes to sleep.
But remember that the standard is measurement, not calculations. So how did they measure it? Not calculate, because there's the difference, right? And they'll try to conflate the two. That a measurement is a calculation. You don't do any calculations when you go get your foot measured at the shoe store.
Yeah.
Right? There's no calculations involved. You're just measuring it.
Measuring it.
Yes. Find out how they measured it, not how they calculated it. Because we understand how they calculate it, because they're pulling shit out of thin air. So that's the magic trick. We want to know how they measured it.
Yeah, and how that was actually verified.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Let's see.
Look at this logic. You are discussing triangle. How can spherical triangle fit on the surface? Blah blah blah. And then you ask, let's try to put triangle on the flat surface.
How do you mean? Sorry. Or like seeing the difference.
He's putting that triangle on the curved surface, and there is discussion and I put it. This is the point. Well, the point was so ridiculous, but this point is ridiculous. Let's put the triangle on the flat surface, and we'll see what will happen.
Yeah, logic and reason win every time, man. In this discussion that we have here, but.
Gotta stretch it a little bit, you know?
The sophist types aren't going to allow you to just say logic and reason. They want to make the dream a reality. So in order to do that, they have to convince you of their hat trick. So in order for you to show them that it's not real, like I said before, you have to demonstrate their belief first, and then take them through the lie, and then show them the truth. And we got a bunch of people on the panel just popped in right now. I'd like to just say hello to everybody. Andy, hold my beers here. 8-person, blue jumper. CB is in the house. Is mixing it up. Conspiracy, the Scarecrow, Diesel Boy, D to the V. Haven't seen you in a while. Batman, Flat Lloyd Wright, Irish Leonard, Coco Bangalit, Morvis, Resolve, RN, OX just joined us. Sasha, Sir Edward, Smurf, and Ethergrass. What's up, guys?
Shout out to the panel. Whole squad on that.
Man, you know what we do every morning? It's mayhem in the morning. So that's what we're all about. Yes, sir.
I got the event up and running. All you new folks out there, if you want to avoid the mind virus, you must get in here.
Now's the time, But we want to discuss, maybe some people out there think the Earth is a globe. That's fine. But if you have any evidence for it, come on in here and tell us about it. And if you think it is. Because we want to definitely talk to you guys. The Mayan virus has been latched onto a bunch of people, and even sometimes flat earthers. I'm not going to say it hasn't been done to flat earthers, because we've heard people in here saying, well, I know the Earth is flat, but I can't know everything, so I only know it to be 99.99999%. So we're not immune to it, people in here. But we discuss it.
And please, people, when you come in, don't show the flatness and saying this is a sphericity, because we are saying that it's flat, and if you show us the flatness, that means that's not curving. That means don't show us what we know. For example, you say black swan, it's a proof for the globe. That's impossible. The sea level, it's a proof for the globe. That's impossible. The flat surface, it's a proof for the globe. How? Because it's big. The big flat surface also can be flat.
Oh, we had a guy in here that was saying that you can have flat water and still have a globe. Now that is pretty fucked up.
Hold up.
You can't do that. How are you doing that?
I love how they'll just scream it at you too. Like, how do you not get it, you fucking idiots? Like, what is wrong? Like, and you're calmly.
Shout out to Negator and the YouTube live stream. He just popped in there. Negator, the biggest hater, one of the biggest haters, hater of all haters. You still hating on the flat Earth, bro? That guy is like, he doesn't care what. He tried to provide evidence that the Earth is curving using a theodolite, even though you can't use a theodolite to provide evidence of drop over distance. But the man still used that device to find out drop over distance. Now, that was many years ago. I don't know what he's on about these days, but too scared to leave the. Oh, by the way, Negator, check this out, man. We just the arena's coming back around. We're revamping it. We're dusting off the the chairs. We're polishing up the steel. But if you want to, the arena will be available to you and every other anti-flat earther to come in there. This is a revival, and we're doing it in a big way. So anybody who wants to come in here can definitely participate, including you.
Diesel boy, can you put yourself on mute, dude? Because you're causing some right audio chaos. Are you there? Thanks.
I can do it for you.
I think he got it.
Oh, cool. Gotcha.
Yeah, that'll be weird. What, you're going to invite Zanik back and all these people, Kosho, get him in this arena? I mean, I get it, but I've kind of stopped. I don't know, sometimes I interject because I'm like, no. But to be honest, I just let them waffle because it's just, it's meaningless. You know what I mean? It's like, it's water off a duck's back, so I've just stopped saying something.
Well, you got to think of it this way: when you're in a courtroom, you're not trying to convince the defendant; you're trying to convince the jury or the judge. So you're the plaintiff or the defendant. It doesn't matter if they believe you or whatever. It's not for them. You know what I mean? But I do get where you're coming from, Andy.
Yeah, I've been run-ins with them enough where I'm just like, no, I'm just done now. I'm just sort of fill your boots if that's what you want to believe. But then again, you know me, I think it's a little bit more sinister than that with certain folks.
Yeah.
Of course, there are the people who are just obsessed, lost in the law, as Miggy loves to say. Yeah, there's those people, but these, I don't know, these people, no, I think these are secret flat earthers.
You think so?
Yeah, well, they know, don't they? They've seen what we've seen. They know. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I mean, just check out Negator, what he posted, what CB posted. Did the sun rise today? Not observably flat. Like, what the fuck does the sun have to do with all of the tea in China? Like, it's like, I don't know, man. These guys are weird. But, like, okay, so I invited Negator. I said, he said, shout out to Miggy, too scared to leave his safe space here to engage people. I told him about the arena just a while ago, and he said, arena? Laugh out loud. Nah, bro, Tato. Holla when you're willing to leave your safe space here. So what the other platforms offer in the form of debate is not a debate. It's like you to spew out 5 minutes of your nonsense, and then, all the vomit that you put on the floor, and I got to mop it up. I don't want to be busy doing that. I want us to engage a back and forth, which means that you have to step in the ring and be able to hold your own against points that I'm going to bring up to you and rebut against what you have to say. And we use it this way because the arena was always built on that you can stop somebody if their point is invalid. So if you're saying something like misrepresenting me or saying something that's not true, I can stop you. I can say objection. And the referee will then stop the argument and say, okay, what is your objection? If the objection is not valid, he will take one of my objections away. Now, you only have 3 objections, right? That's all you got. So if you burn through all 3 of them, you can't object anymore. So you have to object, and if you do it the correct way and the referee sees it valid, he'll let you keep your objection, and you can state your objection, and the person has to refute what your objection was about. So it's a back and forth. It's not an ongoing 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, then 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there. It doesn't work that way. There's too much stuff to cover, and it needs to be fluid and as a back and forth. So that's why we don't go to those places. So Negator, you're welcome to come to the arena and schedule a debate with any one of us. because we definitely have vastly improved our debating skills and our knowledge as far as like what we know. So I'm just telling you, it's not what it used to be, man. It's definitely not. But if you have the gumption and the spine to come in here, we'll schedule you for a debate. We'll maybe do it a Friday or something. And so anyway, and like I said, it's not, you say it's a safe space, but it's not, because you can object to what I'm saying, but your objection better be valid, because if it's not, one of them are going to be taken away by the referee. So it's not a safe space. It's definitely a back and forth. That's what we need in debates. We don't need it to be a 10-minute gish gallop. Go ahead, Sasha.
Yeah, but if he doesn't like this safe space, he can go out on the beach. And in reality, there is no people, nobody can disturb him, and he can check what reality does. Then he cannot. He should not to call your name, Miggy. I want to fight you in an arena. No, man, go to the beach and fight with water. Curve somehow. Go there and tell water, please curve for me, because I need to debate in arena with Miggy next week. And there is a safe place on the beach. Find some good sun, and shadows that you don't burn, and look the horizon. That is the most safe place you can be. And don't think about Miggy.
Well, and if Negator wants to, man, we can make this a spectacle for all to see. Invite your friends to come here. Stream it on your channel live, whatever you want to do. Do it. Go big, man. Because it needs to be, right? This needs to be put on display for all to see. And for everybody, like CB was saying, let the audience decide. Because I know one thing for certain. You're not going to change your mind. And I'm not looking to change your mind. But I'm going to show you and everybody else that's here listening how what you're saying is not true. I will put that on display for everybody to see, and I will expose you over and over and over again.
Well, when I left this quote unquote safe space to go join where you were, Negator, this is what happened.
Listen up, buddy. This is not an interrogation, okay?
Double standards.
This is a two-way conversation with two people speaking creations, not 24/7. It's not a fucking interrogation.
Well, I don't know who you are, bud, so I don't know why you're talking about.
Well, you're not in this conversation. Shut the fuck up and let them talk.
Everyone just relax. Yo, Negator.
Okay, buddy.
How's that allowed, Jeremy?
Here's the thing, Jeremy.
You want everyone to relax, but you want to allow that guy to do that?
Yeah, that's
okay. What do I do? Mute him? I'm going to have to mute you, Negator.
Yeah, mute him.
I'm going to have to...
So, dude, even his own people mute his dumbass because he can't keep his own cool, which he admitted in the chat. Oh, I lost my cool on purpose. Okay, dude.
Damn,
you're funny.
Bad form, bro. Is that how you operate? And that's a safe space for you? It must be, huh? That's your little corner of the world where you can cry and you can mute people. But I told you the arena is not that. The arena is going to be fair to both of us, and you can interject if you want to. And I can do the same as well. So it's going to be definitely an even platform for both of us. So it's up to you, man. And check it out, man. You don't have to schedule. If you two are timid and afraid to challenge me, I don't care. Challenge somebody else. There's plenty of flat earthers in here that will take you on and knock your dick in the dirt. Because you apparently seem to want to lord your supreme mute button over CB when he went to your platform. So, that sounds like a double standard that you got. But
what's funny is he got muted by his own people. Like, that's what's so funny, dude.
Yeah, in the arena. That's what I said. In the arena. We shall meet in a combat there. Not in your little platform where you think this is a fair platform. Bullshit, dude. You just demonstrated that in that clip.
I don't see why that's not that type of boundary is not refreshing in a way, because you've seen all these debates where there's supposedly a moderator, and it's I don't know, it feels like the guy's always just kind of staring at his phone or maybe reading the chat or something instead of actually paying attention. So it's also a place like you should feel empowered as well, because it is very quick to, like you said, the objection can go both ways.
Yep.
Like, why is that not something like oh hell, this is the place to go.
Yeah,
because
it's appealing,
you wouldn't be
isn't
able to
it?
spout it either, right?
Of course not. If I was saying something incorrect and he interjected and made a valid point, then he would, essentially dominate the point that I was trying to make, because he would say objection, and then the referee would stop with the debate and say, okay, what's your objection? And if it was valid to then counter a point that I was making, then what could I say? You know what I mean? I'd have to retort that objection or take the objection as in per, like, that's what it is. But so it makes it an even playing field, so that you don't gish gallop, I don't gish gallop on points. Like, I'm not going to give you 20 points and you're just like, well, shit, now I got to rebuttal like 5 points that you just said. And that's not fair. And that's the kind of debates you guys like.
I think that speaks volumes about how much they, or he himself, will just speak for him. He knows how much he doesn't know, and he knows how much he does. So how else do you get around not showing up? Because you would think, again, some of these guys that speak so highly of it, you're astrophysicists or whatever, right? These guys you would think they would be begging, knocking on the door to get in. Like, I can't wait to tell a flat earther to stop an objection.
Yeah, demonstrate to all the flat earthers here that you have supreme knowledge over anyone that you debate, Negator. That show them if you got the skills to do so, and if you don't, then you're going to be shown to be exposed over and over again, which I will do. I'm not even feigning that. I am telling you straight out. I am going to expose you over and over again until as much time as it takes till you say uncle, because we're not going to stop ever. And then guess what? We're training people younger than us to take the mantle, so that when we're out of this world, they're going to continue. Like, it's never going to stop ever, ever, ever. It's only going to get worse for you from this point forward.
I was going to mention that earlier, how cool it is to raise a kid and know that she just won't accept any bullshit, like, especially as a woman, right? It means so much to me to, like, the globe's one thing, but it's really like everything in your day-to-day life now. You won't just, because so-and-so said so. Or I don't know, as a dad, it just means like a fucking ton to me to be able to provide that to her in the way of just raising her.
I think it's beautiful, to be honest, Edward. Like, let her see the eyes with curious eyes and ask questions and, just wonder about things and be able to tell her the truth and not lie to her about, like, the information that we can all perceive to be true. Like, that's just so important for the young minds,
Yeah. It's such a dangerous thing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Trace.
I looked up the information from that in-person debate I had at my job today. I looked up some information. So basically, I'm trying to show this guy that, because he's a Muslim, I'm trying to show him that the Prophet Muhammad and people in his time were flat earthers. And what I found was this. I got one name from one of the guys that I'm discussing with here. I think it was Mayhem. I got one name, and that's Copernicus. But there was another guy in Copernicus's time. Now, Copernicus, it says he was not persecuted for his beliefs, but Galileo was persecuted around the 17th century. So what I could say to this Muslim guy is I could say, look, most of the people in the world were flat earthers in the Prophet Muhammad's time. Therefore, it is highly likely that Prophet Muhammad and his companions were flat earthers, and that that if you had been a globe earther up until the 16th century, you would have been thrown in prison, and that's evidenced by Galileo being imprisoned for propagating the heliocentric model. So I could say, so that's proof that anybody living, if you were a prominent globe believer in those times, you would have been thrown in prison. So therefore, by default, I would have to think that we can assume that Prophet Muhammad and his companions and people living in the 7th century were most likely to be flat earthers. That's how I will now explain that argument.
Yeah, I would say too, Trace, if you want to, we know some Muslim flat earthers. They're in this Discord. They also can probably further your examples by giving you some Quran scriptures that you can actually quote to the people that you're speaking to. So that
that would help too. Yeah.
Well, like we got Shekel and some others that are in here that are Quran flat earthers, so they have their own server where they have Quran flat earthers, and basically they're saying, this is what I've heard from their standpoint, is that the Quran has always been a flat earth book. It has always been. There's never, like, you can't derive a globe earth cosmology from the Quran. You just cannot. So
Yeah, I want to talk to those guys. That would help because of where I'm living right now. Like I said, I'm an English teacher in the Arab Gulf, so it comes up from time to time. And so, yeah, and I'm having these live debates, so I got to be able to like fire this stuff off the top of my head. That's why I'm trying to refine my arguments. And the other one was on the Zoom camera. Since we live near the sea, I can tell him that a Zoom camera can zoom in 5 It can zoom in 5 kilometers off in the distance. It can zoom in an object. So therefore, the argument that the Earth curves at 8 inches per mile squared is a black swan, because you can zoom in anything, and then I can prove it to them because we have actual locations near where we work. I can say, you go to this location at this tower, like a big famous structure, and I'll stand at this edge of the sea, and we will still be able to see each other with the Zoom camera. So anyway, that's all I had. I'm just trying to refine. I'm talking to you guys because then I can think out loud, because I got to be able to say this stuff like in the moment. I got to be able to recall it. I can't like go on Google and look up these little factoids. The other one I'm still confused about is whether it's the Santiago to Sydney, Australia flight, or whether it's the Johannesburg to Australia flight, because it's one of our other black swans that they never do a direct flight from.
Isn't it
but
Johannes?
I
think it's Johannes, man. To man,
there's
you got
definitely there's definitely a something from South America. Whenever
Chile.
It's on it goes up South America through Canada, and then like through Canada and back over to what is it?
Sydney, Australia.
No, even that though, did they not call that like, oh, it's the Great Circle Arc or some shit? Even though, because then there'll be the excuse of, oh, well, you can't fly over the Pacific that way because there's no airport to land at in case you have a problem.
They're not smart enough to come up with that.
Where they end up.
These guys wouldn't have been smart enough to come up with that. I was trying to go on orbits like right in front of them, because I was pulling the stuff up and they were all watching me. And I was trying to say, go ahead right now, find me a flight from Sydney to and I couldn't recall it right there, but I was like, from Sydney to Chile, or is it Sydney to Johannesburg? So I kind of got caught out there. That's why I'm trying to refine it. Okay, so I'm going to tell them, I'm going to like, go on orbits right now. Find me a flight from Sydney, Australia to Johannesburg, South Africa. You can't do it.
Let's see. I'll pull up something real quick just to see.
Yeah, it's that one.
I mean, they say there is a non-stop flight from Santiago to Sydney.
That says it's 14 hours and 10 minutes. Let me see.
Yeah.
That's a long time.
7,000 miles. Qantas.
And it's direct?
All right.
It says
thing. Yeah, there's a thing. There's 6 direct flights between Sydney and Johannesburg every week.
But I like how the map shows that they basically, or at least the picture I'm looking at, it's like, oh, we're gonna fly down low. The arc we're gonna use is going towards Antarctica. But that's the same thing that they say they would never do it because they can't. It's not close to a landing port. Like, I don't. Is there an actual law about that we know of? Like you have to fly within X amount of miles of anywhere to land. Because in reality, they say that flight path right there, even though it's direct, actually goes up past California through Canada and then comes back down on the eastern side of Russia and Japan, China, all that, and comes back down to Oceania. So it's why does it do that?
What was the one MC Toon tried to put out a challenge to flat earthers about a flight, and then he was going to say, let's raise money for on a what do they call that account where you all Kickstarter account, and then no, it wasn't a GoFundMe. I think it's Kickstarter, but it was a challenge. He was going to get a pilot together and a whole crew and everything, and make this flight. And he was saying, MC Toon was saying, Santi was saying South America. Yeah, let me look this up. I better not use this argument because I'm not clear on it yet. I got to get my points down a lot, but it's a debated flight anyway. It's one of those things where flat earthers feel it's a black swan, but then MC Toon, of course, they're going to come up with whatever their excuse is. So MC Toon was coming up with his thing. But the point that I could prove to them, because these guys are all amateurs, was I was just going to go on orbits and look for that direct flight and try to show them that way. But I don't know. I'm not there yet. I got a little bit more research to do before I can do that.
Hey, CB, I think Negator said this about you, bro. I'm not sure. I think this is you.
They're saying there is a Johannesburg to Sao Paulo that takes 9 minutes, supposedly. Or 9 hours, sorry. He's whipping. Got that jet stream.
Yeah.
This kid is a baby flat earther repeating the same nonsense, y'all. I'll do initially.
But I like babies flat earthers. They are realizing what is the sea level in the first case, in the first moment. That means the kids flat earthers are better than adults.
No, he wasn't talking about.
I was gonna say, and you're still getting dunked on.
Yeah, no, he wasn't talking about CB. No,
and this kind of maybe want to hit on what Trace was saying though about the point you were bringing up about people back in Muhammad's day. There were most people believed it was flat. Literally, most people believed. They didn't even have to think about it, right? No one had come to them and said anything different. They had not been from an early age been told anything different. They, as a human being, just fucking knew where they were and what was created and what they stood on.
Well, it's not only till the indoctrination came along that they were lambasted with ideas of it being a globe, and because of it being rooted in the cabal and such, that was just the foundation of all of it, backing up their claims of what their cosmology was. So it's weird, man. So, I mean, its roots, where it came from. So it didn't come from scientific inquiry. That's bullshit. It did not come from there. That we can just rule that out right away. Because there's no such fucking thing in this world as observational science. You can just get that shit out of here. Really quick. So yeah, you can't look up at the night sky and then say, oh, I know what element that is right there by a red and blue ship. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, back to, reality, where we know and can discern things by tangibly interacting with them.
Yeah, by default, we could very well assume that Muhammad, Jesus, were both flat earthers.
Yeah, they were just earthers.
Of course. I would say to Edward's point, yeah, there wasn't a distinction between there. Only when the idea that the Earth is something other than we observe it to be, there became a dichotomy. And it's a false one, but it's still a dichotomy, right? There's still a false dichotomy saying that there's a flat Earth and a globe Earth, because there isn't. There's just Earth. So, and some people want to call it they're a true Earther. They're not flat Earther, but whatever the case, right? At least in this day and age, if you say flat Earth, it's one of those things that causes people to kind of whoa, what the fuck? Flat Earth? What do you mean? And so then to them, it becomes that false dichotomy. They want to know how it's flat. It's
and that's one of my firm beliefs in the existence of Satan, is the division that gets created. It's in every possible facet of our life. Division had to be created. Therefore, shape of the earth, your iPhone, boxers or briefs, whatever it is, paper, plastic, like every part of our life, for whatever the plan is, it has to be divided. And
what could that be? Yin and yang, though? That could also be yin and yang, because to have good, to even have the word good, you have to have its opposite. You have to have the word bad. So we always, that's the way we define things and come to understand things is in relationship to something else.
Yeah, but then you show them how it's flat, and it still doesn't work.
And really, it's not about showing them it's flat. It's showing them what they don't know. Kind of going back to how when you say talking to a new person about it, those exercises or whatever, you are not. It's just, what do you know to be 100% true? And them as scientists, oh well, nothing's 100% true. We all know that. We're willing to concede that nothing is 100% correct. It's like, so it's just say it's not true. You don't know these things. And I think our mindset is probably just in general of accepting that type of thing of not knowing. And that's okay. So we therefore don't believe. There's not the faith in that.
Yeah, somebody else who does not know that the earth is flat is Negator, who's also refusing to come in here and go to the arena.
He don't want that smoke, bro.
Well, with any one of us, it's like now it's become a place where people can challenge him one-on-one if it needs be, so that they can expose him, but he doesn't want to come in here. And he's saying things like, so none of you are willing to leave your safe space. And he's using that to say that he has a better place than the arena. I don't think so, bud. You don't. You don't even have the staff to support such a thing. We do. So, you know where to find us when you're ready. I'd probably be never, but.
Yeah, you don't want that smoke, Negator. So just pipe down, buddy.
Or if you do, come step in the arena and let's show them how it's done, Negator. Let's show them what a debate looks like.
You can do it.
Trust me, dude, it's going to be fun for me, but it won't be for you.
Where is Matthew?
And I'm gonna put it, Trace.
Oh, he gone.
This is, and I'm trying to verify this, but that image there is how flat, or some other flat earthers would claim that is the flight that ends up being taken. It doesn't go down. It doesn't swing way south towards Antarctica. But I don't. Yeah. I wonder. I would have to find, and the Johannesburg to Sao Paulo one, it's like connects in London sometimes.
Yeah, I don't run from debates, Negator, like you.
Yeah, we don't skank it up from the chat either.
No.
If you want to say something, say it. Put your voice behind it. Stop running your mouth with your Twitter fingers from the chat room.
No, I don't like, though, that you went over there and he treated you that way, too. It's like, what a fucking asshole. Seriously, bro. Like, you want to puff your chest out and make it sound like you're all this and that. And you treat people like that when they go to your forum. Like,
yeah, that's cool. I had to drag him out into a private call and smoke them out there, but, nothing out of the usual.
It's not that I'm, like you say, that I'm hiding here. I'm curating this forum to be robust, so that when people like you come in here, there's going to be a great place for us to have a back and forth exchange. Not like you guys have in your platforms where modern day debate and other so-called neutral platforms that you guys have. It's bullshit, bro. All that.
Johannesburg to Perth.
So we've covered some topics this morning, like triangulation, on the Earth. Where it requires the Earth to be flat and stationary for us to actually understand how to practically navigate. And, just working out with other individuals who've stepped forward into this Discord and shown us how their contradictory statements, they can't even understand themselves what a straight line is. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man.
Yeah, these guys are devolving. You told Negator we've been upgrading. That's absolutely true, but they've been devolving. Now, well, I'm not sure about anything. I might be in a dream, and just straight is curved. They're literally devolving into, these monkeys they think they came from.
I would ask him one question. Negator, is there straight lines on a curved surface? Negator? Just type it in. I just want to see what you'd say. I don't really care about debating or anything. Just, is there straight lines on a curved surface?
Come on, you can do it, Negator.
But you're either going to throw the last guy under the bus, or you're going to take a dive under the bus yourself. So pick your poison.
I'm not going to debate him. I just want to know if he's saying there's straight lines on the curved surface.
If a curve is big enough.
Straight lines, that's philosophy.
The curve is big enough, you can assume obviously.
Come on, Negator. Post it in the chat, man.
So with that, how did they try to explain the magnetic declination? What in their head thinks that? How does it make sense at all? At some paths it looks like it gets upwards of like 30 degrees. They supposedly have to correct or something.
No, man, you need to understand. There is two things what doesn't exist on the Earth. That is one thing, it's level and straight. That cannot exist on the Earth. And second thing is you cannot be stationary. You're always moving.
Cannot be stationary. Yes.
Yeah, if you are stationary, you're moving. If you are on the straight line, you're curving. That's the point. If you observably see the Earth curving, then only in that case could be flat, and only if you are moving in that case you can be stationary.
It really is the double think, double speak stuff.
Yep.
And say it with a straight face, all seriousness, be passionate about it.
Yeah, I don't know why Negator's taking forever, but I'm gonna go ahead and answer for him. You cannot have straight lines on a curved surface, which per my example, Negator. Because, basic shapes is really hard for you to comprehend. So I'm going to go ahead and just give you the answer because it's taking you this long to actually give me one. Isn't that weird? It's weird, right?
Who told you that, Miggy, that straight lines are not curved?
You have a citation for that?
Yeah.
And looking at this declination, I realized they have to correct upwards of 90 degrees. In some spots over 100 degrees to make the map that they're looking at make sense.
Hey, Negator, look at the pretty pictures in the live stream voice text that I posted there. See the pretty pictures? See how they don't match up? Which one of these things is not like the other? Which one of these things just doesn't belong?
If you zoomed in on that circle, though, it could become straight, right? Like if you were only looking at an arc nanosecond.
Bro, you know what? They actually use that argument. I know you might be facetious when you're saying that, but they use that argument. It's so funny that they use it. They zoom into a tiny, itsy bitsy, tiny little teeny weeny portion of it. Like, check it out, man. It's straight right here. Like, dude, it's still not straight.
If one pixel on my 24-inch monitor was stretched out.
No, Andy, you know what? I've even shown him that picture of the basketball. Do you know that that's not straight? There's still curvature.
You go even further, yeah.
Yeah.
They were trying to say that it's flat, but it's not. You could see the curvature on that basketball, like even from that tiny little zoomed in portion.
There it is.
Yeah, somebody posted that shit. I think I have some. Let me see. I have some images of what you just posted, Sasha.
Yeah. That was I forget it. What he said. That's the curvature there, because that's the point, and that's flat.
Now I could say this word to Jedi. He knows what's up, Jedi. He'll know what I'm talking about. You remember our old pal Negator?
Yeah, I remember Negator X. Yep.
Yeah, he was in the YouTube live stream text chat, and we're just kind of messing around with him because he doesn't know basic shapes. So we have to talk about like straight lines, spheres, triangles, that kind of thing, because that concept is just way too much. It's over his head, man.
Simple geometry. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, kindergarten was a long time ago. I get it.
Yeah. Did I look? I knew he'd come. Are you coming in? Come on in, man. Is he coming over here? He says, "Hop in. I'll be there in a few." Hop into what? You coming over here? Let's go. I was telling him the arena's open, man. We can take it to the arena and live stream there. And per the arena, stipulations, meaning that you have 3 objections each. If you have 1 minute to speak your objection, and then the opposing side has to refute that objection. And if it stands as valid, if it's valid, then you don't lose your objection. If it's invalid, you're gonna lose that objection. It's just the way it goes. That's the arena rules.
And you can see the curve on that little. Yeah. Oh, that's the one. Yeah.
It's not gonna hold my breath, but who cares?
Is curved level?
No. Never was.
Yeah, see, I told you. You put a straight line there, you can still see curvature.
Yeah. Well, it probably has to do with the resolution of the camera and da.
Well, I just posted because it's fucking retarded. Whichever way you look at it, it just is. I'm sorry, it just is. So I've heard so many arguments from these guys, and they'll just say whatever. They'll just say anything. They'll just say anything. That's the reality of the situation. It's an oblate sphere. It's not a perfect sphere anyway. It's locally flat. They'll just literally say anything.
Correct.
We can safely assume that it's always something. It's possible.
Yeah, bro, Andy, that's so funny. Like, I think Indio dubbed it like has to be a globe earther, or can't be flat earther, or something like that. But yeah, man, they'll just say literally anything at this point. They don't even care.
Well, it was like that one that Elijah brought up yesterday that's real popular, the CFI or CIF, whatever it is. And here you can clearly see that at 1.2 miles, the horizon is right where we expect it to be, even though it's clearly a fucking mile behind them. But they're willing, and was that aired on something like the National Geographic Channel or something?
It gets me excited to know we're going to use the arena again, bro. It really does.
I made better one that.
Curvature on fucking basketball, bro.
Oh.
That's the stupidest shit. We don't live on a fucking basketball.
Yeah, they have to prove that we're on a ball first. They can't keep begging the question. Well, if it's a ball, then it would be like this. How do you know what balls would be like? Dummy. That's not reality.
Oh, they know what balls feel like.
Oh, my.
Some of them do. No.
But if you're in train, for example.
Oh, exactly, Sasha. Exactly. Yeah, man.
I hate that bullshit. Well, if you were on a train, yeah, I know I would be on one. I got in one, right?
Exactly.
What is wrong with you, man?
Which trains rotate?
Yeah, exactly.
You spin around and around.
Is it train spherical?
You need a convertible train.
Is it train? Is it train open?
Train without train with an open roof.
They use the dumbest analogies. On a train, you're going at a constant velocity, you're not accelerating. Well, your ball is always accelerating, so you already failed.
Yeah, but you're thinking too much. It's like, well, this is false equivalence.
Then you look out of the window of the train and you see that you are not moving. And Earth is moving. You are stationary in the train, but Earth is passing and trees and everything.
Yeah, what did we
Globers
say?
don't care.
What's the new hotness for the globe Earth proof seas?
They got a couple things.
Gotta go, y'all. Have a great day.
Later.
See ya, man.
One of them is redefining terms. One of them is just steamrolling any type of rebuttal. Another one's like pretending to be confused. Like, what is English? I don't speak English.
Are you talking to me?
I don't know.
Me?
I'm just. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you forgot. I wasn't listening. I didn't hear what you said.
There's also I'm not qualified enough.
I'm so.
I'm just a fisherman. I'm only 17. Those are another. That's another piece of the hotness lately.
I need to go now. I will come back and then I will tell you everything.
I'll take it more seriously later. Yeah, it's only 1 a.m. at the. It's too late right now.
Remember that shit, CB? That's it's 2 a.m. and they stay for like another 2 hours.
Yeah.
Don't forget the feelings.
Merch.
Yeah, exactly. Feelings. Yeah, they got their feelings going on, and they play the
victim. The soundboard. Why are you playing the soundboard? I'm so.
And the new one is. The new one is taking our arguments and proof. For example, Black Swan is not anymore proof for flat Earth. That's proof for globe Earth. Then every observation they are using now, they're saying that is globe proof.
Hey, this is Morning Mayhem, by the way. You guys are like right in the we're trying.
Are you streaming? Are you streaming, mate?
Not yet. Not yet. But if Negator if he agrees to the arena, we're gonna do this shit live on the arena.
I already know what he's gonna say. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Why is the same angle or size? Why can't you see the sun at night?
I'm hoping he says the same stupid shit that he's been saying.
Let's go there, India. You can beat him, and
he's actually the first person I debated.
Wow, really?
The first person I ever debated on voice, yes.
Wow.
You've seen the You've seen the video of the guy on the boat where it's pitch black over one side and it's light over on the other. It's an amazing video. I don't know if you've seen that, but is that not enough? I mean,
where I haven't seen it. What are you talking about?
There's a video somewhere, a guy in an ocean, and he turns the camera one way, and it's dark over one side, and it's light on the other. Now, whether you could see the sun or not, I'm not sure, but yeah, it's interesting to see.
You know what the title is?
No. But I flick through so many videos, so my memory's not great.
Hey, you guys, just real quick, is that guy at the very bottom of our Discord, is that Sting, the wrestler, or is it just some guy who just has the name Sting?
No, it's Sting the Police. Stinger.
I don't know. Maybe he's just an old member of this Discord, but I don't know. You have VC verified, so you could speak if you want to. Or you just like the wrestler Sting and you just took on his image. Because we have had come in here. I'm just saying.
I think that's the one.
So you missed it, dude. We had Monday Night Raw last night. You missed it, bro. FE Monday Night Raw. Oh, it's all right. On Friday, we'll do Friday Night Flat SmackDown. You can catch us then.
Yeah, I was re-listening to the debate with Dogs Are Gods. And Indio, I gotta say, man, you were in top form there, man. Like it was fucking just like it was so good, bro.
Thanks. I played it this morning, but that was just so there wasn't dead air. I didn't actually listen to it. Maybe I should listen to it again. I listened to it a couple times.
I listened to it, but going through it again, it was like I was hearing some things that you were saying was just like you just like dead to rights, dude. There was nowhere for him to go. He was like you said it in the audio. It's above his pay grade. Like he was way in over his head, bro. Like at some point he really didn't know what you were saying because I could hear it. You can just tell when somebody doesn't know what the other person's saying, and so he was struggling to kind of like piece together like how. And you even told him like, dude, this is way above your pay grade, bro. Like this, you don't know. So
yeah, I could tell.
Yeah, he was trying, bro. Like
because he's just on we've been talking with. He's an acolyte, right? So he's like one of these MC Toon stooges. Like MC Toon can't come in here and win. You can't win as his student, bro. Like it's not happening.
Yeah.
Right? Even like, dude. Regardless of how good Beatrice was, she couldn't beat Pai Mei, motherfucker.
Who's going to
The only way you can beat Pai Mei is to poisonous fish heads. Like, you're not going to beat him in Kung Fu.
Why am I not going down?
Sasha, you're hot micing, bruh.
Yo, you're hot micing.
That was a great movie, man. Kill Bill. Not to get us off track, but yeah, Pai Mei. Yeah, these Globers come in like, I don't know, they're not even on Beatrice level, bro.
That's what I'm saying, man. They're like Beatrice when she pulled up to the bottom of the steps.
Yeah, noob.
Totally noob, man. Yeah, they have like partial information, and they try to come in with like partial information and prevail. Like
fucking breathe entropy, dude. I'm gonna save that gif. I'm saving all the Indio gifs as much as I can. Stroking his beard, like, got you, punk ass bitch.
Well, it's so embarrassing, dude. They'll come in here and like, Finn, he was like, well, I do know. Okay, so what do you know? Well, let me see if I can look some stuff up for you. What? That's not knowledge if you have to go look it up on the fly. Like, you have to Google what you're supposed to believe. That's not knowledge.
He was the one declaring. Was he the one declaring the other guy was wrong and didn't know what he was talking about?
That's Camille.
Oh, yeah. He doesn't
talking
know what
about
he's talking about. Yeah,
it's like,
dude, yeah, exactly. You can't even evaluate whether he knows whether he's talking about because you have no idea. You don't understand gravity. Okay, what's that? I don't understand it either. I just know he's wrong.
They love throwing each other under the bus. I don't even know if they realize they're doing it. In one breath, this person is supposed to be the person with all the answers. Then when we ask them and expose them for not having the answers, then you throw them under the bus. Oh, well, they never had the answers, really. Okay, well, then who does?
Dude, the bus's wheels aren't even touching the ground anymore. There's so many bodies under the bus.
Yeah, exactly.
Indio, can you see the live stream text?
Yeah.
I was just thinking you could.
Oh, that Alaska cruise. Yeah, cool.
I was just thinking you could look at this picture and just pull it apart for a sec. That might be fun.
Oh, hold on. What am I looking at?
Dog Crag.
It's the I think it's the Blackpool Tower job, isn't it? Yeah.
Are they bringing this back? Or is this old?
The Blackpool Tower. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I can't believe we're still on this thing.
Wasn't this one of the earlier debates?
It's closer to the camera, so it's going to appear larger in your field of view.
Yeah.
And this is cropped. And the guy who did it even admitted, like he didn't, like they pulled that off of somewhere. That guy isn't like a Glober that took it right to prove the globe. He just took a random picture, right? So this is cropped. So he did stuff to the image. Like if you find the original image, I don't know how exactly to put it. it's not a raw image. Let's put it that way. He did things like he could have just colorized it. He could have added contrast. He could have done whatever he did. But the one problem with this image is horizon is way too far.
Yeah, that's first thing that jumped out at me. Yeah.
Yeah, if you look at it, like when you got the full image, right? If you look to the left, you can see where it juts out, and you can, on the map and see where that little jetty is, and that's like 3 miles too far. So, and it's like 6 feet off the water. So you can see it like go into the water. But the thing is, this tower is way closer. Right? If I stood up to the Empire State Building, and that, Mount Everest was, 200 miles away, and I'm 100 miles from the Empire State Building. Yeah, the Empire State Building is going to be higher than Mount Everest. It's going to look higher.
Yeah, that's actually just jolted my memory because I remember watching this on Nathan Oakley's channel about, 2 years ago, maybe more. And they were showing the original image, and it's way wider, way, like you say, cropped, as Clipcourt said here. Yeah.
Now, say you move this tower towards you like half the distance, right? It's going to appear twice the size, right? So it's going to be even higher than the mountain. Yeah, this is just dumb.
Yeah, it's funny to me because I was posting that taboo conspiracy thing all over the place yesterday, and the one from Wales, the shot from Wales to the mountains, and they were all saying, well, the guy who took the picture says this is not the mountain range, so I agree with him, not the flat earther. And this, I'm like, did you even watch the video? Go watch the video. It is Taboo Conspiracy is putting out some good content.
Shut up, Taboo.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
It all matches
I just can't believe we're still on this image, quite honestly. I know,
right?
This is elementary school level nonsense.
Yeah.
They tried.
Yeah, this was posted yesterday in Geos, and I thought, I might just take that to 24/7.
In Geos, oh my god, no wonder.
Yeah.
They put up with all sorts of nonsense.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair to them, to give them a chance, I guess. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, here's your shot.
Yeah, I get that. But it's always the same. I don't know. They're just respawning and saying the same shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. At some level, it's a waste of time. Well, at a lot of levels, not just one level. It's like a waste of time just dealing with the same. Like, why are we still dealing with this image, man? This is. Look, the camera is 6 foot above sea level. We don't even know exactly. I'm not sure if we know exactly even how far. Yeah, we do know exactly. He took it from like a little hook in the road, if I remember right.
Are those values incorrect? The ones that are being presented on that image? I mean,
no, they're probably correct, but that's irrelevant. It's irrelevant because the tower's so much closer.
Yeah, right.
So, say there was a 10-foot sign in front of this camera. 10-foot sign would appear higher than the mountains.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, where's that image we have of like the little toy dinosaurs, and then we have like the mountains in the background, a guy running?
I think I have.
Yeah, I got that one somewhere.
Hashtag shrinks.
It's interesting. I've just looked on the Taboo Conspiracy's channel, and that video has been removed. So I'm assuming he's got some issues with the guy that took the initial picture from Wales. I'm assuming that. I don't know. So it's interesting that it's been removed now.
Yeah, I'm trying if I've already had something. I know I've posted about this image in the server before. You know, I doubt these numbers are actually right now I think about it, because they're going by just like the angular size as if you were like dead center. Right, so these angular size values are like if you're dead center. Right, your eye level is dead center. So you understand what I'm saying? If I have a stick, like a ruler stick, and my eye line is at the 6 inches, that is the maximum angular size it's going to be. But if I move the stick up above my eye line, right, now the angular size is going to shrink because I'm not looking at it dead on. I'm looking at it at an angle. The higher I move it, the smaller that angle gets, and eventually I'll be looking at the edge of the ruler. If I rotate the ruler, it's the same thing, right? If I rotate the ruler 45 degrees away from me, either from the top or bottom, the angular size is going to shrink. They're not looking at this dead on. So if they were like, the eye height was like halfway up the tower, or well, halfway between the water and the top of the tower. But think about it. If you raised an elevation, tower is going to shrink, right? And the mountain, relative to the tower, is going to move up because you're going to be looking at it down, right? Now, say you're at 1,000 feet looking down. Do you think the top of the tower is going to be higher than the peak of the mountain in your field of view? No, of course not. A little lame trick.
Mm-hmm.
Not even a trick. It's just fucking dumb. You'd think they would just like take it, right, and they would stick it in like stick it in GeoGebra or any other geometry program and just map it all out, right? And just diagram it out. Then they do this, yeah.
We've kind of been doing stuff like this for a long time, where they take a picture of a tower and then they'll take another picture another day, and they're like, "Well, look, it doesn't match." Like, you know how they kind of line up two pictures on top of each other and call that like proof of something.
The gay flash test shit, dude. The flash test, what like so which one they do is I think it's Toronto.
I think you're right.
So
yeah,
the Toronto, the Sky Needle or whatever it is.
Yep.
Yeah. And then they flash test with an image that was taken way closer, rescaled from a totally different angle.
And they're like, well, see, look.
It's only, yeah, exactly. It's under the horizon. Well, that's fine. The horizon's optical.
I never fell for that.
We got Marble Redsoft is showing us right now. Marble, are you there?
Marble Red.
Yeah, bro.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Smoking the Cowboy Killers?
I don't know, bro. I just listen a little bit.
So you got VC verified, man. Welcome to Morning Mayhem. What do you think the shape of the Earth is, Marble?
What the shape of what?
The Earth that you're standing on?
Oh, the shape.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't want to say, bro. I don't know.
Why not, bro?
To be honest, like I don't know.
I don't know. There's a well. I mean, you kind of do know, but you don't know.
That's the thing. Like
what?
Like it seems round, I guess, but I don't really know.
From where?
Yeah, you got
from like a plane, from a top. Like,
plane.
Yeah,
from on TV.
Wait, when's the last time you flew, bro?
5 years ago, I guess.
Oh, you've been on a plane 5 years ago?
Yeah.
You absolutely can't see curvature from a plane. Even the globe priests tell you that. So you're absolutely not seeing it. And next time you're on a plane, I urge you to please look out both sides of the window. You can't see curvature at all.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I really don't know.
Oh,
think about it. Well, think about it for a second. Say you looked out like the left side of the plane and saw a curve of the horizon, and then you looked out the other side of the plane and saw a curve of the horizon. How do you complete that circle?
Yeah.
Right? Right?
Yeah,
You'd be living on a cylinder, buddy. Like you're going around a cylinder. Airplane's nowhere near high enough in the globe model. I mean, we've had a lot of people say it, but there are some windows. Some airplanes have windows that are basically like a convex window, so it will distort your view a little bit. Concorde had that. Some smaller airplanes have that. The airplane window is actually 3 panes of glass.
Yeah, that's a good little meme that I definitely haven't got. The one with the plane on the ground and it's showing you the tarmac's curved. That's a good one.
Yeah. So I mean, what other than that, planes? Like, what do you think could give us evidence that the Earth is curving, Marble?
Yeah, Marble Red. Look in the live stream voice text. The text channel is right above here. Look in that. I just posted an image for you. I got a bunch of these, as a matter of fact.
It's just curving on the tarmac. Yeah. Well, that's cool. If you say you don't know, that's still a good place to be.
I think you do know.
I've not really done any research.
No, it's all good, man. I mean, we're all indoctrinated with it. You're welcome to say it's a globe. We're not going to attack you for it. We fully expect you. We fully expect you to say it's a globe because that's what you're supposed to think. So
I'll smack you upside the head and say, "What's the matter with you?"
No, you won't.
What's the matter with you? Well, I think you do know it's flat. I think you've been told to disregard your own knowledge. That's what I think.
It looks flat, though, you know?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, is it looks flat. Then people come along and say, well, it's not actually flat. It's actually a big ball that's too big to see, right? It's too big to see the curve. That's why it just looks flat. But your primary knowledge is it looks flat.
Exactly. But you see...
well, I'm saying that doesn't prove it's flat. But I'm just saying that's like the starting point of like, okay, what's the figure of the Earth? Where do I start? Okay, well, it looks flat. Maybe it's that. Well, maybe it's something else. Well, let's go find the evidence of something else. And that evidence, contrary to popular belief, does not exist.
What about, how far is it if I go from Antarctica to the, I don't know, in the other end, top, I guess?
Well, that's the
Can
thing.
you not go the other way or something?
No, well, there's hypotheticals that you can show us with the examples of like when you want to talk distances, but has that ever been done by anyone? The example of the hypothetical you're trying to pose.
I don't know.
The north-south circumnavigation on a single meridian. No one's ever done that. There's a bunch that go like east-west, but there's none that go north-south.
Right. I always get people to think about the things that they previously would say are the examples or evidence for the Earth being a globe. But they're usually wrapped up in hypotheticals most of the time. It's kind of like what you're doing right now. It's like the same thing.
Yeah, it usually starts with if or the word imagine. They start with that. If, blah, 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 or imagine, blah, blah, blah. So the only, there's 2 claimed north-south circumnavigations, but they're actually not circumnavigations. It's basically up one side of the Atlantic, down the other. And we know the Atlantic isn't like half the size, right? The Atlantic doesn't take up half of the globe. So that's not a circumnavigation. That's basically just looking. So there was a Pan Am, supposedly, a Pan Am flight back in the 70s that was just to circumnavigate the globe, north to south. They went up the Atlantic, on one side, the east side of the Atlantic, down the west side of the Atlantic, and that was it. But it was like a public relations thing. So, you know, they were going bankrupt. They needed like some PR to propel them. Then they started selling tickets to the moon. That didn't work out too good. Yes. Did you know that Pan American Airlines sold tickets to the moon back in like the 60s?
They did.
Yeah.
For how much? How much for one ticket?
I think they were like $2,000 or something, which is a lot of money back then.
Damn.
Obviously, they didn't. Well, the company doesn't exist anymore, so.
But how would you, I don't know, how can you even prove that it's round or flat or whatever?
Measurement. Surface of the Earth has to be curving for it to be a ball, right? The water. The surface of the Earth is supposed to be like 70% water.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever the water is doing, the entire Earth has to be doing as a whole. So if water does not curve, by necessity, the Earth can't be a ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's simple, right? So like how many flat spots are on a ball? Like none. Okay. So we start measuring the water, and the water everywhere we measure all over the world turns out to be flat, then the Earth can't be a ball because the water's flat. Can't have a 70% flat ball.
Yeah. Also, like, how, I don't know, if it's a globe, then the water, I don't know. How can it even stay? I don't know.
Well, I mean, the so-called pictures from space, right? What do they show, right? They show curved water. They show the oceans curving around, adhering to the surface of a ball. So, like, it just has to be that the water curves. That level is a curved line.
Damn.
It has to be that way. It can't be any other way. So this simple test, right? We can just test whether water curves. It doesn't have to be. See, part of the conditioning is that, like, you can't figure it out yourself. Super smart scientists, they're the ones that figure it out. Trust them; they know better than you. That it's some complicated scientific question. They don't tell you, oh, this is actually third grade geometry, right? It's just, that's all it is. It's third grade geometry. You're like, okay, this has to be a drop over distance, right? So I say I look out over the ocean and there's a line of sight, the surface of the ocean has to curve away from which way I'm looking. And so there's one test you can do is you can take a laser, shine it, like level it, shine it over water, and you should be able to measure a difference in elevation of the laser above the water with distance, right? So 10 miles, it should be 66 feet above the water. 20 miles, it should be something like 420 feet above the water. So these tests have been done.
If you put the water on a golf ball, the water not gonna stay, I don't know, like, it's not gonna stay everywhere, only the top.
Well, yeah, but also water is not convex in no human experience, right? Like, we can take a cup, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, a sea, an ocean. No one can demonstrate that the surface of that water is anything but flat and level.
Yeah.
I mean, they can talk about it. They can say, oh, think about it. Gravity just forms it into a ball. That's cool, but we need the actual evidence for that happening. And that's the thing. Goldbergers continually come in here and say things. And, like, all we do is ask for the evidence for their claim. And this server's lasted 5 years, and we're still waiting for that evidence. Hundreds of thousands of people. Hundreds of thousands, and that's not an exaggeration. Nobody, doesn't matter if they have degrees, what their profession is, what they do for a living, no one has actual measured drop over distance. The necessity of basically it's a water ball that they call the Earth.
But can they mimic? Can they make like a, I don't know, a project or whatever, and like make a mini Earth in a lab somewhere?
No, can't. They literally can't demonstrate a goddamn thing.
Shit.
When I say
that
can't,
nice,
literally any glober can come in here and say anything, like literally anything, and they can't demonstrate a goddamn claim for the globe. Oh, stars are billions of miles away. Okay,
and that's the problem.
Show us that the sun is this big, the moon is this big, they're this far away, planets are this, there's orbits, there's this, there's that, there's the other thing. They have their potpourri of bullshit, and like you just ask them, okay, what's the evidence for that? And it's over because they don't have evidence for any of it. Any of it. Like when I'm not exaggerating.
The problem. Like they never show.
So if I asked you, what's the evidence the moon orbits the Earth?
Yeah, I could never tell you.
Yeah, nobody can. They'll say, well, we have a model that predicts blah, 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 blah.
yeah, exactly,
okay,
bro.
Cool. But before anybody was a globe earther and anyone had an idea the Earth was a globe, they also made the predictions because the moon just operates on a cycle. And once you know the cycle, you can predict when whatever you want happens again. You don't even need a theory of like what shape the Earth is or anything.
Yeah, no, I don't know. If they cannot even like reproduce it somewhere, it's very hard to believe for me.
Yeah, that's another one. How can you reproduce an orbit? That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
Or that the Earth orbits the sun, or that frickin' there's black holes, or like it's on and on and on. I mean, it's endless. See, that's the part of the globe story. It's like you've heard of Lord of the Rings, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a whole book series written by J.R. Tolkien, right? So it's very complex and complicated. He developed like 7 different unique languages that you can actually speak. They have glossaries, dictionaries, whole 9 yards. But the entire thing is a work of fiction. The globe is like that. It's a very sophisticated story with lots of moving parts. And what convinces people is the sheer sophistication of it, right? Like, who could make up all these things? Well, they had 500 years to make up all these things. Like J.R. Tolkien did it in his lifetime. You see what I'm saying? J.R. Tolkien did it by himself in his own lifetime. Something that's more complex than the globe. That's an entire work of fiction. I think a whole bunch of people can develop a sophisticated bullshit story in 500 years.
Yeah, that's of course, yeah. Like, just look at Scientology and that shit.
Oh my God, that's out of control. That's just...
Oh, yeah. We're so easy to fool, actually. You know, I don't know, man.
Well, I mean, what's the amazing part about it is, like I said to you, it's like what they're saying is contrary to people's experience, right? It's contrary to what people see every day.
Yeah.
It would be like you saw a plant, right? And someone came along and said, "That's not a plant, that's an animal."
Yeah. Exactly.
And you're like, "No, man, that's a plant. That's not an animal." And then they're like, "Well, dude, you don't even understand science. I'm a scientist. I'm saying it's an animal." And you're like, "Okay, I guess it's an animal." But that's kind of like did the same thing with the flat Earth. Like, I went outside, I saw it's flat, I didn't see any motion, I see the sun move, I see the moon move, but they're saying, I'm moving, and the sun and the moon are standing, well, the moon is like not rotating, but it's always facing me, and it orbits perfectly, so that I always see one side of it, and I'm spinning, when I see a sunset, I'm falling backwards, the sun's not moving, I'm moving, and it just looks flat, but it's actually a big ball. So they're telling you all these things that are contrary to what you're experiencing. And everyone believes it. Because part of the trick is you're dumb if you don't believe it. Yeah, right? Exactly. You're a flat earther. You're stupid if you don't believe this story. Right? Dumb sailors way in the past, they all thought the Earth was flat, man. They were backwards hillbillies, sailing on the seven seas, looking out for sea monsters and sirens and afraid they were going to sail off the edge. None of those stories are true. Right? People thought the Earth was flat, but nobody thought they'd sail off the edge. Nobody thought there were sea monsters. Nobody thought there was freaking sirens that were going to make you smash into rocks. No one actually thought any of those things. But it's part of the story, right?
To be honest, I wonder what I don't know, but I wonder what's at the end or whatever. Like, is there an end?
I mean, we don't think there's an end in that sense, right?
Oh.
So, no, we don't think the Earth is like a space disk.
Oh, okay.
That it's like some disk floating around in space, and it's the third disk from the sun. We don't think it's like the Earth, right? And everything is within its realm, and it's not like the Earth is within some gigantic universe floating around. That whole idea of a giant void in which there's a whole bunch of shit inside of it, that is metaphysical philosophy of two Greeks called Democritus and Epicurus. They started this idea in like 325 BC, that there's empty space and what they call it was matter and void, right? So there's void and then there's matter. Matter's within the void. So this whole idea comes from their metaphysics, not physics, because they had no physics, right? So because it was 300 BC. So they had no physics. They had no reason to think space was a vacuum, but it fit into their worldview. So, and this has continued on, right? So the problem with outer space is we have gas pressure, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now think about it. If I had a vacuum chamber and I put gas in it, is it going to sink to the bottom of the vacuum chamber, or is it going to disperse evenly throughout the entire chamber? Right? So the Earth is supposed to be a gas, right? There's a gas layer around it called the atmosphere. And why doesn't it that disperse into the vacuum of space?
Yeah.
So it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. High pressure goes to low pressure always, and gas has an infinite degrees of freedom, so there's no way gravity can stop it. Because like I said in that example I gave, if I made a vacuum chamber and it's on the surface of the Earth where the gravity is strongest, according to them, and I insert gas into the vacuum chamber, it doesn't settle to the bottom of the vacuum chamber. Gravity does not hold it down away from the vacuum. It disperses throughout the entire vacuum. Now, space is supposed to be a super freaking ultra high vacuum, right? That's infinite in size, and the gas should disperse throughout the whole entire thing. So we don't just say, "Oh, there's no such thing as space because that's inconvenient." No, it's a second law of thermodynamics violation, a natural law that's never been known to be violated in the history of man. No one can even think of a way to violate it.
I see all these pictures.
They're showing Well, I mean, like I said, it's a second law of thermodynamics, which is a known thing that is as certain as freaking. It's as certain as the sunrise, man. So, when someone comes along and says, no, the second law of thermodynamics don't count in this situation because there's gravity, some magical thing that they can't prove, you have to be a little skeptical about their claim about the rest of it, right? The outer space, the freaking gas ball giant named Jupiter, and all the other shit. Because none of their claims we can test. They can't even test their own claims, quite honestly. If anybody wants to jump in, feel free. I like this ranting.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you hit on an important point that I think a lot of people don't understand is they're trying to imagine Earth as a place that exists within another place. And I think that's where a lot of people get it wrong. then they start asking about some edge they can go jump off and all this stuff. So you have to sort of undo that kind of thinking. So for that, I typically take them to the edge of outer space. I'll be like, all right, well, is there an outside of outer space? Does the outer space exist within another place? And they're like, well, no. Okay, well, that's how the Earth is.
You fall into the multiverse, dude, and you meet Rick Sheep 147. So that's the other part of the trick, right? When people think about the Earth, they think about the Earth from outside of it, as if they have some God's eye view of Earth, and that it's inside of something, and that you can go outside of it and look back at it like it's something you can put in your hand. There's no evidence for that, right? Everybody you know, everybody I know, everyone I've ever met, they've only experienced the Earth from within the Earth. They've never astral projected. I mean, some have taken a lot of drugs and they went to other places and probably saw lots of things. Little fairies dancing on the Earth from far away. But, they were on drugs. Sober people only experience the Earth from where they are, inside the Earth. Inside the realm of the Earth, right? You look out and see the world. You don't freaking look at the world from outside of it. They want to convince you that is a possibility.
Mm-hmm. It's that space porch idea you came up with. They're trying to leave reality and go right to outside of reality to look back at reality. Take selfies and stuff.
Yeah, take a selfie with the Earth in the background. The Earth photobomb my selfie.
They want to have that selfie vision so bad, and it's just like we're trying to teach them that you don't get that point of view. That's never going to be your point of view. Yeah, but what if I had a rocket? That won't help you either. I'm almost in the chat. I've been rephrasing Earth to reality because they want to leave Earth, and I've been saying like, oh well, you can't leave reality. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, like one way, like sometimes I do it. Like, one way to talk about it is like there's three ways to think about something. There's remembering something, there's imagining something, and then there's like experiencing something, right? So I can look at a chair, and that chair is in my perception, and I can think about it. I can remember a chair from my past that I saw before, right? And I have the remembrance of a chair. Or I can imagine a chair, right? A chair that doesn't exist, which only exists in my imagination. So when you talk about the Earth, right, if you go with, okay, what do I see, right? My perception of the Earth, there's that. And then your remembrance of your perception. Well, how come your imagination of what the Earth is doesn't match the perception and the memory of your perception? Right? The imagination is removed from those two other things, the actual experience. It's like, and I used the example of a chair, it's like imagining something that is not a chair. But you think you're imagining a chair. Right? So I saw a chair, I went away from that, and then I remembered seeing the chair, and then when I imagined seeing a chair, I imagined a fucking elephant.
But we have the edge with Antarctic Treaty. You cannot go 60 degrees south, that means there is an edge, 60 degrees. If you cannot go there, that means you don't know what is behind. That means that's the edge.
Yeah, effectively. Effectively, the edge. See the Carnival Cruise Line that almost freaking sunk? Well, I don't know if it almost sunk. So Carnival Cruise Lines are gigantic. There was something like 10 to 20 foot swells, and it fucked up the ship. The ship had to run away from the storm and go back to port. Those types of swells are small compared to the Southern Ocean, which has 20 to 40 foot swells. And people are like, oh, just go to Antarctica, just sail there. Yeah, okay, dude. Trying to die?
Yeah, it's almost like that. When I hear that type of stuff, it's almost like listening to a bunch of rowdy kids saying, look, yeah, man, let's just drive however we want. Let's all meet up in a parking lot with our cars, and then we're just going to blast out of here and drive however the hell we want. Sure, you can try that, but how effective do you think you'll be? There doesn't have to be cops around every corner, but they can still get your ass. So
can't run the radio, man.
Well, practically, CB, let's take a boat from London, and let's try to go now, straight down to the south, past the La Manche. Let's go to the coast of the Spain, Portugal, what it is, France, and let's go, Nobody will stop us.
No, nobody will stop you. No one will even care. They'll just ignore you.
If some military or border or some we will say, no, we are only going to south, don't worry.
Yeah, you and your boat.
Pirated.
Or that. Yeah, or that too. But it's like, dude, okay, you and your Toyota Corolla, you think you're just going to floor it on the highway and no one can catch you. No, they can catch you, okay? Cars, helicopters, you name it. Okay, so if you're in a boat, you don't think that they got jets, they got helicopters, planes. You're not going to just outrun people because you have a boat, dude. These people have weird ideas that they can just freely explore the world. It's like they forgot 3 years ago you couldn't even go to the grocery store to get toilet paper. And these guys are talking about exploring realms and places they don't even know. Like, they don't even know exist. So, I don't know. These guys got to chill out, man.
I know. I got a picture on my phone of like a restaurant right after that nonsense started, and like I don't think people remembered. You had to write down like all your contact information, like to go out to eat and shit.
Yeah.
They made you like write down all your contact information, like the last 5 people you came in contact with. Just a bunch of nonsense, dude. People forgot like how crazy it was.
Yeah, man, and the V passports and stuff like that. It's like they totally like wiped their memory, and now they think they can just freely roam, go wherever you want. Like, dude, these people haven't even. I bet you they haven't even explored like a 50-mile radius around their house, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, you probably haven't even explored your own territory. You're talking about exploring the whole Earth. Why don't you guys calm down? Number one, there's restricted areas.
Yeah, so here's a test. Just go walk on some railroad tracks somewhere, even abandoned ones. See how long it takes for the railroad company to fucking be up your ass. Dude, really? They'll be right on you. Like, they don't fuck around, dude, unless you're in like the boonies or something.
But not only that, take a bus from the Egypt and go to South Africa, with your passport, whatever your country, and like that. I'm going. I will pass every country with my passport. Everything, it's okay.
You won't make it past Sudan. Like you're screwed, man. You get to Sudan, you're beat.
They used to be like one of the coolest things ever. Like when I was a kid, you're going on train tracks and just walking.
Yeah.
I didn't realize they could crack down on that.
At some point, they stopped doing. Well, I mean, it's been a while since I walked on railroad tracks, but
yeah,
I've been accosted by railroad workers and whatever when I was like in my teens. Get off the railroad tracks. Even railroad tracks are like barely used. They're not worried about you getting run over. Like you're on their property. They don't want you there.
Right. Yeah, man. There's like restricted areas and stuff. Restricted airspaces. Go ahead, Chris.
One of my best memories is I went to this place where we used to go to Iowa, where we had relatives. And they had train tracks, and there's like a little bridge there. And right when we were halfway across the bridge, a train came, and it was like I was too small. I was like 7, 8, something like that. So I couldn't really quite run well enough to get across, the trestles, and not really coordinated enough. So my brother booked it, and he realized I was struggling. So he came back, and then he says, "Just jump. You'll jump down. There's like a little creek at the bottom." And at the time, it looked like it was like the bottom of the Grand Canyon. Like that's forever, right? There's no way I'll survive that jump. But then, like he jumped and then I jumped and whatever. And then I came back as an adult and the thing was only like 6 feet tall. Like it was like 6 feet off the ground, like 6, 7 feet. And just, but that's so, like going back to your childhood home, you're like, wow, this place is really small, like, and just like, I just brought the story up because it's like that sort of rite of passage is just kind of gone because of this sort of overexertion nanny state. You can't go on the train tracks, you'll get hit by a train. Not really, okay? Those old wise tales of kids falling asleep with their ear on the track and all that. That's all goofy, okay? It's always been a fun thing. You walk down the tracks and you hear a train coming and you jump off and then the train goes by. You count how many trains or sections there were.
And from what I can tell, the only people that get killed on the train tracks are drunks.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like
bums. They fall asleep on them, or yeah, exactly, like bums.
And they're still getting killed. It's like the only thing that saves like the nanny state was like where they put sensors in tunnels, so then like a light turns on and the trains are notified that someone tripped a tunnel sensor, and like the train police show up, and that was something good, because they don't want people getting turned around inside the tunnel or not knowing where to go or whatever. And
yeah, man, it was just this idea of freely roaming only comes in when they're talking about exploring some type of flat earth. They're like, oh, well, why don't you just explore everywhere? Dude, you probably haven't even explored like around your house. So
yeah, you could even like walk through private property if you're just going from point A to point B. If you weren't lingering or like trying to sell stuff and trying with the not panhandling, soliciting. If you were trying to solicit the people, you could just travel. You could just move across. If you move quickly and briefly across someone's property, you didn't mess with their stuff. And now it's like everyone's afraid of everything. They're afraid to cut through this. They're afraid to even walk on private property. It's like you go to a nature park, you got to stay on the path. Don't walk off the path. Stay on this paved path that everyone else walks.
Yeah, dude, that's nature. Asphalt is a natural phenomenon.
Yeah, it's like it's weird. Like when people would go to a nature park when they first came out, it's like you would get off the path. That's the whole idea, to get away from the path. The path was used for people in wheelchairs and shit.
I mean, someone in the chat yesterday was like, dude, why don't you guys just fly a drone across the whole Earth? Dude, I don't even own a drone, and I know you can't just fly a drone wherever the hell you want to.
Dude, what size of the battery does he got in there? Like, what the fuck are you even talking about?
Yeah, he's like, well, I mean, yeah, how do you control it across the whole Earth? And eventually he was like, all right, yeah, you're right. It doesn't make a lot of sense. They always make these... They make these hypotheticals that you can't cash in anywhere.
Oh, like the guy yesterday? I didn't say you could do it in reality.
Yeah, he was like, well, I mean, just hypothetically. Okay, well, then what?
At least, like, try to bamboozle us by saying it's a thought experiment. Like,
right. Damn.
Dude, I feel like sometimes, like, the Cobra's just a bunch of grifters that come in here with their con. It's like, how many pump and dump crypto schemes have you done?
Yeah, they got made a fool, so now they got somehow find someone even that they think is even more foolish than them, so they don't feel like a complete loser.
Mm-hmm. The dude that got bullied and goes to try and bully other people.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you mean the police?
Yeah, there you go. This guy was trying to tell me that flat Earth is misinformation. It's against the server. It's against Discord's terms of service. I'm like, well, how are there Discord flat Earth servers then? They don't know about it. I'm like, wow.
Oh, okay.
Wow, dude, really? So that's your story. You're sticking to it. Like there's flat Earth servers, there's flat Earth content all over the internet, and just magically somehow it's all against terms of service. The powers that be just don't know about it yet.
The secret.
Yeah, there's somehow they just can't find it. They just can't find the content.
Well, dude, he's just conceding as far as I'm concerned. Anyone that's like flat Earth is misinformation. It's against the terms of service. We should cancel it. You're conceding. You're conceding that you can't prove the globe, and that the only way you can stop flat Earth is just shut it up.
I got
him to tell anybody.
I eventually got him to shut up about it because I said, well, because he also thought that he's from somewhere in Europe where Nazi stuff is a criminal. Is criminal to talk about it.
Oh, he's European. That explains everything.
Yeah. So I said, how about is NASA? You want to talk about NASA for a little bit? And I was like, here's the first director of NASA. Guy's name is Werner von Braun. He's a Nazi war criminal. He's like,
we tell him that Darwin was a racist and watch him spiral into oblivion.
Oh, yeah, I know for sure. What ended up getting the spiral is like somehow I wasn't very good at this. I'm like, what is this? What are we talking about right now? You said that something was terms of service. I told you that sounds like a conspiracy theory to me, that if other people don't believe you. And if you get feedback, report Flutter servers and see what the Discord like moderators tell you. And then he kept saying that somehow it was on me to prove flat Earth. Like I had to prove flat Earth to him, otherwise it was misinformation. So I'm like, anything that you don't think is true, I have to prove to you is true if you don't think it's true. So I was
it's misinformation. That's insanity, man.
Yeah, or it's misinformation. That I'm trying to bamboozle him. I go, homie, I'm not even talking to you. I don't care what you have to say or think. I go, how about this? How bad you are at this? You said if you, then me. I'm saying if you, then you, or if me, then me. And then somehow it fell kind of flat. So I was maybe like what's a better way of phrasing that? Because he's saying if flat Earth, his version of flat Earth, then I have to present it to him.
Right.
So I would say if you, then you. If you think flat Earth, you present it to you. And you come to your own conclusion. And what did you come up with? Misinformation? Okay, test that theory. Don't have me try to test it for you, right? You do it.
That's some cult insanity right there, man.
It's pro-establishment, guys.
So check this out. If I say red is the best color, I can't prove that. It's impossible to prove. It's subjective. So does that mean it's misinformation if I say red is the best color? Is that misinformation? But we don't have that problem because flat Earth is objective.
Right.
And he can cry about it. But that's that's typical liberal nonsense, man.
I was listening to FNF's Day Show yesterday, and they had some pretty smart people on there. It seemed like he brought up the establishment, right? And it reminded me how the people that we talk to are totally pro-establishment, right? And we are we would be anti-establishment. So this is a 1-minute clip that I pulled out from yesterday's episode.
Because of probably, I will say, 1,000 anti-establishment people in the last 270 years in America. That's why. And those 1,000 anti-establishment guys fought for you and I, and they've never met you. You'll never meet them. You don't even know what they went through. You don't know how they targeted their families, all this other stuff. You and I are able to have this conversation because the world still has few anti-establishment guys that can't be bought and can't be bullied. Power to those guys that are not afraid to fight.
Yeah.
Power. By the way, do you know what is the ultimate riskiest job in the world? You know what's the riskiest job in the world? position? What is the riskiest position in the world?
Very good question.
It's not a president.
Politician?
Anybody that's loud, vocal, fighting against the establishment.
Oh, yeah.
It's the riskiest job in the world.
Of course, they'll cancel you.
Period.
Yeah.
We've seen it.
Yeah.
Andrew Tate.
Yeah. Andrew Tate, Ryan Dawson.
Yeah.
You know, like if you talk about anything that challenges the establishment and you have a big enough platform, or you talk about certain taboo subjects, they're going to cancel you. So, yeah.
I really like that because we're those guys. We are anti-establishment, and it is tough to be vocal and against, the big bad establishment. It is kind of risky. You lose friends, you lose sponsors, you lose money, jobs. I just thought that was a really interesting clip. I thought it was relatable.
Yeah, I mean, I just draw parallels with the woke nonsense that we're going through and rejection of biological reality and a host of other things with how the globe was foisted upon the world. To me, it's like there's a lot of the same things, because you have to get people to reject not only, so flat Earth was the common tradition in the past, right? That's what everybody thought. But then they came around and convinced everybody that what the experience was not true. And it's kind of like the same thing with the woke thing. Like, there are 2 sexual gametes in the human species trying to convince people that those don't exist, right? Despite the overwhelming evidence, usually right between their own legs. Like, literally, your evidence that there's only 2, is right between your own legs. Like, what more do you, you don't even have to go far. You don't even have to go out the door. Go outside. It's like, you're inside. You can figure this out inside. You don't even have to go outside. So I just draw a lot of analogies to it, is that, people are trying to, it's like mind control, but it's not mind control in the meme sense of the word. It's mind control in the sense of getting people to reject objective reality. That is the goal. Because once they start rejecting objective reality, you can fill it with anything.
Yep. We're seeing that now. We're seeing that play out live in real time. Like Andy called out, I don't know if he's still in the panel, how they'll just say anything at this point. And, people will come here and ask, why does it matter? Or what do they gain? Well, they gain you, dude. They have you blindly defending something you don't understand. And they can say anything at this point, and you'll just believe it. They'll say there's marbles on the moon. There's they can literally say anything, and people will just clap and applaud and go along with it. It's cuckoo world.
Yeah, so really the analogy of the emperor has no clothes, man. But
exactly.
But it's like, you have no clothes on. And you think you're not naked, but you are. You're buck naked, bro. Come in here arguing the globe and you're buck naked. Saying, they haven't brainwashed me. You flat earthers are all stupid. I can prove the globe in 2 seconds. 3 seconds later, I'm not a scientist.
Snatching their own wig.
Yeah, throwing themselves under the bus. They're just dive under the bus. So I have to bitch like a girl right now, man. I went to the gym this morning and, man, fucking 2 kids. I say kids because they're in their 20s, early 20s, maybe late teens. These fuckers got 16 45-pound plates on the leg press machine, and they're bony little fuckers, dude. They're doing 3 fucking inch leg presses with like every 45-pound plate in the goddamn gym, and taking like 10 minutes of sitting on their phone, they're talking, they're doing all. They literally have every plate, dude. And I'm trying to bench. I got like freaking goddamn 225s, like 710s on one side, 10s on the other side, some 5s, some 2.5s. Like, what the hell is this shit? And on the other side of me are 3 people. When they're in the gym, I hate it because they just sit there and talk the whole time. They don't even work out. They're all like morbidly obese. I don't like calling people fat. I won't call somebody fat unless they're at least 60 pounds over 20% body fat, which means you're fucking, you're huge. Like, dude, they're also using every plate in the gym. They're doing push-ups on 40. They're using the 45-pound plates to do push-ups on, like one on each, under each hand. They got they got the bench. They're doing a decline bench. To make the bench tipped up decline, they took like all the 25s and all the 10s and stuck them under the fucking bench. There's actually a decline bench that's actually, it's already built for it, sitting there, empty, nobody's using it. Instead, they gotta steal all the plates and take a regular bench and fucking tip. Like, dude, this is me at the gym, dude. I'm like, what the fuck clown world is this shit? And like, all the plates are gone in the fucking gym, and you got people that are just talking the entire time, sucking up all the plates. Like, I don't get this, man. Like, is it intentional? Do these people have like some sort of like, I'm gonna go to the gym and I'm gonna use all the plates and piss everybody in the gym off? Like, is it like one of those things? Like, how do I get attention? Like, it's just weird to me.
Friggin' main character syndrome or something. They've been so gassed up. I don't know, man. Just no respect.
Look, but yeah, if you were actually working out, I wouldn't care. But once you're stealing all the plates from everywhere and you're not working out, like, dude, listen, I watched these 2. I'd say in the hour I was there, on the leg press, they took 20 minutes. They each did 2 sets of 3 repetitions in 20 minutes. Okay?
Good Lord.
Exactly. Okay. Working hard in the gym, right? You probably taking selfies and shit. I'm at the gym. I'm working out. Then they go and they use something else because now I'm watching them, right? And I think they did 3 sets of lunges, and that took the other 40 minutes that I was there. 40 fucking minutes, dude, to do 5 exercises. Like, what the hell is that? Why did you even come here?
Yeah. I was thinking of those leg press kids. Those are the type of kids that get their knees snapped inverted for doing dumb stuff like that.
Dude, I was waiting.
I know you were. I was like, yeah, as soon as you said it, I'm like, yeah, I bet you were waiting for that.
See, when they're doing the leg press, both of their feet are touching, literally are touching each other. So, you know what I mean? So, there's no weight individually on one leg. But they're only moving it 4 inches. They're only moving it 4 inches. Like, why are you even doing that?
Yeah.
Dude, that, it's one of the leg press machines where you lay down and you push the weight, you push it up, right?
Yeah.
And the plates go on the side. The plates are all the way to the end of the bar, man, of the bars that are on each side. Every freaking 45-pound plate in the goddamn gym almost.
You can't put that on his back.
That's what I counted.
That's crazy, dude.
Sounds like some sort of stupid Instagram challenge or something like that.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
The kid weighed 150 tops. Tops, dude. He don't work out. You know what I mean? He's just I don't know if he's a first timer, second timer, never seen him in the gym before. Him and his friend, they were teenagers. They probably just maybe Crit was right. They just fucking throw a whole bunch of weight on there, move it, and just bend their knees. Hey, take a picture, and I'm gonna put it on Instagram that I'm freaking, doing leg presses with 650 pounds.
That's stupid. Try dropping 300 and put it on your back. Then we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm working. My squat sucks, so I'm still working on that shit. I think I'm up to can almost bench more than I can fucking squat. It's sad, but I got like a long ass femur.
Yeah, same here.
That's why I like going in the morning, like early morning, because the people are all there to get in and get out. It's like they got places to go and things to do.
Yeah, I was going at like 5:30. I was going to like I would leave here at 5 and I'd get there at 5:30, and I was going then because it was empty. But I got sick of doing that because I compacted my workout. So I was like, yeah, I can, like, even if people are doing dumb shit, I can work around them. But I might have to go back to that. I can't take that crap, dude.
I mean, it's kind of funny seeing people do some silly stuff too, but maybe to mix it up a little bit.
At the gym is it like, because I go to a Planet Fitness, it's open 24 hours a day, so I can go like whenever, literally like whenever I want.
Oh, okay.
So it's like, but it's just watching people work out, like, just like you're literally wasting your time here. You know, like with people that are like super huge, like something's better than nothing, right? But when you're like skinny and you're trying to like build muscle, you know, doing like, you know, whatever exercise they're doing with a super light weight and doing it like super fast. They're not even sweating. Like you just, and they're on the phone the whole time. Like, man, why did you, like, I don't understand. It's like I see so many people work out wrong. It's just like, I want to tell them, like, dude, that's not, you're doing it wrong, right? You're not, like, you're going to do the exercises, but the amount of volume you have to do that exercise till you actually grow muscle, you're going to have to do like 30 sets, bro. like, you know what I mean? It's like, you actually have to make it hard. If you're not making it hard, then like you have to do more till it becomes hard because you're tired. Like, so, yeah, it's funny. But it's so many people. It's like it's not even funny, man. They should have like, it's more, people just think it's like, oh, if I choose the right exercises. It's not just choosing the right exercise. You got to do them correctly.
Yep. I wonder if it's like part of the mind virus, because it doesn't just affect your mind; it's like your body and your actions too. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, you're definitely
I wonder how deep it goes.
And I'm not trying to sound like a gym snob, man. I actually feel bad. I literally want to talk to these people. Like, listen, man, you're fucking just like doing it wrong. If you did it like this, man, you'd cut your workout in half, and like you'd have to come here half the amount of time. But you know, I don't want to be a fucking asshole. Nobody likes being told. Oh shit. Hold on a second. I had a fucking Zoom call with the school over my kid. Scheduled fucking thing. I don't want to go there. They canceled it. Thank God. Yes. I don't want to talk to them. I live in Cambridge, Massachusetts. It is literally liberal hell. Walking into that school, an elementary school, what do you think that's like?
Rainbows.
Yeah, like literally, I just want to like throw a freaking rope up in front of the front door and just like hang myself from the walkers. Dude, like half the teachers are just straight up lesbians, man.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, I can't even imagine the schools right now. That's actually one of the things they talked about last night on the Fresh and Fit episode, like how, like Target. I guess I didn't even realize. Like I heard about Bud Light, but I guess Target is involved too. You know, they lost like $9 billion and dropped like, I don't know, 15% in the stock market or something like that, based off of just like doing some rainbow type stuff. Same with Bud Light. So I was like, yeah, man.
Some of the Target stuff was satanic, though. It wasn't just like
really.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was
it was like a swimsuit, like a woman's swimsuit designed for tucking male genitalia.
Yeah, there was that.
Yeah, it was like that sort of weird shit. Like really, like seriously, you know? Like it said on the thing too. Like it was like tuckable, you know, women's bathing suit or something like that.
It was targeted to the younger crowd. So
Yeah, and
That's
unfortunately,
weird,
only
man.
grown men bought it.
Oh my god!
That's what I'm saying, dude. Just like, listen. Every pervert, like within a 50 square mile of a goddamn Target, was like, "Oh, I gotta go check that out."
And at first they tried to do the victim status. They had all this like surveillance cameras of like people doing like audits of asking people like, what do you think this is for? Like sales associates and stuff. And they came out crocodile tears, sales associates being verbally abused, you know, by anti-LGBTQ people or activists or whatever. And then finally said, "Oh, actually, we got to do some damage control here because we're taking a hit, you know, like a financial hit." That's where you got to give them. That's where activism has to go. The bottom line.
Yeah, you vote with your wallet, man, or you vote with your feet. That's the only two ways to do it. Don't talk about. Just don't enter into a commercial activity with these clowns.
Walmart's funner anyway. It's like, you know, talk about people watching at the gym. People watching at Walmart is just hilarious.
See, I was thinking about today, like it's like I have a larger sample size of people than like probably most of the people on the server, other than like, you know, the dudes that live in New York City. Well, even more than them, because New York City is like. New York City is, I don't even think, I mean, it's diverse in terms of nationality, but like, as in far as like, socioeconomic mix, I think like Boston's far greater. Like, I usually walk to the gym, which is like a mile, a little more than a mile, and I walk straight through the center of downtown Boston. I have to see like 500 to like 1,000 people that are complete strangers that I've never seen before walk by me. Some are going to work, some are working, like in the street, like, you know, all sorts of people all doing all weird different shit. And I'm always checking everybody out, dude, because like, my head's on a goddamn swivel. But it's just, we have a weird mix, right? So there's tourists, there's people working in downtown, right, in the office buildings. There's people delivering things to downtown from out of town, like beverages or products or whatever. There's the people that live here, right, and they're just wandering around aimlessly. Then there's the homeless people, and there's like, there's just this really strange. Then there's the college kids. And then there's the people that like. Then there's like the lower level, because there's office professionals. Then there's the lower level people, like people that work at like the convenience stores and the Dunkin' Donuts, and then the tea workers, and like it's just a very strange mix of like people, which I don't think most of the people on this server like get to see. So like, I'm still like fixated on this tall women thing. Like, fuck, dude, and it's only in Cambridge. Like when I walk through Boston, I don't see all the freaking women taller than me, but in Cambridge, for some reason, it seems like every freaking third woman is taller than me. Like, what the fuck? Started feeling insecure, man. 6 feet tall, and I feel like a short king.
It's the heels, probably.
No, it's not, man, because I've been watching this for several months now, man. At first, I noticed like a lot of them are wearing like really thick-soled shoes, but now like it's disproportionate because like this is what I was trying to explain is that like a 6-foot woman is equivalent to like a 6'6" man. Right? The probability of you encountering one. And I encounter lots of women will walk by them, at least in the Cambridge area, that are taller than me, which is really like, what the f- is going on, man? If I go into downtown Boston, that's not the case. And I've been getting more and more careful about, I don't want to like undercount the women that are freaking shorter than me. It's just, like, imagine if you saw a 6'6" man every, I don't know, 10th person.
Yeah, it's way above average.
Yes, it's like way above average, man. It's enough that I notice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've noticed too, man. I mean, I don't know what's in the water or the freaking food or the birth control, but these chicks are definitely getting big. Like even younger ones too. Girls, high school girls are like, dude, how did you get so big? Like you're bigger than me, and I played football and stuff. Like this is a problem. What the hell's going on, man? And I don't mean just like obviously there's a problem with people getting fat and stuff. I'm talking like thick, tall, big. You know what I mean? Like built like a football player.
Broad shoulders, right?
Yeah, freaking tight ends. Like, damn, dude. What's in the food? Or it must be something in the birth control or something, dude. Hormones or whatever. I don't know. But I see what you see too. It is weird.
There's no modern woman that's a tight end.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah, what's your body count?
Yeah, it's weird, man. I don't know. You said 6 foot short king. Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I'm like, fuck, dude. I would say that. Maybe, I don't know what causes. Well, IGF is what makes you grow taller. It's not the testosterone, I don't think. So why would women be getting more IGF? I wonder if they've tracked this IGF levels in females.
IGF, what is that? Hormone naturally in your blood.
Human growth hormone.
Let's see, its main job to affect the growth hormone in your body. Normal IGF-1 and GH functions include tissue and bone growth. IGF-1 is formed in different tissues as a result of growth hormones in the blood.
Yeah. So IGF will make you grow taller if you have, like, the more you have of it. But there's other factors, right? It isn't the only factor. But, like, it would be the only single factor which could artificially make a population get taller. So remember this thing? I don't know if it's still. They were putting hormones in cow's milk. I don't know if they still do it. And then girls were having their periods sooner, and their breasts were on average larger because they were ingesting milk with hormones made to make your boobs big. Right? Because that's what it does to the cow. It makes the boobs big. The udder, if you want the proper terminology. So females were ingesting this. It was making them go through puberty sooner. And it was actually a thing. It was all over the news. It was like, I don't know if they stopped putting it in cow's milk or not. But there could also be something else they added to the diet, which is increasing female IGF levels and making them on average taller than they were previously. There's also the possibility that freaking hormonal birth control has I don't know if it does it or not. There's also a lot of different forms of birth control now. So,
right,
that's a factor. So, because now they have like the 6-month birth control, like the shots, that you don't need to take a pill every day. Who knows? Because your body's going to like react. Your body's going to go, this ain't fucking normal. Like, especially when you mess with the endocrine system. When you change a hormonal level, right, your body will make some other hormone to try and bring that back down to the normal level, right? So it tries to counteract it. And now you have an elevated DAT. And because you have an elevated DAT, you'll have whatever side effects of that are. So, for instance, say you're taking, say hormonal birth control makes a female's testosterone levels like 20% higher than a normal female level, right? She's going to have, as she's developing, right? Because girls are taking birth control and fucking 14, 15, 16 years old, right? They're still developing, their body's still developing, and now they're getting like a spurt, a little slightly elevated testosterone. Now they're going to have some, it's going to move the average, the mean, like say masculine features shifted a little bit, but it's also going to have more outliers, right? So that like the black swans, there's going to be more chicks that can, beat you in arm wrestling.
Get dunked on by some high school chick.
Yeah, I mean, like it's like these little pushes, man, in a direction. That's all it takes, because like when you're due into a whole population of people, right? It's like sliding the bell curve over a little bit. And they're doing the reverse to men, right? They're sliding the female bell curve toward the masculine. They're sliding the male bell curve towards the feminine, right? So instead of having dual peaks, you just like have one bell curve in the middle. The purpose is to get more overlap. The unisex, androgynous disgustingness. This all started with the Gap. I know it did. So if you go into the Gap clothing store, can you figure out which is the men's section and which is the female section? I sure can.
Yeah, actually, it's getting more and more. Is the word androgynous? Like things are
androgynous, where you have no like distinguishing sexual features.
Not gonna lie.
You're male and female. Like you have male features and female features at the same time.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So think of David Bowie, right? David Bowie back in the 70s, he would have lipstick, makeup, blush, long hair teased out, and his face. But he'd also have his shirt off, and he was fairly like muscular, kind of cut, right? Not because he like worked out, but just because he had a low body fat percentage, so you could see his muscles. So like his face was feminine, right? And he was slim, like down to like probably the shoulders. He looked feminine, but once you got past the shoulders, he had biceps, forearms, legs, right? He'd wear tight fucking latex pants or whatever, right? So you could see his leg muscles. So half of them looked feminine and half of them looked masculine. That is like the epitome of an androgynous, It turns out he was bisexual. Big shocker there.
I haven't even been to the Gap store in a while, but like,
I've never been in the Gap, not since I was like a kid. I was like, my friends will see me in here and I'll get called gay. I'm not coming in here. Saw him in the Gap. Push him in the locker.
Well, I
was just lost. I thought it was Levi Strauss. I didn't know it was the Gap, man.
That's funny. I want to comment on this actually a little bit, like, because people have tried to make fun of me before, like, oh, dude, you dress gay or whatever. It's like, okay, how is a man supposed to dress? Baggy clothes that don't fit, t-shirts that don't fit you. What's the problem with like? I just find that funny, man. There's like a weird stigma for guys who wear clothes that fit them or like somewhat fashionable. Like what is a guy supposed to wear? Clothes that don't fit, that look goofy? Like I never got that.
Yeah.
Man.
I don't understand what dressing gay is anyway. What is that?
They're just like,
you don't dress gay. Gay is like your mannerisms, dude.
Right. Yeah.
So you'd say you're pretty fly for a white guy?
I'm not even white. It's just like, I just wear clothes that fit. I wear jeans that fit me. I wear shorts that like don't go down below my knees and stuff. And they're like, oh, dude, like, why don't you wear like other stuff? And it's like, why? What is the... I don't understand. Like, what's the deal? Like, men are supposed to not wear clothes.
So you don't wear your pants hanging off your ass like halfway up your thigh. Yo, bro. Listen, to me, like when I see somebody in that, I'm like, I dare you to fight me, bro. I dare you to fight me with your pants pulled halfway down. Go ahead. I fucking double dare you. I will just grab the waistband and pin your legs together, man, and pick you up and throw you around. Like I will be dragging you around by your pants. Like, I don't understand that. To me, you're almost in like a defenseless position where you can't spread your legs. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
I know, right? Well, he wants to do the black dude pull the pants up before you fight move. It's a funny move. There's some UFC fighters that do that. They like pull their shorts up mid fight. Like, I don't even know why people do that, but I think that's funny.
I don't get it, man. The pants halfway fucking down the leg, dude. I don't get that shit.
Yeah, no, dude. I wear shorts that I don't even own shorts that go to my knees, type of stuff. You know what I mean? That's not a problem.
Yeah, neither do I.
But it's like, dude, people will get mad. They're like, "Oh, why don't you wear like different stuff? Like wear stuff that like from Walmart." It's like, dude, I never got that, man. Like, guys are just supposed to not wear fashionable clothes.
Yeah, you don't like baggy clothes. I mean, I never really understood. I mean, okay, so clothing in a way, like, you're sending a message, right? Kind of like getting a stereotype, self-image, whatever you want. People are going to judge you based upon what you're wearing. If you're wearing baggy, ill-fitting shit, especially if you're a black man, you're going to look like a hood rat. That's how people are going to take you.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to be thought of as a hood rat, that's your business, right? If you don't want to be thought of as a hood rat, that's also your business. I don't think it's when you're a teenager, that's one thing, but when you're a grown adult, man, like, nah, man, you need to grow up.
Like you're more Fred than Shaggy.
Yeah, there you go. yeah. I mean, I was.
Fred, though. You don't wear a kerchief, do you? Like Fred does.
No, I don't have a freaking ascot, dude. That's funny.
Yeah, I bet you're a big fan of Kevin Samuels, right? And his like little fashion style type deal.
Yeah, I definitely like found him late, but going back and watching his feeds, yeah, man, dude looks hella sharp when he's on stream. I respect that.
That's the one about blocking, right? He goes, "If I block you, we ain't coming back." Oh, it was worth it.
Yeah.
Let me play that, dude. He's the man. Here it is.
So if I block you, you're not coming back. Hope it was worth it.
That's awesome.
Hope it was worth it.
Yeah, shout out to Kevin Samuels. Rest in peace.
He started as a stylist, right? He did like style, like what do you call it? Life coach, stylist, whatever.
Yeah.
I see some stuff he did in Oklahoma. He was on some TV shows, like news segments or whatever. So I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. There's some call it gays. I think it's fucked up. I think it's the people that say that. I know this word gets thrown about by chicks. Those people are insecure.
Right. Yeah, I would agree.
Right.
Holy crap, I just looked up to see what he's been up to, and he's dead.
Yeah.
Because check this out.
Yeah.
If you're dressed, right, if you're dressed in properly fitting clothes, you look just normal, even if they're not designer clothes, and some dude comes in, baggy pants, baggy whatever, and there's a girl, she's going to choose you over him, unless she's a skank, right, and wants to run the roads, and then you just dodge the bullet anyway. So you're going to filter women automatically. You're gonna, like, it's an automatic female filter. The only ones looking for gangsters are, skank baby mamas that want to get knocked up by a drug dealer. Sorry, it's calling it what it is, man. And they're going to cry when dude's in jail. And then whenever she gets in a beef, she's like, wait, come on, nigga, get out of jail. He going to fuck you up. Dude, he ain't getting out of jail for like 20 years. What are you talking about? Like, he's never getting out of jail. He's going to have to mail me a threatening letter because he ain't never getting out of jail. Yeah, like, dude, they love that shit, dude. I swear to God, those women, those types of women that, I'm gonna call these dudes low lives. Like they do what they gotta do. I try to like eat like some drug dealers and hustlers. They're low lives, but there's others that are just doing it because they don't. That's their only option, basically. But the chicks that get involved with these people, they do it partially for like sympathy, right? I swear to God, so they can go, yeah, my man's in jail. Oh, poor me. I'm doing it all by myself. I'm a strong, independent woman, single mother. All the shit that goes along with it, man. They like intentionally put themselves in that situation, like because they want to be there. Plus, you always have an out. That's not my fault. If Daddy was around, he had his daddy, and I had to do it by myself. Then my kid wouldn't be burning down the neighbor's house. You know what I mean? It's not my fault. It's their fault. Accountability.
No accountability. Yep.
But keep dressing the way you're dressing, man, because then you're going to attract the females that you actually want, as opposed to the other ones that are fun for a ride. But you got to worry about burning off your pee-pee. Well, I'm just keeping it real, man. Promiscuous women do obviously have more venereal diseases than non-promiscuous women. That's probably not a controversial statement.
Right.
Your odds of catching a venereal disease probably goes up with the sex partner count. You know what I mean? Like it kind of goes together. I don't think that's controversial. Do you date black chicks, white chicks, Chinese chicks, any chick?
Yeah, man. I don't discriminate. Shoot.
Oh, word.
I met some beautiful black women that I had a huge crush on, but most of the girls I've dated have been white girls. Not gonna lie.
Nothing wrong with that. I mean,
yeah, I
when
found
it
them
comes
all,
to that, it's kind of how they're raised.
Yeah.
It really depends on how people are raised. It doesn't really matter, whatever. The rest of it.
Yeah, you're right. It's all about that nature nurture type of stuff. But yeah, man. Some it doesn't matter how beautiful you are if like your mind is garbage or whatever. If you're like one of the girls I had the biggest crush on, she ended up kind of like going off the deep end, like cut her hair really short, went kind of like boy mode, going with the feminist type of agenda. I was like, damn, girl, like you fell off. But
did you ask her who hurt you?
That can happen. I don't even know, dude. We kind of split up
somebody
after work.
Cat passed her.
I should have saved her, bro. I should have saved her before it happened.
Captain Save a Hoe.
I tried. I don't know. Some of them can't be saved, man. They don't even want to be saved. They
don't even know what it looks like to be saved. They don't know what they want, man. They're really
Yeah.
It's a really fucked up situation. Like the whole dating thing is just a
agree.
situation. I'm glad I'm not involved in any of that shit anymore.
Yeah, I'm more of an observer at the moment. I'm kind of with you, man. I feel bad for people that are like trying to like do this whole dating thing in 2023. It seems like a nightmare. I'm not gonna lie.
A nightmare, I think, for a long time. And honestly, the proof is in the pudding. You know what I mean? Proof is in the divorce rates, the breakups. Like that's where the proof is. Single mother household. I think single mother households are now over 50%. I think they're at 51% now. Think about that.
Jeez.
Children. 51% of households with children are single mother households. That is a fucking horrifying statistic. Regardless of the competency of women. Women could be fucking great single parents. That still would not matter. It is not optimal. Suboptimal no matter what way you look at it.
Yep.
but we know what the actual statistics is. I'm not going to say on air. This will be canceled for telling the truth.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs, but whatever.
It is sad, man. It is sad. Like, but
because there's so many. What makes it most sad? There's a lot of unhappy people that want something which should be available to them. It's like the females want something and they're not getting it. The men want something and they're not getting it. And it's like, and it's not even like they're against each other, right? Like, oh, you better give in. No, I'm going to give in. See, that's where I don't like some of the red pill manosphere shit, is that it's like there's a lot of we're right, you're wrong to it. And I don't think it's that fucking simple. Women are acting the way they're acting for a reason. It's not like they don't live in a vacuum. So men are partially, feedback looping this shit, right? They do something, we do something, they do something, we do something, they do something. Like there's a feedback loop, and it's all moving everything in a direction. In that direction, nobody's happy with the direction it went in. So everybody's losing, right? Everybody. And I do think...
I feel like the only people winning are like older folks that haven't been through this. Like I look at my neighbor, for example. He's got like a boat, a beautiful wife, 2 houses, cars, and stuff like that. I'm like, damn, I'm jealous, man. You don't have to go through all this bull crap like that people are going through today. But I feel like the older people have skipped through it. But I don't know. What do I know?
I think the whole inflation is legit. I think that's a legitimate fucking gripe.
The whole what?
Hopeflation. You got to work 5 times as hard. You haven't heard this? You haven't heard hopeflation?
No, I've never heard that. But
hopeflation is that you have to work 5 times harder to get 1/5 the woman that your grandfather got.
Wow. I would agree with that.
Well, I've heard this so many times. Like, I don't want to cook and clean. I don't want to be his mother. Dude, how is that like being your mother? Like, how is that? I don't get it. It's so like if he pays all the bills, is he like being your father? You know what I mean? Like weird, dude.
I know, right? Yeah,
it's weird to me.
It's a double standard.
That's how it's characterized now. But that's how they characterize it. Like, when did it become taking care of a household is like being a man's mother? Just because you're doing like the same thing for your man that you do for your children doesn't make you the man's mother. He should know how to cook, but whatever. Like I don't get it. So like when the wheels fall off your bike and the guy fixes it, is he being your father? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
We don't say that crap. Right. But I genuinely feel that this is a real feeling that women, I'm not like discounting it as it's like some delusional female thing. They actually feel this way. And I think that is how did it become that? How did women's perception of the husband-wife relationship become it is in this like daddy fucking daughter, mommy fucking son shit, dude? When did this Oedipus complex insanity start? I just don't know how it became that. It's just...
Yeah. Well, for every sequence, there's a consequence, right? So that's kind of what you were getting at. It's a reaction to things.
Yeah. I think we need to know, like I don't think it's a problem. Problem's probably not going to be solved until we know how we got here. Like, how did we really get here? How did it become the way it is now? Why do women have the attitudes towards men that they have? Why do men have the attitudes towards women they have? I'm sure they're partially justified. I'm sure they're partially imagined. And the same thing with women, partially justified and partially imagined. Though I do agree with it, like it is a guy like the legal system and the twisting, like what that has become, has has given women like an unfair advantage as far as like where the rubber meets the road. But I really don't think women want to do those things in general. It's weird. I think that like it's like, say a woman gets married, right? And then she's with a guy. I don't think she wants to divorce him, but then she has these expectations, right? Like that she said, like she's supposed to be happy and shit. Like I don't get that. Maybe like,
I learned that by listening to Kevin Samuels. How it's
well, yeah, they're duties, right? You have duties to your, you take the vow because you're making a promise to your husband and promise to the wife, right? That you're going to do certain things no matter what. And like nobody takes those vows seriously anymore.
right. I just don't feel like. I just feel like I can do better. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, this is getting crazy out here.
The thing is, where do they get that idea? Because the freaking evidence is completely to the contrary.
Right, Instagram, bro, social media.
But dude, there is an Instagram, social media, and TikTok are not full with 40-year-old women that divorced their husband and are like, oh, I met this new guy and I'm so fucking happy now.
Right.
It's, I need to get a dog. I need to get a cat. I need to drink wine. Or the bitter ones, right? Still don't need no man. Nah. Or, oh, that fucking son of a bitch, now he's with a younger woman. Well, you divorced him, of course. What the fuck do you think he's going to do? He's doing all the things that he wouldn't do with me. Yeah, because you're a bitch. I don't want to go on vacation with you either.
Well, they don't give each other good advice, leave him, girl. Like, you don't need no man. So there's like social media plus, like, they're just gassed up, super gassed up.
Yeah, but there's plenty of people that are on those on those platforms. I think.
But see, that's the thing, though. It's like, okay, you have the good girl's not in a vacuum, kind of like you said earlier. Like they're moving with the woke crowd or whatever, if you will. It spills into their. She's not invincible from the mind programming and stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's everywhere. She opens up Instagram and it's there. Her friends. She got her friends and stuff like that. So even the good girls, like, getting rubbed off on by the not so good ones. So we see this a lot, man. A girl who, like, maybe 10, 15 years ago wouldn't be wearing the same type of stuff she's wearing today just because, well, everyone else is doing it. So
the amount of girls with tattoos is ridiculous, I've noticed.
Yeah.
G'day, guys. It's Tony here.
Hey, Tony.
What up, Tony?
Hey, guys. I was just over at Tartaria. Do you guys know whether Demonstrate owned or created that server?
I have no idea. Crit knows everything.
Yeah, he's a freak.
He created that server, did he?
I think he, like, I don't know all the details, but someone else made it and then fucked off and then passed him admin or something like that.
Okay, because I was just talking to, like, believe it or not, guys, I was talking to Negator for the last hour, and he's not a bad guy, I must admit. So, but we got into a conversation, but what was he demonstrating? Just fucking jumped in and started interrupting and fucking speaking over me. I was talking about thumper trucks and royal life frequencies, and he's saying that I'm a fucking fool and it's all fucking bullshit, and fucking just spoke over me and fucking belittled me for the last fucking 10 minutes, and then fucking muted me and fucking kicked me out. I'm just like, are you like I said, if this is your server, fucking kick me out, dude, because fucking I'm not putting up with your fucking shit. So, anyway, that's all I wanted to know, guys. So, that's it. So, sorry to interrupt the conversation, guys.
No, it's a good thing because it shows you that these you can talk to a globalist. You just find, if they're that triggered about flat Earth, change the topic and just meet them at a human level. But you'll get these guys who are just so triggered about flat Earth, it doesn't matter what you talk about. They're just going to spurg out. They could actually agree with you. You like, hey, I like pineapple on pizza, and they'd be like, me too. But you're a flat earther, so I'm gonna like cut my toe off or whatever.
Well, you listen to me speak to a negator and present quite a bit of proof to him that, you know, the fall is no ball. And once he'd heard enough, he actually started butting in and fucking, you know, just muting me. I'm just like, are you serious, dude? If this is your server, tell me to fuck off, dude, because I'll happily leave. So, yeah, that's it, guys. So, yeah, anyway, the world is definitely not a ball and there's no fall. So, get over it, fucking whoever's listening, Glover.
Yeah, they're probably running some gag. Negator's another one of those freaks.
Hey, I didn't mind it. He was quite respectful, I must admit. So, you know, the people are not logical. You just need to get them one-on-one. You know, get them in a gang, and it's just mentality gone. Now, the cognitive dissonance seems to be quite contagious. But anyway.
Here's a worldview of Negator. He'll tell you he's in the military, the army, mind you. He took an oath to, you know, protect free speech, a human right endowed by the Creator. And he took an oath to protect that. He'll tell you flat Earth is free speech. Yeah, he'll tell you flat Earth is free speech, but it's also unprotected free speech because there's victims. He basically screams about, think about the children over and over again.
With that point, I don't mean to interrupt whatever conversation you want because I'm new in like I interrupted, but the government's got enough money to create whatever they want at any time, but they haven't got enough to support the people that actually need, that have been affected by the system. It's quite crazy what's going on, and I'm glad I'm around people that are awake to the system, and we're trying to awaken whoever requires it, whoever's ready to accept the information. So, yeah, thank you, guys.
To piggyback on what you said, One Big Pond, since 1958, if you adjust for inflation, that's when NASA was formed. If you adjust for inflation with NASA getting $700 billion, Space Force now getting around 50 to 75, all other space agencies, education, entertainment. If you adjust for inflation, it's very possible that their side, the globe side, has gotten between 8 and 10 trillion dollars with 12 zeros to fund their outer space monkey religion. And our side has gotten zero from NGOs, foundations, taxpayers, printed money, and borrowed money. And if you get $50 billion a year, Space Force and NASA gets $50 billion a year, that's $136 million per day. 9 million people per year starve to death in the world. 800 million go to bed every night hungry. You have 900,000 homeless in the UK and the USA alone, 5% of the world's population. And it's estimated that 25 billion a year, maybe 50 billion, would take care of all hunger in the United States of America. And we lie to children starting in kindergarten. Is there a system that is more corrupt and evil than that?
This is exactly why I've asked for $1.2 billion annually in court already, and I'm still fighting. So please bear with me. There is hope on the horizon.
If your name's Elon Musk, you get 3 government grants totaling $9 billion.
Yes.
He's the most profitable welfare collector amongst all welfare collectors.
You're exactly right. You know what's fascinating is NASA has 18,000 employees with an average salary of $121,000 a year, a little bit shy of $2.2 billion with a B. Is that a welfare program or what?
It's so sad. It's actually one of the main reasons I'm in this fight is to Stop all that CGI bullshit. Like, get some real, like, fix what's wrong here first. Can we do that?
Yeah, I'm in this to change one mind at a time, and when I change one mind, and when you change one mind at a time, they will go tell one mind, and then they will go tell one mind, and they will go tell one mind, and instead of having 11% of the USA believes we don't live on a spinning space ball, maybe we'll get to 20%. And if we get to 20%, we're going to be a force to be reckoned with, because 20% of 330 million is about 70 million people. If you get 70 million people that go no, and we're not going to play, that makes a big difference.
You can see the impact that WIT is making. NASA's been doing these damage control news releases all week about spending spree has jeopardized the return to the moon. Spending overages and delays have cost $6 billion of unplanned spending. They knew these audits were going to produce documents that were going to show criminal behavior. So now they're like, "Oh, we knew about the whole time. What are you talking about?"
I wonder if you good folks know something that I don't know. We kind of know what NASA says they spend $25.5 billion with the B on. We kind of know because they tell us. What does Space Force spend 4% less, or $24.5 billion a year on? What does Space Force spend that money on? I have no idea.
It's all the same. It's all weapons. It's all been weapons testing from the very beginning. You don't bring over a Nazi war criminal who specialized in making weapons and have them say, "Oh, guess what? You're not going to do weapons anymore. You're going to explore space for peace, for all humanity."
Yeah, I just don't get the whole Space Force thing, because we hear about NASA, and we're sitting there 4% less money per year, and Space Force is sitting there. I think Space Force is the ultimate money laundering organization. I just think it's right there. Go, hey guys, you play along, we'll give you some bucks. I just think that's what it is.
There's so much craziness going on right now. My sister's hometown on Vancouver Island, Nanaimo, is starting to look like a ghetto. There's open drug use in the streets. Crime is at a crazy rate. Homelessness is unbelievable in this small little town where you used to hear about like nothing happened there.
Really? I thought you were talking about outside my window.
And one guy actually, there's referring it to as the Alcatraz of Canada, actually, the island these days. We're actually importing cocoa leaves from Colombia or wherever we can get our hands on them, I suppose, and producing cocaine right on the island and putting it out on the streets.
What island is that?
Vancouver Island.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a company that has the rights to produce cocaine in Canada.
Really? For what?
Yeah.
For medicinal purposes? Like what's?
No, for street sales. You're now allowed to possess up to 2.5 grams of meth, heroin, cocaine, and MDMA in British Columbia without charge or worry.
That's a great graph that Conspiracy just put up. Can you imagine if it was told to the world that outer space does not exist, and we've been lied to since birth about outer space? Do you think we would still spend $2 trillion a year on military spending? I bet that.
Yes.
I bet that. You think? Oh, okay. I kind of think it might be cut by 2/3, but that's just my opinion.
The government make work program, like the federal government is the largest employer in the world. They cut that budget, so like, where's all those people going to go work?
Oh, I totally agree with you, and that's why I don't think they're ever going to tell us outer space doesn't exist.
They could redirect that same amount of funds to something more productive, like high-speed rail, frickin' better airplanes. I don't know, like better infrastructure. Why would you do that?
planting trees to produce fruit all over the city. Like, why would you do stuff like that?
I think you guys would know, and I don't. I wonder what percent of that $2 trillion of military spending worldwide goes toward fake nuclear weapons. I have no idea. I have no idea.
I would say probably 80 billion.
80 billion? Okay, cool.
I would guess like in the maintenance, because they're not like making new ones. They have to maintain the old ones, and then they have to maintain the facilities that they're in, and then they have to have personnel, and then like, all the oversight and the electronic, what is it, the Atomic Energy Commission, and all the nonsense that goes along with it, right? So there's a whole web of infrastructure that goes with all these things. These things are webs, right? You can't think of them as like a tower, like a linear tower that's stacked like a hierarchy. It's actually more like a web. Not like the nuclear bomb is in the center, and it just spreads out from there in every direction of things that support that idea.
Yeah, I was going to say, I believe the majority of it goes to what Indio just said, all that maintenance and whatnot. And then the rest
oversight and regulators and frickin' regulators for the regulators and paperwork and lawyers and frickin' maintenance workers and environmental techniques, like all this other shit that goes along with it.
And then the change would go to any of the clandestine operations in other countries and so on and so forth.
Yeah, Indio, thank you. That's a really good number. I think 80 billion with the B makes a lot of sense out of that 2 trillion. I had never really sat down and thought about it, but 80 billion makes sense.
Just kind of look at the budget of the Air Force, and the majority of their budget, they don't fly planes anymore.
You also have
the Navy does that. The Navy, all the fighter planes, the Navy owns. The cargo planes, they don't do anymore. It's all civilian contracts. So what does the whole budget of the Air Force use for?
You also have to think $1 trillion is 1,000 billion. So you're talking 80 billion goes to what we were just talking about. Where's the other 900 and something trillion or billion? Sorry, 900 and something billion going? Like, that's a lot of change left on the
Hold on, I actually got us a number here. Congressional Budget Office, 10-year cost of nuclear forces. 10-year cost is 2019 to 2028. It's 494 billion.
Is that just the United States?
Yeah, that's the United States 10-year cost for nuclear forces is
$500 billion. Wow.
Almost a half trillion.
50 billion. I was a little over, but
no, I was thinking the 2 trillion for the whole world. So if it's 50 billion for the USA, it's very possible it's 80 billion for the whole world. Yeah.
We pay an exorbitant amount for we pay way more for. Okay, let's put it this way: they're making $8 billion new naval vessel. Can't remember what they called it. It costs $8 billion. It's like 10 years behind schedule or some ridiculous thing, or it's not going to be ready for like another, half a decade or whatever it is. And the same amount of time for like 1/10 of the cost. Russia built 10 of them.
I read that. I read that about a year ago. It was like 8.78 billion for this aircraft carrier. And
that's it.
It could put like, I don't know how many thousands of people on it, and support, but it was like 8.78 billion. I looked at that and I went, oh my goodness. And for wars that we only fight when people we never see or never vote for tell us to go fight.
Well, that thing's a floating death trap now with hypersonic missiles. It's fucking useless. It's just a death trap.
And then you have weak people put into positions of high power. Like in my country, we got a blackface McGroper, and he's refusing to cough up the 2% for the NATO budget. And you got an old senile numbnut down there that's not going to tell him, listen, you're paying, and that's all there is to it. And then the Canadian people who are like, hey, why aren't you ponying up our share, are just being ignored, right? Like, our veterans aren't even getting their share. So it's just a joke.
NATO won't exist in 5 years.
I think
mark my words. NATO would not exist in 5 years.
I think a lot of you have seen these power pyramids that come across the internet. I've seen 4 of them. I got them on my phone somewhere. There's 4 power pyramids. One of them has the Windsors at the top. Another one has these 13 families at the top, and blah blah blah. But then they all pyramid down, to the base, and they all go past the secret societies that we're all familiar with, and the TV station executives, and blah blah blah. At the very bottom, they have some information, but in none of those 4 power pyramids are any politician ever mentioned, or any political party. That's how important these people think politicians and political parties are. They aren't even listed on any of the 4 power pyramids that circulate around the internet.
Yeah, well, it's they did was in 2010. There was a study where they went and they reviewed something like 200 plus public policy issues, and they polled the public versus what actually happened in regards to these issues, like what the public opinion was of how it should go versus the way it did go. And only 1% of the time did the actual implemented policy agree with what the public opinion was of what the policy should be. 1%. So that means 99% of the time, whatever the politicians implemented was against what the people want. If you need any more evidence that the people aren't in control of shit, I don't know what more you need.
My first vote, I'll show you how old I am.
It's not even a simulation of democracy at this point.
My first vote, I'll show you how old I am. My first vote was 1980 for Reagan, and I drove 135 miles with my then girlfriend from school and to vote for Reagan because I was so patriotic and I loved Reagan. And I did the dance every 4 years. Democrats bad, Republicans good. And I definitely did the dance with Trump and Clinton in 2008, 2016. But then I found out some things, the last 3 years, 2 months, 3 years, 3 months. And I realized that my vote didn't matter. It never did. And so all those dances I did every 4 years was for nothing. And so I sat out 2020 and 2022. Anyway,
I voted every year after I turned 18. And then when Ralph Nader ran for president, I stopped that year. And the reason I stopped was not because of the results of the election, but because I went to the polling booth and they have a piece of paper, right? And they say, where do you live? You give them your address. And okay, you live at this address? And I looked and I saw 10 names of people that did not live there and never lived there, and they had voted. I'm like, I ain't never doing this shit again.
Yeah.
Like, what's the point, right? This shit is rigged as hell.
It really is. There's absolutely no proof that when you vote, it's counted. No proof whatsoever.
Yeah, I was quite alarmed. I was gonna say something, but what's the point, right?
Yeah.
Like, what's the point? What are they gonna do? Oh, we'll take these 9 names off of here. Are they gonna investigate? What about all the other people that I don't know about, right? They'll fix my residence, but they won't fix every other residence.
You gotta be careful with the campaign election stuff because that's one of those things that they can flag the channel for.
Well, no, it wasn't Donald J. Trump. It was Ralph Nader.
Yeah, I gotcha. I wasn't saying anything's been said. It can get close, Well, I hate that speech caused Jan 6.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying this is way back. I knew it was like something was rotten in Denmark way back then.
I gave up with Jesse Ventura. That was my last shot.
What about Ross Perot, man? You should have gave up then too.
Oh yeah, but I thought Jesse Ventura was going to do it. He's the one that's going to bring it. Local government guy. He was a mayor of a suburb. I'm trying to blank which one for years. I mean, a decade. And that suburb was actually kind of nice and everything. You'd go there. It was like one of the Maple Woods or Maple Groves or whatever. And you're like part of like the western suburbs, just all maple trees everywhere. And I was like, yeah, he'll get it because like the choices were this Democrat, lifelong Democrat family, Humphreys, and then some random dude who was a Democrat who just switched to Republican Party like right at the buzzer to be so he could run as a Republican. And I'm like, oh hell no. And then Ventura goes in there and says, yeah, I'm gonna change everything. Yeah, I'm like fiscally conservative and socially liberal. Let's do it. And he was just a fucking idiot. You like everything. It was good. Like he wanted to get his wife a salary for being first lady. He wanted to like update like all the cars and the like the governor's motor pool to like navigators. Like he just went on this epic spending spree till they cut the purse, they cut the strings, and then he just went moonlighting for the rest of his term and said, "Fuck it, I ain't running again." I'm like, you shiesty bastard! Like this whole thing was just a grift. It was just a get in there, get a pension, get some sort of paycheck, and then fuck off to whatever you're going to do with the rest of your life.
My mother used to always tell me a story about LBJ. He came in after JFK was supposedly killed in Dallas, and he came in. He went in as a basically broke. He didn't have any money. He came out a multimillionaire for being in office for 5 years. I was at Warren Dunes State Park about a week ago. There was this gentleman. He had some Vietnam. You could tell he was a Vietnam veteran. And I asked him. I said, how do you feel about the Vietnam War today? Looking back 50, 60 years, and he didn't like it. And then I brought up the fact that the Gulf of Tonkin, November 2nd, November 4th of 64, never happened. And then LBJ got permission from the Congress to go over, to start killing people. And he didn't disagree with me, because, the Gulf of Tonkin never had any videos or pictures. And then 3 days after that, Congress approved, to send Americans halfway around the quote globe to go fight and kill people that never hurt us whatsoever. You think about that and how insane that was. That 3 million Vietnamese died, 58,000 Americans died. Don't know how many were injured, and they dropped more bombs in those three countries over the Vietnam War than they dropped in all of Europe during World War II.
I just posted the documentary by Aaron Gunn about what's going on up here if anyone's interested.
Yes. But they took it
Oh snap! I'm still here.
What up?
Just stepped away for a little bit. Had a little quick chat with my sister, but I'm just popping back in. Y'all peep the locker room? I put a little sneak peek in the locker room of your boy. But let me see what kind of clips I have we can talk about. Don't want to let the panel die off. Dude, so yesterday I was talking about I found out they have iPhones. There's some company called Caviar that makes iPhones or phones that have certain unique features or whatever. And so maybe you guys have come across this YouTube channel MKBHD Marquez Brownlee. He's been doing like phone reviews for years and years. So it popped up on my feed. Just talking about some type of phone that has like a piece of the moon in it or something, dude. Let me get this shit. We'll play it real quick.
Number one, the Caviar iPhone with a piece of the moon in it. I asked Neil deGrasse Tyson if he thinks it really is a piece of the moon. He says it's possible, but also this is the same company who covered an iPhone in $100,000 of gold and who also made a Cybertruck iPhone. So clearly they have a thing for flashy phones.
Oh, they got this iPhone with a little piece of the moon in it, so they say. And I actually went to look this up a little bit. They don't even confirm that it's like moon rock, dude. It's Neil deGrasse Tyson said it might be. And I think the phone is kind of expensive too. Let me look it back up. Does anybody want to take a guess how much this freaking thing costs? I mean, an iPhone, just plain Jane iPhone, costs like a good $1,000. But this thing costs $8,000. And they don't just have a moon edition, they've got a Mercury edition, a Mars edition, a moon edition. What's so funny to me is like, people will come and ask, well, why does it matter if you're like, what does it matter? Well, dude, even if you had all the money in the world, like you wouldn't be so gullible to fall for such a stupid, like buying land on the moon or buying pieces of the moon and stuff like that. That only works on gullible retards. So I hate to say it, but it's true. That's why it matters. You would never be so gullible to fall for such a stupid thing. You would pay $6,000 plus an extra $7,000 because they said it was from the moon. Are you kidding me? Let me link the article.
That same person will walk by someone needing help and be like, "Ugh, get away, go get a job."
And that's why we like you, Flatman, because you always point that out, that there's so many more important things than just this stupid stuff they're trying to do. What about the people here? They're talking about, oh, well, let's explore outer. What about Earth, man? You guys trying to talk about tardigrades and other alien life forms. What about the people here that we do already know about? I'm really appreciative when you add that element of like, yo, what's up with like, where's the humanitarian element to all this? That same person with a $9,000 Moonrock iPhone, yeah, they're not giving any of that love to their neighbors, if you will. So I'm glad as you point that out. There's a link to that. And it's not even just that. I also found an article talking about watches. It was a dude who said that he is, I guess it's an Omega / Swatch collaboration where they have different types of watches. One that's about the moon, one that's about Mars. It's the same thing, dude. I'll post those in the chat as well. Mission to Mercury, mission to Mars, and mission to the moon. His watches go from anywhere from mean, this one's $2,000. This one's $8,000.
Gotta have the set. I need the set.
Like, are you serious? And they're hideous, but we're talking $8,000. I mean, combined, it's almost $15,000, $16,000, $17,000 for a watch and a phone. Just because it has some type of moon space branding.
They put a piece of lava rock in it. I gotta have it.
And not only that, there's now insurance talking about covering yourself from stuff from outer space. Why does it matter? Why do you flat earthers care so much? Because we wouldn't fall for the same lies that you guys would. Buying insurance to cover yourself from falling space junk.
They say an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. I don't know about that, but I do know if space debris hit my car, it'll be all right. Comprehensive car insurance can cover things that fall from the sky. Hail, trees, golf balls, even meteorites.
Asteroid insurance now. Oh my God.
Dude, and like, this isn't a joke. This is a real commercial. And it's a recent one too. This isn't like, I didn't have to dig this one up. I found this popped up on my feed recently, within the last like couple months.
I just posted 23. I tried to keep the space down as much as possible of candy bars or candy little gifts that kids can play with that we tell them about, when they're really young, going from planets and, missions and cupcakes and candy bars, candy space, moon pie, Milky Way, meteor, Mars. And this is what's sold to parents or kids on the internet that keeps their outer space monkey fairy tale religion alive. And I found this the other day because I was looking up candy bars that I could buy, and obviously you can buy Milky Way, meteor, and Mars. I didn't know about the candy space candy bar, and somebody else sent me the moon pie. But then I looked up everything else. It's just nuts, man.
The meteors are the dollar store Mars bars. I've had them.
I looked at this and I go, our kids don't have a chance, do they? I mean, they get this crap and then they go into kindergarten and see this tilde spinning ball on the teacher's desk, and the teacher would never lie to them. And they don't have a choice. They don't have a chance, man. Oh my goodness.
I feel bad. I do feel bad for new people trying to learn the truth, especially as time goes on. It's not getting any easier. I would imagine algorithms, feeds, frickin' who knows what. They're still pushing propaganda daily. Oh, this asteroid's crashing. Oh, get space insurance. The planet's doing this now. Like, I truly do feel bad for somebody that's trying to figure this stuff out in 2023. It's got to be quite difficult. You look to your left, people telling you it's a globe. You look to your right, people telling you it's a globe. You go to the internet, telling you it's a globe. How do you decipher all that? So,
once you know that Candy Space sells this cookie, they're in a single store in New York. They sell this cookie for $7, and that better be a good cookie for $7. That's all I know.
Is there special ingredients in it?
I don't know. And the fun thing is, if you go there, they're currently sold out, so it must be decent.
Jeez.
Now's the time to be selling cookies, I guess.
I like this one. Where you can personalize your candy bar. See, I don't know if you're looking at, at live stream. I mean, on voice text, but it has that where it says Jack on it. Can you imagine being a parent and going out and seeing that? Go, I'm going to put Jennifer on there. I'm going to put Robert on there. I'm going to personalize my outer space chocolate bar that I'm going to get for birthday. I'm going to personalize my chocolate bar.
Yeah, that's cringe, dude.
Nice thought.
I'd just like to take a quick moment, PSA, to thank NASA for its contribution to mankind. Velcro, non-stick frying pans, and Tang fueling tomorrow's astronauts today. Thank you, NASA.
Non-stick frying pans. The Teflon coated federal agency.
Sorry, I was just sending a message in the chat. All these space stuff. Yeah, man. This stuff isn't for flat earthers. So it's like they keep asking, why does it matter if you learn about the flat earth? Why does it matter? Because then you won't fall for it. You won't fall for this shit, man. Like, it's just, I don't know, man. Let me see what other clips I got. This one's funny. Big MMA fan. Watch a lot of fights, and I tune into some podcasts that are MMA based and stuff like that. And this was featured on Morning Combat, an episode couple months ago.
Cruiserweight title via knockout. He cut an interesting promo of his own afterwards. Let's listen to it.
2 things, 3 things. The world is flat, God is black, and there will no champ unless I say so. Ladies and gentlemen.
What was the last one?
I don't know. I couldn't really decipher. I did hear God is black. Like, it was a wild.
Yeah, the world's not flat. I don't know what color God is, and I couldn't get the last part.
All right, thank you for that, Luke Thomas approved breakdown of his words.
The world is definitely not flat.
Luke, I heard some disturbing audio this week.
Dude. Luke Thomas, man. I call him Cuck Thomas just because he just takes all the normie establishment points of view. It's definitely not flat. Okay, Luke. But yeah, this was a promo. You know, after a fighter wins the fight, typically they'll give them a microphone and let him shout out his friends and family and stuff like that. And he took the opportunity to plug Flat Earth. So he's like, the world is flat. God is black. Well, that was pretty funny. They asked him, what was the last thing? I think he was trying to say there will be no champ unless I say so, but he totally goofed that up. But yeah, shout out to, I think his name is something Hunt. Let me look him up. Marquez Hunt, I think. Let me get that right. Lorenzo Hunt. Lorenzo Hunt is his name. So he fights for Bare Knuckle. BKFC. I guess he's the belt. He's got the belt. So we got Flat Earthers holding the belt, baby. Let's go.
It's like one of my favorite episodes of Joe Rogan when you had Alex Jones, like constantly shit talking flat earthers and like kind of bullying people, and yet he was on Joe Rogan with Eddie Bravo, like a prize fighter. Like, you think you're gonna bully this guy? And all he could do was just spaz out. He just spurred out and like just kept crying about like everything Eddie Bravo was saying. It's like all you could do was just get mad. Because you're not going to buck, like you normally do.
I've been saying this the last couple weeks, dude. If globe earthers talk about flat earthers, flat earthers talk about information, evidence.
Yeah, it's like I call it TMZ BuzzFeed. For them, they're like they're fans of flat Earth. It's like some sort of watch flather celebrities do this and do that and talk about flather celebrities. They never talk about the Earth or anything. And even when they try to talk about the Earth, they invoke everything other than the Earth. The whole galaxy, black holes, comets, stars, everything but the surface of the Earth to talk about the surface of the Earth.
Yep.
It's like they're running scared. They're running away from the things that matter. If in this topic, anyway.
Shout out to XO, friggin' sprinting away from their claims is exactly what's happening.
That's why it's sometimes pointless to ask them anything, especially you go into their spaces. They don't know anything to begin with. So asking them is like pointless. They don't have an answer to give you. And if they do give you an answer, most time they just type your answer into a Google search and then do a very poor read of some headline that they kind of think agrees with what they think.
Right.
Like they'll skip. They talk about cherry picking. They'll Google something and then just drop down like 6, 7, 8 searches until they can find something that they think matches what they want to say, and then do a very like low level, like grade school read of that. I go, why'd you skip over search 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Why'd you skip down the search result number 12?
Well, you hit on something that. Go ahead.
Oh, I will say, because if Google, I had to preface that, because if Google is their source of knowledge, why would they not use a top search if that's their worldview?
Yeah, good point.
I mean, because I know why I don't, right? Because I'll type in, can men get pregnant? And the top Google search will say yes. That's why I don't use Google.
Right.
But in their worldview, they would.
Dude, you reminded me, like, that's why we maybe should stop asking and start telling. Like, the Socratic method is very helpful. I do a lot of question asking. But sometimes you just rip the Band-Aid off. Like,
in good faith. It's got to be like, if someone's here in good faith, they really want to know. And they're here to talk about ideas and epistemology and how someone knows something and why and what does it mean. But if they're just here to spurg out, there's really nothing, they got to hit rock bottom.
Let me look in the panel here. I just want to pro tip. I'm a big fan of a lot of the guys that joined the panel, like Sasha, for example. Sasha, bro, what Crit just said is a great example. Almost every now and again, just tell them, dude. Just straight up tell them. Rip the Band-Aid off instead of asking them questions they don't even know the answer to. Just be point blank and be like, the water doesn't match what they're telling you. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's sometimes we need to flip the switch and go from, well, where's the curve to there is no curve. We checked. But there's a time and a place for it, obviously. So I agree with you, Crit. They don't have the answers. So it's like almost not even worth asking. We know there's no curve. But there's an advantages to having people go look for something they do think is there. It's called sending people on a wild goose chase. Right? They try to go looking for something they do believe is there, and then once they realize it's not there, then they learned on their own. They weren't just told this. It's this whole idea of a fool who persists in his folly may become wise. So if you think the curve is there, all right, you're a fool, but I'll send you on your folly, and maybe one day you'll learn that, what you thought was there is not actually there. So, but I do think there's a time to flip the switch and be like, look, listen, here's what it is.
Some guy getting checked in right now.
Sorry, I just wanted to send a quick message real fast, and I'll get back to giving y'all some attention.
Has anybody ever looked into like the dead internet theory?
What's that?
It's just how the things like Google and search engines and just the information that's provided online is actually not as much as people think it is. And Google is that it starts with a P. Some type of village that like back in the day, king of a very destitute and disease-ridden village dressed up just the front of the village for a wealthy queen to visit and made it look like his kingdom was a lot better than it actually was. And that's what Google is. It's that type of village. It tells you that you got billions of hits for your search, but you keep looking through the results that they give you, and you barely get like 5,000 results, or if even that. But you have to actually go through all the pages of the results it gives you.
Dead internet theory. I haven't heard that term before.
Well, it's also like dead links keep happening more and more often. Like things are just not. I mean, it's not as it seems. It's not just this big plethora of information anymore, especially valid information. So it's easy to just. It's hard to find the truth when it's the makeup of it is mostly lies. So it's only going to get worse for people to figure out the truth. I think the only reason why I was able to is because I first started out reading a book from the 90s. Like, I mean, 80s, 90s, The Hold of Hell Horse. And that sent me on my journey through, like, a podcast with, my documentation and references to those documentations in the government files and stuff like that. So that's how I was able to find flat Earth. Now, if you don't start that way, I don't even know how you go about it anymore, unless you come straight here.
Right. Yeah, man, I feel bad. Like I said earlier, I feel bad for new people. They've got a huge hill to overcome.
I put in Locker Room, a website I like going to. Every so often it goes down, but it comes back up like a couple days later.
Well, if you search archives, if you can find a really good archive, maybe there's better information there for citing things.
Real quick, we have Snackle in the VC check-in. He was that kid who was in the Helio Cult channel the other day, spamming Chat GPT answers. He was on a different account. Can't remember the name. It had like a number. It was like 2 something. Remember that?
I do remember
we were
the
talking
Chat
to him
GPT
briefly
answers.
just last night in Helio Cult. So John S banned that account because he's giving Chat GPT answers, but we should get this clown on the live stream.
Too bad. Yeah,
that was
his name.
it. Yeah. I think we should drag him in here.
Looks like he
What happened? A clown car just pulled up or what?
It did.
Cool. Yo, CB, I got on a website called Upbeat. Have you heard of it?
Upbeat.
Got some dope beats, bro. And it says you can download 3 of them and use them freely.
What are you looking to put some bars out, Vicky?
Yeah, I am.
Okay,
It's a
okay.
project that I've always been wanting to do, but like, I wanted to find like some good beats that are able to be used on like YouTube and whatnot.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Like copyright free stuff. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, this website seems to be doing fairly well with that whole issue. So,
okay.
It says, well, it gives you 3 of them per month. You can download, and then of course you can go to like the premium where you can, much more freedom. But I don't know. Just to start out, 3 sounds pretty good. Just to see what I can do with that. Then,
bet.
Yeah, I've been feeling the vibe, man. Just like wanting to put something out. See what I can do.
Shoot, I might have to get back in the stoop. Let's
That's
go.
something I want to do too. Like, oh,
No, I was gonna say you guys check it out. Like it's UPPBEAT.
Okay.
Upbeat. And they got some really nice stuff in there, man. And for free, I mean, you can't beat that. You can get 3 of their tracks and put some good lyrics to it. The only thing with me is that there's so much to draw from. It's like it's hard to pick the 3 that I want. I got one down for sure. I was listening to the beat like because I have it on right now, and then while everybody's talking, and it even sounds kind of cool. Like when Heretic came in and who was talking and the beat was playing, I was like, shit, it sounds kind of cool, just like him speaking to like.
Oh, okay,
His
okay.
voice like was going along with the.
Nice.
I picked up on the rhythms.
vibing it.
Hey, looks like Snackle's in here. Let's see if we unmute Snackle. Snackle, welcome to the chat. You're unmuted. You're locally muted right now, but you can open up your mic and have a conversation with us if you want.
Just joined today.
How's it going, Snackle?
Hello, Snackle. Welcome.
Snackle, crackle, popple.
Snackle, are you there? Oh, maybe he's not there.
Oh, don't be shy.
Come on, Snackle. You didn't have these issues in VC check-in.
Is he typing in lobby or something? Because I don't see him in live stream voice checks. Oh, that's because you don't have the role. Hang on.
He was just talking in VC check-in.
All right. You can see the text channel now, Snackle, to the voice channel right above the one you're in. So. No, we can't hear you, man.
How about now?
Yeah, that's better.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Howdy.
Just kicking it, man.
CB, howdy's mom. I'm just kidding.
So what's going on, Snackle? What do you think
what's
about
up?
the topic of the shape of the earth, bro?
So, yeah, I know I was here yesterday. Some of you might see me in the chats yesterday as Too Bad. Too Bad was my name. My name's Gordon. I go by Too Bad. I'm just like a spaceflight nerd. I know a lot about NASA stuff, rockets, going to space, all that fun stuff. Just want to provide some context for anyone who has any questions, things like that. You're
Okay, you
confused?
know about orbital mechanics then.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
All right, what
Okay,
would you
so
say your well, 1 second, Flatsy, before we just get some background off of you, Snackle, real quick before we
For sure, yeah.
Are you of any type of academic scholar of any kind?
So I graduated university with a bachelor's in liberal arts, and I currently work in communications for a spaceflight company.
Okay. Do you have any direct involvement with any like proprietary tech that might lead you to the knowledge of what maybe your stance right now? What do you think?
Well, with spaceflight stuff, there's definitely a lot of proprietary tech out there, especially with all the private companies that are going to space now. It's not just NASA anymore.
Sorry, that wasn't the question though. The question was, what do you have direct involvement with this so-called tech?
No, I mean, like, I'm communications, so I don't really get as involved in like the technical side of how, like, the engineers are the ones that do, like, they have to keep the secret.
You answer phones and relay messages then?
What's the level of extent of your involvement with that? What's the limit to what you do and what you can't do? And just kind of give us a boundary so we don't overstep.
Yeah. For sure. No, yeah. I work in communications for a spaceflight company, so I'm helping tell the story of the company to the general public and how it works. That's why I feel like I'm uniquely qualified to help explain things about how space works, rocket works, things like that, to people who might be confused, just because that's my job. It's what I do.
Excellent.
So
does anybody want to ask any preliminary other questions about what he does so that we can get all that out of the way so there's no miscommunication on that? Anybody in here want to ask him? I mean, pertinent to what he says he does, so we can establish like a foundation for his.
Okay.
Oh, I believe him as long as he doesn't start asking me how to do his job. I'll be like, whoa, Jack.
All right.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Flatsy, did you
But if you're going to learn us on space travel and stuff, I take it you've been to space then?
No, I've never been to space. I've definitely talked to a lot of people who have. Let's see. I think I've talked to five astronauts who've been to space. Something like that.
I think Flatsy Klein wanted to ask a question. Go ahead, Flatsy.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you know about orbital mechanics, then you know that they have to have the radius value of the Earth.
Right. Yeah. So spacecraft have to offset their numbers to account for the curvature of the Earth. Otherwise, these rockets literally would not work.
Okay. I guess my main question to you, not necessarily in your field, it's going to go a little bit beyond the boundary there. But how would you have to hold on? I'm trying to word it correctly. I'm not trying.
Yeah, for sure. Take your time.
I'm not trying to be rude.
No, not at all.
How would you redeem the orbital mechanics if the radius value isn't correct?
So there's a set radius value that we've determined from numerous observations, measurements from Earth and in space to very accurately determine the radius of the Earth. And those numbers are, it's called the R value. And those numbers are directly introduced into the loop system of the guidance, navigation, and control on a spacecraft, the way it steers itself in space. This is the same on missiles or anything really that goes above the atmosphere. You have to account for the curvature, otherwise it will not work.
Okay. Would you say that's pertinent to the information that you would work with, Snackle? Because I would say that you're probably like a communicator for your company, right? Your company you're a spokesperson, so you have to communicate what your company does over to anybody that wants to be an investor. Or am I getting this incorrect? Or you?
Yeah, you're on the right track there for sure. Yeah, it's just helping explain things to the general public because I mean this stuff is really technical, right? There's a lot of moving parts to how this stuff works, and people like me kind of are there to help explain things in layman's terms, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, for sure. What we want to do is establish the foundation for all this information, because we hear a lot of talk about people saying things, but then they go back and say, no, that's not what I meant. So when we're establishing, when you say the R value, do you mean the radius of Earth as in per the the globe claim, the claim that the Earth is of a certain set size of dimensions, like the value, right, of what the R value stands for. Like that's something needed for your type of work, right? You can't say, well, that's we can use that, intermix it with other numbers and values, and it doesn't really mean that, like, because
Sure.
I just want to establish, are you using an exact value that is pertinent to the tech? Like
Okay, let me rephrase this. I'm not an engineer, right? I am a communicator. These smart guys that sit at NASA and other companies that know a lot about numbers, those are the guys that are like super smart on this stuff, as far as our value numbers going into GNC on spacecraft goes. But also, you have to keep in mind that GNC, guidance, navigation, and control on spacecraft, is kind of secretive because we're talking missile tech, how to steer something
Can I ask
in
you
space.
one question?
Hold on, really quick. Let me just finish my thought.
Sasha.
So there's this thing called ITAR, International Trade and Arms something. It's called ITAR, and it's pretty much just any tech that can be used for missiles or guided rockets is kept pretty close knit with that country. So if you're a space company in the U.S. and you're making rockets, you're not allowed to share your algorithms for how you steer your rocket with anyone else other than people in the U.S., right? Because that could be used by China to send a missile. So these things.
But China already has missiles they can send, and
exactly, yes,
supposedly has a space station and all that. So that doesn't compute to me.
So they have developed their own. China is pretty advanced as far as space travel goes, and they have their own people who have calculated those numbers, and they can fly to space and dock. And
I mean, well, not to get into the weeds too much. Obviously, steering. Yeah, go ahead, Sasha.
You said only smart people get that numbers. Are you saying that geometry of the sphere only smart people can realize, not the people who knows the geometry?
This is at least R value is something that's been it's been studied extensively for decades.
I studied 6 years R value.
Right, so that's that's a fundamental part of the way we understand.
I studied 6 years. I measured, and I never find it.
All right. Well,
you should maybe go talk to someone who's done a little more research on it, because there's all sorts of papers you can read.
I did also that.
Sasha, we'll get into
Sasha, hold on, buddy.
Yeah, Sasha, hold on. Let's just kind of this is gonna unveil itself, but one step at a time. Okay, we'll get there. But we gotta wait till he presents everything that he can on his side, so we can establish a foundation for what he does, what is the extent of his knowledge. Because right now it sounds like, I'm gonna go back to what you just said, Snackle. There's some information that people are using in different countries that you're not privy to, as far as how they're working with the R value in the tech that they're using it for.
All I know is that if China was not accounting for the R value, I think they would have had some mission failures by now. They are able to go to orbit, and they've actually created a space station. They just actually launched 4 people to that space station yesterday.
So you mean SpaceX didn't just blow something up a few weeks ago?
Oh, they did. Are you talking about the Starship launch?
Well, let's not get too far into the weeds.
Hang on, flat man.
We want to build on a foundation. So the radius value in those measurements aren't classified, I would imagine.
Yeah.
For China's GNC, it absolutely is.
Not about the extras. We're talking about the foundation of the R value. So we'd like to drill. I personally would love to drill into that based off what you said.
What's
You
the
said
R value?
Hold on.
Again,
you said there's lots of studies and measurements. It's very accurate. So let's drill into that first and make sure that's true. And then we can proceed to steering rocket ships and stuff like that. So do you know about these measurements or anything like that?
No, again, I'll reiterate, I'm not a numbers engineer. I'm not the kind of guy who sits down and calculates the numbers on
neither
GNC.
is Sasha or myself.
Right. All I know, I'm just coming from a position of someone who knows about this stuff. I work with these people who do this stuff, and they talk about that all the time. R value is extremely important, and it's fundamental to steering.
But you don't know who came first with that values.
You also started. Sorry, you also started by saying.
Hold on, guys.
Yeah,
Let's keep it chill. So that would be at the moment. It would be like something you believe has been done, or do you know this to be true?
Were you talking like what is the R value? Like, is that certified? Is that your question?
Not just the claim itself, but how it was derived. You know, you're saying, I think you said something about it being measured. It's very accurate. So we would love to drill into those measurements, or how it was measured, or who measured it, or what the method was. And you don't have to be an astrophysicist to know this. If you just believe it, that's okay. But you did say you know, so I just
And
kind of asking to flesh that out a little bit.
You also claimed you were here to explain it to the layman. So here we are, layman.
Right. So again, I'm here to I can tell you more about rockets and how they work, how to get to orbit, things like that. As far as GNC, guidance, navigation, and control goes on rocket, I'm not the expert there. So I'm going to reserve trying to explain that because that is not my specialty.
Well, let me just say this as well. We're not looking for explanations. We're actually looking to verify things like the radius value. So if you have knowledge about that, we'd love to hear more. Less. You don't really need explanations at this point. We're looking to try to prove some stuff like the radius.
So in the case of the Earth being a globe, it would be something pertinent to let's say the engineers and the people that use the proprietary tech to launch a specific vehicle into orbit. You need to know, let's say, I'll say it this way, an established set of measurements of the size of the Earth, the metrics, let's say, right? So we need to establish how they can actually know they're flying around a ball with the set size of dimensions that they say they are. So according to you, right? So you get where I'm going, Snackle?
Yeah, a little bit.
So according to you, you have to explain this to the layman, and the layman has to understand that they know that let's say if I'm an investor and I want to make a sizable donation to your company, I want to know if my investment is going to be secure going to a company that's doing exactly what they say they are with the information that's, let's say, made public to everyone. So we have, just for your understanding, the information of the radius, diameter, and circumference is made known to the public. We can all look this up. You can too. It's public. So we're looking at the information saying, okay, they're telling us what the Earth is, as in the size of the Earth with these values. Now, the people that are using this tech are people that are a part of your company. So now we're at a place where we're saying, okay, so how does that equate to the engineers and the people that use the tech? How do they know, or how can you convey that to the layman that we are actually sending up vehicles with this geometric size of the Earth? Like, how do we know that? Like, how do I know that you're not just taking my money and running away with it?
For one, a lot of these rockets have cameras on them, and that shows direct evidence of the Earth being round because you can literally see the video feed from the rocket. And I mean, that's just one form of direct evidence from spaceflight. Another one is
literally. You mean the feed from SpaceX that gets cut out and goes to CGI?
Because we need the foundational part first. Before you said it was a very important part. The radius is integral to being able to do all these things. So we need to drill into that foundation of the radius first.
Right.
So
I can go back again, and I can tell you that I'm not the expert there. I've said this 3 times now. So
okay, no, you don't. There's no requirement for you to be an expert to have knowledge.
Actually, for me personally, I don't want to talk about something that I don't have a background in.
Okay, well, let me just say this, because you claim to have knowledge. So is it okay? Can we maybe we can?
No, I would just say that I work.
Redub that as you believe the radius has been measured.
Yes, I do.
Okay. But do you agree it's you said it was a very integral part to all these GNC controls and all this stuff like that. So that we agree. It is very important.
That's what the smart numbers people tell me. Indeed.
Yeah. Well, what's funny is when we go speak to those smart number people, they typically say the same thing. Well, I actually don't have the information. Someone else does.
Oh, you must not be talking to the right ones. I should get one of my
I know. Well, please, we'd love to hear from everybody. We've talked to astrophysicists, PhDs, high, low, you name it. But the problem is, they all throw each other under the bus. When we present, okay, we spoke to this astrophysicist. Oh, well, he's just one guy. Throw him under the bus. Okay, we spoke to this PhD. Oh, well, he's just another guy. Throw him under the bus. At some point, we have to realize that maybe those people don't have the answers. Those smart guys over there in the corner that have the answers, Maybe that's just not real.
I mean, you're talking about the institutional knowledge of generations.
Science communicator. Science
That's not
communicator.
knowledge, though. That would be
Let me
belief.
ask him something. If you're admitting that you're clueless, then how are you the gauge of what expertise is necessary?
Once again, we're going into GNC
I'm
on
asking,
spacecraft,
don't have
not
to
my
chuckle.
expertise.
Once again, you don't have to chuckle. If you're clueless, if you're admittedly clueless, how are you the one that dictates the amount of expertise that's necessary to decipher all this bullshit?
Really workaround question there. Yeah, but once again,
it's a direct
I'm
question.
not a GNC guy.
It's okay, bro. You don't
I'm
have to be
happy to
a
answer
Hold on.
questions about how rockets work, how do they get to orbit, how orbits
You know
work.
the story.
That's my
We've
expertise.
seen the movies. We've seen the movies. Listen, if you're clueless, how are you going to continue to interrupt us and dictate to us the amount of expertise that's necessary to decipher all of this? Yeah, chuckle.
Well,
if you're clueless, why are you dictating?
I get what Odos is saying.
To calm down.
I get what Odos. Well, let's just bring it down a couple levels because
Yeah, you sound a little upset.
he's just like some people from Boston, they speak that way. Okay, bro. Hold on, guys. Let's just. If you do you think that you would be able to bring one of those people in here? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I could definitely talk to one of the numbers. People
that would be very, very good. That would be perfect because then we could
How
show
would you know
what
which
we mean.
one it is?
What?
Yeah,
How would you know
knows
which
already.
one has the expertise?
I think he
Because
knows a couple of guys.
That's their title. They work for NASA doing GNC on spacecraft.
Yeah, well,
It's
just if you can get him in here, bro, that would be great. We'd love to speak to him.
So, you know,
Then maybe
I
we
see
could flesh out that.
I see a lot from flat earthers talking about how they're confused that a rocket goes up and it comes back
No, we're
down,
not
that it
confused,
happens
bro.
going
Sorry.
sideways.
Well, let me just.
Do you know what I find?
Hold on.
Do you know what I find?
Hold on, Sasha. Hold on, buddy.
Those are the things I'm trying to clear up here.
Hold on. We're not confused. We're looking to prove the claims to be true.
So do you know why a rocket goes up and sideways?
Listen. It's not.
Let him finish his point real quick. I know everybody's eager right now, but let's just point for point. We'll get through it.
Yeah, I see a lot of confusion about
hold
how
on. I know
things get to orbit, and that's something I'm trying to clear up.
We're not confused. Let me just clear that up.
So can you explain to me how a rocket gets to orbit?
We're not in it for explanation. Hold on. We're not trying to explain things. I said this earlier. We're looking to either prove these claims to be true or falsify them. So just restating the claims over and over and over and over and over and over again isn't what we do here. We know the claims.
Like, hold on. How a rocket gets to orbit.
Hold on. It needs a radius value. That's what even you said that. It's integral. Very important key part. So
what else?
What we do is drill into the foundation. Do you have that radius to begin with? And if that's not true, then what are you doing then? How is any of this happening if you don't have a radius?
So can you go straight up and get to orbit, or what do you have to do?
What you have to do is have the radius value. So we can't skip past that. That's the foundation. Even you agreed to this. So that's what we're going to do is drill right into that.
I know you're really
claim.
Stuck on the R value.
No, I know I'm not stuck. I'm not stuck, but we just can't skip past it. I don't know if you ever played Monopoly. You don't just like skip past go and then jump around the board.
We've established that's integral.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. It doesn't. Oh my God! Hold on, Sasha.
Hold on, Sasha.
It doesn't matter what else you want to ask us they need. Without the radius, you can't go forward.
You just really want to ask me the thing that I'm not an expert in.
You don't have to be an expert. Listen, you don't have to be an expert, bro.
So I'm telling you that me personally, I'm not going to sit here and try and explain something that I'm not an expert in.
There's no requirement for you to.
I don't do that.
Again, Snackle, I already told you, we're not looking for explanation. So it's okay if you don't need to be an expert and explain things. We're not here for that. We're looking for the information, the evidence, the proof of this radius value. That's the starting point. There's no way around that. We can't skip past that.
Okay, well then I can't tell you much because I don't know about it.
Okay, well then let us know if you can grab those people that do know, and then we'll show you that.
Perfect. So now can we move on from the R value?
Maybe they don't actually know though.
Cool. So now can we move on from the R value talk?
I don't know if we can. Because what are we going to do then? What
That's kind of weird.
Say we move on to rockets. What are you going to do? Where are you going to cash that in at?
I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to give some context to someone who knows about this stuff.
So the context.
And I see a lot of confusion out there about how this stuff works.
Don't worry, we're not confused. There's no confusion, right? We're not confused.
So tell me how a rocket gets to orbit.
It needs a radius value.
Yeah,
this is what I mean.
Hang on, guys. Hang on. Let me just finish telling him. We're not confused about what you're going to try to explain to us.
But no one can explain to me how they actually get to orbit.
We're not here for explanations.
Right, but so here's the issue, right? The issue is that they're.
I like to clear that up.
I know that I keep getting interrupted even by my team, but just relax, guys. And you as well, Snackle. Just relax. So what we're doing is we're establishing the point from where the rocket is on the ground to the point where it goes into this medium that everyone claims that it goes to, like people that think the Earth is a globe. And we have listeners because we're live streaming on YouTube. So it's very pertinent to the question, how do rockets go into the vacuum of space like the way they tell us? So we're establishing the foundation of like the size of the Earth first.
Perfect.
We have to, So we have to know if the Earth is purported to be a certain size. So if it's the certain size that they say it is, we're going to say that's fine. You can say whatever you want. We need to verify that's true. And you're saying, well, I don't think we need to know that. We're like, that's important.
Because it's like fundamental. Yeah, it's fundamental parts of how we know, how to fly things in space.
Right. So if you don't know the size of Earth, then you can't do orbital mechanics. It's impossible. You need to know the radius value, the circumference, the diameter. You need to know this information if you're going to keep moving forward and to say orbital mechanics is a thing. But if you don't have that, then you're saying.
No, we do have that though. We do. That's the thing.
Okay,
is that these people have that.
What we don't have is the radius.
That's fine. If you're saying we have it. So all I'm saying is that needs to be verified. So if there's some way that we can all share this information, like people on Earth should, right? We need to share public information saying, okay, it's not a secret that we should all be able to verify the information that the size of the Earth is what they say it is, so that they can let vehicles leave this Earth and go into orbit with orbital mechanics.
So
because what they're not doing is spraying and praying this technology into the sky. I'm sure you would agree with that.
Exactly. And one thing I guess I could say, again, I'm going to reiterate that I'm not the expert on this stuff, but for measuring the radius of the Earth, one of the simplest ways of doing that is looking at shadows and measuring the lengths of shadows versus time.
You are not an expert, that is for sure.
Well, what I would recommend
is just said that. Thanks for
how about measuring surface itself? How about that?
Calm down. Let's address what he's claiming. Hold on. What we said, but you can't. We're not going to shift away from what he's claiming. So let's address what he's saying.
Who did that like back in the 17th century?
I was just going to tell you. If you search in the server search bar, and you can open this up in the browser or tab and look at this up elsewhere. But Eratosthenes has been thoroughly fleshed out. We've discussed this topic very, very much in this server, and I'm sure it's been discussed. Well, why don't just pop it open? You can see the
I'm interested to read what crackpot theories you guys got on.
Hold on.
It's not.
I actually searched this the other day just for ha-has. Today, as a matter of fact, 7,000 times the word Eratosthenes has been typed in the server, so we're very familiar with it.
And it's not discussion of just us. There's people who are globe earthers who discuss it as well. So it's not just a bunch of crack pipe theories. It's what the claim is. 2 sticks. Shadows, you're measuring the shadows. You got parallel rays. Well, this isn't just some crack pipe theory. This is the claim. So I don't know why you would. Why would you dub it that though? I don't know why you would say that. If you don't even know what it is.
Oh, again, I could say this 100 times. I'm not an expert in GNC on spacecraft.
It's okay, brother.
I don't know how our value is added into GNC. I am simply here to help clear up any confusion anyone has about how the spacecraft goes from the ground into orbit, docks to the ISS, docks to a different space station, goes to the moon. Any of that kind of stuff. Happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, but you're confused. So how are you going to do that?
All right, so we could start. So when you go into space, right, you're going to be going up through the atmosphere. There's no oxygen up there. So that means you have to bring the oxygen with you.
Hold on, let him go.
So rockets have to have liquid propellant, usually also solid propellant, but they have to bring the oxidizer with them, seeing that there's no oxygen in the upper atmosphere. So for most rockets, that's in the form of like a liquid propellant like kerosene, hydrogen, and liquid oxygen. Those are the 2 propellants that are used in the rocket. They burn together, they go up, they do what's called the gravity turn. They have to go sideways 17,500 miles an hour in order to reach orbital velocity. Right, so in order to go to orbit, you can't just go straight up, otherwise you'd fall back down. You have to fall around the Earth, which means extreme sideways velocity, which is just you turn on your rocket engine sideways and you go really fast relative to the horizon of the Earth. That allows you to constantly fall around the Earth. So let's say the ISS, which is currently at an altitude of, it's like 90 miles. That if you were to stop the forward momentum,
stop. Okay, I can't take it anymore. I just can't take it. You're telling us a story. You don't even know the fucking story, bro.
Okay, I got the mileage wrong.
The ISS is supposed to get 250 miles or 400
miles. I just looked that one up. You're right, 250 miles.
But why are you, quote unquote, educating us when your education is currently Googling it?
I don't work for NASA. I don't know like the numbers.
Do you think that we don't know any of the things you're telling us and that you're like educating us?
No, I'm trying to tell you how it gets to orbit.
You're telling us a story, the story that you learned from somebody else you have no first-hand knowledge of, and you don't know anybody that's personal.
Oh, I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen with my own eyes.
So you've seen a rocket go up into space with your own eyes.
I have indeed. You should go to Florida and see it. It's really cool.
Yeah, so they take a parabolic arc, right? They go on a
gravity turn. Yep. Yeah, it has to go sideways.
You can call it whatever you want, right? But you don't see a rocket actually go to space. It's out of sight way before it goes to space, right?
No, so it depends on when it launches. So if it launches close to sunset, what happens is the rocket will take off. It'll go up and it'll start going sideways, usually easterly, because that helps with the rotation of the Earth. You actually get a little bit more performance out of the rocket.
God damn,
but
story time again.
So if you launch right before sunset, the rocket itself will travel into the sunlight, even though you're in the darkness, and you get this, that we call it the twilight effect, where you can see the plume of the rocket illuminated by the sun, and you can actually see the gases reacting in 0G from the ground.
In 0G?
Yeah, you can see the mist floating away very slowly from the rocket.
It's not less gravity in space, too. It's not 0G.
It's microgravity, you're correct.
Okay, so you're in free fall. That's the claim. You're in free fall. That's 0G.
Yeah, you're falling around.
What are the indicators that it's in space?
So once again, you can visually confirm this by watching a rocket launch.
Yeah, what does space look like? What does space look? No, you're inferring something. Okay, you're inferring. You have a story in your head of what indicates space.
No,
I want to know. You said you see a rocket go to space.
Exactly.
What was the demarcation of not space to space? What was the demarcation?
Sure. So there's this thing called the Kármán line, where it's the generally recognized line of
political line. Yeah.
It really is a political line. Yeah. Like I would argue that if you're below the Kármán line, you're still technically in space, but the atmosphere slowly tapers off as you increase in altitude.
Mm-hmm. So is that it? Space? That's space.
So yeah, 100 kilometers is the generally recognized Kármán line for once you go above that.
You've seen a rocket go 100 kilometers in the air with your eyes. How did you measure that altitude? How'd you measure that altitude?
I didn't measure the altitude, but I can tell you that.
How'd you know it was in space? How'd you know how far away it was or how high it was?
You can literally see the microgravity.
So you can measure things with your eyes. You can measure distances and altitudes with your eyeballs.
Yeah, he saw it with his own eyes, so he knows how high.
No, I want to get to the substance of the matter. Like you can measure how far away it was.
Do I have media privileges? Can I post videos in the chat?
We've seen them all. You your media brainwashing shit ain't gonna work, dude. You claim you saw a rocket go to space.
Yeah, no, you can see, you can visibly see the outgassing. Or are you going to keep interrupting me?
No, because you came in here to spill a story, dude, and I'm sick of the story.
Yeah, I'm here for a civil discussion. I'm happy to answer any questions.
No, I'm trying to get. You don't have the knowledge to answer any questions.
Yeah, you're getting upset. It's okay. Calm down.
No, nobody's upset.
He's not upset. He's just from Boston, all right? Side dog.
Yeah, I'm just a city boy, dude. This is how I talk. So nobody's upset. I'm trying to get to the substance of your claim that you saw a rocket go to space. You can't tell visually if a rocket goes to space or not. That's a fact. It's not my subjective opinion. That's a fact.
So I posted a video in the live stream voice.
Seen them.
And this is what I'm talking about. It's called the twilight effect. When the sunlight's illuminating the plume of the rocket while you are sitting in darkness on Earth, and this allows you to visually confirm that the rocket is in microgravity.
Okay, so this happens to airplanes. So airplanes in space. This happens to clouds. Are clouds in space?
This happens to contrails at the horizon during sunset. Yes, it's another effect of the sunlight hitting something that's a little bit further away.
But it doesn't necessitate space, right?
So the difference is that the outgassing and the contrail of that airplane is not affected by microgravity. It doesn't look and appear to be floating slowly away, right? That's what I'm trying to say here, is that you can visually see the lack of gravity in the form of outgassing being illuminated by the sun at a large distance from where you're standing.
How does this indicate a lack of gravity? And you're wrong about the lack of gravity anyway. We already covered that.
You can see it. I don't know what else to say. Watch the video.
Yeah. Listen, I've seen these videos. We've done this many times before. And all you're trying to do is just repeat your story as if somehow that gives it some factual validity. Okay? It doesn't. Okay? You've seen a plume of gas.
Yeah, and it's moving extremely slowly. Space? If you were in atmosphere, that plume would quickly dissipate and it would fall behind the rocket.
A contrail? How quickly? The contrails don't dissipate. They're illuminated even though you're in darkness.
I'm not talking about the trail itself dissipating. I'm talking about the speed.
Listen, I'm using your evidence for space, and I'm using a counterexample called an aircraft that gives the speed.
I think I might
Will you actually stop over talking me?
I think I might just mute you because you keep wanting to overtalk me.
Yeah, I'm the admin. You can't mute me. I'll just kick you the fuck out.
All right, well, then do that. I'm happy to answer any questions. Like I said,
listen, I'm trying to ask the question, and you're talking over me because you know you fucked up. Okay, so this is why you're talking over me. An airplane has the same visual effects, the same visuals. Does an airplane go to space? Yes or no?
So once again, you're confused on the difference here.
Is your airplane go to space? Yes or no?
So answer the question.
I'm not talking about the trail itself dissipating. I'm talking about the speed at which that trail leaves the rocket. When you see a contrail being formed directly behind the airplane engines, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about how long it takes for that trail to dissipate into the atmosphere. Okay, that's what I'm trying to clear up here.
Okay, give me the distinction between what we see with a rocket, right? When you see an airplane that's high in altitude, right, and it's illuminated by the sun when you're in darkness, and your contrail is illuminated by the sun and it's in darkness. In this rocket that's in space, what are the visual differences that we can see?
Right. I was just getting to that. So on an airplane, when it's in the atmosphere, if you look right behind the engines, maybe with the telescope or binoculars, you can see the speed as to which that off-gassing turns into condensation, right? So we can
see the speed. How do we do? No, dude. How do we measure the speed by looking at it?
I'm not talking about measuring speed here. I'm just talking about visual confirmation.
And how do you see speed? I'm asking you a question. How do you see speed?
Right, so the outgassing off the rocket moves slower once you leave the atmosphere. It almost looks like
slower measured how? Relative to what?
Relative to when it took off the ground. You can watch it go all the way from the ground and into space, and by the time it goes into the atmosphere...
Now you're repeating your same claim that it's in space. No. You're trying to prove it's in space. That's what you're trying to prove, right?
Well, this is another thing you can see.
And you're saying it looks different at this point than the other point, and you can tell the gas is coming out faster than the other way, but you're not actually measuring it. You're just looking at it. So
all this stuff is also being measured from telemetry off the rocket, right? It's not like they're not measuring that. I'm just saying as a viewer, when you go to see a rocket launch, you're not getting any of that telemetry, right? Like you can't tune in and hear, like you can hear the call outs from the live stream.
Yeah, okay. That has nothing to do with you seeing a rocket go to space. You've never seen a rocket go to space. You've imagined it in your head. You saw a rocket go in the sky and take a parabolic arc, and you imagined it going into space, but you didn't see it go into space.
Why are you confused about the parabolic arc? That's a fundamental part.
Bro. I'm not confused about it.
Why did you mention it?
Because that's what you actually see. I'm describing reality, the reality of what you see.
Why is that something you have to bring up? That's a fundamental part of going to orbit.
So what?
So you seem
can you take a parabolic arc and not go into orbit?
If you don't do a parabolic arc, you're definitely not going to orbit.
Okay, can you take a parabolic arc and not go into orbit?
Yes, you can. Suborbital
Okay,
craft.
so a parabolic arc is not an indication of spaceflight. The gassing is not an indication of spaceflight. The sun on the freaking rocket is not an indication of spaceflight. You have given me nothing that's actually an indication of spaceflight, other than you think in your head that somehow these are indicators of spaceflight, because we have counter examples where it is not spaceflight, but we see these things.
So, like a suborbital launch where it just goes up.
Here we go, right
a
back
little
into the
bit
story.
sideways.
He just steamrolls.
Right back into the story, man.
You've already contradicted yourself, though. You said standing from one position, you can see something go to space, but then in the next breath, you said that it has to go around the Earth to get to space. So
That's not
how
what
is
I
that?
said at all. So
I'll rewind the tape. I mean, this is all recorded, so I didn't just make that
go
up.
for it. No, where did I say that you have
Which
to
one
go
was
all the
wrong?
way around the Earth in order to go to space?
He also introduced a telescope into the equation.
Yeah, like looking at airplane contrails are easier to see with a telescope or binoculars. Yep.
It doesn't tell you that it's going around the Earth. It just tells you that it's going up and coming down.
No. So okay, let me clear that up. So when an orbital rocket takes off, right? It usually has at least two stages of the rocket. It takes off the ground. It starts doing a gravity turn. By the time it is leaving the horizon from your perspective, it's already burning its second stage engine. It's already in space. It has to continue burning that engine for a little while in order to go into orbit. Then it's in orbit and it'll continue to go around the Earth. But you can see it from Florida. You can see it get to space. It just isn't orbital yet. It has to continue burning its engine.
Claim that you have no evidence for. You realize that, right?
Yeah, I typed it in the chat. Instead of just repeating the claims, this is one of the first things I mentioned when you joined is that we don't need just to hear the claims over and over and over and over and over again, which is what you're doing. I've called this a claim repeater. What we're looking is to stick to things that you can actually prove. So what of any of this can you actually verify or validate? That's what we want to know. So far, we can't validate the radius. So right now, we're launching things off the Earth that isn't even a globe to begin with. So that's already a big problem. But can you present anything that's actual evidence?
You can't tell.
Right now,
Let me just clear this up.
I'll give him this. I learned something new from him today. Never heard that term before.
Yeah. So visually, you can't gauge. You can't gauge the speed visually by looking at something. You can't gauge its size, and you can't gauge its distance.
So I mean, like I already went over just like the direct evidence of photos and videos from
that would be
in space. But we could go into like circumnavigation too, and like how the fact that people hundreds of thousands of people have.
I have to say this, Snackle. One thing you're forgetting here is that we gave you this one out that you wanted to talk about your rockets going into space, but we didn't even cover how the radius value was even discovered.
We're going back to the radius value.
We never left. We gave you the out because you wanted.
What are you launching these rockets from?
Look, let me ask you a question. Hold on, let me ask him a question. I want to ask him a question. Do you think right now, Snackle, you're making falsifiable claims that can be proven wrong?
As far as like the Earth being round, is that your question?
No, the claims your so-called evidence, you're falsified. You think your claims are falsifiable, meaning we can do a test that could potentially prove them wrong.
No. Like I'm.
Okay, so it's pseudoscience, right?
You can't. No, like I was getting at a second ago. There's like thousands of people who have circumnavigated the globe.
Yeah, we know that.
Do you think that everyone at
just going in a circle?
Everyone in space.
You're getting into
so now the sociology argument. Like now we're in infantile land.
All of them are in on the sea.
Sorry, we're looking for actual evidence, not your lack of motive understanding. So we're looking to validate things earlier. Remember, you said, "Well, you've already shown us evidence. So how do we validate that evidence then?"
I was just getting to that, but you cut me off.
You were getting into motive.
Just getting to a lot of things. First, it was story time. Now it's I can't believe they would all lie.
So you're asking me for direct evidence that can.
You haven't presented any.
I was just going to, but you muted me.
No, you weren't.
Can I get to my point? Or you
got to start with the things you can prove and validate because so far you've only been
circumnavigation.
Hold on.
Does circumnavigation work on a flat Earth? Yes or no?
No, because you won't end up at the same spot again. Right? That's a very simple fact.
Address that.
Circle.
You don't even listen. Hold on. Can we go back? Look, unmute him. You don't even know how we think circumnavigation works, and you're saying that circumnavigation don't work on a flat Earth.
Correct. Yeah, with the position of the stars,
But you don't even
the way
know
shadows work. If
you don't
it was
even
a
know.
flat Earth, circumnavigation would not work. Yeah, that's a
Okay,
simple
prove
fact.
that. Prove that. Prove that. I want the geometric proof.
Yeah, remember I said stick to things that you can prove.
I want the geometric proof that circumnavigation does not work on a flat Earth.
I mean, I guess go back and look at like reports from everyone who's circumnavigated the globe.
Like
Are they all
Magellan?
lying?
Is
Are they all
Magellan
lying?
a good like Magellan?
So are all those people? Did they just make
No,
that
like
up?
Magellan. So I just posted Magellan's route on a flat plane in the chat.
He couldn't even appeal to someone. He didn't even know who to appeal to.
You understand that would not work with the position of the stars, correct?
Who did you appeal to? Who did you appeal
Why
to?
would that not work with the position of the stars?
Because the position of the stars, we turn on a globe around an axis pointing toward Polaris.
You're
and
just repeating the claims, dude.
This is not a claim. This is
You can't even see Polaris from these locations. So what are you talking about?
So how do you think Magellan was able to circumnavigate the globe? How do you think they
Dead
found their way?
reckoning.
No,
Dead
he used the
reckoning.
stars. He used the stars.
They didn't know about the southern stars. So how do you use the southern stars?
What are you talking about? Yeah, they knew about the stars.
The southern stars.
Are we talking about the same person here?
The southern stars. Are you not listening? The southern stars.
Yeah, he was able to use the position of the stars in the southern and northern hemispheres to circumnavigate the globe.
Okay, so without a nautical almanac for the positions of the southern stars, how did he use the southern stars to navigate? The southern stars were cataloged for 300 years after Magellan. What the fuck are you talking about?
I wouldn't say that at all. The ancient Egyptians actually knew a lot about the southern hemisphere and the positions of the stars in the sky. In fact, they built giant monoliths representing them on Earth. So I don't know where
Jesus fucking Christ, that's totally story time, bro.
That's not
So
story
Ryan
time.
tells
It's like
us southern
basic
stars.
history.
Basic history.
How long
You
people
can't
have known
validate
about the
this
stars.
stuff.
Hold on, what's the primary source for this?
Citation.
Yeah, citation, please.
That the Egyptians knew the positions of the stars? I don't know. Go look at the Great Pyramids.
No, you said the southern stars. You said the southern stars.
Yeah, so that they have elaborate drawings on caves of the
on caves.
That's not a citation.
I muted him. I have to stop him. Snackle, post a citation in live stream voice text so we can all see from what you're saying. Because right now it sounds like you're making shit up on the spot. Please post it in live stream voice text. Your claim. That's all.
Okay, let me grab one real quick.
And not a claim of somebody else's claim. That primary evidence for it.
The only reason why it's getting like this because we're just making claims rain out the short bus window like Monopoly money. We're asking you to find a claim that you can actually verify.
And this is why we need the arena back. This is the exact reason. This exact fucking situation.
Well, he said he was going to bring one of his co-workers that are engineers and stuff in here, so I'd like to see that.
Yeah, like that's another one of my big questions. Is just like, you know, because I don't think a lot of people grasp just how many people work in the space realm, in the space industry,
like you, and you don't know anything.
Well, so in order for any of this to work, and you know, if
you
NASA
need
was
a
truly
radius
hiding
for
that
to work.
there was
You
a
need
flat
a
Earth from everybody, that would be
don't know
a
that it
lot
works,
of
though.
people
You-
in on the
you don't-
secret.
listen,
We're talking
you don't know that it
hundreds
works,
of thousands of people.
First of all, that is a false claim. Your idea that there has to be millions of people lying about the shape of the Earth is idiotic.
Why?
Because they are believers.
Because
just like
nobody
you.
has firsthand knowledge.
They all are receiving the telemetry from the spacecraft directly.
Oh, really?
off the antennas.
Wow. Telemetry, so they look at a screen.
Yeah, they got like extremely crazy antennas at NASA. They can
That
actually
NASA gives them, right? That NASA's Deep Space Network gives them the position of the satellites, right?
TDRS and DSM, yep.
Yeah, okay. So how do I know this? Because we've talked to people about satellites before. Still, no first-hand knowledge.
Okay, so there we go. So
there's still no
incorrect.
first-hand knowledge, right?
There is first-hand knowledge. So you have this cool thing
So
called
first-hand
amateur
knowledge of
radio
looking
people.
at a screen generated by a third party.
No.
You have no idea how.
So there's these cool people called amateur radio astronomers. They have their own antennas, their own setups, where they're able to receive telemetry off a spacecraft with no connection to NASA, no connection to any spacefaring nation. They individually
More claims.
This is not a claim. There are hundreds of these people out there. You want me to give you some?
Now
of the
hundreds,
Twitter?
maybe there's even millions. Did they have any first-hand knowledge of the shape of the Earth?
They're able to directly verify that things are in orbit by hearing them from their own antennas.
No. They're not directly verifying anything. They're picking up a signal
They are, in
within
fact,
the antenna.
directly verifying it.
No, they're not. They're picking up a signal on the antenna, and the signal tells them something, right?
It seems
They're
like
able
you
to
don't
use
understand
things
what
like the
direct
Doppler
verification
effect.
is.
Okay, now you're just making shit up. They're not using the Doppler effect. You fucking know it, okay? So just stop making shit up. You're just
Yes,
throwing
they are.
shit against the wall.
That's
Why
literally
don't
how
you
this
just
stuff
show your
works.
side? Listen, we're gonna. How many times are you gonna be asked for evidence? You just
I can
making
give you the
claims
Twitter
for
of
no
someone
evidence.
who was able to
endlessly.
independently verify the flight of Artemis
Where's
1.
the Egyptian citation? You said we're going to talk about the Southern Stars.
Yeah,
Where's that?
this is story time with you. Like, it's a lot of story, but zero evidence. Why is that?
I've given.
No, you've
a
given
lot
us
of
lots of
correct
claims. Like, you've given us 30. You've given us 30 or 40 or 50 or 100 claims. The evidence for those claims is zero. But the claims, there's plenty of those.
So here, I'll post one of the Twitters of this amateur astronomer. This guy was actually able to independently verify the flight of Artemis 1.
Where are the Egyptians? No.
So he picked up a signal in the antenna.
He independently is able to verify a lot of things that
Dude,
go
what
to orbit.
happened to your claim that you were going to verify?
No. He didn't verify.
You were going to verify the Egyptians. Remember that? What happened to that? That one I was waiting for. You just skipped.
I know we're so far past that now.
Yeah, I know. We're like going from topic to topic over and over. Like you guys just can't stay.
No, because this is called Gish Gallop. See, we know what you're doing. We're used to it. It's called Gish
I'm not
Gallop.
doing anything. I'm happy to explain.
No, you're Gish Galloping. You can't actually. As soon as we ask for evidence for any specific claim, you change the subject. And then we ask for evidence about that claim, you change the subject. And then you ask for evidence about the next claim, and all the while, you're just Gish Galloping. You know, go Google, since you know how to Google, go Google what Gish Gallop is. You're doing it. We're used to it.
You ever seen the ISS flyover?
So here we go. He just did it again.
Just did it again.
Doing it again.
Yeah, Snackle, you're correct. You're correct. You're not doing anything. But what you're trying to do is snicker and laugh every time we talk. We try to bring
You
up.
guys are fucking hilarious. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Listen to you guys. I can't help it. I'm sorry.
Gish Gallop is a rhetorical technique in which a person in a debate attempts to overwhelm their opponent by providing an excessive number of arguments with no regard for the accuracy or strength of those arguments. That's you. Gish Gallop.
Yeah, you guys are like very defensive on this stuff. Like I think you need to keep like a more.
Teaching you what Gish Gallop means.
I think you need to be a little
Stop
bit more
policing and
open-minded.
Listen to the words being spoken.
We used to all be Globers, you clown.
Hey, Snackle, your tone policing is tired. Listen, you're the one who giggles and snickers every time we bring up the actual topic of the server. Whether or not this Earth we stand upon is a spheroid. You want to act like that's a joke and talk about stuff that we've seen on TV already. You're not the first one telling this fairy tale. Do you think we live under a rock? Do you think we live under a rock?
It's funny. Co-partner, dude. Co-partner. No, hey, maybe you can maybe you can spend the next 30 days finding the evidence for the claims you made.
Man, you guys are a joke.
Yeah, now you're going to talk about us instead of the topic because that's what you have to do.
You guys are
You have no
fighting
choice.
guy. Why are you
Before this goes crazy, could I ask him a question very quickly? Just very quickly, old horse. Give me a second. Snackle, are you there?
They muted me. Oh yes, you sound civilized. Please ask. Ask away.
Just quickly, Snackle. Would you agree that we all of us on Earth experience a flat horizon and a motionless Earth?
No.
No. Which part do you not agree with? The
We're
flat
not
horizon?
on a motionless Earth, and we don't have a flat horizon.
He said experience.
Yeah. I said what we experience, right? When you go to the beach, you see a flat horizon, don't you?
Yeah. Like as you can only see about 12 miles.
So what about emotion? You experience motion.
We see a flat horizon, and what about the motion? Do you feel that? Experience that?
No, you can't feel it because it's
okay. Well, we don't need the caveat.
So we experience a flat and motionless Earth, yeah?
From our perspective, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. So then if someone was to come along and say, hey, that flat horizon, it's actually curved, and the ground is actually in motion, we would need someone to prove that, yeah?
Well, yeah, you don't have a reference point to see. Like right now, we're spinning and going extremely fast through space.
So
but
what's the proof
since
for that?
that motion is constant, we can't feel a difference.
That's
So what's the
false.
proof for
That's
that?
false.
Right. Wait. So we need someone to prove that. So let's start with the curvature. Who measured that?
It was first done in the laboratory in the 18th century by
a laboratory.
Yeah, they measured the two masses. It was the first study to directly measure gravity.
The curvature of the Earth. No, the curvature of the Earth. I said.
All right, you got to clean out the earwax, Snackle.
I don't know. Yeah, no, you guys. Wasn't it the guy we were talking about earlier?
No.
I'm asking who's measured.
He didn't do anything in a lab.
Hold on. We're asking, right, we experience a flat Earth, you agreed. Someone's come along and said, hey, it's actually curved. Who measured that?
I think it was one of the guys looking through a telescope, looking at the motion of stars and planets.
No, I'm talking about the Earth. No, the Earth.
Right,
the curvature of the Earth.
Right. By looking at the motion of the stars and planets, you can determine that the Earth.
No. I'm asking about drop over distance on the ground. You can't look at that. You can't look into the sky and find drop over a distance on the ground. I'm asking who's measured drop over a distance.
He was using Airy's failure to prove the movement of the Earth.
Hold on.
I'm going to ask everybody to shut up so Wolfgang can finish, please.
Guys, we're talking about drop over a distance, like at a lake or something, right? Who's measured that?
Oh, plenty of people. You can do it with a camera and a ship on the horizon.
Okay, well, no, I'm asking who's measured the drop over a distance, not looking at an object in the distance and speculating about it. Who's measuring that drop?
Once again, like anyone with a camera, an ocean, and a boat can do that themselves.
Could you give... No. Well, give us a name of someone who measured that drop over a distance.
Let me go find one. There's plenty of them. 1 second.
Okay.
When did we let Hero Cult Convention to the live stream?
Well, I just want to throw out there just a pro tip again for Snackle. I would recommend stick to things that you know that you can support without having to Google it on the fly.
That was my whole point coming in here, is I was going to talk about like rockets, because that's my
you
guys really want to go into like R values and like how to measure.
We're just trying to hold you accountable, that's all.
You know someone's measured the curvature of a lake, so let's just go and get the name and we'll check it out.
Curvature of a lake. I love it.
You got that?
Hey guys, what's up?
Roger.
What's up?
Love you, man. How you been?
Yeah, man.
No way. Is this Roger back?
I'm doing. Yeah.
Oh, Roger, you're just in time.
Yeah,
I was just about to get a measurement of a curved lake.
I was wondering if you could get the one with the boat and the red and blue stripes.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Show us that one. Right.
Large vessel over the horizon, viewed from Hope Cove. Okay, so what was the observer height of that one?
Camera, they have in the description their camera location with coordinates.
What's the elevation height above sea level?
Not sure, but again, this is something you can go do if you have a camera and a boat.
You said it has been done.
A measurement of the curvature.
Yeah, it's been done by like millions of people.
So who? we need that. We're not saying like how can it be done.
Something like very simple to go observe.
No. Listen,
go get that then.
Don't you think we've ever done this before, dude?
Do any of you live near the water?
Yes, I live on the ocean. I've done it.
You said it has been done, so we're looking for that evidence.
This guy just said he did it. What was your observation?
You're changing the subject.
I watched a boat sail. Well, I'll give him to him. I watched a boat sail from 6 miles away out to 30 miles from 15 feet above sea level, and it never went over the horizon.
That's crazy. Do you have video of that?
I have pictures of it taken with an iPhone camera.
I'd love to see it. You might be the first one to ever observe that.
Dude, that's nonsense. Dude, I can't even believe you just said that.
He's trying to shift it. He's trying to
shift it. Can I see the picture? Can you send it?
Yeah, I'm going to post him in the live stream, but until I post, deal with Wolfgang, please.
He's really good.
We got to hold you accountable.
Really good at playing stupid. You're gonna win.
Okay.
So have none of you done this?
Hold on,
simple-
Snackle. Chill. So, Snackle, if we're going to talk about a measurement of the Earth's surface and the curvature or lack thereof, we need to know observer height. We need to know distance being observed. We need to know these details to know what the expected drop over a distance is, to know that that's what's there. Yeah?
Correct.
So you've just given us something that you don't know any of those details for. So do you have
in
someone
the picture that
you
was
do know
just
the details?
posted in general, you can see that you can't see to the bottom of the hole of that boat. I
Sorry.
wonder why that is.
That's not a direct. That's just your inference. We're looking for direct evidence
I'm
or direct
looking at
measurement.
the direct photo. That
Are
someone
you talking about what
posted.
I just posted?
Yeah, Indio.
That ship is supposed to be 420 feet under the horizon.
And you can directly see the line of the water above the hull of the boat.
And you shouldn't even see the boat at all. Like, is this guy for real?
Dude, are you okay?
Do you see the
Why is
line
the boat there?
rising of
Why
the
is
water?
the boat there, Snackle?
Because
Wow.
the hull of the boat has gone below the level. Boats are
Right, so
kind
it's
of
only the
tall.
hull. Only the hull has gone below the horizon.
So that boat's 400 and something feet tall.
Wait, guy. So if only the hull has gone below the horizon there, then the globe is debunked because it's supposed to be not
atmospheric
visible.
lensing effect that can like zoom. I don't
Okay. So now you're going to make excuses about why this boat is seen, but in reality, you are supposed to be finding us a measurement of the curvature, not making excuses as to why we're not observing it. So who was it that measured the curvature?
I don't know. I'm a space guy. I'm a nerd on space stuff.
Right. You can't have space unless
If you guys
have
have
the
any questions
curvature.
about that, I'm happy to answer. Otherwise,
Yeah.
out here.
Yeah, where'd you get R? Yeah, where'd you get R? That's my question.
You need the curvature before you have
Right.
space.
I'll try to get one of my numbers guys on here. But
Please do.
Until then,
Yeah, you had better
any questions
because
about rockets
guess
and how
what?
things go to
Everything.
work?
Listen, guy. We
Yeah.
don't have questions about rockets because literally
Okay, well,
everything
that's,
that you
I'm
have
gonna
to
head out
say
then,
about
guys.
them, everything you have to say
Oh, so you
about
came
them
here
is
to
invalid.
propagandize or proselytize?
No, I
Yeah,
came
you-
to
Really,
give
your purpose? You came here to proselytize your religion?
No, I came here to give context on something that I can actually speak for. But if you guys
You
don't want
don't
to hear
know
that,
anything
that's all
about
right.
it. You actually don't even know anything about it.
Snackle, this is a learning moment for you, though. You've just admitted you don't know who's measured the curve. Why wouldn't you want to go and find that out?
Because that's not what I came here to talk about. But again,
Right,
if you
it's
guys have any questions
fundamental.
about
You came
that,
here with an agenda, is what you're
to your
saying.
belief about the
for
Earth.
sure.
It's
So,
fundamental.
all right. Well, I'll see you guys later. Have a good one.
He said for sure.
Yeah, bring your
All right.
numbers guy back.
Snackle, come back another time. You're welcome.
Bring your engineer
Let's
guy
see.
back in here.
Hey, Snacko, come back when you've done more than watch a Discovery Channel documentary.
I make money doing this stuff.
Okay.
Someone's getting ripped the fuck off.
You make money not knowing what you're talking about.
Just
Yeah.
bring someone who
You
knows
make
who's
money
measured the
doing
curve.
this stuff, but you thought the ISS was at 90 miles elevation.
Yeah. Again, I don't work for NASA. I need to refresh on my fun facts.
Anything can orbit 90 miles.
Neither do we. We don't work for NASA
That's
either.
not
We know
even the
this stuff.
common line, which you said.
If I was a communicator for NASA and I didn't know that, I'd probably get fired.
Okay, what?
Dude,
If I didn't know
but
the
just,
answer.
you came in here, you tried to fake something that you don't know anything about. It almost worked, but it didn't.
Well, Snackle, you just agreed.
Just because you played Kerbal Space Program a couple times, don't mean
you
shit.
should all go play that game. Great game.
Well, hold on, Snackle. You just agreed
Great
that you
way to
learn our
experience a
quantum
flat
mechanics.
Earth. You experience a flat Earth, and you don't know who's measured curve. So really, you're in a bit of a pickle there.
You're a believer.
Again,
I think
I'm
you
not
guys
here
are
to
being
talk
interrupted
about.
with this guy. This isn't.
Yeah, we're not here to talk about proof.
That's
Sorry,
your
guys.
fundamental premise, though. You can't talk about anything else.
Feel free to like just if you guys ever have questions about rockets, feel free to PM me.
Yeah, but everything that you have to say
just
about
play
rockets
Kerbal.
is invalid without the
Exactly.
R
Don't play Kerbal. You'll probably learn a lot more playing that game.
Yeah,
than
because
anything I
that's how
just
John
played.
Glenn got to space, right? Because they played Kerbal.
Game.
He
Bring
was
your engineering
suborbital,
friend
but
in here,
no.
Snackle. Bring your engineering
Dude,
friend.
you're
That's what we want to talk
this
about.
dude's funny, man.
Yeah, you
Dude,
guys
you're
are
like
more
all
interested
around
in the numbers.
covered. It's Scientology, bro. Like Jerry Falwell or something, dude. You're fucking all in the cult, aren't you? You're all in.
Yeah,
I would say the
Do you realize that you have no first-hand knowledge about anything you're saying and you don't know anybody that does?
Yeah, I used to be all
I know
around the
a
globe.
lot of
Yeah, you
people
can't
that
say
do.
that about me.
You know somebody that saw the Earth as a ball. Who?
Yeah, bring their ass in here. Bring them in here.
Multiple astronauts.
Yeah,
They-
he claimed to be friends with 5
I've seen the
astronauts.
Earth as a ball. So you know the Apollo guys.
No. I haven't talked to any Apollo guys, but I've talked to 4 or 5 people who flew on the space shuttle.
Okay, that's not high enough to see the Earth as a ball. So anybody that's seen the Earth as a ball.
On the space shuttle, you were high enough to see the Earth as a ball.
No, you're not. Do the math, dude. Do the math. You're not high enough. Sorry.
Yeah, you are.
Do the math, brother. Do the math.
You can't like with like one field of view. You can't just look and see the whole Earth as a ball. No, that's Apollo and soon to be Artemis.
Okay, so you don't know anybody that's done it. So that's the point. You don't have any first-hand knowledge. You don't know anybody with any first-hand knowledge. So this goes
There was
back to
only
what I was trying to bring up.
There was only like 12 people that went to the moon. You know that, right?
Oh, really? So we should put all our eggs in that basket, the 12-person basket.
Yeah, because those are the only people we ever sent to the moon.
No, that's how we should live our life. We should go, these 12 people, no way they're lying. We should all fucking think the Earth is a ball because these people, no, these 12 people.
So in low Earth orbit, you can see the curvature.
Yeah, I want you to just answer the question. No, you can't, dude.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, so
No, you can't. Do the math, dude.
You're saying we experience a flat Earth. No one's measured curve, but we can believe these 12 people.
That's awesome, guys.
So the space shuttle flew.
My goodness. No, that you're fine. He's obviously a space guy. Why are we just not taking space away from him?
Yeah, Jedi, do space with him. That would be funny.
Oh, it would be funny. My friend, you seem to like space a lot, right?
Yeah. That's what I work on.
That's fine. Moon missions and remote control
I
cars.
work on space. Sorry. Dude, the shit coming out of this guy's mouth is so absurd. It's like, it's borderline, like, I think he's trolling, quite honestly.
Well, let's let Jedi do the space one.
We'll get there. I mean, this is the point, my friend. We could argue the minutiae about every single story we are told about space. Right, like I said, moon missions, whatever NASA say that they do when they go to the vacuum of space. You see, the thing is, we've got a problem with the vacuum of space because it appears to violate laws of nature.
How so?
Well, let's put it like this. Entropy, it increases. Within the heliocentric model, they appeal to a decrease in entropy, as in a violation in the second law of thermodynamics. For example, well, let me explain, and maybe you can tell me no afterwards, because I haven't quite got there yet. Because the violation is the air that you breathe, and it is uncontained from the vacuum of space. The Earth is declared to be an open system. And when we have an open system, that means there's nothing physically keeping the matter here.
Would you just not believe in gravity?
Oh, I mean, would you suggest that we could even have a scientific experiment and observation of a natural phenomena where gravity is actually acting on gas? Because gravity is just the direction downwards and gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions.
No, gravity affects all matter, all molecules, including air molecules.
You're just making claims.
That's not a claim. That's like certified science.
Then you would be able to certify it and present the science.
It is, yeah. It's certified in plenty of papers.
You would be able to
gravity
present that.
affects air molecules.
You can't present that.
Hold on.
Yes,
Let Jedi go.
You're elucidating to the same point. He is correct when you're saying you are making just declarations, because the observation of gas is it moves freely and randomly in all directions. The consequent of containing gas is gas pressure. If you don't have something physically containing gas, then entropy will increase and the gas will fill the vacuous space outside the Earth. The
You're just not accounting for gravity because it affects air molecules.
You would have to demonstrate that.
Gravity and air density is like extensively studied for generations. I don't know what to tell you there.
But you can't present.
Read
You
countless
can't present what you're saying.
studies. Do you want me to go find you some sources on gravity and air density?
No. What I would like you to do is. What I would like you to do is, 1, provide a scientific experiment that proves gravity, or 2, and you can as well, point to a phenomena where gas is attracted to mass, and only going downwards where, when we look at gas, it travels freely and randomly in all directions. So if you can give me a phenomena to start the scientific experiment with, that would be great. Or you can prove gravity, and then I'd get... Maybe if I gave it to you, I could still point at the gas and say, well, gravity's not affecting the gas then.
Well, okay, I guess, yeah, the first one was the Cavendish experiment. I just looked this up, by the way. This was Henry Cavendish. That was the first experiment to measure the force of gravity between masses. That was in 1797.
What was the hypothesis? What was the hypothesis?
If you want to go research the Cavendish experiment, I'll leave that up to you. I'm just saying that this is established science. And
very quickly, before you ramble off and you think you're going to say what you think I'm going to do, no, I'm going to ask you for the hypothesis, because within the question is your answer. There isn't one, so therefore it's not a scientific experiment. Go on, carry on.
You saying there's not a hypothesis in the Cavendish experiment?
Or you could present it.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Yes. Give me the dependent and independent variable, please, of the Cavendish experiment. Say it correctly. Cavendish. Give me the independent and dependent variable. Give me the supposition into the cause and effect relationship. Where's the observed phenomenon?
I was just looking up like what was the first experiment to confirm gravity.
So,
that's
awesome.
Established science.
That's fine. I appreciate this is probably your first foray into this subject. Ultimately, no, Cavendish is not an experiment. Like I said, I ask these questions for specific reasons. If you know what science is, you will know that this is not an experiment. You will also notice that when you said the first, so there's more than one, you'll notice that the second one isn't the same as the first one, because the first one that you mentioned hasn't scientifically been proven. This is why it was superseded by Einstein over 108 years ago. That would be the bending and warping of space-time. So,
right, relativity.
Yeah. So don't give me the one that's old and busty that they haven't proven. Obviously, understanding logical consistency. There's another one that you're going to give me because they couldn't prove the first one. So don't give me the first one then.
But you can independently verify as well relativity just by looking at the photos from the James Webb Space Telescope.
No. The place that you're talking about, space, seems to be violating natural law. And the thing that you're trying to prove at the moment still isn't observably affecting gas. There is not a decrease in entropy because of your fantasy gravity. Gravity has not been scientifically proven. If you want to go into Einstein's, that's just math, not scientific experiment. So no experiment for
right, relativity is still not a law, but it's fundamental to the way we understand physics and the way our planet works. In fact, it was recently confirmed again from the James Webb Space Telescope visually.
You can see the bending what a decrease in entropy is? Do you understand what a decrease in entropy is?
What I'm getting at, you're trying to say here is that all the air should just fly off the Earth. That's what I've been getting from what you're saying.
I know laws of nature.
You think all the air should just fly into space? Am I correct?
According to laws of nature that seem to work quite simply, you are correct. I believe in those laws of nature. Yes. Do you not?
In order for that to make sense, you have to completely disregard the effect of gravity on air molecules.
Which you haven't presented.
So do you know why it's hard to breathe in Denver?
Dude, you haven't proven it yet. You're just declaring it. I've kind of tried to run you through that you've got no scientific experiment for it. Even if I gave you gravity, it's not observably affecting gas, so we can't have the observed phenomena, so can't start the science again. But you're still going to circle us back round to you don't believe in gravity.
Quick question.
Gravity? Hold on. Not quick
question. Have you ever been to Denver?
No.
Snackle.
Quick question. Has this bell rung for you yet? You can't keep a certain gravity because you ain't proved it, sunshine.
Sorry, no tap dancing allowed here.
For sure, sorry. We're talking about air density here. And
we're not going to move on to Denver. You have to address what he said.
We're talking about air pressure. Thermodynamic air pressure.
Yes, so the pressure decreases as you increase in altitude. That's why it's hard to breathe in Denver and why you'd never want to jump out of a commercial airliner at cruising altitude.
Amazing.
You'd suffocate.
That's amazing. Correct? Can I ask you, how do you achieve gas pressure? What is the definition of gas pressure? I'll give you a clue. It's in the word. Pressure. How do you achieve pressure?
I'm not sure what you're asking. How do you achieve pressure?
How do you achieve pressure? I've got gas. I'll help you through it. If I put it in a container, is the consequence of me putting gas in a contained environment that gas is now under pressure, like in a tire or a ball?
No. So if you have ambient air in a container, it's not pressurized, right? Correct?
So
you'd have to add more air molecules in order to pressurize that container.
A contained volume. if you contain
Oh
gas,
my god, this guy. Hard to breathe in Denver. Not the last time I was there. My sinuses cleared right up.
why aren't you following this? Because you're giving me delta X, gas pressure gradient. It's hard to breathe up there in the sky where the density of the gas appears to be lower.
Yeah, it is a gradient.
I'm taking you back to how you have achieved gas pressure in the first place, because you must achieve gas pressure in the first place, delta, to equivocate delta X, gas pressure gradient. You can only achieve gas pressure within the contained environment. The consequent of...
That's incorrect. You got gravity affecting those air molecules. They pull them to
demonstrate that.
Thank you. Seventh time of circling back to you can't prove gravity, but you're going to assert it anyway, even though I'm going to have to point out that it's not affecting gas.
It does affect gas.
How
then
does it affect
demonstrate that. Because you're just saying it. We told you earlier, just repeating claims over and over and over again. Show us. Demonstrate it. Prove it.
In a vacuum,
Stop just saying.
Universities do this day to day.
That's a chamber. That's a container. That's a container.
Do you understand?
Replicating a vacuum.
What
you can't do that without a container.
Do you understand what decrease in entropy?
Then do it without a container. What are you talking about?
It exists on your Earth right now.
That's called begging the question and pointing at the sky and declaring your claim to now be true. That's not going to fly.
Yeah, but Jemsy put the links in there, so the citations are there. So if you want to take a look at live stream voice text, Jemsy put all the links there, so you can look at the links that are even supported for the claim that gas pressure needs a container. It's a necessary antecedent, Snackle. Can you look at live stream voice text, please?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Okay. And look at the links that are supported there by the understanding of that the pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container.
Right, and you are directly throwing away the idea.
You can't present this idea.
Gravity again. 8th time you're going to start something that hasn't scientifically been proven. 8th time. Do we now need to go to them and ask them?
Why are you saying we're throwing it away? These are our, like, we didn't write this shit. We didn't write these words. These were written by chemistry textbooks. These weren't written by us. So why do you say we're throwing it away?
The second citation comes from NASA.gov. The molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and with the walls of a container because the molecules are in motion. A gas will expand to fill the container. Since density is defined by the mass divided by the volume, density depends directly on the size of the container in which a fixed mass of gas is confined.
Can you show us a demonstration of gas not expanding to fill the volume and being restricted by gravity?
NASA.gov.
You guys are going to have to unmute him. Someone muted him.
Yeah, we need demonstrations at this point.
Yeah, you guys keep muting me. I don't know why. Just let me talk.
You do know why, because you keep... Go ahead. You go.
No, we don't want to hear you talk. We want the demonstration. Stop talking.
Yeah, we
You're
only
just making
so
claims.
we can finish our sentences because you constantly speak over us.
Well, hold on. He's just give him a chance.
Once again, that is correct. Molecules are in a constant random motion and frequently collide with each other in the walls of a container. That is correct. You are not accounting for the force of gravity affecting those air molecules.
Sorry,
that is all I'm going to say. I know you guys are really stuck on that.
The definition doesn't mention gravity. It only mentions a container.
Yeah, we also asked you for demonstrations of gravity doing that, and you have none.
Hold on. Also understanding you are...
I'm done getting muted. Have a good day, everyone. Please DM me if you have any questions.
You said that already. Like 20 minutes ago.
I enjoyed...
Yeah, you already said this. You did this whole preamble 30 minutes ago, so...
Yeah, he goes to shuck and jive.
Do we split that way?
That's
all, folks.
That's a dump.
His baseless claims just got debunked. I just showed gas expanding upwards into a vacuum, not being restricted by gravity at all. He's just lying because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Dude, that was almost psychotic, bro. Like, seriously, that was one of the worst space crazy NASA fanboys I've ever seen. That was a
beginning of that. Those 5 minutes where CB had him like on the rails, dude. Like he couldn't escape. Like I've captured that 5 minutes, like in the previous conversation. Just whenever you guys want to hear it, like he conceded to that he did. first of all, it was just an opening to like who he was and what he does, and because I wanted to get established like that much so we can know like what his line of work is. So basically, he's some sort of I don't know, technology communicator. He fails at doing what he's supposed to be doing, but he's supposed to communicate information to like the layman, according to him, about how rockets go to space.
That explains everything. That explains everything.
So I don't know how he's getting paid to do what he does.
You heard, dude? Did you hear what he said? He said space exists because his job depends on it.
It works.
But I thought he was like in some satellite industry or like he worked like doing that stuff. So like I thought he was like do the appeal to like. But if his job is to talk about space, what the fuck? That's some psychotic shit, bro.
Yeah, his job is space. I got some space here. Space for you guys. Space for everybody.
We should get him back into it.
What did he claim that his job title was? What is his specific job? Did he say?
I don't think so. We recorded it, so we'll have to go back. I'll pull it or something later on.
Data communications or something.
This has been going on for a while.
I do.
Oh yeah, this has been going for a bit. I didn't hear what Wolfgang said though. I want to hear what you said. What did you say, Wolfgang? Wolfgang?
I was just saying we should try to get him back because we'll definitely be able to get some funny clips out of him.
Oh, he'll be back.
He said he's going to come back with some smarter friends who have the radius proof. So
can't wait, dude.
I mean,
he admitted.
I came into the. That's all right, man. I came in where he was talking about the line that was obscuring a boat.
That was crazy.
Yeah. He said Indio's pictures were proof of the curve.
Well, didn't he say the horizon was above the boat? How's that?
He said, well, it's only obscuring the very bottom of the boat. So there's your curve at 30 miles away.
Look, you can barely see the boat. I don't know how he discerned that the very bottom was obscured. Like,
right.
Wow.
Yeah, but I wanted to play this clip where CB was holding them to like the very first opening of him like starting in on the radius claim. Here, let me.
Hold on. We're not confused. We're looking to prove the claims to be true.
So do you know why a rocket goes up and sideways?
It's not. Let him finish his point real quick. I know everybody's eager right now. But let's just let's point for point. We'll get through it.
Yeah, I
would
see
be
a lot of confusion about
hold on. I know
things get to orbit, and that's something I'm trying to clear up.
We're not confused. So let me just clear that up.
So can you explain to me how a rocket gets to orbit?
We're not in it for explanation. Hold on. We're not trying to explain things. I said this earlier. We're looking to either prove these claims to be true or falsify them. So just restating the claims over and over and over and over and over and over again isn't what we do here. We know the claims.
Like, hold on. Know how a rocket gets to orbit.
Hold on. It needs a radius value. That's what even you said that. It's integral. Very important key part. So
what else?
What we do is drill into the foundation. Do you have that radius to begin with? And if that's not true, then what are you doing then? How is any of this happening if you don't have a radius?
So can you go straight up and get to orbit, or what do you have to do?
What you have to do is have the radius value. So we can't skip past that. That's the foundation. Even you agreed to this. So that's what we're going to do is drill right into that.
I know you're really stuck on the R value.
No, I know I'm not stuck. I'm not stuck, but we just can't skip past it. I don't know if you ever played Monopoly. You don't just like skip past go and then jump around the board.
We've established that's integral.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, it doesn't. Oh my God! Hold on a second. It doesn't matter what else you want to ask us they need. Without the radius, you can't go forward.
You just really want to ask me the thing that I'm not an expert in.
You don't have to be an expert. Listen, you don't have to be an expert, bro.
So I'm telling you that me personally, I'm not going to sit here and try and explain something that I'm not an expert in.
There's no requirement for you to.
I don't do that.
Again, Snackle, I already told you, we're not looking for explanation. So it's okay if you don't need to be an expert and explain things. We're not here for that. We're looking for the information, the evidence, the proof of this radius value. That's the starting point. There's no way around that. We can't skip past that.
Okay, well then I can't tell you much because I don't know about it.
Okay, well, then let us know if you can grab those people that do know, and then we'll show you that.
Perfect. So now can we move on from the R value?
Maybe they don't actually know though.
Cool. So now can we move on from the R value talk?
I don't know if we can. Because what are we going to do then? What?
That's kind of weird.
Say we move on to rockets. What are you going to do? Where are you going to cash that in at?
I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to give some context to someone who knows about this stuff.
So the context.
I see a lot of confusion out there about how this stuff works.
Don't worry, we're not confused. There's no confusion, right? We're not confused.
So tell me how a rocket gets to orbit.
Yeah,
it needs a radius value.
Well, yeah, this is what I mean. Hang on, guys. Hang on. Let me just finish telling him. We're not confused about what you're going to try to explain to us.
But no one can explain to me how they actually get to orbit.
We're not here for explanation.
Right, but so here's the issue, right? The issue is that they're.
I'd like to clear that up.
I know that I keep getting interrupted even by my team, but just relax, guys. And you as well, Snackle. Just relax. So what we're doing is we're establishing the point from where the rocket is on the ground to the point where it goes into this medium that everyone claims that it goes to, like people that think the Earth is a globe. And we have listeners because we're live streaming on YouTube. So it's very pertinent to the question, how do rockets go into the vacuum of space, like the way they tell us? So we're establishing the foundation of like the size of the Earth first.
Perfect.
We have to, So we have to know if the Earth is purported to be a certain size. So if it's the certain size that they say it is, we're gonna say that's fine. You can say whatever you want. We need to verify that's true. And you're saying, well, I don't think we need to know that. We're like, that's important.
Because that's like fundamental. Yeah, it's like fundamental parts of how we know, how to fly things in space.
Right, so if you don't know the size of Earth, then you can't do orbital mechanics. It's impossible. You need to know the radius value, the circumference, the diameter. You need to know this information if you're going to keep moving forward and to say orbital mechanics is a thing. But if you don't have that, then you're saying.
No, we do have that though. We do. That's the thing. Is that these people have that.
What we don't have is the radius.
That's fine. If you're saying we have it. So all I'm saying is that needs to be verified. So if there's some way that we can all share this information, like people on Earth should, right? We need to share public information saying, okay, it's not a secret that we should all be able to verify the information that the size of the Earth is what they say it is, so that they can let vehicles leave this Earth and go into orbit with mechanics.
So
because what they're not doing is spraying and praying this technology into the sky. I'm sure you would agree with that.
Exactly. And one thing I guess I could say, again, I'm going to reiterate that I'm not the expert on this stuff, but for measuring the radius of the Earth, one of the simplest ways of doing that is looking at shadows and measuring the lengths of shadows versus time.
You are not an expert, that is for sure.
Well, amazing. He's like, what's his name? Some Chinese guy, Indian guy?
Chinese guy.
Can't believe he was just about to jump
the
off.
Cavendish experiment.
That's weird, huh?
Well, I'm not an astrophysicist, guys. I'm not an expert. They all do this. Don't worry. When we go talk to the experts, they'll say that too. Well, I'm not so qualified. I don't have the answers.
He desperately wanted to get off that radius value for sure. He didn't.
I know. You guys are stuck on the radius. It's like
he wanted to get off of anything that didn't involve like whatever he does as his job, which is obviously public relations at some place. Who knows where he's doing it? SpaceX headquarters, who knows? But he's obviously a PR person, where he probably gives little tours and he talks shit about rockets and orbits and fucking telescopes and black holes and all kinds of stupid shit. Well, so it's story time. So, like, when I said yes, it's story time, I was right. It was story time.
He was projecting to say that we are. You guys you guys are confused. You're confused.
Oh yeah, that
Well.
Yeah, because he has the right story. We have the wrong story. His story's correct, even though he has no evidence for his story, but he's got the correct story. Because all his peers and the people around him said, this is the story we want you to tell.
You give that guy too much credit, I guess. I think he was just talking out of his ass.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think he, like I said, like, he needs to learn more than just from a Discovery Channel documentary.
He came here and then began with ships over the horizon. I mean,
He began with ships over the horizon, or
he began with Eratosthenes. Well, I don't know
Sorry,
the text
yeah.
chat, but in
So
the voice
that's
chat.
that's your standard globe head answers, explanations.
Yeah.
So you would think that a science communicator would have some more arguments that go in depth than ships over the horizon or
Look at McWest. Look at McWest, man. Come on, you're expecting too much. Look at Michelle Taylor. You're expecting too much, Roger.
Yeah. Nah.
So the one thing he said the rocket goes up, does a gravity turn, and then points itself to just miss the horizon. I should have asked him which horizon. The horizon from where? Because your horizon is different depending on where you are. Which horizon is it just missing?
Damn, we have like every moderator on right now. All the fucking moderators on.
We want Bong. Where's Bong? He was on last night.
Yeah, it's not a parabolic arc. It's a gravity turn.
Yeah.
Make sure you get that right.
Yeah, and listen, and if you see anything in the sky, it's got the sun on it, it's in space.
Hey, we had a terrorist sympathizer also. Who's that other guy that came in and was just simping for him? Like, what the fuck?
I don't know. I muted them at least once.
In the chat?
Yeah.
It was that Trace Infinite
also,
1 or whatever.
He piped up also, man. It's like, no. He's been... Is it being known for that? Like,
yeah, I think so.
It's getting tired, man. So.
Guys are being mean.
Fuck
like,
off,
I don't know, dude. Yeah, I don't think he was here in good faith. You know what I mean? You have to be able to detect that and call people out. Who's more rude? This guy steamrolling, tap dancing, bullshitting, or you calling him out for that?
He was snickering behind his when he was I just have to talk to you guys like this. Like, yeah, you're laughing behind that mic, bro. And even Flatman pointed that out. It's like, yeah, you old Haas, I think, did as well.
What is this shit Trace was posting? I think we'd all benefit from a more polite discussion. We don't have to shout at globe earthers to get a point across. This is bullying. This isn't a discussion. Because you guys are shouting at him, he's discussing politely from what I hear. He's speaking in an even tone. What the fuck is this shit, bro?
Yeah. I'm
I'm taking your flat earth role, dude.
That's right.
That was mad sus.
How did you even get it? You got 60 posts.
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, we called him out in the chat.
All the mods are in here. Don't giving anyone just a flat earth roll, man. Unless you know them. Don't give it to them quickly unless you know them. How about that?
Yeah.
This guy hasn't even been on the server for, like, what? 227? What the hell's the date today? So he's been on here 2 months, and he's got no indication that he's a flat earther?
Who gave him that role?
Well, I'll have to do some digging to find out who did. But yeah, man, there's a certain skill to be able to detect that shit. And it seems like he just completely lacked that skill. Let me play a clip. It's like 20 seconds.
Meme.
In Bakugo,
Gotta fucking ban that guy.
You what with that whole kidnapping incident? Huh? You have an especially strong will, don't you? Today I'm gonna do my best to learn from you. I really hope you don't mind.
Stop pretending. What you say doesn't match the look in your eyes.
Hey, as the off-the-rail people protector here, Indio, I'll vote not to ban him so we can get more practice for some people eventually.
Who, Snackle?
No, I was
he's not banned.
Meme. No, I was voting to ban Meme for giving him flat earth.
Oh, okay. I was gonna try to save the...
No, this is a recurring problem because I just found more of this recurring problem. So this happened way back then when he was first on server. So I just posted in a live stream. Why not let him advocate for himself? You seem more concerned for him than he does. Yeah.
Well, dude, he was just, his tone is sweet and nice. Yeah, so was the guy in the clip that I played. But if you knew what was really happening, he's throwing digs. And he calls the guy out. Yo, your fake nice guy act, you're pretending. And in the clip, you can tell he acknowledges it. Oh, yeah, you got me. This guy knows he was trolling, dude. His nice guy tone doesn't mean a lot. It's the words that he's saying.
Expose his ass.
It was the behavior. It was just his behavior. He's just ignoring everything that was being said. But he came in here, even admitted it. He came in here with an agenda. His agenda was to come in here and proselytize to frickin' heathens.
Hey, when it comes to space stories.
So if I speak to him in a very calm tone and call him super retarded in that calm tone, that means I'm being nice?
Yeah, as long as you say it in a sweet voice, then that's okay. You can say anything you want, flat earthers, and yeah.
That's Hannibal Lecter.
I hate that
I think we should kind of do that with women, but men shouldn't be complaining about your tonality or anything. Woman, maybe, and children, yeah, kind of calm down with your tonality. It's okay, but men, just listen to the words that are being said. Don't worry about freaking tonalities.
Right. I mean, dude, Indio's from Boston. What do you expect?
Yeah, he's
dude. Like if
he
you
grew
talk
up with a
south
bunch
around
of
here,
assholes
nothing
around him.
happens. No one even pays any attention to you. Have to scream. I mean, you hear Elijah, right? Elijah's always like, he's not from, but he's from New York. It's like, you can't just say, "Excuse me, kind sir, can you move out of the way?" You'll be like, "Dude, I'm walking here."
I like to picture Elijah on a full subway train just yelling about flat Earth on his phone.
Smacking
Yeah,
the whole
yelling.
train.
You're answering a question I didn't ask. Screaming at people.
Don't make me mute you. Yeah.
We got Zan in here. Zann. See if he's in here. Zan, are you there? Welcome to the server. Zan, are you there?
Don't be shy, buddy.
Please tell us you have more than the Dr. Seuss version of rocketry.
Hi.
Hey, what's going on?
Talk about the last guy, not you.
What happened, Zan?
Yo,
Zan,
you
guys
here? I'm good, man. How are you?
Good, brother.
Hey, so what brings you to buy the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Zan?
Cool to join, man. Thanks.
I'm working the bar today. What can I get you to drink?
Gin and tonic. Bourbon.
Oh. Fucking bourbon. He's the man. Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh, we don't just serve just water here, just so you know. You got to order something. So what can we do for you?
I don't know. What can you do?
Oh, we can do a lot of things.
Well, you gave yourself a lot of points for not ordering a woman's drink.
But what makes you swing by this server? What brings you to us? We didn't come to you. You came to us. Just kind of bored.
Do you think Earth's a ball, Zan?
No, I don't.
Why not?
There's basically no observable curve. I mean, you live in the Netherlands, everything is pretty much flat here. If I go out to the ocean, I don't see anything either. So,
I thought I heard
all
that.
The pictures
Yeah.
from space. I saw it on
There you go,
TV.
Roger.
Well, Wolfgang had a good point. What about the pictures from space, Zan?
I've been into this topic a couple of years now. I guess. Do you want an explanation or
no,
do you?
I just if you
Just
say
test
you've we're just asking questions, and if you say, well, I'm pretty known with the topic, well, tell us how you came in contact with the flat Earth and what have you discovered.
I was here a couple of years back as well, actually. So I just thought I'd pop in because I'm because I'm kind of bored.
Well, okay, but what made you look into the flat Earth? I know yeah, go ahead. What made you look into it?
So
was it a video? Was it a guy? Was it whatever?
Yeah, some guy that I met. He was explaining some things, and he said I was kind of impressed by him. And he said suddenly, "Oh yeah, the Earth is flat." And at that point, I kind of already had been questioning a lot of things. So I just kind of I had to do some digging to really get my head around it, but I kind of already accepted it.
Okay, and what have you investigated? What have you found?
I don't really do a ton of investigation or anything. I don't do any experiments, if that's what you're asking.
No, maybe you went to some place in the Netherlands and saw something or you were really impressed with a demonstration on a video, or what? Something you want to share?
I did a lot of transcendental meditation when I was a teenager. And one of the things I experienced was just a stretched plane.
Okay.
And and I took a lot of flights, and I was kind of wondering, like, I don't really see any curve, but I never really thought about it in depth at that point.
So Zan, you kind of think you're taking the piss here, right?
I'm taking the piss?
I mean, yeah, you're trolling. I don't know. That's
Why?
right.
What makes you think I'm?
Because I would expect
pulling
you.
your leg?
Listen, I would expect you to tell us something, but it's all vague, and I mean.
Oh, okay.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Maybe I'm wrong. Have you heard about the laser test in the Netherlands?
I've heard about laser tests. I don't specifically remember any laser tests in the Netherlands.
Okay. Well, they did this test, right? A bunch of engineers went to the IJsselmeer. You know that, right? In the middle of the Netherlands.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. So they put up a laser, a high precision laser with with a calibration machine that they could pinpoint the thing, high accuracy, and the laser was, I think, 3 meters above the water, and the target at the other side was 41 kilometers, right? Was at the other side, and they had multiple targets, so they could pan like from left to right. They could pan the laser from one target to the next, and you know what they found, Zan?
Well, tell me.
Well, actually nothing, because there's no curvature on the IJsselmeer.
All right, impressive.
Pretty amazing, right?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's kind of obvious.
Yeah, I mean, everybody here on Earth experienced the Earth as flat and non-rotating, but you can go outside, right? I mean, you've been to the beach. If you took a binoculars with you?
No, well, I've been to many beaches. I guess I sometimes took binoculars with me.
Oh. Okay. But are there any questions you want to ask?
No, I don't have any questions, man.
Okay. Okay. Well, I don't know if somebody from the panel has any questions.
I didn't get it. Are you still believing in the globe, or you just skeptical?
Right.
Oh, no, I'm flat.
You're flat what?
Yes.
Okay. But why, right? Why?
Why? Because it's the truth.
Okay. I could tell you.
Do I need any reason to, like, experience the truth?
Well, I mean, they tell you every time it's a globe and pictures from space, and I mean, there had to be something that.
They say a lot of things.
Yeah, sorry. This conversation seems ever so very slightly awkward, just from my point of view, and I guess I can understand why. So let me try to explain. The flat Earth is a highly trolled and ridiculed environment, and when somebody comes in and says, they're flat, people want to understand how they came by this information. How have they got this knowledge base? It's basically so we can, all compare notes, we can all shake hands, we can all show special hand signals, so we can start trusting each other. There's many times people come and said, I'm a flat earther, and a certain amount of time later, they're not, for nefarious reasons. Now, I'm not saying this is you. From what I've understood, man, you sound like a completely reasonable, placid type of guy who understands, because it is quite fucking obvious that the Earth is flat. And to me and everybody else,
the Earth is quite obviously flat. So trying to explain an obvious fact of nature sometimes seems quite hard because it's just obvious, right? But yeah, we're all friends here. Everything's good. I don't see any problem. We just also like understanding people's background stories. Mine, for example, 2015, just because I watched a video that was about the flat Earth, that started me on my journey to understanding that the Earth is indeed flat and stationary. So we've all got our experiences and we've all got our beginning stories, but we're just trying to compare notes and make sure that we're all friends here. That's all.
And I kind of assume, right, because, well, everybody here, it's such a life-changing thing or something like that. Then you absolutely remember when the first time you were, well, really went into it, right? You're just like, well, I saw this and then I really started the journey, or somebody told me that. I mean, such a... So I would...
Well, like for me, it's just like in 2012, I just started really looking inward, and that's how I came about it. So it wasn't really an outwards journey where I watched some videos. It was an inward journey.
Okay.
Awesome, man. I mean, I've visited various parts of my country recently. One part of those is Cambridgeshire, travelling on a train and by road and whatnot. And looking out into that part of that countryside, I do not understand how anybody who lives there doesn't understand or has indeed questioned the Earth being flat. Because it's fucking flat there. This is the area of the Bedford Levels, the famous experiment that wasn't an experiment, but we'll let it go just for the conversation. The really long river that was straight because of the water and because it's really straight and the level. Yeah, there. So this landscape is really level. Holland, that area, really level. It's below fucking sea level, right? And I had to drain it out. So I'm not surprised people from this part of the world would at least start questioning this shit. And it's not wrong to understand that people quite obviously understand that it is because of the landscape around them. Yeah, it's interesting. It's obvious to quite a few people, or from my point of view, I don't understand how it isn't obvious to some people when they experience this every day.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've been a global...
I work in door-to-door sales. And I had this conversation come up with some of my colleagues, and then I just told them flat out, like, this is what I believe. And then one actually got sick. He got like nauseous.
Wow.
Can we? Yeah, but after everything that Jedi just said, yeah, with my curiosity behind your origin story, you just led with, I was a flat earther, and I told people, and my coworker got sick. Why are you a flat earther?
Are you asking me? Sorry?
No, I'm asking Jesus.
All right.
Confirmation enough for me.
Then we've been talking to you, brother. Yes, he's talking to you. Do you want to answer the question?
Oh, sorry. Can you repeat the question then?
Why are you a flat earther?
Why it's such a? I honestly, it's a bit of a strange question because it's like asking me why I'm human.
Well, hold on. Were you ever a ball earther, and was there a change from you being on the ball?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, so like pre-2012, and then in 2012, I just took a massive inward journey, which came about that it's a flat plane.
Awesome stuff, man. What was, when you say an inward journey, so contemplation, right, thinking about things.
Yeah, exactly.
What did you think about?
Well, nothing really. It wasn't really just thinking about something. It's more like it's samadhi without object. So you basically contemplate without contemplating on anything specific. And within that silence, something can arise naturally, like the truth, for example. So, and that's how I came about it, because then I just experienced it for myself. Like, it's not moving. That's like, it's such an obvious thing. I mean, experience it every day, but I guess it's just an awareness of it.
I get you. I understand. So some kind of internal awakening. So, what was it like for you, who'd say had an internal awakening around 2012, whatever the number was, to find out that people eventually around 2015, 16, 17 was starting to talk about the Earth being flat, for example? What was that like? Because now you've got more people.
I wasn't really connected to the internet during that time. I only came back to the internet in like 2017.
Oh wow! So okay, so in 2017, did you notice that lots of flat Earth content was being uploaded on YouTube by people who are, confirming your, let's call it, intuition?
No, not actually. I wasn't aware of it at all. It was that I specifically searched on the internet for something very specific, that I came about someone who said to me that it is flat, and I said, okay, well, yeah, sure. I have no idea how that translates into external evidence, I suppose.
Okay, so
and then I did kind of look into it and say, okay, yeah, sure, I get it.
Awesome stuff. I guess, and I'm just I am guessing, and I'm not going to be speaking for everybody else, even though it feels like I am, that the majority, and I'm not going to say the vast amount, but a good, say, 80% of people, let's just say, come to the understanding because for the first time, somebody has asked a question, usually on a YouTube video, right? For example, they've been exposed to this somehow by someone, and they've then asked a question about something that they'd taken for granted all of their life, the Earth being a ball. So they'd come into this type of story, and then the journey begins. I find it really interesting when I meet people that don't have that experience. My girlfriend, for example, doesn't have that experience. She was a flat earther for a long, long time because of the environment and area that she was brought up in. It was obvious to her. But again, I can understand somebody coming from your part of the world that maybe because of the environment, because it's a very flat area, then you would kind of have this natural understanding. But to have an internal type of awakening, I think that's quite rare, maybe. But I don't think we should, cast you out the window at all. It's just a rare experience, I think.
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, it took, let's say, I have that experience. It did take a while for it to really get a grasp on what it means.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so it's a bit strange because you have the experience itself and you say, okay, you just look around and you observe, and that's what it is. And then there is, like in your everyday life, I mean, I can't do samadhi all the time, I have my everyday life. And to, in my everyday waking consciousness, to get a grasp on what it means.
What was it like for you having this internal awakening and then looking at the world, say, for example, NASA and videos about space and space movies and all of that type of stuff? Even though you'd had this internal awakening, how did you then perceive that type of talk? How did you look at that?
Very neutral, actually. Very neutral, so I didn't really look at it like, oh, they're lying or anything. It was a very neutral observation, like that's, neutrality, so no opinion on it.
Were you, I'm going to use one of those terms now, I do apologise, but were you aware of other conspiracy theories, for example? Let's say maybe 9/11, that's usually a good one. Were you awake to those type of things? Are you, again, using words I don't really like? But were you already...
Yeah, 9/11 stuff. I did a lot of research into that pre-2012. So that was like my high school years. That was basically all I did in my pastime, just research this kind of stuff.
And has there been any other subjects that have taken your interest? Maybe historical subjects or esoteric subjects, and maybe things like symbology or religion. Are you into any of those types of things? Are you into, say, how medical things have happened over the last few years, for example?
Yeah, I kind of. I'm not really active in research or something like right now because I just look for more practical value in things. So like I get it. Like a lot of things are not true, and they're not told. Or they're not really as you do are told. But then again, it's you can basically apply that to any subject. But then I don't really find much Then I'm more interested in where what's the truth and what's the practical value in that truth. So instead of just dismantling lies, I want to get some grasp on like how can I apply it into my life then. If that makes sense.
Yeah, of course. Total sense. I just find people don't always have the same story, and as we go on in time, people seem to be making themselves known, joining communities and so on. So we should always be open to people that don't have the exact kind of robotic awakening to flat Earth, for example. Lots of people come to this understanding in many different ways. So yeah, it's good to meet you, my friend. Welcome back to the server. You said that you joined before a long time ago, was that right?
Yeah, I was here a couple of years back as well, but I was not very active or anything.
Yeah, but welcome back, man. Do appreciate you joining. We get people like that all the time too. Yeah, no problem, man. We get people like this all the time. Haven't been in for a while. Thought I'd pop back in. Blah blah blah. Yeah, awesome stuff, my friend.
Yeah, man. Welcome.
It's definitely interesting understanding how different people come to the realization that we've been lied to. The realization that the Earth is indeed how we perceive it to be flat and stationary. Kind of trusting that base instinct, whether it's because someone's asked a question or presented something to you on YouTube, has sat down next to you on a park bench because of some kind of flat Earth activism, or you've just had some kind of always knowing nagging in the back of your mind that because the world to you presents itself as flat and stationary, then that's what it is, and you can't necessarily trust the stories that you're told. But yeah, I love people's introduction into the flat Earth. It's really, really cool. Sometimes you'll find out that their introduction to the flat Earth is because they jumped into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, got chatting to some really intelligent guys and gals, and yeah, that's how they come to the understanding that the Earth was flat, because of us. So we could all be part of it.
Exactly. Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess if there's anybody out there on YouTube who's been watching and itching to get in because they think that they've got the balls to prove the Earth is a spinning ball in space, you could always hit the link provided by Nightbot. Come and join the server. Go to voice check-in number 1. One of us lovely volunteers will give you a quick interview just to make sure you're not a troll here for any nefarious purposes. You can have control of your microphone and come and join the conversation here in the live stream and come and give your evidence. Or if indeed you haven't joined the server for a while and you're a flat Earth and you just want people to speak to a community to join, again, hit the link provided by Nightbot and we'll be delighted to meet you. Welcome to the server, guys. We've got a full packed pretty much house tonight. I would suggest maybe about 30 people. I'm not going to start reading everybody's names off as I often do because there's that many people in here. But yeah, welcome to the server. Anybody who's new, if you haven't got control of your microphone, you can head up to voice check-in number 1. But predominantly, we're surrounded by flat earthers more and more every day. Curious and curiouser, right?
Let me do my romper room version of the live stream. I see Chris, and I see Creation Bear, and I see...
Well, this dude was textbook. I think Miggy knows. I talk about this all the time. When you ask them a direct question and they put the tap dancing shoes on and they start clickety clack around your question. Well, you see, my claim involves this and stories and yeah. Well, what about the proof? Can you answer yes or no, A or B, up or down? Well, you see, in my field, going somewhere with that. He was an expert at that.
That's a really good impression of how they sound.
They just they can't help but tap dance around questions, man. Is it this or that? Well, due to the accordance of scientific measurements, we all agree that. So which is it? Well,
They sound like they're taking it up the ass while they're talking.
they'll just say anything, dude. And even in the chat, bye guys, and then he stays. It's like, look, I mean, some cartoon character said it, right? Mean what you say and say what you mean. This guy doesn't mean what he says. He's just saying random shit. Oh yeah, you can see curve. Oh how? Well, if you this random other topic. Gish
Yo,
galloping.
you see what this dude just said? Wow. He smoked, bro. He said, can anyone show me strings or harnesses and footage that was captured directly from the camera and not a live stream? Because the harnesses and footage in the live stream, they could be doctored, so we need the camera. What? Like,
He's an idiot.
I'm surprised if people are still engaging. I mean, dude, you don't just run from the VC to the chat and start skanking it up. You know, I've been waiting for y'all to like stop texting him so we can just move him on.
yeah, I am going to stop texting him. He's going where he belongs.
I was gonna put him in DT for a day. What we're thinking? All right, yeah, well that works too. Cultist, yeah. Back in the cult room where he belongs.
Definitely cultist.
That's where he came from. If you guys go in the cult room, he is too bad. The person we talked to like all last night, and I posted his profile picture and stuff. He is a zealot.
Is it, what? So he was already in there?
Yeah. Too bad is the name of the character. He's on an alt. He was on an alt in here. He got banned. He got S-banned. Yeah, go look at the cultist room. That's too bad. He's
like
been
I said, he's here to
all night.
proselytize. So any Glovers listening on the live stream, this is like one of your like I don't know how old these people are, but when you used to go to airports back in the day, like in the 80s and late 70s and 60s, there was a cult called the Moonies, run by a guy named Reverend Moon, and they like shave their hair and they wear like robes, like golden robes and stuff. And they would sit at airports and try to give you like their pamphlets and documentation to try and get you into their cult. That's what this guy's like. He came here to hand out his propaganda, but in verbal terms.
It did feel like that because he was like, "I heard you guys are confused about rockets." We told him 5 times, bro. No one's confused about your bullshit. All right.
I heard you were in the market for buying a Ford. We have a nice used Ford right here on the lot. Another used glove salesman.
Yep. He was a claim stacker. He was a great example of a claim stacker. I need to just go ahead and make the roll.
He thought he was speaking to a class of children that don't know anything, and he joins a room full of adults, and he's like, "Hey guys, you're confused about stuff. I'm gonna explain you."
He was actually confused about what he was saying.
Right. His rebuttals didn't even make sense. Indio, you're like, well, dude, you were wrong about the 90 miles up. It's supposed to be 250 to 400. He's like, well, I don't work for NASA. Well, neither does anyone in this panel. We know it. How come you don't? That's not even a coherent rebuttal.
See how that will work if he joins
orbit? Well, how can it orbit at 90 miles because of drag, right? How can it even do that?
If he joins a room of children and he starts spewing that stuff, the children are gonna be, oh yeah, keep speaking, great teacher.
There's a lower limit for an orbit, okay? Like the lowest you can possibly go in orbital mechanics. And it's not 90 miles, I guarantee that.
It doesn't matter how high or low you go on the totem pole. None of them have the answers, but they'll claim someone above them on the totem pole does.
Listen, I talked to 5 astronauts that all told me it's a globe, okay?
Well, no, he said the 5 astronauts saw the Earth curving from low Earth orbit, even though that's impossible.
Right.
Then he got the number of Apollo astronauts wrong by like a factor of 3.
Dude, I wonder who those 5 people he spoke to are. Well, they told me.
Nobody.
Man,
Never happened. Shit that never happened.
He was also a globefish, right? Jedi was talking to him how gravity isn't affecting gas. Yeah, well, gravity, but it isn't affecting it. Yeah, well, gravity. No, just a record that keeps playing.
I know, right? Can you show us that? Well, gravity. Yeah. Well, we'd like a demonstration. But you're just not thinking about gravity. Well, we've thought about it, and you can't demonstrate it. Yeah, but if you just consider gravity, just let us know when you can demonstrate that.
NASA forgot to consider gravity. Because they like doing that, right? We post citations to somebody else, and they say, "Well, you guys, it ain't us guys, it's those guys. Those are your priests. Your priests are saying they're wrong."
Yeah, but you just didn't consider gravity.
Yeah, did you consider refraction?
Buzzword earthers.
Buzzword earthers, yeah. That should be a roll.
I've got a few up the sleeve. I've only got like 3 or 4, but that's one of them.
Optical earthers.
There's the claim stacker. The claim repeater. Yeah.
Optical experiment earthers. Yeah. Because I always come up with optical...
Observational science earthers.
Yeah, that's something like that. Because I always bring that up at some point. You just stand, point, make an observation, forgetting that everything is based upon a presupposition because you're just standing on the floor and make a declaration about it. Brilliant. Thanks for that.
Here's some other ones. The weasel earther jumps from claim to claim without supporting any of them.
Now imagine you tried to learn about the human mating from watching like Pornhub, but you want to know like the biological causes of like what's happening. Right, without being too graphic. Like, you're never going to figure it out from watching the video.
Yeah, but if you just give it enough time, over 1,000 years of observing this hub.com.
Yes, you'll figure out like the biological mechanism for an erection or hard nipples. Like you'll figure that out, right?
It's like, and so what was your independent variable? Well, we just waited.
You could probably actually make like a physics theory on why it happened, knowing nothing about blood, organs, hormones, anything, right? Because obviously in Pornhub you can't see into the human body. Well, depending on what you're into.
Yeah, the plumber causes the plumber causes hard.
Yeah.
Clearly, when your plumbing leak happens, then that's how you know causes plumbing.
Apparently, someone knocking at the door who's a handyman makes clothes fall off.
Stupid, dude. Yeah, man. This dude was a great example of how accountability is kryptonite. You make a claim, we hold you accountable. Then you just jump and like a monkey swinging branches to another claim.
Oh, did we ever get Egypt? Did we ever get Egypt?
No, we never did. We never did. He's like, there's millions of proofs. All right, we'll give us one. Crickets.
Dude, what was the millions of things? He said millions of people have seen ships go over the horizon.
Yeah, he said millions of people measured the curvature. I'm like, okay, we'll name one.
So I missed the conversation, but can you walk me through in a nutshell the logical sequence this person was using?
He was a claim stacker. He was treating his claims like Legos, Sonny. He was just stacking claims on top of each other like
sequence. Legos. There wasn't one.
No logical sequence. Okay. I was just curious what the illogical sequence was.
He kept respawning.
Proof by repeated assertion. Proof by repetition. Proof by nagging.
Proof by nagging.
Proof by nagging and repetition. What would you call that in as far as the formal logical fallacies? Is there
just a little bit of gish galloping
or
argument ad nauseum? That's one of them.
Well, arguing ad nauseum.
It's called proof by repetition. That's the formal name.
Proof by repetition.
Yeah, X is true. 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 You know that.
So it's just a repeat. Yeah, exactly. A repeat of the false claim,
and
over and over again.
and also begging the question and affirming the consequent, because every single explanation could only be derived or attributed to a ball spinning in the vacuum of space.
Bro said you can't circumnavigate on a flat surface.
Oh, unlucky.
Well, yeah, like the other person said, if all those first premises are correct, like the person was saying, I guess yesterday, then all those other things are correct too. If the correlation, one correlation is correct, then they just attach all the other correlations, and they are just correlations. And
They wish.
When he definitely went into making shit up mode with circumnavigation.
Yeah, he's like, no, that wouldn't work on a flat surface. Impossible.
Because of the stars. Stars don't work right.
Then you ask him about the southern stars. And he's like, well, yeah, the stars. No. You're not listening. Take the earwax out of your ears, dude.
Actually, I want to backpedal a little bit on my statement about the correlations. Yeah, they don't even have a correlation. They just have a claimed correlation, because none of anything in the first instance, as far as their claim of the spinning ball, it's false, patently false. So, like he was using, I'm using the reverse of that. Everything he says is false. Then
we took the radius away before he got
end up with it. You can't end up with a positive, affirmed conclusion from a false premise. Period.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah,
this is what I thought. Magellan used dead reckoning. Dead reckoning, not stars.
Yeah, he's scientifically illiterate. He thinks any explanation is a scientific hypothesis.
Yeah, man, it's kind of embarrassing, dude. It would be much better if he humbled himself. Like, look, I'm still learning. I have some stuff to learn. I don't really know this stuff. I'm still, whatever. Then that's like a good place to learn stuff. But he wasn't coming from that point of view. He's like, no, I do know this. I have the knowledge. And other people have the answers. It's all automatically true. Then you end up embarrassing yourself the whole time.
Sorry, I'm reading a webpage. It's from American River College Geography. It's from a class. What if Magellan had GPS? Abstract. This paper contrasts the medieval methods of navigation used by Ferdinand Magellan in the 16th century with those used today. Well, let me read this. This is hilarious. What if Magellan had GPS and other modern navigation technologies available when he sailed in 1519? Would he have survived the trip with all his ships intact? We will never know. But let's compare the methods Magellan used for those today. Magellan used celestial navigation and dead reckoning, not computers and GPS units for satellites. Today we can look at Google Earth and get a preview of where we will be headed. Magellan had crude, inaccurate maps and warnings that he could sail off the edge of the Earth.
What a bunch of retards! They don't know.
This is a college course.
They don't know about the cross staff, the predecessors, the astrolabe predecessors to the sextant. What the hell? These people are just ignorant buffoons, in my opinion.
I gotta figure out what college this is, because this is horrendous. American River College.
There's obviously no editing or corrections and errors in anything that this fake media is putting out. They're just they're just off the reservation completely.
Magellan used an astrolabe. Magellan also died.
That's funny. They don't know that people were using elevation angles for these celestial objects for all known human history. They don't know that. Horrendous.
Yeah, most of them don't even know that the Saros cycles were discovered or cataloged and recorded by flat earthers, and that NASA still uses it to predict all the celestial motions.
Yeah. Watch him ignore that when you mentioned that in conversation. See how they don't even really respond like you said anything when you say that.
Yeah, no, just like with everything else, he'll just say, "Oh, but what about gravity? But what about gradient?"
Yeah, what about it, dude?
What about the pendulum?
It's just an obfuscation technique to avoid what you're actually talking about, so that you start talking about the new thing he's now talking about.
Facts, and they think they're slick too. That shit don't work in here.
Yeah, it's like a cat and mouse game. So
he tried to do that with India. Oh, so where's your measurements? Boy, you just said you had millions of them and you couldn't prove one. Then India proved one. You're like, oh well, goes full conspiracy mode on the evidence.
Dude, yeah. Now I think about his levels of not-ons. He not on everything we presented. We presented him evidence and he just not on it. Then we asked him for his evidence and he changed the subject.
Yep.
So, yeah. Now I feel even better that I stuck him in the cult convention.
He's like, I did show evidence. You said you saw a curve from a rocket. I'm not seeing any evidence there.
Yeah, he did get in his. A lot of this stuff is really technical, right?
Yeah, Kerbal Space Program. That's what John Glenn used. They couldn't have gotten to orbit without Kerbal Space Program.
I saw you say that in the chat, old Haas. That was a funny moment. I know you don't like it when they do that, right? Like, no, you're not right.
Oh man, yeah. And I could hear the grinding of his gears when he started going into circumnavigation. That was great. He got some rights in there too.
I can't believe he said that. You can't circumnavigate on a flat surface. Like, bro, what? You're just making shit up.
How did they circumnavigate the globe? Simple answer. It's using a Mercator projection that says they didn't really. Their routes were coast hopping. When they left the known coast, crossing non-contiguous continents, they hadn't really a clue where they were. Latitude was okay with a star chart, but longitude was impossible until the chronometer was invented. Dead reckoning runs out of accuracy pretty quickly and fails completely in bad weather. Magellan followed Da Gama's route across the Atlantic, but Da Gama had not a clue of where he was either. Basically, he was lost. What if there's actually any evidence he actually did it, or maybe that's just a bunch of bullcrap too?
I just came in here to clarify for the layman. There's a lot of confusion. How rockets work is they go straight up, they do a gravity turn, and they start falling around the spinning Earth. Okay, I just wanted to clear it up for all you flat earthers.
Oh my God, I should clip that and like send it in a message to dude. He'll just start fapping like, I did it. I did it.
Yeah, I heard you guys were confused. I'm here to help.
They learned from me. Wow. Well, that's what I came in here to do.
Yep.
Wanted us to learn from them. Flat man can, man. He's doing better than the rest of us. He's a good learner.
Don't forget the boat that was supposed to be behind 400 plus feet of curvature.
Oh yeah, that's right.
The funny thing is, we already knew all of this, and everything he brought up, we knew better than him.
I told him that from the jump. Like, dude, what you're gonna do is just tell us the claims over and over. Don't do that, please. Just get to the proof part. Let us know what you can prove to be true. Well, you see, rockets have terminal velocity, and they use the radius, and they do this, that, and blah, blah, blah. Okay, what
and
can
they have
you
an
prove in any of that?
oxidizer in them because they have to bring their oxygen along with them. And dude, when he was saying that stuff, I was like, oh my God, this guy, man.
Me and you had the same reaction. I think Flatman, you're like, no, let him go. I'm like, dude, no. Because he's just going to go on and on and on, stacking claims like Legos, just making claims run out the short bus like Monopoly money. No, we're not here for that, dude. You need to let us know what you can prove to be true. Just stop repeating claims. It's so annoying. Dre's pointed out, we know the claims.
Oxidizer? Lots of things have oxidizers. C4 has an oxidizer. What's your fucking point?
Yeah.
Like I said, oh, they use an oxidizer. That just proves space? Oh, I seen it go up and it made a plume. That proves space? Oh, I've seen the sun hit it. That proves space? Like, what part proves space? That's what I was trying to get to.
Right.
And obviously I never got to it.
It never will. He was going to tap dance around everything.
Yeah, that's the thing. They just say things like, I personally saw a rocket go to space. It's not the first time I've heard that. Like, okay. Like, if I say, yeah, I saw a car go to Walmart, I know what Walmart looks like, and I know what a car looks like, so I know when I see the car drive through the parking lot, go to Walmart, yeah, a car went to Walmart. Saying you saw a rocket go to space, it's like, okay, you saw a rocket go where exactly?
Yeah.
What part, like, what does space look like that you actually saw a rocket go to space? And he didn't actually mention anything. He started talking about other things.
Yeah.
There was plume, and there was sun on the rocket, and, like, things about the rocket show that it's in space.
Yeah, he was doing that whole. He didn't even realize he was doing it. He thought that was just fine, but he might as well have said, "Well, you have to get in your car to drive to the launch pad, right?" I mean, he was saying,
Right.
"Well, the rocket goes up, and if something's going to go into orbit into space, it has to go parabolic, right?" So he's got this weird thing where he actually thinks that leap of logic is filled in for him, right? Because it adds up to he actually believes the story. It's better for them to send someone who knows it's a lie to defend it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, like, that's what I was trying to say that, right? Like, the part, like, he saw the rocket, he saw the light on the rocket, he saw the frickin' plume. All that happened. He watched that. The part where he thinks that was an indication of the rocket going into outer space, that part was his imagination. He literally just imagines that is the case.
Yep. Old Haas, what you just described is what the kids call reaching.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing is he doesn't know he's in a reach. A lot of them. It's wild. You know what I'm saying? It's wild.
Yeah.
When they say, okay, it's a leap of logic, I'm fine with that. And now and you understand they dehydrate the ice cream because they're up in space a really long time. I mean, it's crazy. They're okay with it, but it's great to be broadcast. I don't think I forget what the term is, but. And maybe I'm my 10 hats on too tight, but someone's sending these people, the fool's errand, blah, 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 but they don't even know what they're. It almost sounds like he answered a help wanted ad. Hey, who wants to talk about rockets to some idiots? Oh, yeah. All right, we can do that.
Someone sent them a fiver.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, he's about to set up his quote unquote smart friends for the same, like he's sending them into a trap basically because they think they're going to get in here and do the same type of thing. I hope he brings those people if they even exist.
His logic is so lame, dude. It's not logic, right? So imagine you're going to like a submarine sinking, right? Yeah, it's going to be a car that converts into a submarine, and we're at the launch pad. We can't get close enough to see anything. But the tour guide says, okay, so this is what's going to happen. You're going to see these red lights go way down, and they're going to get smaller and smaller, and eventually they'll disappear, and that's when it's underwater. And then that's what they see, right? They're like, look, proof, it went underwater. That's what this guy is doing, because he heard this whole story about what indicates a rocket going into space, and then he saw it. So that's the proof that it went into space. But they never showed him the actual proof that those things indicate anything going into space.
To him, that's verified proof. He said verification over and over. And we had to point out that's not verification. What you're calling verified, that's not been verified.
Well, yeah, you have to change the story, right?
Yeah, it has to go. The sub has to go really, really, really deep to find the SpongeBob.
Yes, exactly. When you see it go out of sight, it's like almost at SpongeBob. You
And since you've seen it
go
go out of
inside
sight,
and then you watch a screen, and that will show the sub going to SpongeBob's hut. Little
that's how
pineapple.
you
When you
know.
switch, and when you switch to the screen, you can actually see like the cartoon SpongeBob and everything, and that means it's real.
Exactly.
Literally.
If you don't believe in the SpongeBob, you're a conspiracy theorist.
Science denier. Why would all those frickin' Bikini Bottom residents lie about it?
I spoke to 5 of the residents. They obviously can't be lying.
He knows the squirrel.
Sandy G.
Yeah, you can tell it's real because
you guys are
looks so fake.
mistaking SpongeBob for the actual location is Bikini Bottoms. So it's the residence of Bikini Bottoms. Yeah, you're almost there.
Well, it's right. Yeah, Bikini Bottom. Fascinating videos about that on the internet too.
You guys seem confused about Bikini Bottom.
Yeah. I'm here to clear up some stuff about Bikini Bottom. Yeah.
Yeah, I've known
Freaking
people who
guy,
have
dude.
gone like halfway there, and like they couldn't actually see it; they were so far away. But like they claimed to have seen it, so it's true.
You can look at it. I mean, just from the launch pad of the submarine.
Yeah, but Sonny, you were asking the logic stream. It sounds ridiculous, but that is exactly it.
Oh yeah. So take me to your SpongeBob, not your leader. Okay.
Did you see what he said about that frickin' dude's head disappearing? He said it was something about a 360 camera.
Yeah, he was like, "You've never heard of cameras, have you?" Get your ass up.
Yeah, literally every 360 3D camera does that. Yeah, he's this guy. I love how these guys they want to say over and over and over they don't know anything, but boom, he told us to go buy a 360 camera, and we can easily replicate that. Maybe so, but I mean, does this guy not realize that? Yeah, I'm convinced that he was convinced that he thinks it's. Well, I know for a fact that he thinks the thing is real.
Well, which is I've set up 360 cameras. They don't do this.
No, yeah. Well, I'm just saying the whole globe thing that he was sent here to vaguely defend with his rocket communication speech. He has no idea that it could. He has no idea it's even actually up for quote unquote debate.
Oh no, he came in here with like flat Earth. His attitude is flat Earth is absolutely ridiculous. There's zero merit to it whatsoever. So I might as well just go in there and spew my garbage.
Yeah, and isn't that like the cardinal sin of a debate to underestimate your opponent?
Oh yeah, any conflict,
not even in just debate. Yeah, any competition in sports and all that. You should. Yeah, that's how you end up getting yourself hurt or you lose or whatever. If you go in. Not expecting much of your opponent. But if it's the other way around, if you give them the credit they're due and then they disappoint you, well, hey.
That's one of the biggest mistakes you can ever make, underestimate your opponent.
Correct.
So how or why does he end up here then?
Because they got gassed up. Media told him. Medium told him he was going to be able to dunk on people like this, and he found out. He walked around and found out.
He's been talking to children for way too long and selling his BS. And not when I say children, I'm not saying just little people,
mental
like
children.
adults, adult mental children too. Now he's talking to adults, and he's like,
You guys are stuck on my claim. Yeah, we're stuck on your claim. Tommy, you make the claim. We're going to have you prove it. It's called
We were talking about this last night. Fake Tai Chi man, fake martial arts artist. That's basically what he was, a fake martial artist.
Yep.
Yeah, we gave him every opportunity to validate his claims. He refused to do so at every opportunity.
I would say we gave him too many opportunities. I mean, we gave him a lot of chances.
Yeah, but India, you have to allow the people to troll the trolls. You wanted to cut the branch, the poison branch, real quick. I get it. We're gonna save the tree, but just let's get the people get
I
some
actually was
practice.
trying to make him spiral into craziness, but you know, that's what people like that are like, you know, NASA fanboys. I try to make them crazy.
Yeah, boys, I just unmuted divers. So if you want to speak divers, you're unmuted, my friend. Hopefully, you don't scream the N word. But you can unmute your mic if you like. Possibly not.
Time to take a deep dive.
Brand new account. Seems legit. Going with TV.
We were just talking about divers.
So, diver, you've got the floor if you want to speak, my friend, or if you want to jump up to check.
I'm about to eat, man. We can do it after I eat.
All right, bro. Chill.
Oh my dear.
You mean after you drink? Because
He froze it, man. He pissed in ice cube trays and he's eating it.
I already drank today, man.
Icicles? God damn.
I feel bad. I feel like I swatted the nest.
Piscicles.
Piscicles, yeah.
Bicicleta.
Piscicles? What the hell, dude? That's nuts, man. Do you like... Oh, man. Do I really want to go there? Yeah, I do. Do you like put it in a container first and then consume it? Or do you just like... Is it like a direct injection?
It comes
Make
from
it
a
rain on them
container.
hoes.
Yeah, do you just like kind of like stand on your head?
Like
open your mouth and just like...
It's a never-ending cycle. Just keep it going. Just comes in, goes out, goes in again. I can only imagine. But anyways, yeah, I don't like pointing that out because I know people mess with that a lot, but I don't know. It's kind of funny, but it's not funny.
Another one bites the dust.
But if I ain't under an emergency, if I have to do it, I'll do it. I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna die because some flat earthers don't want me to drink my piss. I'll drink it if I have to survive. Oh, you know, in Colombia, they found this 11 months old, and it was like 4 children. An airplane crash in the jungles of Colombia. I think it was like 3 weeks. They survived. Only the children survived. The adults died. It's kind of crazy. Imagine the airplane has supplies that the children were able to survive on that. It was an international flight. Oh, Indio!
Yeah.
I was in Revere the other day, like 2 days ago, and you know the ice cream place across if you're at the beach side and then you cross the street, there's like a very famous shake something ice cream.
Yeah.
And that spot, I was right there doing the line, a bunch of people, and across from at the other side, like let's say 300 feet from there, someone started shooting and hit a girl on a bicycle.
Jeez.
No. Dude, that was listen, wasn't there shooting in Revere like a year ago or 2 years ago?
Yeah, they killed someone right
in front of Kelly's.
On that spot that I was standing on the ice cream place, there is a staircase of cement. On that corner of the ice cream shop, someone was shot to death a year ago. And then 2 days ago, I was right there with my family. I was here in Discord, finished working. I went in there, and we were doing the line, and someone shot like across the street behind the building, and we heard a gunshot, people running, craziness all over the place. And then an hour after, on the public restrooms, someone got shot as well. Like there was 2 shootings in a radius of 1,000 feet. There was 2 shootings, and I was in between.
Or were they related?
It was separate people, and it was actually teenagers shooting other people, like actual teenagers with guns.
Oh man,
Kind of crazy.
no crackdown still. I hope.
Bro, the crazy part is that at the spot that the girl got shot, there was state police right there next
That's
to
what
the
I'm saying.
girl.
There's a state police barracks right on that street.
There was state police outside in the cars everywhere with motorcycles with the dog everywhere there was police in
Empty.
every single corner there was police, and it's still in 1,000 feet between the police, like next the girl that got shot right behind the police car. There was a police car right there, and next to the sidewalk, and on the sidewalk the girl was using one of those blue bikes, and she got shot right there behind the police officer. Kind of crazy.
Was she the intended target, or?
I have no
Die?
idea. I think that was like some type of. It was like I don't. I
Yeah,
can't.
I'm reading. I'm reading about it right now. 2 shootings injured 3 people Sunday night. Yeah. So the funny thing is, on Revere Beach Boulevard, there's a state police barracks.
Yep.
Why
The
are
police
you like?
presence was
Let's go to
obvious.
the police station and do a shooting. Like, dude, like, get real. Like, are you dumb?
It's teenagers, bro. Like actual young people.
Yeah, they don't care down there. That's right. They can't even think ahead that far. Like, oh, I might get caught. There's actually like, there's nowhere even to run. Like, where are you gonna go? If you're on foot and you're a teenager and you shoot someone on Revere Beach, where are you gonna go? You're not gonna swim across the Atlantic, so that's out of the question. You're not going that way. You can't run up and down the boulevard. That's a straightaway. You're gonna be seen even from like 2 miles away. Someone's gonna see you running.
And there's
So-
cameras everywhere, dude. There's a bunch of cameras around that area.
Yeah, I know. And if you run the other way, like half of that shit, you can't cross the railroad tracks. So where the hell are you gonna go? You have to go on one of the only like crossings of the railroad tracks. There's like maybe 5 of them, and that's spread out over like a 1.5 miles. Like you're gonna have to be one of the fastest guys. You got to be Hussein Bolt to get the fuck away. Like serious, dude. Like this is like not the place where you want to do a crime. You're not getting out of there. It's like boxed in, bro.
Yeah, can you check if they arrested anybody? I looked at the news that night when everybody was like talking about it, and I was right there. Everybody like saying what happened, and I don't know what the official story is right now.
Yeah, the latest story was 22 hours ago. Wake-up fights, 2 shootings there Sunday evening.
Anybody arrested?
There are better ways beyond law enforcement to curb violence in these urban retreats. Oh yeah, sure.
So probably they have suspects, but they haven't arrested anybody, I guess.
Police arrested 1 person for alleged illegal possession of a firearm.
Oh, okay.
And it's a story. Of course, it's like dude, this is the crap we deal with here, right? So it's WGBH, which is like a local news station, talking about the violence and how they should not be using police to solve the problem. And of course, who do they quote? Bunch of psychiatrists, the psychologist, the fucking counselor. Yeah, don't ask the police like how to solve crime. Ask the freaking shrinks.
Bro, the girl got shot right behind a state trooper vehicle. Was right there.
Yeah.
The police was right there, right next to the girl. I imagine. I don't know from where was the shooting. I know the shooting was from across the streets. I don't know if they were shooting at her, but maybe they shot at someone else and the bullets just hit her. That's what I think.
A 50-year-old woman was shot nearby, and a 17-year-old youth was grazed by a bullet. The girl was 17 years old. It was a large fight. Sunday, as a large fight was taking place with shots fired into a group of people, injuring a 17-year-old girl. You know it was a gunshot right away? Timothy? A lot of times it takes, shots aren't always obviously gunshots.
I'm still here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Boston, man. I've never been over there.
Not that bad. Like crime ain't that bad. Depends on where you go. It's like anything else.
It's like a
Same, most
hotspot,
places.
though, isn't it? Like a lot of people like being there, don't they?
Oh, the area? Yeah, man. Like a lot of people come here to like live temporarily, then move away.
India, my wife is here, right? And when we were doing the line, my daughter asked me, "Hey, can we go to the grass, to that side of the grass? On that side of the grass, a little further, the sidewalk. That's what the girl with the bicycle got shot." I told my daughter, "No, let's stay here on this side. Let's do the line because we were buying ice cream." And after that, 3 minutes after that, the shooting, my daughter wanted to go to that side of the building. It's kind of scary shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
See the people running and trampling on each other almost. Pushing.
From one bullet for being fired? Come on, man.
Yeah, after that shooting, I said, okay, so I guess the police have control. Everything is good now. The crazy people left. Let's go walk on the beach. And we were going to go to the public bathtub to wash our hands or whatever.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
someone else got shot there.
That's crazy.
I think they were trying to shoot me, but I guess the angels protect me or something.
No. You're a flat earth, man. Bullets just bounce off you, bro.
Bro, like I'm telling you, if you do a circle from the point I was standing on the ice cream place, it's no more than 1,000 feet that the two shootings happen. I mean, I have to check.
Yeah, I know where everything you're talking about is, man. I've been to River Beach tons of times. Where all that shit is.
Yeah.
I mean, it pisses me off because they just fixed everything up down there, and like, why are you going to go do that? Like, as soon as they make it nice, someone's got to ruin it. Because it was real dump like a decade ago. But it was all falling apart. There was no public bathroom, or like I mean, there was, but like you didn't want to go in it. Now all that stuff's brand new. It's like, why would you go down? Like, what? Why? I mean, I guess I answer my own question. Now that it's nice, people want to go there, and then you have riffraff.
Have you seen the type of music that these teenagers are listening to? I'm gonna shoot first because if I don't shoot first, you're gonna shoot me. I'm gonna shoot you because reasons.
Because I'm in my feminine and I'm very emotional.
I got Boston pulled up on the map right now. Looks like a sweet place, man. All that water. Are the beaches any good?
Hell no.
Really?
I mean, they're adequate. They're not horrible, but the water's
Listen. That's Revere Beach. Honestly, most of it is kind of disgusting. Honestly, a lot of people just throw. Yeah.
Have you ever been to the beach in Southie? Because I've never been there. Is that any good?
I have not been to the Southie, but the one if you drive up towards Lynn and then you go towards Swanscott and Nahant, those beaches are great. Those beaches are really, they look good. When it's really hot, right? Those are great.
Yeah, I've been up to Nahant before. The only thing I don't like about Nahant, maybe I went on a bad day because it was really windy. The sand grains are super fine. And like if the wind's blowing, they go right in your fucking eyes, dude. And it's like your eyes are getting sandblasted.
Yeah. How do you get to Long Island? Do you have to take a boat there?
To Long Island in New York City? Yeah. I think they might have a bridge. I know they got ferries and maybe subways. I know there's a train that goes there. There's 100% a train. Boston's very small. Like the area of Boston's very small. Like it's not a big city. It doesn't even have that large of a population. Really? I would say it's like this. So like during the work week, there's a lot of tourists, business people, all that shit. But like on the weekends, all those people go away. Well, I mean, now tourists also come back, but like there's more people. There's less people around like in the normal city streets than like on the weekdays. It's just less stuff. Like there's not a lot of residents. It just seems it's like one of those because it's a hub. So, it's a transportation hub. So if you want to go from like Maine or New Hampshire to like Rhode Island or Connecticut or New York City, the road goes through frickin' Boston. I mean, you can take 90 and there's another highway. There's Interstate, what is it, 95? But that thing's a piece of trash. Like seriously, the fucking trash, dude. It's mad traffic. So like you basically would have a choice. I can go take 95, which is like a ring that goes around Boston, but like in the suburbs. So it's like you think of Boston, right? You drew a semicircle around the outside of it. 95 is like in this semicircle, but I-93 goes right through Boston. And they made this, so they made like it used to be like an overpass, and it was a clusterfuck of traffic. But they did this thing called the Big Dig, so now it's like 4 lanes that go underneath the city. So now like there's even more traffic. So, but like at least the traffic flows now as opposed to just all being stopped. The traffic used to go from 4 lanes down to 2 lanes in the center of Boston through what's called the South Station Tunnel, which was just like, oh my God, man. I remember a dump truck got stuck in there, man. Traffic was backed up for like 30 miles.
Yikes.
Yeah. Because it's 2 lanes, 4 lanes going down into 2 lanes, man. And it has a clearance, and the dump truck got stuck in it. But all that's gone now, and they built like a gigantic underground, like the Big Dig, and like, so it's 4 lanes like in both directions. But so now like more people come into the city because now it's easier, right? So like you have like a limit, like I only want to commute 1 hour. Okay, before you had to live 10 miles away, it was an hour commute. Now 20 miles away is an hour commute. So now the circle of people that come into the city is larger, right? So now you have more people that come into the city. But like people just come into like for like shopping, just bullshit, right? Sports games, Red Sox, whatever. And if you like, say you want to go to watch a Patriots game, that's in Foxborough. That's in like that's like out on the Cape. So you have to drive through Boston to get there, right? So it's kind of like it's weird. It's just a very weird feel to it. It's not like other cities I lived in, because the residents. It's like there's like 2 populations. There's the resident population, but then there's like the outside visitor population, and that's almost as large, if not bigger, than the people that live there. But those are like transient people. But there's always some level of transient people around. So it's really weird. It's hard to like gauge. The only way you can really gauge it is like last weekend on Memorial Day. Nobody's around. You can like lay down in the middle of the road and not get run over.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's like, it's very weird.
I've been looking at it on the map this whole time.
Yeah, it's the area, like I said, the area is small. Like it's not really a big city as an area, like square miles or in like population. It's actually a pretty cool place to live, to be honest.
I like all the water.
It's just expensive. Yeah. Well, I mean, the water isn't like really. Water isn't like accessible where you can like go in it.
Oh, really?
There's like a beach in South Boston, and there's a beach in. I think Revere Beach is probably, which is north a little bit. If you look on the map, Revere Beach is like north, like 10 miles or something.
Yeah, that pops up Revere.
But the train goes there, so you could take a train right to Revere Beach from inside Boston, which is actually pretty convenient. Not like it's not even a long ride. It's like if I left my house to go to Revere Beach right now, it'd take me about rush hour, maybe. If I got lucky, it would take about 30 minutes. If I got unlucky, it would take like 45.
Okay.
And by saying lucky, that means when I get off a train, there's another train right there. You know what I mean? Like when you get lucky, like you just make the quick transfer. But if you have to like wait, sometimes like on the weekends, like on a Sunday, right, all the trains run slower. So like to get from here to Revere is like 45 minutes. I think I can make it there in like I could make it there in 20 minutes, like on a good lucky day. Which it's not close to me. Like if I drove in a car, it would probably take more time to drive in a car than it would to ride the train.
Damn.
It's just because where exactly I'm located. The street plan in Boston is freaking horrible. Like, there's some places, like, if you want to go to, you got to drive, like, half a mile out of your way even to get into that area. Because there's railroad tracks and overpasses and just different shit, like, that you have to go around or go over or go under. So you just, like, can't drive straight to where you want to go. You have to, like, go through all these one-ways and just nonsense. But, I mean, it's pretty cool, especially if you, like, you ride a bike. A lot of people around here have, like, electric scooters, the little electric-powered scooters.
Mm-hmm.
Even some people have gas-powered ones. Just, all of them are pretty dangerous. So, hit the pedestrians. But, I mean, there's, like, because all the streets have, bike lanes. Right?
Okay.
So, like, you can just you can get one of these electric scooters and, like, I could be in Harvard Square in, like, 5 minutes if I had an electric scooter. Or if I walked, it would be about 30 minutes, and then a car would probably be about 15 minutes. Because in a car, it's like traffic and lights. So if you're like in a bike, you can just break the law.
Right. Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I mean, you have lots of options. I guess that's the best thing. Is like you want to drive a car, that's fine. Like you want to ride a bike, that's fine. If you want to walk, that's fine. It's like the only difference is really how long does it take to do any particular thing. And on certain days, it's better to do one thing or certain times of the day than the other thing. But you don't. If you drive a car on rush hour, it's faster to walk on your goddamn hands than it is to freaking drive.
Say I've been all around this region at all type of hours, and it's fairly safe almost everywhere. Like I've never had anybody trying to rob me or anything. I mean, I've probably been lucky, but you see people walking at all times, and it's for I go to Boston, I go to Cambridge, I go everywhere around here, and I barely have any issues anywhere I go. So yeah, it's fairly safe.
Yeah, if you're a girl, you can, obviously there could be one-off events that happen every 2 or 3 years. But if you're a girl, you can walk around Boston at night safely without being bothered. Except for, like, in certain parts. I don't know if they ever caught that guy. I think they did catch that guy. There was a guy that was sexually assaulting girls. Like, there's a running path down by the Charles River. But he was doing it at night and during the day and, like, he was just being a fucking weirdo, man. I think they caught him, but I'm not sure if that was exactly him. But you can, as a girl, walk around and not get mugged or picked up or kidnapped or anything. At least in this side of Boston. I can't speak for, like, Roxbury, Dorchester, Jamaica Plains, which are, like, how do I put this diplomatically?
Those spots are a little trickier, but there's a huge police presence in that area, and there's also like private security companies that stay around certain areas in certain corners and stuff because there is a lot of robberies in some spots for sure, like at gunpoint robberies, and especially if you're not from that spot, it happens, but it's not everywhere. But there's some spots that are pretty hot, and yeah. But still, most of the crime is not as dangerous as other places. It's fairly safe, I would say.
Yeah, Boston has a pretty low crime rate as far as, like, violence. It's not that bad. Even armed robberies, like bank robberies, whatever. There isn't a lot of crime here. Like regular crime with the victims. There's a lot of crime with, like, probably, like, drugs, alcohol, stupid shit, but not like armed robbery, murder, rape, those types of crimes. I don't think there's a lot of those. And there's a lot of theft, people stealing shit.
I'll
I don't
be
know
honest.
if that's bad everywhere.
This is like how do you say a safe haven, or how do you say there's a lot of immigration into this area, and not everybody is like a saint that is coming into this area. There's a lot of actual people with really bad records that are moving in. I'll be honest. And
is that where you live?
No, like all around the region. Like actual, I've met a couple that they come in and they already have like monitors in their legs. They're actually coming from other countries. The ones I've met are from Colombia, and I'm not saying they're bad people, but hopefully they can figure whatever past life they had. Hopefully here they can make it better. You know, I'm not saying they're gonna be bad people. There's not like the the engineers are not coming in. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, come on, man. The librarians and the engineers are not coming into Massachusetts? Why not?
I mean,
We're all
yeah,
about
the
that.
schools, but there's also the other spectrum of that. There's some. I'm not trying to judge. I'm definitely not
It's
trying to.
hard to even tell what's going on. It's so chaotic, dude. Like, it's hard to even pick out a trend of anything.
But
You know what I mean? Like,
there is a percentage that hopefully in this region of the world they can just turn their lives and do better. But there is that percentage that are definitely a little bit in the scary side of people.
well, I mean, I live in Cambridge, so maybe it's just a little bit different. So, just because, like, I just see Chinese people everywhere. I'm sorry. I mean, I see everything, but like, if I had to pick a nationality that was going up in numbers, I would say Chinese or Asian. You know what I mean? I guess I'm just guessing at whether they're Chinese. Okay, it could be 3 and Japanese. I can pick Japanese people out most of the time. We also have a lot of like Europeans around where I live, like Spanish. We also have a lot of like, I don't know. They speak Arabic. I don't know where they're from. So, I mean, it's just different. I mean, I've lived other places. I grew up in a lot of different places. This is a pretty unique place to live. I actually like it a lot. It's super expensive to live here. It's hard to move here, but if you can make it here and put up the cost of living that it takes to live here initially, once you get a job, right? Once you are some sort of income here, the income level is higher. It makes up for the higher cost of living. You know what I mean? But if you come from a place with a low cost of living, it's harder to move to a place with a higher cost of living, right? It's easier to go the other way, though.
Yeah, if you're looking to get a job and you have your family, you can make it happen. Around here, the jobs is gonna pay you enough
What
that you
does
can.
McDonald's pay now? Like $17 an hour or something? $15 an hour?
There's some of those places that are paying like 20, 19, 18. It's not too bad. Especially if you can open a treasury account and get a refund for all that shit.
Yeah, you can work in like like one of these chain restaurants. We don't have like a lot of chain restaurants. We have chains, but they're like small chains, right? So it'll be like some restaurant. There'll be like 5 or 6 stores, and they're all like local in Boston. They're like, you want in Brighton, there'll be one in 2 like in Boston, one in Cambridge, one like over here, over there, right? But they're not like huge giant chains. I mean, we have a McDonald's, but like, how many McDonald's in downtown Boston? 1, 2. One in downtown Crossing. There's one. That's close to McDonald's. South Station. There's one more.
Well, around this region, you can also do
There's other McDonald's, Jemsy. There's a McDonald's in downtown Crossing, South Station. Where's the other McDonald's? There's a third one
the one
somewhere.
next to the hospital, the one next to Boston Medical, the one across the Boston Medical, and you cross towards the South Boston area, and it's right there, the McDonald's next to the highway.
Yeah. Yeah, so 3 McDonald's. That's not a lot of McDonald's, dude, for a city.
But then you have a bunch of Dunkin'. You have a lot of everything else. Dunkin' Donuts.
A lot of Dunkin' Donuts.
Not gonna lie, that
Starbucks.
sounds like a good thing. Only 3 McDonald's.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is like
also in
it's
East
very
Boston,
liberal, and they don't you'll go walk into a place and you won't even recognize the menu because it's like, oh, I want to order a bean sprout roll up. You know what I mean? It's all hippie shit.
Oh wow.
But it's not all like that. But there's enough of those places where, like, if you're eating bean sprout roll ups, you're not eating McDonald's, bro. Like, there's a lot of vegans here and like weird, you know, well, like I call them weird. So you know what I mean? There isn't like, it doesn't have like, I would say like in middle America, there's a larger proportion of people that would eat McDonald's than like in Boston.
You said vegan and weird in the same sentence? How dare you?
Yes. Vegan is weird to me. But they have like chains, so I'll give you like an example. There's a chain. It's like a Greek, like it's Greek fast food, right? So they like, but it's like it's regular food. It's all fresh and everything. It's like different types of Greek, you know, Greek style meatballs, Greek this, Greek that, Greek yogurt, Greek whatever, right? So there's a little chain called Saloniki, and there's like 5 or 6 of them. They're all in different parts of Boston. They pay like, I think starting wage is like freaking $18 an hour. Right, and you're just basically, you know, working a fucking line, do like a counter, like almost like working the line in a cafeteria or something, making fucking orders and pushing them out. Right, so like, I don't. $17 an hour is not a lot here, but I know in other parts of America it's a lot of money.
That's a lot of the young people that, you know, live with parents and family. They get a job. They can, at 16, 17, they get this type of jobs and they do all right. You see them doing okay. I mean, it's not a bad job, especially when they live in the same town. Like I go to the business next to my house, a bunch of businesses. You see a lot of the young people taking those jobs and they're doing all right. They're looking sharp. They're doing the job. They're getting paid, and you see them.
Yeah.
Looks okay.
Yeah, you can like work one of these jobs if you work like a little bit more than 40 hours a week. You got roommates. You can easily, you know, make it. Like you can survive. You know, you're not going to be driving around in a Lamborghini, but you know, it's easy to be upwardly mobile too because it's just the way it is, man.
It's easy to
a lot of people move here and move away. That's the thing. It's like they'll come here, they'll go to university, they'll work for a little while, or they'll come here, they'll get married, and they'll move to the suburbs, or any number of things, right? So like people like there's always like this churn of people that's always turning over.
Yeah, especially with the university areas where you're at.
Yeah,
that's a lot
God,
of that.
Man, it's Cambridge Christmas is coming up, man. Like, fuck, we got to figure out what day that is. Cambridge Christmas is when all the college kids move off and get some freaking big flat screen TVs.
Yeah, you just go walk on the sidewalk and you find TVs, computers, all kind of stuff. Free books, free
I used to. I haven't done it in a few years, but I used to just take it, bring it home, and I would sell it on Craigslist or eBay. Dude, at one point I was making like, dude, I think one month I made like $4,000, something like that.
Yeah.
A couple times I didn't want to carry this shit, so I put the ad up on Craigslist and listed my address as that. And I was like, yeah, just meet me there. I just took it right out of their trash.
Yeah.
Hand it to the person. Yeah, thanks for the $150, buddy.
I would say in the past it was way more like the amount of stuff that you will see people
stopped with
away.
COVID.
Yeah,
people stopped. Like, I don't know. I noticed it fell off like big time with COVID.
You actually find like thousands of dollars, furniture, tables, that kind of stuff as well.
Harvard will actually collect some of the stuff now, and they actually auction some of it off. They have like or not auction it, but they have like a warehouse, and they'll sell some of the furniture that they collected. Because one place like in Radcliffe, it's like a quad, so it's all surrounded. You really can't drive into it. And these dudes, listen, I've seen people chuck couches out of 4-story windows in fucking Northeastern, man. Just chuck it. We're moving out. Fuck, all our shit has to be out. We're just throwing it out the goddamn window.
Yeah, they do that. the administrators, they'll just grab everything and put it outside when people don't move it themselves, because there's new people coming in the next day, and they just have to throw it out.
Good. There's this one street down in Northeastern, man. I remember being on it. Like the household items and trash were piled like higher than cars on both sides of the street, down the whole street. And this is what you got: all this like furniture, TVs, end tables, fucking couches, all this shit on both sides of the street. And people are moving out, so it's a moving trucks, trash trucks, fucking cabs. Like what a clusterfuck that was.
Bro,
and it's like this narrow little street.
You'll have
I think it's called Kimalarnik Street or something like that.
I never heard of that one. But you do get like a bunch of kind of like students that their parents are basically rich and just furniture their apartments.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're over there for 4 years or whatever, 6 years. And
yeah, they gotta go back to California or something. They're not
have
bringing
to go back, and they're not taking anything with them, and they just put it on the curb.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I haven't seen any craziness in a while, though. I miss it. Now I'm gonna go road trip, man. I'm gonna go frickin' scavenger hunt. Now I'm motivated.
Yeah, I'll help you, bro. Let's do it. That could be like a side $1,000 a week kick just by picking up some shit and selling it. Maybe more with the inflation.
I gotta find out when it is, man. I know graduation already happened.
Yeah, yeah. Right now, there's still some of that activity, but the move out and move in stuff is happening. But these days, people are way more conservative than when I remember before this, years ago. You will see like house after house, property after property, stacks of things, stacks of on things in every curve, almost every street. It's kind of crazy.
I mean, on the old server, I used to take pictures of this shit, man. I mean, that was like in the beginning. That was like in 2018, 2019. I would take pictures and I'd post it in the chat, dude. People were like, holy shit, what the hell is this? Like, because, like, legit, like 50-inch flat screen TVs just sitting on the side of the road. People to take.
3 of them. Sometimes you see 3 of them. Like they have 3 of them right there on the curb. I see them. I've seen them. And yeah, even recently.
You know, I actually thought about like this, and this as a business. It's gonna sound crazy. Renting a warehouse space, going around picking up all the furniture and freaking household products and all this stuff, bringing it to the warehouse, cleaning it, and then selling it to the new college kids that come in.
Yeah,
because they need to buy TVs, coffee makers, brooms, couches, like all that stuff. They need to buy that.
Yes, actually, there is that business. It's been in place for some time, and one of the warehouses that someone had with that idea was in Lynn. You know the Walmart in Lynn? That Walmart next to it, there used to be this huge building, and they used to stack up stuff like that over there, and people would come in and buy it. Well, exactly what you're saying, or similar to what you're saying. They had like a huge building. I imagine the rent for that spot was probably pretty high, especially these days. It's probably higher these days. So that huge warehouse, it was full of furniture, TVs, everything you can imagine, from people picking it up and putting it there. The business, the person that was doing that.
Hold on, we got someone who just came in.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, never mind. Miriam.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. What about you?
Good. You been here before?
No, I literally just joined and I just verified.
Oh, okay. All right. I wasn't sure how long you had to roll, so cool. Welcome.
Thank you.
What brings you to this server? Curious? Go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, I just want to ask if Mariam could turn up their volume because she's really low for me.
My volume is on max.
Oh.
My mic
let
is
me let me turn you up. Let me turn you up.
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you.
So, are you globe earther, flat earther, on the fencer, globe skeptic, freaking simulation theorist? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
That's a thing around here.
Not sure what to label myself, but honestly, I'm just curious about everyone's opinions, everyone's beliefs and thoughts. So.
Oh, okay.
I'm nothing for now.
Well, I mean, flat earth is pretty simple. It's based upon reality, right? So based upon what do we see in reality versus what we see on the television. The TV says, oh, well, I mean, you can boil it down like this, right? In the real world, in your life, in the lives of everybody you've ever met, the earth is flat and motionless. But we all learn in school, and people tell us, and they tell us on TV that that is actually not the case. That is some sort of optical illusion, or the Earth is going too slow to actually perceive motion, or it's too big to perceive curve. That they know better, and that the fact is it's actually something else. Now that's fine. Maybe that's true. But the evidence suggests that that's not true. Okay?
Yeah.
The evidence is, part of the evidence is we see too far, right? And there's no, so if there's something that's necessary for the Earth to be a ball, it has to have curvature to the surface of the Earth, right? Or it can't be a ball, because the ball is curved in every direction. So one of these places that you can like measure this, and I didn't say look at it, I said measure. I like, because there's a difference between just looking at something and measuring it. You can't do measurements by staring at things. Like, it's not possible. The water, right? The water, the Earth's surface is 70% water. Their pictures from space show curving oceans and curving lakes and curving rivers and curving this, whatever, right? So that we should be able to go out into the world and test whether the water of the Earth is actually curving. And if it isn't curving, then what? We go test a bunch of places at a sufficiently long distances, test this claimed radius value of 3,959 miles, and we determine that the surface of the Earth is not curving at the rate that they say it should be, then what do we do with that? Do we keep on believing what the TV says and forget what we actually went out to the real world to measure? Or do we, consider that the Earth is flat and motionless? And that's kind of like the pickle, right? That's kind of like the situation we're in. Most people are told that the Earth is too big. Right? This is what they're told. The Earth is too big. It's just too large. Can't measure curvature from the surface of the Earth. That's actually incorrect, because the geometry, they claim that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. And we could take that number and just apply elementary geometry and figure out, for any given distance away from me, in front of me, how much should the surface of the Earth curve down, right? It's called drop over distance. So in 10 miles, how much drop over distance do you think there should be? So if I am like looking out into the ocean and at my eye level, 10 miles away, or say I'm looking out on the ocean and I watch a ship sail 10 miles away, how far should that ship drop down from my eye level because of the curvature of the Earth? At 10 miles. What do you think?
Well, I mean,
Think there'd be any drop? Do you think it's like the Earth's too big to even have that any drop at all from 10 miles?
well, to be fair, well, 10 miles compared to the surface area of the Earth isn't really that.
Well, compared to the surface area, but we're talking about like the curvature, how much curve there is in any given distance.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in theory, if the Earth was round, then there should be some sort of curvature, and you shouldn't see a part of the ship.
Yeah.
In theory.
Yeah. Yeah. But it should be a predictable amount because the Earth, the radius is a fixed value. They claim it's a fixed value. They don't claim that the Earth is breathing and getting bigger and smaller. It's a fixed value.
Well, what I was taught in school is that the Earth isn't perfectly round, so
Yeah.
I think it being a constant value isn't necessarily correct. Because
Well, I understand what you're saying. Listen, if I cut you out, don't feel bad because I've done this thousands of times, and it's not an exaggeration.
Don't worry.
Yeah, so like, okay, I've heard this. This is like the Earth is not a perfect sphere; it's an ellipsoid, right? So it has a polar radius and an equatorial radius, and those are not equal values, right? Right. The equatorial radius is supposed to be larger than the polar radius. Polar radius being from north to south pole, right? And the equatorial radius is the radius around the equator.
Yeah.
Radius of the equator. So the difference between those values, if you did the curvature calculation, is a millimeter. A millimeter.
Difference?
Yes, a millimeter difference. The actual value in radius difference is 11 miles. But over that circumference, 25,000 miles, 11 miles doesn't really make much of a difference.
Yeah.
It's like 0.003% or something. Put it this way, if you're going to draw it on a screen, there wouldn't even be one pixel, like a computer screen, there wouldn't even be one pixel difference.
Damn.
Yeah, so the difference is tiny. It's insignificant so that you, for all intents and purposes, you can consider the Earth a sphere. And the only reason they came up with this ellipsoid is because the celestial sphere, the stars, don't exactly align with the surface of the Earth. So, like, if you do surveying, right, of latitude and longitude with surveying equipment, and then you use celestial navigation, like astronomy, the coordinate system of the sky, right, celestial navigation, doesn't exactly match the coordinate system of the ground. So they have to say that the Earth is flattened because of this distortion.
Right.
Yeah, so it's just a very slight distortion, but there's other things that are more complicated that I'm not going to get into. Okay. Anyway, back to the problem at hand. So, do you know where the live stream voice text channel is?
Yep.
Okay, it's right above this channel. So I posted an image. So this is like an illustration of like what has to happen, like a drop over distance. As you get further away, now say I'm observing from the top of this curve. The further away you get, if I shone a laser, that laser is going to get further and further away from the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
So the claim, what most people think, is that this distance is so small it's not measurable unless it's some ridiculously large distance, like 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, whatever, right? But it's actually, in 10 miles, the drop is supposed to be 66 feet. That's a 6-story building. And the curve is exponential. So in 25 miles, the drop is supposed to be 420 feet. That's a 42-story building. See what I'm saying? 10 miles, 66 feet. 25 miles, 420 feet. Okay, so as you can see, that difference becomes exponential. So experiments have been done, tests have been done, where lasers have been shown 25 miles. And instead of the laser being 420 feet in the air above the observer's head, it's right at their eye level. Right? So 10 feet off the surface of water, across water, to a spot 4 feet off the surface of water, 25 miles away. The laser stays the same height across the water when it should be getting progressively further away from the water, because the Earth is supposed to be curving away from the laser. Right? And this is just one example, right? There's numerous laser tests, there's numerous long-range observations multiple numerous microwave, radar, radio waves, like you name it. It's been tested like in every possible way you could think of. Mirrors, frozen freaking lakes with lasers, frozen lakes with mirrors, frozen lakes with lights, frozen, like any triple, not just point to point, also triple, right? So there was a test done on the Salton Sea with, so they made a triangle across the Salton Sea. So they got two mirrors on one side and a mirror on the other, and they each reflect the sun to two other locations, right? So you're making a big triangle of light. You're supposed to see 128 feet of drop between each spot, right? So each person is supposed to be 128 feet underneath the curvature of the Earth. They shouldn't be seeing any reflected light, but they all saw light as if the lake is flat, because the lake is flat. This is just one thing, right? And it's the only thing, people try to make it a lot more complicated than it really is. And that's part of the magic trick, is that, the Earth's a ball, you can't figure it out, you need to be a scientist, trust us, it's a bunch of complicated equations, and you don't even understand orbital mechanics, and yada, yada. No, it's a very simple geometry problem. It's not complicated at all. You can just measure the surface of the Earth, and it is large. If their value, we take their value, and you don't have to believe me, you can check this, and actually, don't believe me, check with everything I say. And we prefer not even you to believe my citation of experiments. We prefer people do their own tests, because you can go out and test it yourself. I myself personally have made 30-mile observations of boats. It should have been, like I said, because I was at a 15-foot elevation, the predicted drop is 425 feet at 30 miles away. And no, it wasn't. I didn't just look, there's a boat 30 miles away. I watched the boat go from 6 miles away from me, sail out to 30 miles away from me over a period of 3.5 hours. So it's not I got confused, it was another boat, it was something else. The boat was tracked through a website called marinetraffic.com that tracks ships, boats. Right. So this isn't I hallucinated the whole goddamn thing. This is the first time I ever did a test. So the first time I ever go out and test it, what a coincidence. It just happens to be that it's flat and not curved. And a lot of people have this experience. The difference between probably a flat earther and everyone else is flat earther is someone that went out and actually tested the globe claims. That's pretty much the difference. At least on this server, you won't find too many people that just believe flat Earth because they saw a YouTube video or something. They've actually gone and done their own tests and measurements. So, that's the basic idea, right? That was just the rundown of the basic idea. We can measure the surface of water. The surface of water, as a necessity, must be curving. And if it's not curving, we can eliminate the Earth being a ball. It's just simple logic.
Yeah.
And I know I just gave you a lot, and it sometimes this information is horrifying when you've never heard it before, because it is jarring. The implications of it are jarring. So if I tell you, imagine just for a second, you don't have to believe it. Imagine for a second, the Earth is flat. What does it say about everything you've thought your entire life, and everything you've seen, and all the media, and what?
Could you repeat that?
I said imagine for a second, consider that the Earth is flat. What would that mean about everything you've experienced in your entire life and all the information you've gotten about reality? Would that change a lot of things?
Probably.
Well, think about it, right? So every time you turn on TV, they show a little spinning ball behind the reporter's head. Turn on TV, they're talking about astronauts and outer space and planets and going to Mars.
TV.
Well, the internet, same difference. It's the same on the internet, right? There's plenty of space stuff on the internet.
Yeah.
Put it this way, I turned on Netflix, this is 2 years ago. New releases, 8 of the new releases were about space. Right? So what necessitates space? Earth being a ball. Can't be space if the Earth's not a ball. Can't be space if the planets aren't balls. Right? So there's like this whole it's a whole worldview, right? The idea that the Earth is a globe and that we're a freaking ball floating in an infinite expanse of space, surrounded by a bunch of other balls that are all floating around in an infinite expanse of space. That's a worldview. And the idea that the Earth is flat is contradictory to that worldview. And if you've grown up in that worldview of how reality is, the realization that the Earth is flat can be jarring. And information that indicates that it is can also be jarring. I'm just giving you a warning. You seem like a nice person, so I'm giving you just a general warning. We have people come in here and they can't handle the information. They go crazy. They swear at us. They go nuts. They say ridiculous things. Because they can't. They come in nice at first, right? They're like you. They want to learn. But when we start giving them facts that contradict their belief, because we don't just tell people this is the way it is, ha ha ha. We say this is the way it is. Here's the evidence. Do you have evidence for the contrary? They don't. This happens over and over and over again. We've talked to PhDs in physics, astrophysics, astronomy, geology. PhDs, not just scrubs. Right? Degreed people in this field. We just had freaking 2 days ago, we've had them come back repeatedly. A freaking master's degree in astrophysics. He freaking stares at freaking exoplanets. But when he's grilled about what he's actually doing, beyond the story, right? So he's got a whole story of his profession. When you start asking for the evidence for the story, it all falls apart. It always falls apart. And it doesn't matter what you ask them about the globe. You can ask them about anything. What's the distance to the sun? How was that measured? Well, I don't know. I'm not a freaking astronaut. Okay, so this is what we hear. How big is the moon? Or they'll make a statement how big the moon is, or how far stars are away, or how old stars are, or how old the Earth is, or this, that, and the other thing. There's all these claims on the table. But then when you start asking for the evidence for each one of the claims individually, and specifically, they'll just say, I don't know. They always think that there's somebody out there that knows, because they got this information in school. So there must be somebody out there somewhere that knows. But then what happens is we go ask that person. And what that person says is, I don't know. There's got to be somebody else out there. We keep asking person after person after person after person, looking for the person that knows, the person that has the evidence to back up all this bullshit. And we can't find the person. We've been looking for 5 years. Who's the dude with the plan, man? Who has this information?
Okay.
So sorry to rant, man, but I was just trying to give it kind of all at once, man, so I don't have to retread ground.
I get you. It's okay.
I'm sorry if it's too much, because it's a lot.
Don't worry.
Because the reason I'm saying is because most people on the server, we had to do it. We did it slowly, over time, because there wasn't a lot of stuff out there. But now, after all this time, we can give you information that it took us 4 and 5 years to accumulate. So it's we only had to deal with it a little bit at a time, right? But to just dump it on someone all at once, I can imagine is hard to swallow. But if you have any specific questions or non-specific questions or comments, you're more than welcome to give me.
I was just curious, and I googled how the distance from the Earth to the Sun was measured, and it said that there was a Greek astronomer, which deduced.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Aristarchus?
Yeah.
Okay, Aristarchus calculated the relative distance from the sun versus the moon, and that number was wrong and was corrected in the 1600s. Supposedly corrected in quotations.
Right. Lovely.
Because it's not actually a measurement, it's a ratio of like, if the moon is this far, then the sun has to be this much farther, based upon the phases of the moon, right? Based upon, okay, it's a half base of the moon, therefore the sun must be in a direct line from the moon. We can make this right triangle and figure out, like, straight how far the sun is away. Not even trig, it's really just a right triangle, so you know, like, a squared plus b squared equals c squared, so you can figure out. But they didn't get an exact distance, they got a ratio. So what they say is the distance to the sun. And I'm going to tell you this, and you're going to know more than 99% of the globe earthers that come in here just by me telling you. What they claimed was, okay, there was a guy, his name was Christian Huygens, and back then they didn't have the same standards of science that we have. So he used astronomy he used mysticism and numerology to predict that Venus was the size of Earth. So they didn't know what size Venus was, right? You can't tell what the size of something is just by looking at it, right? And you also can't tell the distance just by looking at it, because you need prior knowledge of one or the other. You know the size, you can tell the distance, but you need to know the distance to tell the size. You need one of those pieces of information. So they had to guess one. So what they guessed was Venus is the same size as Earth. Okay, so the main problem with that is, where did they get the size of Earth? The radius. The curvature thing that I was just talking about. Where did they get the radius from? That's a rhetorical question, but regardless, right? So when you think about that, so they took Venus and watched Venus go across the face of the sun, and based upon their idea that Venus is X far away and Venus is this big, so now we know how far away we think it is. Now, based upon that, we calculate what we think the orbit is using Kepler's laws, and then we watch in time Venus going across the face of the sun. And because it took X amount of time, we can calculate that the sun is X far away. But the thing is, this is like a ladder of assumptions, right? Assumption about the size of the Earth, assumption about Venus, assumption about the orbit, assumption about, like, all these relative things. It's just a bunch of series of assumptions, right? None of which individually they can prove on their own, and they can't prove it together because the fundamental one, the radius of the Earth, they didn't prove in the first place. So, see, these questions, the average person, even the above average science person that comes in here with a degree in science, when asked, where did you get the distance to the sun? They don't know that's how it was derived. In fact, every distance of cosmology is derived from the radius of Earth. Every single one. Distance to the sun, distance to the stars, age of the stars, you name it, right? All of it. Size of the stars, size of the planets, distance of the planets, how fast they're going, which direction they're going, all that stuff. It's called the cosmic distance ladder. The first rung of the cosmic distance ladder is the radius of the Earth. So they call it a ladder because you take the radius of the Earth, then Venus, then the sun, then the size of the orbit, then parallax, then Cepheid variables, then redshift, and so there's a whole ladder, but each ladder depends on all the rungs below it being correct. Well, the first rung obviously has to be the one that's the most correct, because an error there leads to giant errors when you get to the top of the ladder. So they have to know the radius of the Earth. Where'd they get that from? Right? This is the part where, like, proving curvature is so fundamental, right, to all of it, that, like, if you can't even prove the surface of the Earth isn't curving, how can it be a ball? Why should we entrust in this, right? Why should we believe it? Because we don't experience that. Because we don't have... So this is another fundamental thing. We don't have... The flat Earth does not have a burden of proof. Because we experience the Earth is flat and motionless. The person that says that is an illusion has the burden of proof. You understand what I'm saying? Just a good... Yeah. But just like I said, oh, that's a cat. But you see a dog. You're like, oh yeah, prove it's a cat. You don't have to prove it's a fucking dog, right? I'm making the positive claim. I have to prove my positive claim. Especially if my positive claim is in direct contradiction to your sensory experience. But that's the situation. You know, that's like, you know, you just had a crash course in flat Earth.
Nice. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could just listen or do whatever, ask questions. Like, in case you didn't know, this is live streamed on YouTube.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Totally.
So, like, well, the only reason I'm telling you that, don't dox yourself. I don't know if they warned you about that. Well, that's why that's the main reason why I tell people. But we have.
Why would a person dox themselves?
People do it by accident.
Oh, right. Okay.
And plus, other people are good at social engineering, like getting you to dox yourself.
Right.
Right. So one way to do it is to like guess your location. Oh, you live in New York. And you're like, no, I live in Alabama. All right, thanks, buddy.
I'm not even in the U.S., so it's.
Well, I'm just saying, it's like, you know, it's a tactic.
Yeah.
So,
I get you.
and especially like in a flat Earth server, people, there's insane people involved with this, and it's not on the flat Earth side. There are insane flat Earthers, but there's some insane cold earthers that have tried to dox people, get people fired, do numerous things. Yes, it's that bad. Get their professional certifications taken away from them.
Holy crap. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, they really don't like this topic. They think it's, you know, this has been going on for years. I mean, but, you know,
that's
whatever it is, what it is. Well, you know, if it was just about unbiased scientific inquiry, like they pretend it is, then why would they do something like that, right? Why wouldn't they just come in here and just prove us wrong?
Yeah.
Because they've tried hundreds of times and they can't. They're wrong. And they don't like it. But, you know, they're invested in it, so they'll keep going. But that's what the reason I was telling you is like we have like sometimes we have debates or discussions in this chat, and the videos will get posted on YouTube, right, separately. So this gets live streamed, and that's going to be like a 12-hour stream. But sometimes we cut out clips and we post them in the video section, right? So if you don't like, you know, if a debate doesn't happen or you don't hear information you want, you can listen to a clip. We also have a podcast if you like Google 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on Spotify. So those are also clips. They're typically between 15 and 30 minutes long because we cover like all the topics that kind of like people wonder about, like gravity or freaking, you know, seeing curve from an airplane or space pictures, or, you know, we cover like, so each clip is kind of like dedicated to a very specific topic. Because some people have very specific, you know, questions. How does circumnavigation work? Or how to freaking, what about the space pictures? And what about all the astronauts? Why are they all lying? Or like, you know, there's a lot of different ways to like, a lot of different angles to get at this topic. So like, it's almost endless. So we have some podcasts up that address specific topics, specific subtopics, I guess you'd call it.
Yeah.
All right, but like, don't have any questions or whatever, or just want to listen. I'm sure someone else will come in on that. God.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Dude, where's the come on down? Let's come on down sound.
I don't know where that is. That's not on the soundboard, I don't think.
Yeah, I was looking for it. There you go.
Come on down. I'm your host, Bob Farker.
On the Earth is flat.
Okay. First contestant to guess the radius without going over. 15 bajillion miles.
I was going to say, welcome to Match Game.
We got any Globers in here, or is it just Bro One? And we got PD as what's in your water?
Well, I mean, we got Marion, but I think she's just listening.
She you think?
Yeah, I was just talking to her. You didn't hear me? God damn it!
No, I just got here right now. What were you guys talking about?
No, I was just giving her like she just wanted like what the hell's going on with this flat Earth shit, and I just gave her the rundown.
And what's up with this flat Earth business? So
Yeah, biz. So I want to say that no matter what any guess the radius is, they're going to go over because the radius is 0.
You know, there's a guy who works for a rocket company. He didn't say which one, but he doesn't even know how we got the radius. And he gets paid for this. He's working.
He was just in here.
He's working in a company that he has to tell people how things work and how rockets go to space, but he doesn't even know the radius. Isn't that crazy?
But like, does he know how to calculate it at least?
Nah, he didn't know anything.
Lovely.
He's a PR person.
Yeah, he only told us about Eratosthenes. We have clips of the sound bites of when he did that. And Creation Bear was the one that asked him, so he told Creation Bear, he's like, no, I guess I don't know.
Damn, that's a bit sad.
Yeah, I know. That's just like the rest of the world.
Damn, then the rest of the world is sad.
Well, we got astrophysicists, cosmologists, and all them kind of guys that should know something that when, like people, maybe, we call them laymen, but people that really don't know too much about the globe, they come in here and they're like, well, I'm not a scientist, but they would know. And then when we got the scientists in here, they're like, well, we don't know, but maybe another astrophysicist would know. And then we get another astrophysicist in here and they're like, well, I don't know, but maybe a cosmologist would know. And then we get a cosmologist in there and he's like,
nobody knows,
you
basically.
Get it. Bruh.
Nobody knows.
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
It's almost like the telephone game. They're just passing the buck on to the next person. Yeah, someone over there has the answers. Then we go to that person. Hey, we heard you got the answers. Nah, someone else has it. I'm starting to think that no one has the answers.
Have you ever played Super Mario Brothers, where you get to the end of that, the stage, stage 1, and then
I've never played Mario, so no.
What?
Yeah.
All right. Well, there was a part at the end of the video game where Toadstool, he's a little guy with a mushroom hat, like red polka dot hat, and he would say your princess is in. He'd say your princess is in another castle. Every time it's like, man, I never rescue the princess. I'm always get Toadstool. That's like what we get every time we reach the end of a conclusion. It's like, well, I don't know, but maybe someone else knows.
I think she's a bit too young for Mario Brothers Mayhem.
A bit young? Damn.
Yeah, you don't know Mario Brothers.
Well, I've heard of it. I've just never played it.
Well, they have Nintendo Switches right now, don't they? Isn't there a Mario game somewhere around there?
I don't have a Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, it's a different Mario game though. It's not as good as the old school one.
What's the difference?
It's crap.
Apart from the most obvious one?
I don't know. I couldn't work out how to play it. Maybe it's because I'm old.
I see.
Well, we got some, globearters that have been hanging here for a while, like Bro One. He's never brought the evidence that the Earth is a globe, but he still thinks the Earth is a globe. How do we do that? How's that work?
Guy's just chilling.
Yeah, chilling with the belief, but that's about it.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for someone to step up to the plate. If we were all sitting around the poker table, these are the guys claiming they have the winning hand. But instead, they just spend all their time bluffing and bluffing and they never actually put the cards down on the table. So I'm just waiting for someone to actually take it seriously. Because when they show up, they're like, "Oh, I'm not the guy." But who's the guy then?
Send us your champion.
Well, when they do play a card, it's like they drew it themselves and made up their own rule.
Yeah, they came with some like extra cards in their pocket. That's not gonna work.
How do you play poker?
Well, the best hand wins. That's usually how it goes. So you can't sit around the table and claim that you have the winning hand. You have to actually put the cards down
doesn't
and
know
show
poker.
that.
What are we dealing with here?
Even more simple, Miriam. Maybe when I was in kindergarten, first grade, there was this idea of show and tell. So you could show up, you tell people about the thing, whatever. The problem is these people, they're doing all telling and no showing.
Right.
So
Okay.
Miriam, you know what a triangle is, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do.
Okay, if I was to tell you to kind of like, just define a triangle, what would you tell me the definition for a triangle? Just try to break it down to me simply.
A definition of a triangle?
Yeah, what's a triangle?
It's three connecting lines, which forms three angles.
Okay.
Keep going.
Three connecting lines, three angles, and
What about the angles?
their sum has to always add up to 180 degrees.
There you go. Yeah. Are those lines, can those lines be curved in any way?
No.
Would that
The way
be
it
a
could be doing-
triangle if they have
sorry.
Would that be a triangle if they had curved lines on it?
Not really, no.
How about if one of those lines was curved? Could it still be a triangle?
No, you would get a different. Well, yeah, no. That wouldn't be a triangle.
Interesting.
Well,
Do you know
I
that
don't
an aerospace engineer student said that you can have a triangle with curved lines?
Right.
He would say that you're not educated enough, even though what you just said was 100% factual. Triangle, straight lines, 180 degrees. These guys are going to come in and be some type of, I don't know if you ever used to watch, there was a guy on TV named the Dog Whisperer. So I call them like globe whisperers. Yeah, well, they try to act like globe whisperers. They'll be like, well, that is a triangle, but not really. So,
Not really.
yeah, so he would say that you're not educated enough based off of what you just said.
Yeah, clearly.
Where is it? Oh, yeah, it's right here. Watch this. I'm going to play a short clip, and you're going to hear for yourself, aerospace engineer.
Okay.
All right, here it goes. Finn Bob, do you believe the Earth is a globe, or do you know that it is a globe?
I know that it is.
Stop the cap.
Okay, so it's 100% true that the Earth is a globe?
Yep.
All right, so if I ask you some specific questions, you'd be able to provide evidence for me?
I could look for some. Again, I don't come into these mindsets knowing all the information for the proof of the globe on top of my head. It's not what I do for a living. So I could look for some.
Yeah, but that's contrary to what you just said. You just said, I know that the Earth is 100% true, that it's a globe. Now you're not saying
because of evidence that I've seen, but I haven't chosen to remember that specific evidence for years in the future where I might encounter people.
So something in your mind that you know is to be true, you don't know it to be true 100% because now you don't know what or recollect what that information was about. So essentially, that important information got lost somewhere in your mind.
Well, it's not that important because I don't.
Information that supposedly supports the claim that the Earth is a globe is lost somewhere, right?
Well,
like you're losing like your license or your wallet or something, your keys. You lost that, like that's
Because
how
the
you
vast majority of the people in the world, kind of accept what science say through rigorous method. People don't really have to think about all the proofs of Earth being a globe because people don't really have to think about it like ever.
Well, right now you're thinking about it. Right now you're thinking about it, and you're saying that thinking about it, you can't think about it. You know it's 100% true that it's a globe, but you just don't know how.
I've seen.
You see how that sounds very contradictory?
I've done experiments years before testing other things. I can't recite those experiments word for word now, but I remember doing them.
What's the scientific experiment or evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Well, I wasn't on about specifically testing the Earth being a globe, but you can. There's photos that you can do geodesic surveying. You can find spherical excess.
Spherical excess. You can do all these things. These are buzzwords. These are buzzwords that you're saying. I bet you don't know what they are. I just bet
what they are. I know what spherical excess is.
How do you measure it? Please explain what spherical excess is.
So spherical excess is when triangles are plotted on a non-Euclidean surface, like a sphere, and the internal angles of that triangle are greater than 180 degrees.
All right. How do you get a triangle on a curved surface?
By plotting 3 straight lines on a curved surface.
3 straight lines on a curved surface?
Yes.
Can you hear yourself?
Yes.
How do you get a straight line on a curved surface?
A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points, and you can plot that on any surface.
How many times he's going to repeat that?
Well, I know that. I know that. No, but how can you do that on a curved surface?
You plot the shortest distance between 2 points on a curved surface. 2 times. It is a straight line.
A straight line is curved? Are you hearing yourself?
On spheres.
On sphere,
a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points.
That's the third
time. Yes, it confines
how do you get
of the object.
Okay, so I'm not really sure if you understand what a triangle is. Does a triangle have curved lines on it, or are these straight lines?
I mean, you can get triangles with curved lines. There's 3 sides.
You can have a triangle with a curved line. Is that a triangle then?
Well, it depends if you're talking about Euclidean or non-Euclidean geometry.
No. I'm just talking about what a triangle is. Because we're going to basic shapes now. Because it seems like you don't know what a triangle is. Does a triangle have curved lines? Yes or no?
They have 3.
Yeah.
If you want to get nitpicky, they're straight.
Yes.
Yeah, but
I want to define what a triangle is. I don't want to get nitpicky. What is a triangle?
A triangle is a shape that has 3 points that are connected by straight lines.
Correct.
Yep.
Now, straight lines. Are any of these lines curved?
No, that's straight. They're the shortest distance between 2 points.
Excellent.
That's number 4.
Now,
yes.
How do we apply that to the curved surface of a globe?
You plot the shortest path between 3 vertices that form a closed loop, and they are 3 straight lines that form a triangle.
What? Excellent. So the Earth isn't curving; it's flat, right, and straight.
How come when you plot 3 straight lines of view on the Earth, the internal angles of that triangle it creates is
on the Earth? Are you sure that's what you're plotting those lines on?
Are you sure about that?
Or are you plotting those lines on the Earth or on a model?
On the Earth, geodesic surveyors do it a lot.
So the curved surface of the Earth has straight lines.
Yes, they're called geodesics.
Okay, so do you know what a sphere is?
Yes, I do.
Is there any straight lines on a sphere?
Yes, they're called geodesics.
There is straight lines on a sphere. Can you actually show us how we can have straight lines on a sphere?
Get 2 points. Shortest path between the 2 points, straight line.
It should be 180. Do you know what a sphere is? First of all,
yes.
You know what a sphere is.
Specify. Wait. Let's make sure you understand. So we're talking about the surface of a sphere. You understand? We're talking about the surface of a sphere, right?
Yes.
So you're trying to say we can have straight lines on the surface of a sphere.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
So if you're on the surface of a basketball, let's imagine, and you walk in one direction heading north, you're going to end up going back to where you started. Did you walk in a straight line?
No.
So you did. So you turned left or right? You went off your north heading?
Elevation change.
Oof.
It's not a straight line.
You can walk in a straight line over a mountain range. Your elevation changes, but it's still a straight line.
What in the hell are you talking about, man? Do you know what a straight line is?
Yes, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
There's number 6.
Is there any curvature on a straight line?
No, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, so you just finished saying that there's no curvature on a straight line at all. So a mountain wouldn't be a straight line because you're walking up and down the mountain. Is that a straight line?
Yes.
Stop the cap.
Okay, there's really something wrong with you, man. There's really something wrong with you. You honestly are the weirdest.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to the Wig Snatcher Club.
Your aerospace student for you doesn't know what a straight line is, a curved line, doesn't know what a triangle is, nothing.
That's amazing. That was truly the highlight of my day. Genuinely. That was... I'm concerned for the guy. Honestly.
And we have sound clips of such mountains of content. We got people don't know what they're talking about, and that have these jobs that work in the space industry and all that kind of stuff. They come in here and they just want to strut their stuff, and when we ask them questions, they don't know what they're talking about.
And they're going to look down on you, Miriam. They're going to be like, yeah, she's just not educated enough to say what I'm saying. It's not about education. They're just freaking lost.
Yeah. At least I know what a triangle is.
I know, right?
And what a straight line is.
Can you have a straight line on a sphere?
No.
Yeah. He was like, well, if you go in a straight line on a basketball.
You can have a straight line through a sphere. It's called a chord line. That's the one he should have gone for, but he kept going for a geodesic, which is an arc. It's a curve. It's not a straight line in any way.
Yeah.
I've got some globe proof actually. This guy sent me a photo of a Chicago skyline.
Oh, the Chicago skyline you shouldn't see on a globe. That's globe proof.
Yeah. So he was 30 miles away with 30-foot observer height. So I kindly did the math for him. And where are we? Oh, there you are. And everything out of that red line should not be able to see it.
Wow.
And then he spiraled out of control and sent me a link to McToon's website.
Of course he did.
I mean, his little stick was like not being able to understand how the horizon can construct the very bottom. That's what they always don't understand.
2015 called. They want their argument back. I mean, they're basically saying that's a hill of water, bro.
Play that clip from Bob. What's his name? Bob. Saying that.
Gotcha.
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
Okay,
if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
There you go.
A hill of water.
Hill of water.
Are you kidding me, dude? This is how far they've come.
Damn. That's the first time I've ever heard that. A hill of water.
He's an old guy too. So I think he was. He called himself Dr. Science Bob or Dr. Bob the Science Guy or whatever. Like he's on YouTube. He has like 22,000 subscribers, probably more now.
Unless he's an actual doctor or has a PhD, I'm not interested. Like, why the
He's a
hell is
weed
he?
doctor.
He's an osteopathic doctor.
Wow.
He's been smoking the ganja.
Clearly.
Yeah, at any rate, yeah, he doesn't know.
I bet y'all drinking that wine too, ain't you? Just smoking them tweeds and everything.
Hill of water.
Smoking the tweeds.
Yeah, see, the hill of water thing started off as like a crude joke. I started popularizing that hill of water thing. Oh, so you think boats go over a hill of water? And they'd be like, what do you mean hill of water? Water doesn't do that. Like, yeah, that's the whole point, dude. Water doesn't form up into a bulge, a curve, a mound, a hill. But then this Bob goofball, he literally flat out admits, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Okay, dude.
Hill of water.
Crazy.
Guys, on something.
They don't even want to address it. Look at what he's 77's posting in the chat. They're trying to tell you that that water blocking the bottom, that's a hill of water. We're simply saying water doesn't do that. Any body of water, I don't care if it's a swimming pool, a pond, a lake, an ocean, it's not going to just form into a hill, ever. So, water doesn't do that. Period. So.
I mean, I'm sure in the guy's dreams it does that, so...
I mean, this isn't even that complicated. They say there's a lot of water on Earth. Okay, and none of that water is freaking curved. So, the globe can die right there. And then number two, they say this Earth is moving. What is the evidence for that? These buildings, I always joke about how we all live in buildings, whatever. None of these buildings move. That's another crude joke. I ask people all the time, hey, do you think your house is moving? They'll be like, no. Well, yeah, because the Earth doesn't move. If the Earth is moving, then everything attached to the Earth is moving with it. So if you're a globe earther, you have to say, yeah, my house moves. Okay? And then what's funny about that is, like, people say flat earthers are the crazy ones, right? We have all the crazy ideas, but put us side to side by these guys. They're saying houses move and water forms into hills. We're saying water definitely doesn't do that, and these buildings we live in definitely don't move. So you tell me who's the crazy one here, because it's not me.
And then they say that the air moves with the Earth. It all rotates together so that you can't tell that it's moving.
Wow. Wait, so
Yeah,
how do we get night and day then, and seasons?
That's a good question.
Relative position of the sun to the Earth.
Right. Okay.
Well, newbies who are trying to ask this in a bad faith way, they'll pretend that the Earth will... they'll run the outer space simulation in their head. Take the globe out, put a disk in, and then say, well, if it was flat, then it would be it would be daylight all the time. Okay, well, we got to dismiss that, all of that, because that's not flat Earth, it's not a disk in space. So, to start from scratch, I would say the Earth is really big. And in the same way that, like, if you flip a light on in your house, probably is not going to light up the whole house. Or one street light isn't going to light up the whole neighborhood. So it's kind of like that in the way I view it. Earth is super big, and the light isn't going to just light up everybody's, area. And we see the sun moving. So that's what I would typically say. Sun moves.
Yeah.
Typically when globe earthers come in here, they literally say things that back up flat Earth without realizing it. You're like, well, the Earth is rotating. Well, how do you know the Earth's rotating? I see the sun move. You see the sun move is evidence that you're moving? How does that work?
Okay.
Right. So
Something else moved, so I moved.
I have to get going now, but thank you. and I hope you guys have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Come back whenever.
Thank you. Yep.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Come back anytime. See, this this proves my hypothesis, my colloquial hypothesis about how women handle this conversation better than the boys. Look at the difference between her and the last guy.
It's funny, man. That is funny. You were correct about that.
It depends on your education, though, right? Depends on your, indoctrination level. Because, I mean, that did me in for a while because I was like, no, I've looked into gravity. I understand gravity.
Well, I think it's the boys are more emotional than the girls.
Yeah, they've got.
Topic.
That's when you do. Somebody made the PhD comment, and I think it was there actually. And I thought, no, PhD don't mean shit. It just means they're more invested. They've got more invested into it.
Right.
So they're probably going to see, it's going to be more difficult for them to see anything else. They've got, what, you going to take food off the table? No.
Well, that's what the science communicator said, right? He said that space must be real because his job depends on it. His job is talking about space.
Stop the cap.
It's so funny. It's so weird to me, man.
His job is bullshit.
Yeah. Dude, he had a pre-cope. You know what I mean? We didn't even take his space away. Could you imagine what he was pre-coping before that could even happen?
Pre-coping.
Well, yeah, it's like pre-cum or whatever. He had the pre-cope ready to go. But yeah, dude. Okay, in terms of like a sandwich, right? They've got their foundation, and you got the bottom bun and the top bun. So right when he got here, we took away the bottom bun. You don't have a radius. You don't have a foundation. And we were pretty close to taking away his top bun, too, that outer space. I think Jedi pretty much took that away. So, and there's no meat in the middle, obviously. So I don't even know, man.
He's trying to get to the fries, man. He's trying to get off all the buns.
Was a nothing burger. I think that's what they call that.
Yeah, a big nothing.
Yeah, I told him from the beginning, let's get to the meat. A wish sandwich. Yeah, exactly. And, dude, I just don't like that when they just feel the need to restate the claims. Bro, as if we haven't heard them before. Why do these people assume we've just never heard of the globe, never heard of rockets, never heard of gravity?
I know, man. Think of how much we listened to before we interrupted him. We gave him, we had to listen. Yeah. That was so painful.
Yeah, dude, people don't like accountability. Well, just give me 5 more minutes to continue. Wait, but dude, so you can stack 50 more claims on top of each other?
Yeah, tell us more about oxidizers. That was really interesting, man. We had no idea how a rocket worked. We thought they just thought it was steam because, Mad Mike, he was a flat earther and he had a steam rocket. So, yeah, we just thought it was steam. I swear that's what they think, man. Rest in peace, Mad Mike, you asshole.
I heard he wasn't even a flat earther, but yeah.
He wasn't.
Yeah.
He said it in an interview with the news. He was just trying to glom onto flat earthers to get them to fund his recklessness.
Oh, I thought the flat earthers reached out and were like, hey, we want to put some sponsorship on your rocket or whatever. Maybe I misheard.
Okay, so there was Infinite Plane Society, that psychopath.
Yeah, that's where I heard it.
Supposedly, he donated $500 for Mad Mike's good old escapade. But Mad Mike then went to but nobody liked Infinite Plane Society. No one, I don't know. I never bought in his bullshit.
Not gonna lie, I did spend some time with the IPS crew, but mostly he didn't really get into Flat Earth that much. I kind of liked it for the alt news aspect. He would get into stuff like that, so I had some fun hanging out over there. But I don't really know.
I didn't like that he went to a city council meeting and said he was Mark Sargent.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, that's kind of how he got like internet famous for flat Earth. He went to a city council meeting spewing how the Earth is flat, but he said his name was Mark Sargent, and then he did it again. But who did he? I don't remember who he said he was the second time.
Well, he goes by Tim Osmond now, right? Tim Osmond.
Yeah.
But that's like 3 different people. There's like a globe head named Tim Osmond. Then there's the Iraq Tim Osmond or whatever. I don't even know.
Bin Laden.
Yeah.
Bin Laden's CIA code name was Tim Osmond.
Yeah. And then there's IPS or / Tim Osmond. So it's kind of confusing, but
yeah, that's what I mean. I didn't like trust him at all. Like, he also took out a research flat Earth billboard, I thought, but like Mad Mike ended up going to like the Flat Earth Denver convention and setting up a table and trying to show for money, and like he didn't listen. He was trying to get money to fund this project. He didn't care where it came from. So because the press would pay more attention to him if he associated himself with Flat Earth, right, as a like a circus sideshow, right? Oh, let's go interview Mad Mike, the circus sideshow. He's a flat earther, right? So he brought like disrepute onto flat Earth, even though he wasn't a flat earther, because he said in an interview he was giving like interview after interview after interview. There must be at least 12 interviews of him with like various news stations across America, but one of them he said he was not a flat earther. His thing was, I can prove whether the Earth's flat or not with my rocket. That was his little thing.
Bruh.
Steam-powered rocket.
I don't know how people fell for that.
Nobody did, except for the media.
Right. That's like the target audience, isn't it? The normies out there. See, look, Flat Earther didn't make it.
Flat Earther's stupid, trying to make a steam-powered rocket.
Folks, can I get a mic?
What up, Spake?
Yeah, we hear you.
Got a mic, please.
Yeah, mic check, man. We hear you.
Oh, you hear me, bro? Perfect. It's just it wasn't lighting up. Cool. Fresh and Fit, they've made us a flat Earth, globe Earth room. Some of the mods are extremely pissed off about it, but we've got our own room.
Hey, attaboy.
Do you have something to do with that?
Yeah, man. Oh, I asked them about it, and they said they were in discussion. So some of them obviously said yes. Some of them are pissed off because I just got banned. One of the mods had to unban me again. But so they're really pissed about it. But we've got a room at least.
Creation
every server you go on.
CB, can you send me a link? Can you guys send me a link for that server?
Yeah, sure, I got you.
Yeah, I'll give you a link specifically for that chat room.
Damn, way to go, Panto.
1 second, bro.
Hey, Panto, do we still got a flat Earth room on politics?
Nah, because see when I went back over and started like sitting there again, they took it away, bro. So obviously the mods over there are pissed off as well, man. What a fucking shame.
I've been thinking about venturing over into politics server again. Fucking kick the horns.
The thing is, Indio, we need a team that's going to be solid and go over there because I can't handle it just myself. I can for so long, but it's impossible.
Nah, we don't need to. No, I don't want to stay there. I just want to go over there, kick the hornets' nest, so they come over here.
I'll see if I can sort out a discussion. I'll set up like one of the old ones that we used to.
Because you know how triggered they get. We'll go over there, we'll flat smack them, and then they'll go research it or whatever, Google, frickin' ChatGPT, whatever they do, and then they'll come back here to try and get revenge, prove us wrong, or whatever they do. But it'll get them back here.
Yeah, man. Well, there, I just posted the link for Fresh and Fit in a live stream voice text. I'm going to jump back over there and see if I can stir it up a little bit.
Yeah, I want to see what you're doing over there, man. I might join you.
I'm going to sit in the VC called Heated Debate, but the text channel is Fresh and Fit Globe versus.
Oh yeah, you're not allowed to record over there. Wink, wink.
Yeah, right. I'll go hang with Spake for a little bit.
I promise. If I go back over there and we're debating, I'm not going to record it. I pinky promise.
What are you talking about? You don't have a pinky.
That thing smashed with so many hammers.
Fire up OBS. Oh, did I say that my out loud voice?
Ow. I'm not yawning. Quit yawning.
I might see lion the next time someone like that comes in here. I might just keep asking them about the gravity turn over and over again and just claim I don't understand it.
Yeah, put a saddle on it.
Might take the new tactic, right? Instead of saying, yes, we've heard this before, just act epically fucking stupid. No, you're not explaining this good, man. I really don't understand it. Like, how does it do this? And, like, just ask endless fucking nonsense questions. Like they do.
Yeah. Might have to put a saddle on that sea lining. Lining. I can't even say it right. Sea lining.
Sea lioning. The sea lioning troll. I don't know why they call it sea lioning, but
because they all sound the same and they go.
I guess so. That's it. Sonny's got it.
So, you're getting the yawns in the afternoon. Do like I do. Go to the local bread place. It's a national chain, and they got a subscription, so I can get a free coffee every 2 hours.
What?
Sometimes I need a coffee every 2 hours. I can go get a coffee at this place. I'll just fill it at Panera Bread.
They'll give you a coffee every 2 hours.
It's like $11 a month, and you get the first month free. So I haven't even got paid yet. I'm like, I need to get some half and half in my body quick, and I have no money left. So I'm like, I had to be resourceful. Also, hey, I have another deal. Listen, I won't tell the name unless you're interested. I'll send you a DM. But if you sign up with this particular, it's a MasterCard it's a preload, so you can load it with money, right? And spend what you have on it. So it's just a prepaid card, right? Well, if you sign up with this, I get a $20 credit. You only have to load it with $40, and you also get a $20 credit. That's a pretty good deal, I think.
Right? Yeah, that is pretty good. It's like $43.
There's no risk, because if you don't like the card, once you spend the rest of what you have left, because you've already gained $20 back out of the $40 that you've loaded, so you only are out $20. You can just cancel the card if you don't want it, or you can refer more people, and you can get unlimited referrals of $20 for every single person that you signs up and loads the card with $40. You get $20.
That seems like a fraud waiting to happen, man. I'm not saying they're committing fraud, but sounds like.
Well, it's a major.
Because if you got like 4 Gs, right, you could turn that into 8 Gs.
I don't know.
That's 100%. That's 100% interest, bro.
I'll send you the link and you can decide. And then if you want to give you my information, so you can, because you have to use my referral information, probably my email address or something. But that's
I'll just make shitloads of fucking email addresses and fake people, man. Like, dude.
But they have to load the card though with $40.
How much does it cost to load the card? Is there a price, or is it just $40?
No, it doesn't cost anything.
So what's to stop you from just like making continuous referral accounts, man, and just like doubling your money over and over and over again?
Well, I guess it's possible, you know. I'll send you a link.
Okay, so you do so check it out. Fine. So this is how it starts. I go with the card. You give me a referral. You get $20. I go with the card with $40. Plus, I get another $20. Now I got $60. Then I refer someone. Now I get $20 for referring that person. Now I got fucking $80. They go to $40. Now they got $60. And then when they do it again, they get $80. Right. So now instead of me out of my $40 investment, I got $80. Just keep doing that. Do it 10 times. $400 investment, you got $800.
That sounds
$4,000 investment, you got $8,000.
sounds like a sweet deal to me. We
Sounds like a fucking scam, like a motherfucker, man.
No, that they can't because it's a major. Hold on, 1 second.
No, it sounds like they're gonna get scammed. That's what I'm talking about. Like by me. And then when you get up to like 10 people, what you do is then you have 10 people all refer the. Oh no, you'll probably only do it to one person. Shit.
Hey, I want to be the Robin Hood. Can I participate and make money too? Come on, guys. Share me the link. I want to see
I
it.
will. I'll share
Send it
the
to
link with
Jamsey.
you. Jamsey, I'll share the link with you. 1 second, I'm pulling.
Hey,
up
if they throwing money away, I'll take it.
Robin Hood?
I mean-
Whose hood we robbing?
It's doubling your money, dude.
Whose hood?
Gonna,
Whose hood?
you're not going to get double your money in the stock market, at the casino, like anywhere you go.
Hey, the Indio, they just banned me again.
I'm shocked, man. You get banned everywhere you go, man. You're a band factory.
Well, no, I've done anything. I didn't do nothing.
It might be your accent, bro. Your
didn't
accent.
do nothing.
I never even spoke to anyone. We were just me,
Might be the name.
Miggy.
Hey,
It was just like
maybe
4 of
that's
us
why.
in the VC. Nobody even spoke to any of the mods.
Did they kick Miggy too?
I don't
I know
know.
the feeling.
But that dork guy, the mod, he hates me for some reason, man.
Oh, he's English, isn't he?
I don't know. I've never even fucking spoke to the dude.
Yeah, he's British or English or something, man.
He made some fucking comment, and I replied to him, and he's like, "You triggering me in this conspiracy bullshit." I'm like, "Oh, chill, man. I'm not your fucking enemy, mate. I just replied to you. It's Discord. You know, you made the comment. I replied. That's usually the way Discord works. For fuck's sake, lunatics, man."
Ah, man.
But they won't ban us again. It's just the mods that don't like us. They're just going to have to be told by senior admin that this is what's happening, and we're allowed. We're wanted for once. Fucking flat earthism.
There's the link, Indio, and here's my email. I don't know if you need it, but you could always write me. We may have purpose in writing each other anyway. I think at some point it's good to make connections. I mean, I could end up on the East Coast at some time. You never know. And Jamsey. And there's my email address. So, anyone else? I haven't heard from Larry in a long time. Where the hell is Larry at? He's busy on his own little chase down another rabbit hole, I suspect. I don't want to just willy-nilly send it to people, so I'll wait until I can ask people specifically. Unless someone here is listening that wants to try it, sign up. I mean, what is it? The necessity is the mother of invention, or something like that.
Got anybody in who wants to take the floor and speak, ask a question, pose some kind of logical, I don't know, some kind of crazy thing that we can talk about, original discussion, if we've got one. Or do I have to troll called this and look for the dregs of the server? Sorry, I'll meet up. Okay, I think I'm making background noise, folks.
Yeah, I mean, this Corey guy is kind of funny, dude. We spoke to him in the VC recently. Pretty low level. I mean, he's basically saying that I always talk about, because they don't really know what flat means. So I tell people, like, well, just look around your room and tell me if you see a third option. The surfaces are either rounded or they're not. There is no third option. And he was like, well, what about this hole in the ground? Well, we're talking about this description of this surface. So even that hole would either be curved or not at the surface. So then I take them to like a floor. Any floor, you would consider the floor to be flat or level. You can take any rug you want. It could be a lion zebra rug, a tiger rug, just a regular bumpy rug. That doesn't make the floor curved. It's still a level floor, regardless of the topography. And he's like, but mountains! Yeah, well, mountains are like the bumpy rug, dude.
Does anybody want to post that picture? It's like that old picture of that skyline with all of the buildings just flat. It looks like an old picture taken from like an aerial view of a very clearly flat ground, but with all of those tall buildings. It was put on here last night or the night before or something.
I know. I like that. In the know with Indio 007. Come in and ask Indio some questions. Pick Indio's brain.
Hold on, man. I was just thinking. So PD come in here last night and said the horizon is curved because there was mountains adjacent to the sky. And the other guy says that mountains are a straight line. I'm confused.
I just got paid today. Got me a pocket full of change.
What happened?
So we're over at Fresh and Fit goofing off at the moment.
I'm fucking banned again, bro.
How do you keep getting banned, dude?
It's that work brought me back twice, I think. But the other guy, what's his name? I'll tell you the guy's name who fucking got a bee in his bonnet about me because I took space away from him. No, he's saying it. He's complaining that he asked me not to tag him. Well, I never fucking tagged him. I replied to his fucking comment that he made, and I've never spoke to him since.
How dare you use functions available within the social media platform? It's terrible.
That's like fucking, what's his buzz? Justin, when I put that nose emoji on his fucking comment, he went fucking radio rentals, man. It's only a fucking emoji, man.
Man, I wish I had access to all of the photos on this server.
What?
I'm looking for that aerial view, like old timey aerial view of like a city skyline. I mean, like it was like a perfect aerial view. You could see all of the blocks. They were like on the road that make the blocks in the city. You could see them all perfectly in the aerial view, and you could see even with all the like skyscrapers and structures that it was flat all the way across.
I'm not sure what you mean, Patsy, sorry.
It's okay.
But if it had, like, if you ever remember it being posted and a specific message being put, like, beside it, any certain word, you could just search it up in the messages. You'll be able to find it if you know something that was
I
posted
never
close
have any.
by.
I never have any success when I try to do that. Maybe I just don't know how to work
No,
Discord
just
that
got
well.
the little spyglass, and then it's got the search part, and then, I mean, you'd have to remember a specific word or set of words that was said before or during or after it being posted. Unless it was from the meme bot and you knew the name of it, I could check for it.
Nope, I just remember what the picture looked like. It looked like an
Yeah.
old picture, like it had the brown tint to it.
Sorry, if I could get it, I would twat, so you know that. Sorry.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry. Just thought I'd ask just in case, but when
But,
Tasmanian put it, I can use that.
see what I did find out, I just posted that. I mean, see when they were using these old ships, Discovery and whatever. I mean, imagine that had to. You can see in that animation, obviously it's simplified, but those fucking things would have to dock at 17,500 miles per hour like that. I mean, what the fuck? Decades ago, they were supposedly doing that, man. They're like, oh, but speed's relative. Like that word means that you're not fucking experiencing fucking extreme motion. Ridiculous. I wonder if they're ever going to let me back, man. At least because there's been so much fuss and fresh and fit over Flat Earth, that means it will get brought up on the podcast. So, one way or the other, we've made a mark. So if anybody's out there in YouTube land and wants to come and ask a few questions, come in, follow the link, jump into VC check-in, and myself or somebody will come in, give you a roll, quickly check, shake you upside down, see if any kind of troll material falls out your pockets. But after that, then you could join the live stream. So please do.
This dude posted the definition of flat.
He's just spamming and coping, really.
There's that, dog this.
No, over at FNF.
Alright.
I like how it says, of land without hills, 35 acres of flat countryside. Mm-hmm. How does that work on a on a ball? Wait, come on. Of an expanse of water. Wow.
I find some of my old memes, man. Some of them are classics, like.
Angular. What? Like a slope. What does he mean? What?
I can't believe they're not going to let me fucking back, man. Jesus. Oh shit.
I'm just in preview mode. I'm just watching.
Data stage. It's just probably because it was fucking my idea, and I asked him about the room. He's probably just absolutely fucking. His rectal cavity must be fucking gaping. Okay, we should go to the room. The mod's saying the reason I'm banned is because I was tagging him. I only tagged him once. Fuck's sake, man.
Claimed bottom of this plane. Who claimed a bottom? So he's claiming there's a bottom.
Bro, is there a mod called Kumo in there? Does anyone know? In Fresh and Fit?
I'm not seeing one in this channel.
Because supposedly that's who the one that banned me, And he's moaning, saying that I kept tagging him when I only fucking tagged him once. I replied to what he said, man. Fucking asshole, man.
Oh boy, that guy in the Fresh and Fit server, man.
Oh, did they come into VC? No.
No, he's chatting in the flat debate text channel.
Did anybody come into the VC?
Yeah, there's a guy there.
Bastard.
They're talking to him.
Bastard. I'm fucking missing
He's
it, man.
asking questions, though. He's not debating. He's curious about flat Earth, so he's asking
That's cool,
questions. Yeah, seems genuine.
That's all we can really ask, bro. We can't ask for any more than let them fucking ask some questions and fucking find their own way there, man.
I think Cut the Shit just got kicked.
Who did?
Yeah,
cut the shit.
He kind of triggers people. I was saying. I mean, especially Globers.
I seem to do it quite easily as well, man. Even in real life, man, I've been in physical fucking fights because of it, man. Oh, it's fucked up. I mean, it just shows you, like, do they not realise that they're having such a visceral reaction to it? Like, it's fucking extreme as fuck. Like, can they not see that, like, they're acting ridiculous, man? Regardless of what the subject matter is, surely they can notice how fucking dumb they're being. Like, fucking children in it. Oh, you believe this, I hate you. Like, what? Fuck are you talking about, man?
So I asked this Corey guy in the moderator in the Fresh and Fit debate, in the flat debate. I asked him, "What's your positive claim?" Because he keeps saying flat is not it's not level.
It's not shit.
No, he's talking about the bottom of Earth, like below the water.
Oh, so he's still thinking it's a disc?
No. He's talking about the bottom of the oceans.
The abyssal plane. It's fucking flat down there as well, as far as we know.
Yeah.
He says, "My only claim this entire time is the Earth isn't flat, as by definition it isn't."
No,
but in the definition he posted, it literally gives an example of some portions of flat Earth. Like, I mean,
yeah. So this is what he said: water finding level doesn't make the Earth a topographical plane. We know the surface isn't flat, and no one knows if your claimed bottom of this plane is flat. There's only water level stands. So I don't know why he's keep pointing down to the bottom, though. It's kind of weird.
Watching it fucking straws, man.
He actually reminds me of the debate. What's it called? The guy with the Apple argument. What's it called? From the podcast. What's it called? Killer Priest podcast. Was one guy,
Yeah, it does have that vibe, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's talking about that. Exactly the same argument as the guy from the Killer Priest podcast. He's talking about the bottom. He's using that argument. Exactly the same way. He's copying it.
He doesn't want to support curved, and he doesn't want to support flat.
Yeah, he's a not flat earther.
Yeah, he's not defending anything. He's just attacking our arguments, basically. He's not defending anything. He has nothing. He haven't mentioned anything.
His dictionary definition of flat literally mentions expanses of water. I mean, the dude is incognito big time.
So when we talk about curves, he resigns. He doesn't acknowledge the curve even. So I don't know. Not sure what he's defending though, to be honest. And what are these pictures he's drawing, man? Look at this. Look at that. What is that?
That's hieroglyphics.
Okay. Not flat, but not round. Not that difficult. Okay.
Yeah. Bumpy.
So what are we looking at?
Spiky.
Okay. This guy's on another level. Bumpy earther. Yeah. Yeah, he keeps referring to the bottom. It's just ridiculous at this point. Or including it, at least.
I guess he thinks an LP isn't flat. Oh man, I need to stop smoking desperately. Fuck. Thank fuck it's the last joint.
TW, you're also in that server, yeah? Fresh and Fit.
I'm just in preview mode. I haven't joined the server.
Ah, okay.
All right, so they don't even know you're reading or listening or whatever.
No, they don't.
How the fuck did you manage that then?
I just clicked on the channel that Quetzalcoatl posted, I think.
Ah, so you bypassed the... Okay, cool.
Yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing, but apparently it is.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that works, I guess.
Suppose that'd be all right for the folk that are a little bit wary about joining voice channels and maybe being like instantly, oh, hello, what's your name, blah, blah, blah. A lot of people are a bit paranoid about that shit. They just want to listen and not be noticed. Just like being a social worker, being a mod in here, man. If you do check-ins and shit like that, like, you literally see every single different fucking version or stage of the cog disc. And like the people that, like that guy who's lashing out at me just now, that mod who keeps banning me when I've done nothing to him. That's what I'm typing just now to one of the other mods that he's obviously teetering on the edge of looking at the information, but he doesn't want to. Like, it destroys a lot of your history. Maybe you grew up going to, maybe you went to the NASA fucking, maybe you went to see a rocket launch when you were a kid. All this information starts destroying stuff in your mind, and it causes you to lash out or get scared or laugh, or like there's loads of variations of when the cog this hits. Some people get violent, literally want to punch you.
Yeah, Cuddy, you were arguing against a moderator in the debate. Oh, it's probably him.
Nah, I'm not even arguing. I only replied to one of his messages. That's all I done.
Oh.
Replied to one message, then he started tagging me repeatedly, saying, "Don't speak to me. This is conspiracy theory bullshit." And then he banned me. Then I got unbanned. I went back, went into the VC, never even typed a single thing. Was just talking to Mayhem, and got banned again.
Yeah.
Look, I just can't. They're not even getting to the topic of the discussion. They just keep rattling on about why flat can't be what the Earth is.
Yeah, he's jumping all over the place. He's not. He's not acknowledging any claim to defend. So he's just attacking.
If he would have kept reading his own definition that he was posting, flat is a description of the Earth with the topography.
But he's talking about, whatever he's talking about.
Smooth flat. What a boring Earth it would be if it was smooth.
One day.
One day. Can only
one day.
But no, Cuddy didn't attack him.
No,
he just made a statement.
Yeah. He kept posting those, the usual.
Yeah, it's kind of sly. It's kind of sly.
Yes, old dude. Old dude, that was the one I was talking about. Thank you.
What was that? What was that? Fallacy.
I was thinking old dude because he just posted the picture I was talking about. Although the one that I saw didn't have the markings on it. It was just the picture without it. But that is the one I was talking about right there.
What, the thing you're talking about that was above the looking down on them? You're talking about?
Yeah, the one that old dude just posted in the live
Right.
stream voice text is the one I was
I'll have a
referring
look.
to.
Sorry, I'll have a look at. I might be able to find if I recognise it, I might be able to find the whole thing for you. 1 sec, I'm just on another server. Oh yeah, I've seen that. Wait, do you know where that is? Oh, you know, what does it say? 1,000 miles to the Rocky Mountains. So where do you think that's? So Hayes, where the horizon is, that's where the Rocky Mountains are. So what city or what place is that? Anyone know what that's called, that area? It looks heavily built up, man. Jesus Christ, that's what you call a concrete jungle. Fucking hell. Anyone know where that actually is? Nah. Folks. I've checked for Rocky
I don't
Mountains.
have a clue. I just was trying to remember who had posted it so I could find it, but
Right,
I doubt it's really going to do any good in this debate channel over here.
Is it the Rocky Mountains, Colorado? Because I've just found it, I think. Let's see. And it was Indio posted it. It's actually in the wiki page. Here, I'll post it. I think that's it. No, in fact, that's a different one. Shit. Is it? Maybe, I don't know. Colorado. I'll try and find it for you, Foxy.
Yeah, no problems. I can use that old dude sent.
I'll see if I can find it. Rockies. Yeah.
Dev Lead Germany, I'm sorry, it wasn't an insult. Corey just doesn't like the fact that the shoe fit.
What was that, bro?
This is ongoing debate about whether Cuddy insulted. He didn't. He made a statement, and the mod didn't like that the shoe fit him. So he took it as an insult, but it was not directed at anybody.
What? It's got you not in the server anymore.
I don't know if he's like, I don't know if he's been like soft banned or what, but like, yeah.
I don't even
all he said was, all he said was, imagine thinking you can get an angle from a curved surface. Now that's a special type of dunce. That's all he said. It wasn't directed at anybody.
Does that know where the sagittar is, if I remember correctly, the part where it joins? Is that correct? Because I don't know nothing about optic shit, to be honest. But like, it's not my cup of tea.
Yeah, for an angle, you need two straight lines meeting at a vertices. Yeah, one of them can't be curved.
That's what I'm saying. Is I don't know where the sagittar comes in.
I'm not sure.
I'm sure I heard AI talking about it. That's the place that's sort of made to connect from the curved to the flat, not level, horizon, or whatever you call it, horizontal. Doesn't really interest me. That's why I've never really looked into that stuff. It's like fucking well over my head when it comes to maths and fucking angles and degrees and shit like that. Man, I was never into that kind of stuff when I was a kid. I loved space. Like, space was the bomb. I always wanted to be an astronaut, man.
Oh, then you would have had to learn how to use a sextant.
Well, when I used to go sailing in my boarding school, we had a what do you call it, a catamaran, and he had a sextant on there, and I seen him using it, but I was like, I was only like 12 or 13 or something, so I never had a clue. But man, I always wanted to see if I could use one of them. Man.
Spake?
Yes.
They kicked you out? Or what?
Oh, you're really quiet, Maggie. I can barely hear you, but I did hear what you're saying. Aye, they kicked me, man.
Am I quiet? Can you guys
Yeah,
hear
you're
me?
quite right.
Extremely. Very, very quiet.
How about now?
Yeah,
Am I
very
still
faint.
quiet?
Keep going. Keep turning it up.
How about now?
Nah, keep going, bro. Like a healthy amount.
Well, I got this weird distortion, man, that's on my mic, so I was trying to eliminate it. I don't know where it's coming from.
You're still too quiet, bro. Like you're all right when just us are speaking, but if you're trying to control a room, you've no chance with that mic at that level just now. What's that, a new mic or something?
No, here, let me see. How
That's a
about
bit
this?
better.
I'm
Yeah,
increasing again.
that's better,
How about
man.
now?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, that's about a bang on, right?
I get this weird buzzing noise every time I talk, and then like behind it, it's like bzzz, and it's like
Right.
I'm hearing myself in the.
Only when you're talking, though. No, I was just going to say, is it only happening when you're talking? So when you stop, like once you unkey the mic, sort of thing, you don't hear it, because it does that with my other set of headphones. It buzzes
I don't know
when
what
I talk,
it is
but as soon
though.
as
I'm trying to figure out what it is though. Like I don't know where it's coming from. Like
maybe you
bad
need a
connection. Or...
grounder, maybe. What's it called? Like grounds the electricity.
Because I have the. Oh, you know what? I have the mixer on my desk. Should I put it on the floor?
What?
Yeah, the mix. You plug in that mixer like from
yeah.
from my microphone to the. Yeah, okay. Let me see. I'll try that.
I mean, I don't know. You can try see if that. I don't know. Not sure what you have on your table that would interfere with the mixer.
Well, you said ground it, so put it on the ground. See what happens.
Yeah. I mean, try. I don't know. I was thinking more like. Let's see.
All right, I'm gonna check myself and see what I sound like on the stream here.
See, Maggie, you still there?
Damn, I think I fixed it. That could have probably been it. I heard myself on the stream, and I don't hear that buzzing noise anymore.
Your audio sounds alright. But see, when you look over at that fresh and fit, Maggie, when you look over there, can you actually see that room? Because I can't see it.
Yeah, we see
it. Because I've got forum discussions, fresh and fit. It should be between fresh and fit and business street, could it not?
There's a link I posted in the locker room. You can join it from there, directly to the lobby, to that debate channel.
So it's kind of like they're hiding it, man. I don't know how they've managed to do that. Like, that's a bit strange.
Yeah, they don't want to make it that visible for others to trigger people, I guess.
I feel like joining because I've got my other accounts banned. I feel like just going in the VC.
But there's a link to the debate channel if you want to join from the locker room directly.
Locker room,
yeah.
So how are you meant to find that room if you've not got the link?
Good question. Yeah, I don't know how they made it that way.
I'm about to upload that FinBob video or audio.
How did it go with the bus guy? How did he end it?
Not pretty good. He wasn't really one way or the other, but he was listening to everybody that was in there, which is cool. Cool.
Yeah, he was like an open-minded person. Yeah, go ahead, speak.
No, I was going to ask you something about. I don't know what that is. Fuck, man. Sorry. Fuck, man.
Have you seen the Corey guy? Corey,
No.
the guy in the debate, Flat Globe Debates text channel.
No, let's check it out.
You should see his arguments, man. It's ridiculous.
Are you talking about it in Fresh and Fits?
Oh yeah. Fresh and Fits, yeah. The Flat versus Globe debate.
Oh yeah. I've interacted with Corey. I know him.
Okay.
But is he a moderator over there?
Yeah, he's a mod. He's a mod.
Wonder if I should message him and ask him What the fuck?
I think he's the one that kicked you out, bro.
Is it?
I think
No,
so.
he's. I'll tell you who it was that kicked me. It's not.
He's
What's
a
his name?
Glover, so
He's severely butthurt, man. I only just destroyed the space argument with some entropy memes and just a few sentences, man. I never really said much, and then I replied to him with one of them. That's all I did, and then he kept moaning that I'd actually replied, so I kept replying to his replies. But I never, I wasn't just tagging him incessantly for no reason. It just fucking banned me twice. I left once, came back, because I was getting modded severely. This guy was being a total dick. The first conversation I had in there, in fact, the first conversation was, you're not allowed in this account because that's a breach of terms of service. That my profile picture, when it's the fucking constellations, mate. It's nothing to do with fucking World War II, Jesus Christ. And so they muted and deafened me, so I went back in another account, tore this guy up because he wouldn't give us a citation, and he got pissed off. And then I got modded 4 times. Then I got accused of misgendering somebody. So I fucking left. And then I came back, banned again, got unbanned and got banned again. What the fuck? It's insane.
Yeah.
Crazy bastards, man.
Maybe you should speak to the dev guy in the server. They can check the logs, see what's going on, why they keep doing that.
Bro, you can see, bro. Take a look at the chat, because there isn't much left in the chat. You can literally see what stuff I posted. There's nothing there out of order. My entire message history is clean as a whistle. Same in 24/7. You're not seeing me being any phobic or racist, any isms. I've never got one ism. In fact, apart from globism. That's the only religion we slag in here.
I know. It's just they're probably triggered by some other stuff. But Miggy, what is he a Glober? I don't get it because he's not defending anything. He has no defending point or argument. I mean,
he's a Glober. Yep. He's a Glober.
Yeah, so he's just attacking the arguments. He's not even defending anything. He say neither flat or curved. It's kind of weird. Yeah, he said that. So CB asks him for a third option then, and he doesn't respond to it even. He says neither flat or curved.
Look, he put it. I just posted it in the live stream voice text. That's his third option.
So what are we looking at? What is that circle though?
I guess it's the sun, and then underneath is mountains.
Okay, and the top is what? What is above the circle then?
It must be a flat sky.
Oh my God.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, flat dome. Yeah, it's just pedantics about the word flat. Right. But the thing was, in his dictionary definition he posted, it literally talks about one when it's referring to land without hills. And then it gave an example of that field is very flat or whatever. And then and two, an expanse of water. The dude is in severe cognitus.
Yeah, he's not realizing what he's posting, to be honest.
Fuck, that room's disappeared again for me, man.
Did you join through the link I posted?
No, that's in locker room.
Locker room, yeah, use that one. You can use it without joining the server. I mean, you don't have to register. You can just hop in directly. Yeah. It bypasses the registration.
You can't see it anymore. Must be refraction.
Well, gravity's bending it away from us.
Yeah, I'm not in there. I can't preview it anymore. At first, right, the link that you posted to the channel, it just said unknown, #unknown. So I clicked on it and it took me to the preview. And then I left and then clicked back. Now the link that you posted says the actual name of the channel and the server. And it just tells me you don't have access to this link or whatever. I'm like, oh.
Oh, so you're not able to see it anymore?
Not without joining the server. I'm at my maximum. I've got to either delete or get or buy the premium.
Oh, what? You got too many servers?
Yeah, I've got to figure out which ones I don't really want to, don't care to be part of.
I just clear them every so often, man.
How many do you have? Join.
Its max is 100.
Oof.
Well, listen, for anyone that's listening, I posted the Fresh and Fit, the what do you call it? The link that takes you to that flat globe debate. I pinned it in live stream locker room, so at least everybody knows it's there if you're listening. I wonder if I could just make a bot command for the call it. Try.
Yep. Your own name is misinformation. This guy.
Well, wait, that's not even gonna. I can't even add it in the link, but I'm not gonna do it. Fuck knows. Tried. That's devastating. They fucking kicked me out, man. Assholes.
Weird after you got everybody in there. Now they've elected you to be the one to kick.
That's probably why. He was probably pissed off that they even broached the subject of us getting a room. He was probably raging in the mod room about it. So he's just picked on me. Oh well. I'll take it on the chin for the fucking for 24/7 to have a fucking another room. But I think I'm gonna start going to other servers again. I'm gonna go to politics, start going back there again while I'm still fucking breathing. See if I can get us permissions again.
You'll be around for a little bit, man. Don't worry about it. You ain't going nowhere for a little bit. Eventually, we all expire, but yeah, we won't just.
Scary subject, man. Okay, that's why I just focus on pushing flat earth. At least it's like a painkiller, man. I don't really, if I've got something to do in my mind, then I don't really feel especially this fucking pain in the chest, man. Fuck it.
Try to connect to Fresh and Fit podcast server, and then it just gives me something from Probot, and then I'm out of the server again.
Oh, so you can't get in?
I didn't use your link. I just used something from this one.
Oh, because Crypto can't get in, and they said the reason that they think that he can't get in because he's named Crypto, because they've had crypto bots going into the server, so they asked him to change his name. I don't know if he's done it yet, but Crypto's just getting a message. When he clicks on it, the bot sends him a message, but he can't see the server. It's just not there at all.
Okay, I'm previewing again.
Oh, fuck knows.
I'm previewing it again because the link that you posted, Spake, it said unknown. So I clicked on it and I'm previewing it again. So I don't know.
Whoa.
It seems like the first time someone posts it, it just says unknown and you can preview it. But then if you leave and you go back to that link that person posted, it doesn't say that anymore, and then you can't click on it.
Well, now I can see General Parlay, Fresh and Fit. Now it's there. The preview is there.
But see, as soon as you go away from that, you can't get back into it. It's not there anymore, man. How the fuck? I don't understand how they could do that. So it's like a.
Well, I can see Gemsies in. Yeah, I see Gemsies in voice hangout. Great. We're supposed to do join server.
I don't know.
Yeah, join server, then I'm out again. Yeah. Then goes back to welcome, come to unknown. Something.
I wonder if I should change my profile picture and go back in. Because that was the only problem they had with it. My profile picture, they says it was a swastika. I don't even, do you need to put your password in to change your image? Because I can't even remember what this one is, man. I've got so many accounts and so many different passwords, so many Gmails and fucking hell. Got like
So
fucking
basically, their beef with you is the sky is racist.
maybe I. Well, it's not even racism, is it not like xenophobia or something? Because like, it's not race,
Yeah.
so
Something like that.
xenophobic, if that's a word. Oh.
Why does Creation Bear have thin ice? Thin
I
ice
don't
roll.
know.
What's
I actually
that?
don't know why it's been like that since I joined the server. I'm not sure why it has that.
What are we talking about here? Where did it say that?
I'm not sure if that's just like your new. It's like your new tag. I'm not sure if that's what it is.
Dude, this Corey guy is obfuscating a lot.
He's super thick. He's in. You could tell even in the voice he was really